The road is long and arduous, but with perseverance it can be traversed. Keep moving without ceasing, and the future holds promise. Starting from the 2026 World Cup, FIFA announced the expansion of participating teams to 48. However, due to many well-known reasons, some unknown reasons, and reasons that even the gods cannot explain, the Chinese men's football team still failed to qualify for the World Cup for several consecutive times. FIFA was dumbfounded. What was the expansion for? It was for the largest and wealthiest Eastern market. You are simply too uncompetitive, failing to seize the opportunity even when it's handed to you. In 2035, during the World Cup qualifiers, the Chinese men's football team suffered a humiliating 17 loss to Vietnam, losing the chance to play in the playoffs, and thus missing the World Cup once again. This was already the second consecutive World Cup qualifier failure for the national team, causing their international ranking to drop further and solidifying their status as a third-tier Asian team. Despite this, some football professionals like stock market analysts confidently declared the trough has ended, a rebound is imminent. But more people believe that a trough never existed. It would be a deep pit that would last for years, the only difference being whether to pretend ignorance or to look up at the stars and find a way out. In a hospital's special care ward, Wei Wu's children surrounded his bed. As the chairman of a multinational corporation, he was now critically ill due to a cerebral hemorrhage. The youngest son, who entered the room last, looked at his father lying breathlessly and asked anxiously what happened. How could a perfectly healthy person suddenly become so ill? The eldest son, standing beside him, said painfully, "I heard it was because he watched a football match." Watching a match? The family members in the room looked utterly bewildered. They had never known their father to be a sports enthusiast, nor did he ever care about football. As his closest children, they had never seen him watch a single match. Even though the business spanned energy, shipping, high technology, and more, none of it was related to football. What is going on? The youngest son was stunned. The administrative director waiting in the room stammered, "Today Chairman Wei canceled all meetings, saying he had a very important and private meeting." Then he went to the villa alone and entered the theater room. By the time we realized something was wrong, the door was locked from inside. Secretly watching the Chinese team's match. The answer was bizarre. The eldest son waved his hand impatiently, signaling her to stop. This reason could not be disclosed to the public. The youngest son kept complaining, "Since when did Dad care about football? 2 years ago I suggested buying a foreign club for fun, and he almost cut ties with me. I really don't understand." Before he could finish, the instruments in the room emitted a piercing alarm, and the jumping line on the monitor became emergency. Quick emergency. CPR. Adrenaline. Director Wei. Director Wei. What happened? What happened? Heat stroke. It must be heat stroke. Who has Huxiang Jingqi? Our team doctor has it. Go get it quickly. When Wei Changjing regained consciousness, a large crowd was surrounding him. Some were pinching his philtrum, others were pouring Huxiang Jingqi into his mouth. The excessive liquid made him cough violently. He's awake. He's awake. Great. Wei Changjing opened his eyes and looked around in confusion. A group of dark-skinned, middle-aged men and dozens of sunburnt boys peeked at him curiously. Who am I? Where am I? Where did I come from? A man in a yellow shirt leaned in and glanced at him. His square face looked extremely stern. "Director Wei, you're awake. Please go sit in the shade." Wei Changjing was helped to his feet. He waved his hand and said subconsciously, "I'm fine, you all go ahead with the match." No matter who he was or where he came from, Wei Changjing's intelligence had reclaimed the high ground. At this moment, he stood at the edge of a football field with dozens of middle-aged men and women on the stands. The man in yellow was obviously a referee, and the other dark-skinned strangers were either coaches or team doctors. He was especially certain about the one who had poured in the medicine, a rough and direct team doctor. Slowly walking to the shaded area under the stands, the match resumed at the yellow-shirted referee's whistle. Wei Changjing saw a large banner on the sideline: Beyond Hope, Cup 2010 Guangdong Province U15 football final. The scoreboard on the sideline showed the two teams, Guangzhou City versus Qingyuan City. The first half had been running for over 30 minutes, paused due to Wei Changjing's heat stroke. The U15 match had two 40-minute halves, so there were less than 10 minutes left. The score was 1-3 in favor of Qingyuan. At this moment, Wei Changjing finally confirmed his identity. The badge around his neck read China Football Association Youth and Social Football Development Department staff member Wei Changjing. He didn't care about the name, at least he still had the surname Wei. The accompanying official from the Guangdong Football Association looked very anxious, like an old society official receiving a high-ranking emissary. However, glancing at Wei Changjing's pale and weak face, the official couldn't help but silently complain, "This pale-faced youngster is too fragile. Could yesterday's itinerary have drained him?" Wei Changjing took a sip from his water bottle. Fragmented memories of this body gradually emerged in his blank mind. The 50-something director standing beside him was named Cheng Wenjun, in charge of youth training in the Guangdong FA. It was said that Cheng had a background in track and field, but a good man doesn't boast of past glories. Now he had a flabby body, and his athletic foundation could only be seen in his drinking capacity from yesterday. The Guangdong U15 final was not very high profile, so the final task was for Director Cheng and Wei Changjing, the mascot from Beijing, to present awards showing the top-down importance of this match. The award-giving duty was a leisurely and pleasant assignment. After a brief walkthrough and a few words, the business trip would be perfectly concluded, leaving only dining and entertainment. Unexpectedly, yesterday's hangover and today's high temperature caused Wei Changjing to make a big fool of himself. He fainted from heat stroke. Director Wei, to stand in the front line observing young players' matches under such high temperature is truly admirable, Director Chung said quite skillfully. Just then a whistle for a foul stopped the match. Offside whistle. The ball was already in the net. The Qingyuan forward signaled to the referee that the goal was not offside. The yellow-shirted referee waved his hand disallowing the goal. Black whistle. A thin man in the backstand shouted. The crowd at the sideline turned to look at the man, then returned their attention to the field. The spectators on the stands were all parents of the young players. Venting emotions was normal. That shout was just a minor incident in the game. The first half quickly ended. The score did not widen. In Wei Changjing's judgment, Qingyuan's overall strength was superior to Guangzhou's. Unless they made a basic mistake, the match had little suspense. From an angle Wei Changjing couldn't see, a Guangzhou FA official named Xie Guangchuan cast his gaze toward the Qingyuan head coach on the sideline. Qingyuan's head coach Li Zifei showed no emotion, no excitement about winning. He even seemed dissatisfied with his player's performance. He seemed to sense the gaze behind him. He turned to look at Xie Guangchuan, but showed no reaction. The score remained unchanged and Qingyuan held a 31 lead into halftime. During the break, Wei Changjing returned to the rest area for officials. Director Chung bustled about attending to him. Director Wei, are you feeling better? I'm terribly sorry. It was our negligence. They'll have someone bring a fan to the sideline for the second half. You helped us discover many shortcomings in the event preparation. We really need you to come and guide our work often. Wei Changjing shook his head politely. The original owner of this body, to show a Hansen frontline fighting spirit, insisted on standing by the field to watch the match, causing a flurry of activity. Now the news would definitely be ridiculed when it reached Beijing. But from another perspective, if someone wrote a good article about it, it might become a delightful story. Wei Changjing was startled. This wasn't his way of thinking. As a former chairman of a multinational corporation, he had always been decisive. Why did such petty thoughts suddenly emerge? Could there still be remnants of the previous soul within his body? Sitting in the lounge, Wei Changjing noticed that the personnel from the Guangzhou and Qingyuan football associations who had been accompanying him as hosts were nowhere to be seen. Where did Chairman Xie and Director Kai go? Kai Fuming was the leader of the Qingyuan team, the deputy director of the Qingyuan City Bureau of Culture, Sports and Tourism. Hesitating for a moment, Director Cheng finally chose to tell the truth, since it was hardly a secret anyway. Chairman Xie and the others went to the visitors' lounge to console the team. The visitors' lounge. Why would a Guangzhou Football Association chairman go to the visitors' lounge? The match venue was provided by Guangzhou, located on the sports field of a school in the outskirts. It was chosen because the turf and stands met the requirements for the final. The turf was decent with stands and a lounge. Guangzhou was the host and played at home, yet it was still inappropriate for Xie Guangchuan, the head of the Guangzhou team's governing body, to visit the visitors' lounge. Even though the Qingyuan Sports Bureau was half a level below the Guangzhou Football Association, it was hardly his place to meddle. Years of business experience in his past life gave Wei Changjing an uneasy premonition. The halftime break ended quickly. Wei Changjing and Director Chung sat under a temporary awning on the sidelines. Two electric fans of unknown origin blew air toward the two highest-ranking spectators. As the second half began, the match took on a strange atmosphere. The Qingyuan forward pursed his lips, passed the ball backward, and then ambled slowly forward. The defenders didn't even attempt to organize an attack. Instead, they started passing the ball around in front of the Guangzhou forward pressed forward. The Qingyuan goalkeeper passed back to a defender, instead of kicking long, then dribbled sideways a couple of steps before passing to another defender, who waited motionless to receive the ball. The Guangzhou forward intercepted easily and scored into the net. The whistle for a valid goal sounded. In that instant, Wei Changjing understood exactly what was happening. The parents of the Qingyuan team, holding digital cameras and DV camcorders in the stands, fell into collective silence. They hadn't driven over 100 kilometers to watch a match like this. The Guangzhou parents cheered for about a few seconds before falling silent, as if someone had clamped a hand over their mouths, staring blankly at their children. The parents off the field were not fools. They more or less understood what had happened. Liu Bei, the Qingyuan forward, stood dejectedly near the center circle. Less than 2 minutes since he had kicked off, he had to restart again. At 15, he didn't know how to hide his frustration. Frowning, he waited for the Guangzhou players to return from their half. The words of that middle-aged man, surnamed Xie, from the halftime break still echoed in his ears. Boys, you have a long road ahead of you. Winning or losing one game means nothing. Even if you win today, can you keep winning forever? If you want to register a team or play professional football, you need recommendations. If someone doesn't obey, not to mention playing football in the future, even if you want to play, no one will give you the chance. At 15, he understood half, but the other half eluded him. He couldn't understand why a simple game had such complicated consequences. Why could the result of one match affect whether he could play football in the future? He couldn't understand why even the head coach stood behind that fat man staring at each of them, as if they had done something wrong. Li Zifei said, "In the second half, just pass the ball back and don't attack. The defenders pass to the goalkeeper, make a mistake, and let them score. There are so many people playing football in China, it's not like we can't do without you. If you want to improve, you have to follow orders, understand? That goal came pretty fast, didn't it? That goal came pretty fast, didn't it?" Wei Changjing said quietly, looking ahead. "How well? The Qingyuan players got careless because they were leading, haha." Director Cheng laughed, dryly, thinking to himself, "Isn't this normal? You look like you've never seen the world." Wei Changjing gave a perfunctory fake smile and ignored Director Cheng's answer. Seeing without revealing was basic etiquette in officialdom, but a fire seemed to burn in his heart. In his past life, he had watched one humiliating match, or was he going to watch the same again in this life? Wei Changjing, who had just transmigrated, hadn't yet decided how to relive this life, but he was sure he didn't want to follow the original Wei Changjing's trajectory. Wei Changjing was expressionless, yet a faint smile lingered on his face. If someone familiar with Wei Wu from his past life were present, they would recognize this as the precursor to an outburst. This was not the place for an eruption, and he never indulged in impotent rage. Without a doubt, this was a match so fixed it was laughable. The match was controlled by the Guangzhou and Qingyuan football associations, and the Guangdong Provincial Football Association was likely aware as well. A U15 match could benefit all parties involved. The primary beneficiary of Guangzhou's U15 championship would be the Guangzhou Football Association. A successful youth development program was the best proof of achievement, yielding greater returns than if Qingyuan, a prefecture-level city, won. In other words, the cost-benefit ratio of Qingyuan winning was low. The Qingyuan Football Association's gains were limited, so they tacitly agreed to the arrangement, expecting a share of the spoils later. What could be shared? Guangzhou now had two Class A teams, one called Hengda and one called Reziquan. Every year they needed to recruit age-appropriate players for their youth academies. Given the current momentum, the wealthy Hengda team would have no problem being promoted to the Super League this year. Thus the demand for young talent became more urgent, giving the Guangzhou Football Association more opportunities to recommend talent as the governing body. Everyone needs a resume. Having Guangdong Province U15 champion on it naturally adds weight. And recommending talent is hard work. Everyone has to follow market economy rules. As for the Guangdong Provincial Football Association's attitude, just look at Director Cheng beside him. For now it was enough to play the role of an owl that sees, but chooses to ignore. Even the parents in the stands seemed caught in a dilemma. They had to think about their children's future. The parents from Qingyuan had accompanied their children through grueling training, sent them to school and training camps, and watched them make the city team amid fierce competition. Of course they hoped their kids could play in the Class A League or Super League soon. Facing harsh reality, how much of their life-worn edge remained. Even the man who had shouted referee bias in the first half didn't know what to do. He could curse the referee and the opposing players, but he couldn't curse those dazed children on the field, one of whom was. The ball was back at the center circle. Even the Guangzhou players sensed something was off about their opponents. At halftime, they had been determined to increase pressure, press harder, and win. But this goal had come a little too easy. Liu Bei stood at the center circle, his head drooping along with his strike partner, Lei Junming. "All right, Xiao Lu, don't dwell on it. Let's just finish this match quickly. We might have to go to school in Guangzhou or join their youth team in the future. Our futures are in their hands. If we don't lose, what can we do?" Lei Junming was the kid who had already figured things out. The ball was kicked off again. Perhaps unwilling to torment their teammates further, the midfielder didn't pass straight back, but sent the ball to the wing. But he didn't realize that now everyone treated the ball like a hot iron, and as soon as it reached the wing, it was passed right. No choice. Might as well dribble a few steps before passing. The situation on the field became tense, yet at that moment a young man standing beside Director Cheng, after hesitating for a long time, finally mustered the courage to ask, "Director Cheng, should we check with Guangzhou and Qingyuan about the situation?" The question was euphemistic, an attempt to share the burden. "Boss, this match is obviously flawed. Shouldn't we tell them to at least make it less obvious?" "Of course there might be another layer. Boss, aren't we going to intervene? What if something goes wrong?" Director Cheng eyed the young man sideways, and Wei Changjing also turned his gaze toward him. The young man looked only about 20, wearing glasses like a fresh graduate. "Xiaofeng, just focus on your own job. Look, the bottled water is almost gone. Go grab another case." Director Cheng said casually, holding an unopened bottle of water in his hand. The deadlock on the field was eventually broken. Even if the Guangzhou team was momentarily at a loss, it was only temporary. The head coach on the sidelines kept shouting, "Press! Press forward." With normal attacks, the young Guangzhou players could achieve considerable results. The situation turned into a one-sided offensive and defensive drill. This time the Qingyuan team's defenders didn't make a clumsy error, but conceded a penalty instead. It was a foul for pulling a player inside the box. The penalty was converted without doubt. By now the clock had ticked to the 53rd minute. Wei Changjing stood up and nodded to Cheng Wenjun beside him. "Director Cheng, am going out for a smoke. He'll be back." Then he asked the young man who had just fetched water, "Where's the smoking area?" Xiaofeng show him the way, Cheng Wenjun said. The young man led the way, guiding Wei Changjing to a spot that was both cool and well ventilated. This place offered a view of a corner of the field and the sounds of shouts from the game, but it was inaccessible to most and free from disturbance. Truly an excellent spot for a smoke. When they arrived, the young man stepped back slightly. Wei Changjing lit a cigarette, then tapped out another and offered it. "Want one?" "No thanks, sir. I don't smoke," the young man said, waving his hand with an embarrassed smile. "Oh, that's good." Wei Changjing took a deep drag. "What's your name?" "My surname is Feng. Just call me Xiaofeng." The bespectacled young man maintained a certain social distance from Wei Changjing, implying they weren't familiar enough for a full name. "Oh, all right, Xiaofeng. Are you new to the Guangdong Football Association?" "Yes, sir. Just started recently. I worked at a company for a year before joining the association a year ago." "What did you study in university?" "Economics and management." "Oh, not bad. I studied economics and management too." The conversation hit a dead end, and Xiaofeng didn't know how to respond to such a remark from a superior. "What made you want to work at the football association?" Wei Changjing had to break the awkwardness himself. "Just a passion for it, I guess. And I had the chance to come here and learn. What do you think of this match?" Wei Changjing decided to stop beating around the bush. The conversation stalled again, as Xiaofeng seemed to be organizing his thoughts. "I just think this game is strange, that's why I asked earlier." "I'm sorry, sir, I know it was wrong." Wei Changjing waved his hand. "We're just chatting casually. There's no right or wrong. What's our schedule for tonight?" "Director Chung has booked a dinner at Ueshio Hotel tonight for the leaders of both teams." "And tomorrow?" "Nothing much tomorrow. If you need anything, just let me know." "All right, I'll talk to Director Chung later. You can accompany me for a few days in the province." "Me accompany you?" Xiaofeng's voice trembled slightly. Seeing Xiaofeng's uncertain expression, Wei Changjing added, "I mean, you can be my guide. I was thinking of taking a trip around the area." Stubbing out his cigarette, Wei Changjing walked back to the field, vaguely hearing Xiaofeng let out a long sigh of relief behind him. The score on the field was still 33-0 as it was when he left. Liu Bei had been standing in the front court for a long time without getting the ball, but he kept running, searching for gaps. His teammates would pass forward, but the Yangqing team inevitably countered, so even if Liu Bei got the ball and took a few steps, it was quickly disrupted or forced into a back pass. He knew his running was futile now, but if he didn't move, he felt he would be letting down the match. Yes, exactly, letting down the match. During his futile runs on the field, he thought back on his career. At the age of 3, his father bought him a small black and white soccer ball, and he had no idea then that this monochrome sprite would accompany him for so many years. At 6, when he started elementary school, his father enrolled him in a soccer interest class. Like many kids, it began as just a hobby, but his speed and quick learning soon made him stand out. He couldn't forget every weekend his father drove him to training camp on an electric scooter. He couldn't forget the look in his father's eyes, full of expectation after they watched games together, groaning in frustration. But today he began to doubt. Was this what he had been holding on to all along? All the sweat and hard work only to have it dismissed with a few casual words today. He suddenly thought of the phrase, professional career. Many stars only used it upon retirement to sum up their glorious resumes. How many times they've been selected for the national team, how many league titles, how many Champions League trophies, how many goals scored. Yet perhaps a single moment in life can make one grow up, even turn one weary, so he thought of those 4 words, professional career. Because he felt he might need those words today. Liu Bei glanced at the crowd in the stands, his vision blurring. He could no longer make out where his father was, that dark, thin, somewhat stern yet kind-hearted man. "I'm sorry, Dad. Please let your son be willful this once." Liu Bei shook the liquid from his eyes and roared at his hesitant teammate, "Pass me the ball." The midfielder was stunned for a moment, but instinctively passed to the nearer forward Lei Junming. Lei Junming was also taken aback by his friend's shout. Just then he saw Liu Bei snatch the ball directly from under his feet. "Xiao Lu. Charge." Liu Bei's position was near the center circle, but because the Guangzhou team was pressing high, only 4 defenders remained in front of him. Lei Junming reacted after half a second and involuntarily surged toward the opponent's penalty area. The game took a sudden turn. The dejected Qingyuan players seemed like dying warriors suddenly revived to full health. "Yes, charge." The Qingyuan players bypassed the Guangzhou players and dashed toward the opponent's half. Liu Bei was a forward with exceptional speed and technique, and this unexpected counterattack even caught the Qingyuan team off guard for a moment. A faint, thin acceleration, Liu Bei beat the first man. 1 Guangzhou defender was left with 3 others remaining. One of the fullbacks was marking Lei Junming, who was also surging forward. Liu Bei glanced at the situation ahead. The opposing center backs were surely trying to force him toward the sideline or the byline, making a cross less threatening. Liu Bei's idol was Michael Owen, the English forward known for speed and agility, dubbed the Boy Wonder. Liu Bei often imagined himself in Owen's shoes, figuring out how to respond. Liu Bei looked up at the defender in front of him and suddenly slowed down. The abrupt change in pace forced the defender to decelerate too, making it hard to regain speed and follow Liu Bei's rhythm. A lateral cut. Liu Bei shifted from a straight dribble to a horizontal one, causing the two center-backs to nearly collide. Right at the edge of the penalty area. A powerful strike. The ball flew straight into the top corner. Goal. The goalkeeper was helpless. Liu Bei tore off his white jersey and ran toward the sideline stands. He passed the coach's bench, crossed the track around the field, and sprinted toward his father's stand. Xiao Bei, well done. A dark, thin man shouted, his face brimming with pride. Cheers erupted from the Qingyuan team's parents' stand. From Liu Bei's possession to the goal, only a few dozen seconds had passed. The onlookers by the field had varied expressions. Qingyuan's head coach Li Zifei's face grew even darker. Xie Guanchuan from the Guangzhou Football Association was trembling with anger. Cheng Wenjun looked utterly astonished. Wei Changjing's expression remained unchanged as he gulped down several mouthfuls of water, feeling a sense of... Liu Bei waved at his father, then glanced back at his teammates who hadn't followed, but were smiling happily. In that moment, he had no more regrets. Liu Bei waved again, ready to pull on his jersey and return to the field. Just then the referee in yellow blew his whistle once more. He pulled a yellow card from his pocket. Qingyuan no. 9-0 removing jersey in celebration, yellow card warning. Then came a red card. Second yellow card, red card sent off. Liu Bei froze, remembering he had already received a yellow card in the first half. That's fine, that's fine. Cheng Wenjun clapped his hands lightly, then noticed Wei Changjing's puzzled look and added, to elevate the match's standard this time, we hired a national-level referee to ensure fairness and justice. See, I forgot the forward had a card earlier. Referee Huang is truly observant. Yes, good referee. In the 67th minute the score changed to 43, with Qingyuan leading. Liu Bei walked back to the substitute bench, still somewhat afraid of his head coach. But Li Zifei had no time to focus on him now. Qingyuan was preparing substitutions with two bench players I won't waste words. We're a man down now. Your job is to strengthen the defense. Though Li Zifei said this, the players he brought on were a forward and a midfielder. Qingyuan shifted into an odd 234 formation. Don't mess things up, Li Zifei added fine. During Qingyuan's substitution, Xie Guanchuan pulled out his phone and called someone just a few dozen meters away. Director Kai, any problems on your end? No problems at all. Kai, fuming deputy director of the Qingyuan Sports Bureau, quickly left the substitute bench and stepped aside. What's your forward doing? Just an accident. These kids aren't as easy to control as adults. You know the championship bonus is 5-0, while winning this game only nets you 5-0 in completion bonus. Don't lose sight of the big picture for small gains. In 24 athletes, each champion gets a second-level athlete title. Think about the value. Don't worry, Chairman Xie. Coach Li brought in sports school students. Their skills, well, they're terrible. The Qingyuan team was formed by selecting 16 players from the regular Qingyuan football school echelon plus 8 from a sports school. These 8 were recommended by Kai, fuming. The sports school students added just before the match had poor skills to begin with, and their tactical integration was lacking, so they hadn't played in earlier games. Now the fine steel could be used on the back of the blade. The newly substituted midfielder was a short fellow. Upon entering the field, he first ran toward his own goalkeeper and whispered a few words. The coach said, "Don't forget what he told you. You know what I mean." The goalkeeper shot a furious glare at the sports school student, yet he knew he could not defy the coach's will. He still had a year before he could be promoted to the U17 squad. A team only had one goalkeeper, and when skill levels were comparable, who played and who sat was solely the coach's decision. Though the match experienced some twists, no further surprises would occur. With one man down, Qingyuan's goal the score was quickly leveled at 44. In the 72nd minute, Guangzhou scored another goal, making it 54. The ultimate champion belongs to the Guangzhou U15 representative team. Let us congratulate Guangzhou. The host at the scene declared with fervor during the award ceremony. Congratulations to Chinese football. Wei Changjing murmured silently. The remaining proceedings were feasting and drinking until the early hours. As expected, Wei Changjing drank until he vomited, but the purge only made him more lucid. He opened his laptop and began searching for information. First, he wanted to know if there was still a version of himself in this world. The answer was no. This world was missing many people, and some had blurred into different names. The course of history still rolled forward relentlessly, yet this was no longer the world he knew. He seemed to have a more vivid memory of his past life, while the recollections of this body remained hazy. But that mattered little to him. Since he had come to this world, he would simply make the most of this life. He drifted into a dazed sleep until dawn, when his biological clock roused him. It was nearly 7:50. After a leisurely breakfast, Wei Changjing called Xiao Feng, whose full name was Feng Jianzhong. He had already spoken with Cheng Wenjun the previous day. "Director Wei, are you already awake?" "He'll be right there." Feng Jianzhong found it odd. This deputy director Wei usually rose at noon. So why had he suddenly become so energetic? Before long, Feng Jianzhong drove the CFA's official Audi to the hotel entrance. Wei Changjing got in. "Let's go. First we'll check out the youth training facilities nearby." Feng Jianzhong was taken aback. "Director Wei, weren't we supposed to just have some fun?" Wei Changjing flashed a cunning smile. "For me, inspecting youth training is a form of entertainment." Though caught off guard, Feng Jianzhang couldn't help asking, should I call their person in charge? No need. As far as I know, there's a Tianhe sports school nearby. Let's head there first. The car drove smoothly into the sports school. Wei Changjing and Feng Jianzhang arrived near the training field where a crowd of students' parents had gathered. Tianhe Sports School is an amateur football school. Most of the players come from various primary schools in Tianhe district. They train every day from 5 to 7 p.m. on weekdays. On holidays it's from 8 to 10 a.m., Feng Jianzhang explained. It seemed he had some knowledge of youth training, and Wei Changjing nodded approvingly. On the pitch the young players were training methodically while the parents chatted nearby. Old Zhang, how's your son doing this? Not bad, not bad. I went to see Principal Pan a couple of days ago, and he'll transfer to Lieta next semester. The middle-aged man named Old Zhang smiled smugly, and the other parents offered their congratulations. Really great. At least you won't have to pay the extra tuition fees like before. Saving that money to buy some meat for the kids sounds good, doesn't it? Huh. Feng Jianzhang said, Lieta Primary School is a public school here. Their Principal Pan loves football and introduced a special policy: any player from Tianhe Sports School regardless of Guangzhou residency can study there for free. Of course they need to be skilled enough. Wei Changjing nodded. This model seems promising. What do you think? It's quite good. It fosters healthy competition. School leagues rely heavily on talent pools. You know Hoyuan Primary School, right? A famous football school in Guangzhou. Wei Changjing found that memories not his own would surface at moments like this, as if activated. These pieces of information usually lay dormant deep within his mind. It was a peculiar sensation. He knew of Hoyuan Primary School, a school with a football tradition as rich as Dalian's Dongbei Road Primary School, ranking among the top football schools nationwide. In the past 2 years, with Lieta Primary School's rise, matches that were once predictable have regained suspense. And this year there are even more competitors. Feng Jianzhang had relaxed a bit and spoke more freely. The problem is we have too few tournaments. Only one school league each year gives these kids quality matches. Just then a group marched in from one side of the training ground wearing matching blue jerseys that read Dongfeng Village Second Primary School. They stopped at one end of the field, and a man who appeared to be a coach walked over to the Tianhe Sports School coach to exchange. A stir ran through the parents. They're here, Dongfeng Village Second Primary. I hear they're quite strong this year too. Yeah. Today's training match should be worth watching. Their coach is Yang Jinxia, an old man said with some excitement. A former player for the old Guangzhou team. Both teams quickly finished their warm-ups. A training match didn't require the lengthy preparations of an official game. Wei Changjing pointed at the coach holding a small bamboo switch on the sideline and asked the parent whose child had transferred to Lieta, what's the Tianhe coach's name? The parent replied, Ma Mushin, Coach Ma. He seems quite strict. The parent glanced at the bamboo switch and explained, Coach Ma has always been like that. Kids won't amount to anything without discipline. Don't you feel sorry for them? Wei Changjing seemed to be provoking. You can't train without hardship. If my son could succeed academically, I wouldn't make him train so hard at football. He has to carve out a path for himself. The young players on the field were fully focused. The two head coaches directed their teams constantly and occasionally met to exchange a few words. Ma Mushing said, your number 7 has improved a lot again. Yang Jinxiao replied smugly, what a pity. He'll be starting middle school after the break. Your middle school league title might be in danger. Don't get too cocky. I've seen 1,000 kids like him, if not 800. Only those who make it in the end count. To succeed, they need to be the best at every age level. Yang Jinxia didn't retort because Coach Ma was right. Youth training was like that. From budding to fruition, the obstacles and temptations along the way were immense. As they spoke, Dongfeng Village Second Primary scored. The number 7 player was indeed a cut above the rest, dribbling past 3 defenders before slotting the ball into the net. Xiaofeng, see if it's convenient. I'd like to invite both coaches for lunch and exchange ideas. Wei Changjing said. Feng Jianzhang paused for a moment, then nodded and walked toward the two coaches. Soon he returned. Both coaches are fine with it. Coach Yang has been the head coach of the Yangqing Children's Football Training Center since 2002. I've met him once. Feng Jianzhang handed over 2 sheets of paper. I also grabbed a roster for both teams. You can take a look. Wei Changjing smiled faintly and accepted the lists. As an assistant or subordinate, someone like Xiaofeng had great potential. He could anticipate many things a leader needed before they were even mentioned. Even though it wasn't an official match, the training game would still have records. The match was divided into 3 20-minute periods with players rotated each period and performance data recorded. So the full roster was essential. Wei Changjing scanned the list. Feng Jianzhang pointed out 2 names. Coach Ma said to keep an eye on their number 10 and number 8. Coach Yang said their number 7 and goalkeeper number 1 are also promising. The 2 coaches probably think him a scout looking for players. Wei Changjing joked, then spotted a familiar name. Dongfeng Village, Second Primary number 7, Lin Liangming. Wei Changjing felt a sudden sense of déjà vu. This was a player he knew well from both worlds. He had followed his development before, and now he had the chance to observe him up close. Lin Liangming indeed possessed talent worth noticing and praising. Sometimes talent was simply visible to the naked eye. Under the same training, some grew faster than others, as if they had a double experience cheat. Lin Liangming was that kind of player. Wei Changjing watched the match with keen interest. After the players and parents had dispersed, he finally had the chance to step forward and shake hands with the two coaches. Coach Ma, Coach Yang, thank you for your hard work. This is Wei Changjing, Director Wei from the Chinese Football Association, in charge of youth training. Feng Jianzhong introduced him. In reality, Wei Changjing was a deputy director, and there were two other deputy directors for youth training at the CFA. However, as a courtesy, the deputy was often omitted. Coach Ma still held the small bamboo switch, his short hair peppered with gray. Embarrassed, he transferred the switch to his left hand and shook Wei Changjing's with his right. Yang Jinxiao was somewhat younger, in his 40s, and belonged to the same generation of players as Guangzhou legend Mai Chao. In the end, more than 4 people joined the lunch. Wei Changjing also invited the coaching staff from both teams. After a few rounds of drinks, the conversation naturally turned to youth training. Coach Ma's voice was hoarse, worn out from years of shouting on the training ground. Former stars like Peng Weiguo and Hu Jijun had been his students. Director Wei, youth training is really tough these days. Kids nowadays are far more precious than in our time. Coaches like me who can still give them a few lashes are rare. Another coach chimed in. Yeah, PE classes don't dare to involve any strenuous activities, afraid the kids might get hurt. Touch a finger, and the next day, there's a complaint to the Education Bureau. Mom Mushing said, so when they come to me to play, I always ask, can you take a hit? If you can, I won't take you. Everyone burst into laughter. Yang Jinxiao said, but that's not the root issue. The bigger problem is that our training development has a gap. Oh, how so? Wei Changjing asked. Yang Jinxiao looked at the young director and felt compelled to elaborate on his thoughts. If more people knew about these issues, perhaps they could be solved. If it meant finding a solution, he would speak 1,000. From a development perspective, ages 6 to 8 are for discovering talent. Now, whether we search or recruit, we can always find such kids. Ages 8 to 12 are the golden development period for young players. We have school football and sports schools, so that part is decent, somewhat systematic. But beyond that, ages 12 to 18, we're stretched thin. At this level, kids either give up football or enter professional youth teams. But there aren't that many professional teams, 16 Super League teams, 13 First Division, and 10 Second Division. How many kids can they absorb? Too many kids are filtered out at this stage. Many who could have continued playing give up because of it. Wei Changjing nodded, football memories coming to his lips. Coach Yang is right. No country's league system is inverted. Having more top-tier teams than lower-tier ones makes our league like an upside-down triangle, unstable. That's why I've always admired Japan's high school league system. It bridges that gap perfectly. Only when the foundation is solid can the pinnacle rise higher. Hearing this, Ma Mushing let out a long sigh. The biggest problem might still be money. Perhaps emboldened by the drinks, Coach Ma opened up, and everyone listened quietly. Last year, the Tianhe Sports Bureau told me that after all this time with no results, they didn't want to fund football anymore. They nearly disbanded our school. Later, I managed to get in touch with a leader from Panyu district. Since Panyu had no team, they were willing to sponsor us, but we had to represent Panyu at the city games. That's how we survived. Director Wei, look, the 4 of us are all the coaches for Tianhe Sports School's 3 different age group teams. Each player pays only 100 yuan a month. 4 coaches renting 1 training field. That's all we have. How much does that cost? Most of it goes to renting the field. Coach Ma said bitterly. It's not easy at all, Wei Changjing consoled him. Tianhe District, the top GDP district in Yangqing, the city center, yet it can't afford to support its own youth football team. How tragic. Everyone nodded in agreement. The problems of youth training were numerous and hard to summarize in a few words, but they always came back to the same things: matches, funding, and pathways for advancement. No one mentioned population base or the low number of players. In the eyes of these frontline youth coaches, finding talent wasn't difficult. Good prospects like Lin Liangming were not rare. It was the aforementioned problems that led fewer and fewer people to choose football. Think about it. A small European country with a population of a few 100,000 can produce 3 or 4 players who start for top clubs in the 5 major leagues. This isn't simply a matter of too few people playing football. Wei Changjing recalled as saying their Messi is at La Masia while our Messi is buried in exam prep as a small. After this meal, Feng Jianzhang's gaze toward Wei Changjing shifted noticeably. Director Wei, where are we headed this afternoon? Let's go to Qingyuan. I want to take a look at the Qingyuan sports base. Guangzhou was over 100 kilometers from the Qingyuan base, and Feng Jianzhang and Wei Changjing chatted idly. Over 100 kilometers, it reminds me of my time in Germany. Wei Changjing murmured, as if to himself, his mind replaying old memories. His home was in the capital, but his ancestral roots were in Shanghai. Legend had it that his family had been merchants for 4 generations until his grandfather's time, when he became a patriotic red-top merchant. As a child, he was quite adept at studying, possessing a photographic memory, so he never exerted much effort in school. He wasn't the top student, but he never ranked at the bottom either. Sometimes cramming before exams yielded decent results, though only for subjects that required rote memorization. He longed for the approving gaze of his parents, but unfortunately his parents divorced when he was 3 and his mother passed away when he was 9. He no longer had the chance to earn praise through grades. After his mother's death, Wei Changjing took up running, which sparked his interest in sports. At that age, being good at sports could attract the attention of many girls, so he became the school's sports star, dabbling in sprints, long-distance running, basketball, soccer, anything athletic. Unfortunately, he lacked the athletic talent of someone like Lin Liangming. It was the kind of talent that made one a competent player but never a star, and the original owner of Wei Changjing's body was the type to believe nothing is difficult if you give up. Since he had no talent, he decided to just take the exams casually. He got into Beijing Sport University, and in his junior year, he was an exchange student at the German Sport University Cologne studying sports economics and management. Director Wei, you studied abroad in Germany. Yes, at the Sport University Cologne. That's a very famous sports university. Director Wei, you're truly modest and understated. What part did you say resembles Germany? Wei Changjing felt a pang of embarrassment. During his 2 years in Germany, he hadn't studied seriously at all. Instead, had delved deeply into German beer and nightclub culture, and occasionally studied human anatomy. Moreover, exchange students didn't need good grades, they only needed money. Coincidentally, his father, a businessman in America, was quite wealthy. But these were not matters to share with outsiders. In my final year in Germany, I interned at Borussia Dortmund's youth academy. Every day, I drove from my home in Cologne to the Dortmund training base. The distance was about the same. Feng Jinjiang cast an admiring glance. Director Wei, you're truly remarkable. When I heard you chatting with Coach Ma earlier, I wondered how you gained such an international perspective. International perspective. Wei Changjing was noncommittal. At Dortmund, besides youth training, he focused more on how the club made money. It was almost an instinctive choice, as if the blood of his ancestors had suddenly awakened. If his family hadn't arranged for him to work at the Football Association, he might have become a football agent instead. The Qingyuan training base was built by the Guangzhou Sports Bureau in 2003, costing about 60 million yuan. Many national teams now come here to train in winter. The Qingyuan team we saw yesterday also trains here. Their youth training system is more structured, attracting many children from other provinces to play football. The talent pool is good. Youth training is tough these days. Many coaches tell me Chinese players retire at 12. Now many retire at 10. Because at 12 it's the transition to middle school, and many parents stop their kids. Some kids even stop in 4th or 5th grade. So parents who let their children train elsewhere basically hope for a single path to success. They continued chatting idly, with Wei Changjing occasionally sharing anecdotes from Germany. The car arrived at the training ground a little after 4 in the afternoon. On the field, the Qingyuan U15 team was doing relaxation drills, and Wei Changjing spotted a few familiar. Head coach Li Zifei hadn't expected to see Wei Changjing and Feng Jinjiang again so soon. They had been drinking together at the same table just yesterday. Director Wei, what brings you here? Assistant Feng, hello. Director Wei wants to see more of Guangdong's youth training, so I brought him around. Director Wei, you're so dedicated. You should have enjoyed yourself here more, maybe gone to Dongguan. Training continued normally, but Wei Changjing noticed someone running laps alone. The assistant coach shouted, Liu Bei, hurry up. You still have 5 laps left. Liu Bei? Wei Changjing had a good memory. Wasn't he the forward who scored the 4th goal yesterday? Why is Liu Bei running laps alone? Our team rule, if you're sent off in a match, you have to run 20 laps as punishment. It teaches them a lesson, Li Zifei explained beside him. Ah, good. Strict discipline is a good thing, Wei Changjing replied. So how do you reward goals? Well, we usually give bonuses for goals too. 100 yuan per goal, 50 for an assist in cash. But only for official matches. We have a team fund for that. It's a shame we didn't win the championship yesterday. That would have come with a 50th Zandyuan. That was a real pity about yesterday's match. Yes, youth training is hard. We have issues with funding, facilities, and personnel. Leaders, please give us more support when you can. Li Zifei spoke earnestly. Of course, Wei Changjing nodded sincerely. Director Chung mentioned yesterday that Evergrande has started scouting various youth training teams. If you can be integrated as a whole, things might improve significantly. Yes, if we can become a club's official youth team, would have some hope, Li Zifei said. At yesterday's banquet, Guangzhou Football Association Chairman Xie Guangchuan had subtly indicated they would try to facilitate Evergrande adopting Qingyuan as its core youth team. Evergrande's promotion to the top league seemed certain this year, while Guangzhou Rizhijan, also in the 2nd division, was struggling financially. So Evergrande was the only possible suitor for these youth teams. With so many impoverished teams hoping to latch onto a wealthy club, the decision of who would be chosen naturally fell to the Guangdong and Guangzhou football associations. Naturally, they would pick the best team. Guangzhou was a motley crew formed from sports schools, while Qingyuan was a well-organized team from a football school. The choice was obvious. Even without the championship title, Qingyuan had a bright future. With it, the sports school kids from Guangzhou would have to pay a hefty price to advance. The poor study arts, the rich practice martial arts. The ancients were not wrong. After watching Qingyuan's training from the sideline, Wei Changjing declined Li Zifei's dinner invitation and drove back with Feng Jinjiang. The car sped along the highway. Neither spoke, and the radio played music. Wei Changjing suddenly asked, Do you think this is the best outcome? Feng Jianzhong was visibly startled and glanced at the passenger seat. Do you think this is the best outcome for Qing? Before Feng Jianzhong could answer, Wei Changjing posed a second question, as if elaborating on the first. Do you think this is the best outcome for the future of Chinese football? The sky grew dark and cars on the highway had their headlights on. Darkness surrounded them. The lights only illuminated a few dozen meters ahead, with white lane lines stretching into the distance. Large trucks with high beams flashed past them, their brilliant white light briefly illuminating both faces before vanishing in an instant. Feng Jianzhong did not answer Wei Changjing. Wei Changjing did not need an answer, for a plan had already formed in his mind, a plan for the revival of football. Wei Changjing need money, send it. You little rascal, do you have any idea what time it is? It's 4 in the morning. The voice on the other end sounded groggy and languid, but then snapped awake instantly. Hey, you haven't gotten yourself into trouble again, have you? No trouble, I just want to start a business and need to borrow some money from. Wei Changjing's actual age had reached 30 and standing firm, and asking his father for money at this age made him feel a bit embarrassed. But for another soul inhabiting this body, Wei Changjing felt no such psychological burden. Start a business, borrow money. You finally don't want to work for that damn football association anymore. Do you want to come to America and help me? Wei Jingxing asked, his tone excited. Don't get the wrong idea. I'm doing fine at the football association and have no plans to resign. Son, what kind of business do you want to start? How much money do you need? Wei Jingxing finally calmed down from his excitement. $10 million. Don't worry about the business, he'll pay you back. My son, let's not talk about paying back or whether I even have 10 million right now. Do you know that 10 million could let you party until your kidneys give out and still keep you going for a decade? But as your real father, I think that would ruin you. It's not a good way to spend money. You might as well say you're getting married. I do believe that excuse more. Wei Changjing sucked on his teeth. His previous hedonistic life still left its mark. Clearly his biological father didn't trust him. Wei Changjing added, it doesn't matter if you don't trust me, but this money definitely isn't for pleasure. Tell you what, my identity makes it inconvenient to do business. Besides borrowing the money, you can send a front man to supervise the funds. A front man? Wei Jingxing grew curious. Since his divorce, he had thrown himself entirely into business. But since Wei Changjing was his own flesh and blood, he hadn't neglected to follow his son's growth. He knew most of the romantic escapades from middle school through college. In short, Wei Changjing could previously be described as a romantic playboy, but he had nothing to do with young promising business elite. Suddenly he even wondered if this was really his biological son. Son, you're only asking for 10 million, why do you need a front man? For that amount I can set up a special foundation or use one of my subsidiaries. First, stop saying I'm your son. Second, I know a front man should ideally manage billions, but I don't have anyone like that now. And how do you know how much the money you lend me will grow? Third, I can't tell you what the money's for now, but I've basically set the direction. This amount isn't nearly enough. I need to use your capital to find a few more suckers and raise at least 100 million. Finally, father, I don't know if you have 10 million. If not, no problem. I'll ask my stepfather if he has it. Wei Jingxing was left speechless for a long time, especially after the last remark. He gritted his teeth and said, forget 10 million. They'll give you 100 million. But you have to agree to one condition. Agree and the money will be in your account tomorrow. Fine, I agree. Wei Jingxing was surprised. You're not even going to ask what the condition is? What else could it be? If I don't work hard, I have to go to America and inherit your business empire. So cliché. Wei Jingxing laughed heartily. Fine, that's the condition. You little rascal, you're much more likable than a few years ago. Where are you now? Beijing. On my way back to Beijing. Time is tight, so get the money ready quickly. Otherwise I'll go to the police station and change my surname. You little bastard, you wouldn't dare. Hanging up the phone, Wei Changjing let out a long sigh. The first step of his plan was money. Since he had decided what to live for in this life, he would think of nothing else, using every resource at hand to achieve his goal. On the return flight, Feng Jianzhong was responsible for driving him to the airport. At the security checkpoint, Feng handed Wei Changjing a package that looked like local specialties from Yanqing. Director Wei, I have a small gift for you. Feng Jianzhong pulled out a small box. Oh, you're too kind. Nothing too expensive, I hope. Wei Changjing joked. Not expensive at all. It's a souvenir from the U15 finals, a keychain. Sitting in first class, Wei Changjing opened the small box. The keychain bore the words Beyond Hope, and at its end hung a USB drive. Wei Changjing opened his laptop and plugged in the USB drive. Inside were 3 folders, one labeled Video, one Match Text Records, and one Qingyuan Team. The video folder contained several segmented clips with technical annotations marking goal times, error types, and the Match Text Records were a detailed written report of the entire game, including specifics about several football association officials entering the visiting team's locker room. Looking at the contents of the folders, a gratified smile spread across Wei Changjing's face. It seemed he wasn't the only one adept at using his network, all for the sake of the goal, doing whatever it took. The last folder contained several photos of an open letter addressed to the Football Association leadership. We are the parents of the Qingyuan team. Our children train hard to win matches. They need an honorable victory, not to give up for a single word or some compensation. They are our hope, their faith is in football, and what they seek is fairness and justice. At the end of the open letter were signatures and red fingerprints. Wei Changjing copied the files and removed the USB drive. The small keychain still bore those words beyond hope. After getting off the plane, Wei Changjing went straight to the office. The Football Association's office was right next to the Second Ring Road, a prime location worth a fortune. The purchase of this office had once drawn heavy criticism from domestic media, with a famous journalist penning an article titled 10 Questions for Chinese Football. Because of that famous piece, the Football Association's leadership dared not equip the new office with air conditioning for a long time, until a well-known brand sponsoring Brother Holding Ice Cream provided the units, finally resolving the deep water and scorching fire issue. On January 22, the General Administration of Sport of China appointed Wu Di as the director of the Football Management Center. By the end of March, the Chinese Football Association had reformed its original structure, transforming the former 6 departments and 1 team into 7 departments: professional development and supervision, competition, national team management, youth and social football development, foreign affairs, technical and general affairs. The former women's department was abolished, with its functions dispersed among other departments. The national team became the National Team Management Department, overseeing all men's and women's national teams at various levels. The Competition Department, National Team Management Department, and Youth Department were the 3 most important divisions. Wei Changjing, due to his previous neither meritorious nor blameworthy performance, was promoted 1 level to deputy director. Wei Changjing couldn't help but thank his past self, the one who was unruly yet unwilling to conform. Knocking on the door marked Youth Department, he heard it come in. Inside the office was Wei Changjing's direct supervisor, named Lu Xiaoyan. Xiao Wei has returned. Lu Xiaoyan, 10 years older than Wei Changjing, was also a young cadre. With rimless glasses, he exuded an air of scholarly refinement. How was it? Did you gain much from your trip to Yangqing? Lu Xiaoyan put down the documents in his hand. Before him, this young man was someone he knew well, usually flippant, teasing the female colleagues in the office, and not particularly dedicated to his work. He was the type to score around 80 out of 100 on a test. Enough to find faults, but none that were serious. He belonged to the harmless, desireless category. From a leadership perspective, Wei Changjing was an excellent subordinate, ambitionless and content with his lot. That's why during this personnel adjustment, Lu Xiaoyan had promoted this subordinate, who had worked for 5 years. Brother Lu, Director Cheng, and the others sent some Yangqing specialties, water chestnut cakes, dried lychees, and such. Wei Changjing placed the large bag on Lu Xiaoyan's desk. No, take it out and share it with everyone. Lu Xiaoyan quickly waved his hand. The leader is generous. As for gains, there were quite a few. Director Cheng said that after Evergrande Club's promotion to the top league this year, they will increase capital investment and plan to build Asia's largest youth training system with an expected investment of hundreds of millions. This siphon effect should gather a large number of age-appropriate players from the surrounding areas. We could then organize national or provincial tournaments. Not bad. This matter can be set up as a special project. You follow up on it. We can also provide some support on our end. Hearing about the hundreds of millions in investment, Lu Xiaoyan's eyes lit up. The newly appointed chairman Wu Di had already set the direction for his 3 fires, the league, youth training, and the national team. He was in charge of youth training, and quickly achieving results in this area would earn him considerable favor with the leadership. Moreover, I witnessed quite a spectacle. Wei Changjing's expression turned serious as he pulled a USB drive from his pocket. Lu Xiaoyan's face also stiffened. He caught the sarcastic undertone in Wei Changjing's voice. Taking the USB drive and opening it on the computer, Lu Xiaoyan's brow gradually furrowed. After about 10 minutes, he understood exactly what was going on. Xiao Wei, who gave this to you? Minister, a comrade who watched the match, gave it to me. As for who, I can't say for now. I'd like to ask for your instructions. How should we handle this? Wei Changjing switched to a formal work address. For now, don't circulate this document. Keep it confidential. Let me think it over. He'll find time to report to Director Wu and see what he thinks. Lu Xiaoyan was somewhat irritated. Not revealing the source of the information meant Wei Changjing didn't fully trust him. All right. Wei Changjing picked up the bag and walked to the door. He'll wait for your news. As the office door closed, Lu Xiaoyan took off his glasses and rubbed his temples. After just a few months of peace, the Yangqing Football Association people were so blatantly rigging matches. Wei Changjing, you really know how to stir up trouble. Pretend not to see it. Then he'd have to work on all the parties involved, appease the players and parents of Qingyuan team, and offer appropriate compensation. That should be doable. Additionally, he'd have to silence all those in the know and find the whistleblower to avoid the risk of one wave after another. Thinking of all the work involved, Lu Xiaoyan's head ached. It wasn't his fault for thinking this way. In officialdom, the most common mindset was to avoid mistakes and trouble. When trouble arises, find a way to smooth it over. If you can't, then bring in a bigger boss to handle it. Lu Xiaoyan began to ponder why Wei Changjing had handed him this hot potato. This subordinate probably just wanted to pass the ball to him and let him figure out how to deal with it. Regardless of how Lu Xiaoyan's thoughts churned, Wei Changjing returned to the office area and began distributing the Yangqing specialties, filling the office with a cheerful atmosphere. Pausing at one workstation, Wei Changjing saw a girl with a sweet smile reaching out to take the treats from his hand. "Thank you, Brother Wei." Lu Dongling. The girl wore a well-fitted navy blue blazer, blending naturally into the modest environment of the public institution, but beneath it was a white t-shirt with a cartoon pattern, giving her a youthful and vibrant look. Her face was unadorned. No foundation, no eyebrow pencil, full of collagen. Her long black hair was tied in a simple ponytail with the most ordinary elastic band. Wei Changjing froze for half a second, nearly forgetting to hand over the treats. Luckily, he snapped out of it, grabbed an extra handful of dried lychees, and passed them to the girl before moving on to the next workstation. In his original memory, Wei Changjing knew this girl was named Lu Dongling, a clerk who had just joined this year, a recent college graduate responsible for organizing official documents and files. They hadn't seemed to have much interaction before. Wei Changjing slapped his forehead. Why had he suddenly blanked out like that? How embarrassing. Soon it was time to clock out. Everyone exchanged goodbyes and left. Wei Changjing glanced at Lu Shaoan's closed office door and also slipped out. Let him worry, he'll remain unshaken. During his studies in Germany, Wei Changjing had learned to drive, and after returning to the capital, he naturally bought a commuter car. He continued his fondness for German cars, getting a sturdy and reliable Santana. After a week of not driving, the car was covered in dust. Wei Changjing opened the door, sprayed some water on the windshield, and as he drove out of the parking lot, he saw a car crawling ahead with a man leaning out the window, talking to a woman outside. "Oh, picking up girls in the parking lot. That's a laugh, buddy." Wei Changjing chuckled inwardly and lightly honked. The man in the driver's seat stuck his head out and glared at him, while the woman turned back and saw him. It was Lu Dongling. Her eyes lit up, and she ran to Wei Changjing's car. "Brother Wei, save me." Lu Dongling's long lashes fluttered, looking pitiful. Wei Changjing stopped the car and asked softly, "What's wrong?" Before Lu Dongling could answer, the young man from the car ahead also got out and stormed over angrily. "Xiaoling, who is he? He's my colleague. I made plans to have dinner with him tonight. I told you I just went on that blind date because my mom wanted me to. I didn't agree to be your girlfriend. Don't misunderstand me." "What do you mean? Having dinner with him? It's only been a few days since our blind date. Your parents both agreed and think him great. Why aren't you satisfied?" The young man's face was full of indignation. Wei Changjing cleared his throat. "Hey, why don't you move your car? You are blocking the exit. There are people waiting behind." Several cars were backed up, but the drivers weren't in a hurry, just watching the show. Wei Changjing had no choice but to get out. Being used as a shield didn't feel great. "Mind your own business and get lost. They'll block it if I want. What are you going to do about it?" The young man was still. "You heard what she said, right, buddy? She didn't agree to be your girlfriend, so stop bothering her. Maybe the next one will be better." "Brother Wei," Lu Dongling protested softly from behind him. The young man paused, then retorted, "What's it to you? This is my business." Wei Changjing scratched his nose and turned to Lu Dongling. "Yes, someone with no class like him really isn't right for you. Get in the car." Lu Dongling turned to get into Wei Changjing's car, but the young man grabbed her arm. "No, you can't leave. Let go of me. Let go." Wei Changjing swiftly seized the young man's wrist, and Lu Dongling shook off. "If reason doesn't work, we'll have to try something else." Wei Changjing applied slight pressure to the wrist, sending a numb sensation through half the young man's body, turning his curses into a pained yelp. Wei Changjing shoved the young man against his own car and growled, "Don't refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Go find out who I am before you come to my company acting tough. Driving a crappy Hyundai and pretending to be a big shot. Go check my license plate. Is it worth more than your whole car?" Ordinary Santana. Wei Changjing's car was a plain Santana, but its license plate was an uncommon Beijing XXXXX. This number range belonged to a specific ministry's official fleet, not for sale, but it was quite intimidating. The young man was stunned by Wei Changjing's imposing manner, frozen on the spot. What a joke. Pretentious jerks always get what's coming. Wei Changjing cursed, then drove off with a roar. Lu Shaoan's window faced the parking lot below. Standing by the window, lost in thought, he had just witnessed the. Was this still the Wei Changjing he knew? Lu Shaoyan furrowed his brow again. Finally, he picked up the phone. "Leader, do you have a moment? There's an urgent matter I need to report to you." "Brother Wei, thank you for today." "It's nothing. Where are you headed?" "I'll give you a ride." "To Wuxong." Wei Changjing tapped the brake, hesitating. "That's quite far, miss." Lu Dongling caught his half smile and pouted inwardly, thinking, "Humph, so he thinks I live too far." But she said, "Brother Wei, if you're free tonight, how about I treat you to dinner?" Wei Changjing waved a hand. "Forget dinner. I have to eat at an elder's place today." "Oh, all right." Next, during Beijing's evening rush hour, the subway was fastest, but a car was more comfortable. The old Santana's air conditioning blasted at full power, keeping the car refreshingly cool. Lu Dongling wore a pair of Celeste slim-fit jeans that accentuated her slender leg curves, the seatbelt pulling her white t-shirt taut across her chest. "Brother Wei, a lot of people in the office are curious." "Curious about what?" "Curious why you're still not married. Is this what you all talk about at work?" "Everyone's just wondering. They guess your family background must be decent. A car, a house, young and accomplished yet not looking for a partner. It's strange. Maybe your standards are too high. Wei Changjing gave a bitter smile. In his past life, perhaps due to his parents, he had a kind of fear of marriage, preferring to be a playboy and the king of nightclubs, unwilling to be tied down. You guys are such gossips. Huh, not me. I just joined recently, so I couldn't join in. I was just listening. So it must be Sister Wang's sister Li, the young Mrs. Liu, and the young Mrs. Zhang. That's all the women in the office. You can't rat me out. Go ahead and tell. What's the big deal? You haven't said I like men. That's already merciful. So do you really like men? Liu Dongling asked cautiously. Wei Changjing was speechless and shot her a glare. What goes on in you young people's minds? So do you have someone you're interested in? After the soul exchange, Wei Changjing didn't seem to find any particularly memorable female friends from the original owner's memories. But it could also be a memory issue. His current memories were trigger-based. Perhaps he'd recall them when he saw the person. No, there doesn't seem to be anyone suitable. An interesting soul is 1 in 1,000. Liu Dongling covered her mouth with a light laugh. Wei Changjing took out his phone and dialed. Hello, second uncle. I'm coming over tonight to play chess. He'll drop a colleague off at Wuxong first, so we'll be a bit late. Don't wait for me for dinner. I'll just eat whatever's at home. Thanks, brother Wei. It's nothing. No need to keep thanking me. It's just a bit of gas, not like I'm driving you every day. Go back and sort out that guy's issue properly. It's not good for him to keep showing up at your workplace. I know, Liu Dongling said weakly like a kitten. After dropping Liu Dongling off, it was past 8 by the time he reached his second uncle's place. The traffic had tormented Wei Changjing to no end. Wei Changjing's second uncle, Yin Xiaozhong, lived in an old residential building in Pinganli. Carrying 2 bottles of erguo 2 and some cold dishes, Wei Changjing climbed to the 5th floor. The door was opened by an auntie in an apron. Xiaoying's here. Hello, Auntie Liu. Auntie Liu was Yin Xiaozhong's housekeeper. Coming quick. They'll heat up the food. You haven't visited me in ages, Yin Xiaozhong complained, wearing a sleeveless vest and fanning himself with a palm leaf fan. The national football team's performances are all over the place. I didn't dare bother you, sir. I'd just get cursed at. No way I'm asking for that trouble. So have your results improved now, eh? Not really, but this anti-gambling and anti-corruption campaign has streamlined things. Alright, eat up quickly. After you finish, play a couple of chess games with me, then get lost. Everyone says nephews are close to their uncles, but you just kick me out after dinner. Is that how an elder should act? Being an elder doesn't mean I have to indulge you. Yin Xiaozhong looked at his nephew, whom he hadn't seen in a while, and noticed something different about him. Over erguo to chess and conversation, Wei Changjing's phone suddenly rang. Liu Shaoan's voice came through. Xiao Wei, come in early tomorrow. Well, first meet with Deputy Director Wang, then report to Director Wu. Alright, no problem. After the Football Association restructured from 6 departments to 7, not every department head reported directly to Wu Di. Above Liu Xiaoyan was a deputy director in charge, Wang Lingfeng, who oversaw the Youth and Technology Department. Additionally, the deputy director in charge of Foreign Affairs and General Affairs was Yu Ying, a woman nearing 50. Ochun Liangquan was in charge of the Supervision Department, overseeing discipline and referees. Temporarily overseeing the most profitable competition and national team departments was Zhu Yongchao, a veteran of the association, though rumors persisted that a dedicated deputy director would be parachuted in to take over one of these 2 key areas. Wei Changjing figured that Liu Xiaoyan and Wang Lingfeng had likely reached a preliminary consensus. Tomorrow they'd brief him, and then he as the initiator would report to Director Wu. Generally, once the people below reached an agreement, it was just a formality for Director Wu. There was certainly no principle of handle it quietly without the big boss knowing. Early the next morning, Wei Changjing arrived at the meeting room. After a few minutes, Liu Xiaoyan and Wang Lingfeng walked in one after another. Wang Lingfeng was a large, burly man with dark skin, looking every bit the sportsman, which made Wei Changjing and Liu Xiaoyan appear much fairer. After asking about recent work, Wang Lingfeng got down to business. Xiao Wei, Minister Liu told me about the issue. What do you think should be done? Leader He, raised my take. The echoes of last year's anti-gambling campaign are still lingering. Now with this youth match-fixing incident, I think it's extremely egregious. So I suggest contacting the disciplinary department to deal with the responsible parties. If a rematch can be arranged, arrange it. If not, directly cancel the championship results. Wei Changjing expressed his opinion. In truth, it was simple 3 steps. Issue a notice, investigate with discipline, and punish those responsible. Wang Lingfeng smiled warmly. Xiao Wei, Minister Liu and I both admire your sense of justice and principles. That's commendable. This matter is indeed as serious as you say. However, Wang Lingfeng paused naturally for emphasis. Wei Changjing sat up straight. However, as you said, the aftermath of last year's anti-gambling campaign hasn't settled. Stirring up another match-fixing scandal ourselves wouldn't help our public image. People would think our youth training is rotten to the core. How can we restore the nation's confidence in our football enterprise? Also, you might not have noticed, but this match-fixing, whether real or not, isn't a professional league issue, nor does it involve serious matters like gambling. It might involve some distribution of interest, but we can't use that as evidence. At the end of the day, this is the Guangdong Football Association's internal affair. As a national governing body, our intervention is legal and reasonable, but it could harm our cooperative relationship with local associations. Have you considered these points? Of course, I'm not saying we do nothing. I think we should issue a document criticizing them, urging them to ensure the standardization and seriousness of youth training matches. This way we maximize the smooth progress of future work. While Wang Lingfeng spoke, Lu Xiaoyan kept an eye on Wei Changjing's expression. At first Wei Changjing looked serious, but as the speech went on, a slight smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Lu Xiaoyan felt a vague unease. The old Wei Changjing would have been nodding along. Even if he disagreed, he would have accepted Wang Lingfeng's view. No, the old Wei Changjing wouldn't have handed over the USB drive in the first place. He might have just tossed it in the trash. Why invite trouble? Sure enough, Wei Changjing's next words left Wang Lingfeng and Lu Xiaoyan stunned. Director Wang, I can't accept that handling. Can't accept. Wang Lingfeng's bear-like palm nearly slammed onto Wei Changjing's head. Yes, Director Wang, what you said has some merit. But I don't think this is an isolated incident. We've only seen one U15 final in Guangdong. What about other age falsification deceiving superiors? If we don't take decisive action to deter this match fixing, there will be a second, a third case where we can't see. Over time, how many kids and parents will lose the will to play? What kind of players can we select for the higher tiers? To put it bluntly, if they start match fixing at 15, they'll do it in the senior teams too, because we tacitly allowed it during youth training. Then our anti-gambling campaign will never end. Wang Lingfeng fumed. So what do you want to do? Report to the disciplinary committee, notify the Guangdong FA, and investigate the Guangzhou FA Qingyuan Sports Bureau, including the coaches and players of both teams. Find out exactly how this match fixing happened. Then issue a nationwide notice as a warning. You? Wang Lingfeng had never been so angered by a subordinate. Lu Xiaoyan quickly intervened. Xiaowei, Director Wang is looking out for you. If you do as you say, you'll offend everyone in Guangdong. That will earn you enemies and hurt your future prospects. Hurt whose prospects? A voice interrupted as someone pushed open the door. The three in the room stood up. The entrant was none other than the top boss of the Chinese Football Association, Wu Di. Wu Di wore a white striped shirt, his face square and stern. He nodded to the few in the room and naturally took the seat at the center of the conference table. Lu Xiaoyan and Wei Changjing sat on his right, Wang Lingfeng on his left. Wu Di's secretary placed a teacup and cigarettes on the table. Wu Di said to Wang Lingfeng, "Didn't you schedule a meeting with me this morning? I just finished my last one, so I overheard a bit at the door. What's this about hurting prospects?" Wang Lingfeng calmed himself, shot Wei Changjing a glare, and recounted the Guangdong U15 match-fixing incident. He didn't mind reporting to Wu Di without first aligning with his subordinates. He believed his approach was absolutely correct from a strategic standpoint, and even Wu Di would support his view. After hearing Wang Lingfeng's report, Wu Di sized up the young Wei Changjing and took a sip of tea. "Xiaowei, since this started with you, tell me your thoughts." Wei Changjing stated his views again, with neither arrogance nor humility. Then Wu Di listened to Lu Xiaoyan's opinion, who naturally supported his direct superior. Wu Di put the lid back on his cup and said unhurriedly, "Director Wang makes a good point. We're constantly in the spotlight. Creating more news for ourselves right now isn't wise. Moreover, the Guangdong FA can handle this themselves. If we interfere, how will they carry out their work? They'll think we meddle in even the smallest matters. We need to be thorough. We can discuss this in detail at a meeting." Wang Lingfeng shot another glare at Wei Changjing. "See, the big boss has settled it. He'll deal with you later." Lu Xiaoyan, however, sensed something was off, as if something was missing. However, Wu Di wasn't finished. However, Wang Lingfeng's eyes widened. Lu Xiaoyan finally realized what was missing. The word however. However, precisely because we're in the spotlight, we should have the courage to face this. Ride the wave of the anti-gambling campaign and do our job well. Local associations must follow the leadership of the National Association. We also need to standardize their work. Only then can our competition culture and standards improve. Wu Di's meaning was clear. Use this opportunity to teach the local associations a lesson, making this a precedent for future compliance. Director Wang, organize a meeting. Invite Chun Liangquan from Supervision, Yu Ying from Foreign Affairs, and the relevant department heads for an expanded meeting. We'll discuss how to properly resolve this incident. Since Xiaowei pushed this forward, you'll lead the follow-up on the 6/27 match-fixing case, coordinating with all departments. Any issues? No issues. Wei Changjing replied promptly. Lu Xiaoyan once again saw the familiar smile curl at the corner of Wei Changjing's mouth. Having scheduled time with several deputy directors, the meeting was convened quickly. Wei Changjing, as the host, adeptly outlined the situation, after which Wu Di set the overall tone for the session. This matter should serve as a wake-up call for our comrades at the Football Association. The anti-gambling and anti-corruption campaign isn't a passing gust, but a constant wind. Everyone must remain vigilant at all times. This incident should be led by the Supervision Department with the collaboration of the Guangzhou Football Association. Chun Liangchuan, in charge of the supervision department, stroked his chin and asked, "This incident involves a wide scope. To what extent should we investigate this matter?" Wu Di pondered and said, "We must adhere to the principle of seeking truth from facts, neither condoning nor overlooking any fault." The implication was clear: apprehend them all. Chun Liangquan was secretly alarmed. A new broom sweeps clean, and this first sweep was about to target the Guangzhou Football Association. At that moment, Wei Changjing raised his hand to speak. "Leader, I have another suggestion. We could coordinate with the Guangdong Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection. They can assist us." Familiar with the oversight system, Chun Liangquan thought to himself, "You're leaving yourself no escape route. Absolutely ruthless." If it were merely a disciplinary action within the Football Association system, the impact and the number of people involved would be controllable. However, if reported to the provincial authorities, the situation would spiral beyond their control. Just then Wu Di nodded and said, "I think this is feasible." Everyone suddenly realized this meeting was different. Normally, once the top leader set the direction, they would simply follow routine procedures. But unexpectedly, the meeting had been steered off course by Wei Changjing. In ordinary sessions, there was no place for such a greenhorn to speak. At least there was no precedent during Xie Yalong's era. Wei Changjing's unusual behavior meant someone must have instigated it. That someone went without saying. Lu Xiaoyan, as Wei Changjing's direct superior, felt conflicted. As a cadre with a decade of experience in youth training, he naturally hoped for its improvement, having invested so much emotion. Yet he also knew that the ills of youth training could not be changed overnight. Wei Changjing's suggestion was practically pushing himself onto a blade's edge. His political career could be undone by just a few words. He knew Director Wu might be using Wei Changjing to ignite a fire, but Wei Changjing himself seemed unaware of the danger. "All right, I'll arrange contact with the Guangdong Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection." Deputy Director Yu Min, in charge of external communications, then asked, "Should we hold a press conference for the media?" "Yes, if we're going to expose our own shame, we can't hide it. Just follow the normal procedures." Wu Di's tone brooked no dissent. After discussing further details, Wu Di surveyed the room and asked, "Anything else to add?" Wei Changjing raised his hand again. "Director Wu, I have a supplement. Regarding the involvement in this match-fixing incident, I think we could establish a credit system for all players from a long-term perspective. Create a credit scoring system for professional players' conduct and match data. If match-fixing occurs in professional games, they would be blacklisted and terminated from their careers." Wu Di nodded slightly, but before he could speak, Xu Yongchao, who had been sitting quietly, interjected, "Xiaowei, we need to take things step by step. It's good for young people to have ideas, but we can't overextend ourselves. This involves not just your youth training or technical department, but also the competition department and supervision department. Setting aside whether this plan is feasible, just establishing a credit system would require how many people and how much work?" The June 27th match-fixing case didn't directly concern Xu Yongchao, but since Wei Changjing's remarks hit his domain, he felt compelled to speak up. His words also revealed the hierarchy within the Football Association's top brass. For a leadership structure with one director and 4 deputies, major issues required majority consensus to be discussed and executed. Wu Di had just been parachuted in and hadn't yet fully grasped control, which was why Xu Yongchao bluntly dismissed Wei Changjing's suggestion. "Xiaowei, let's set aside your suggestion for now. You can study it and form a proposal which we'll discuss at a meeting." Wu Di glossed over it with a laugh. What Wu Di needed most now was to forge alliances and discern friend from foe, and Wei Changjing served as an excellent touchstone. Since Wei Changjing had ignited the first flame, he must also be prepared to be a sharp blade in Wu Di's hands. The meeting ended at quitting time. Everyone filed out of the conference room. The secretary compiled the meeting minutes, had several deputy directors sign them one by one, and handed the consolidated content to Wei Changjing. This matter would still require Wei Changjing to take the lead. A week after the June 27th match-fixing incident, an official letter threw the Guangdong Provincial Football Association and Guangzhou Football Association into chaos. The Guangdong Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection intervened in the investigation, leaving almost everyone bewildered. It was like a fly buzzing in the sky only to have an atomic bomb dropped on it. The fly would surely wonder, what grudge is this? Relevant personnel from the Guangdong Provincial Football Association and Guangzhou Football Association were summoned for questioning one after another, and the investigation commenced. With the issuance of the official letter, renowned sports newspapers and websites also broke the news. The Chinese Football Association held a press conference to address fans' concerns and answer questions. Wei Changjing was organizing documents in his office when a phone call came in. "Hello, is this Mr. Wei Changjing? I was sent by Mr. Wei Jingsheng." Wei Changjing glanced at the calendar. His father was more reliable than expected, having sent someone in just 3 days. "If it's convenient, let's meet at the Starbucks in Guamao. 8 o'clock. Soon Wei Changjing met the person his father had dispatched. A young foreign man with a youthful appearance, curly chestnut hair, and a fitted gray suit that lent him a somewhat stern air. "Hello, do you speak Chinese?" Wei Changjing asked upon meeting him. "Yes, I've been with Mr. Wei for 5. Did he tell you what you're doing in China? He wasn't very clear. Mr. Wei can sometimes be imprecise. I hope you're not too similar. Wei Changing-eyed the foreign youth's poker face. Oh, the opening isn't right. Introduce yourself. Tom Cross. Graduated from NYU Stern School of Business. The largest amount of funds I've managed is $3 billion US. But this time, Mr. Wei said my initial capital is only $10 million US, with possible additions up to $100 million US. However, my operations must follow your instructions no matter how absurd. In 1 year, I can manage $5 billion US. That's Mr. Wei's promise to me. Wei Changing rubbed his nose thinking, who says my old man isn't precise. That 1-year condition is the greatest precision he's shown me. Wei Changing said, let's distinguish between the two, Mr. Weiss. From now on, call the one in America my father, Old Wei, and call me Mr. Wet. All right, no problem, Mr. Wet. Good. Besides that, what else did he say? Old Wei said, I need to evaluate the return rate of your first investment to see if it's money down the drain. He wants you to evaluate me. Yes. Well, that's pretty precise too. After a few exchanges, Wei Changing gained some understanding of this American professional trader from afar. A Wall Street elite full of ambition but also trustworthy. Otherwise his father wouldn't have sent him. Wei Changing grabbed a napkin and pulled a pen from his pocket. Then let's start today. On the napkin he wrote down the first golden key to Wei Changing's sudden wealth. Your first task is simple: look into this stock. Short it recently with full force. Second, learn about this company. They shouldn't have been established long, but I'm optimistic about their business. Become a shareholder, but don't spend too much. Understood. Cross had no problem understanding, and Wei Changing's instructions were clear. Because on the napkin Wei Changing had written a stock called Dongnan Paper Industry, and a company named Muddy Waters Research. Cross said, I understand perfectly. By short with full force, do you mean going Allen? Wei Changing snapped his fingers. Exactly. Do it as quickly as possible. Shorting is the primary goal, all in. Acquiring Muddy Waters is secondary, it's fine if it doesn't succeed. Cross replied, understood. But as a professional manager, I need to confirm whether you can handle the consequences of a $10 million US investment failure. Wei Changing laughed heartily. If the $10 million is lost, you can go back to America. My father should be very happy, and then give you the promised $5 billion US to manage. Cross' stern expression seemed to twitch into a smile, though barely. All right. He finished the black coffee without milk or sugar and stood to leave. Before you go, one off-topic question. Do you have German ancestry? 1/4 German and 1/4 Chinese. Cross strode out with his head held high. Wei Changing dialed his father's number. Damn son, why do you never check the time before calling? Oh. Then he'll hang up. No, wait. Has Cross arrived in Beijing? Yes, we just met. What do you think? Good, very good. Wei Jingxing paused, then asked instinctively, good. Oh no, I mean if you think he's fine, then it's settled. Wei Changing chuckled. You deliberately sent me such a rigid person, didn't you? No, how could that be? If you're not satisfied, I can find you someone else. No need, he's fine. Wei Changing appreciated people like Cross because what he needed now was a compliant tool who would follow orders without question. With such a rigid, no, to put it more positively, meticulous character, he could confidently delegate tasks without worrying about constant corrections. Don't forget our agreement. If this 10 million is gone, you'll come to the United States. All right, but if this 10 million turns into 100 million, will you invest more? Wei Jingxing admired his son's audacious nature. It ran in the family. Son, I'm not sure where you get your confidence, but since I started in business, I've caught some good opportunities and made some money. However, I've always stuck to real industries and long-term ventures, like oil fields, mining, or international trade. These sectors are profitable, but annual returns are only around 20%. I've never believed in doubling or tenfold returns, just as I've never trusted those Wall Street scoundrels. That shows you're behind the times. Never mind, I won't argue with you. Real industries aren't wrong, but I need quick money now. So this is the only way. We'll see preliminary results in a month or two. If Wei Changing wanted a long-term investment, he would have bought real estate in 2010 and sold it 5 years later for a guaranteed profit. But he couldn't wait that long. Son, I've never asked you. What do you need so much money for? Well, there's no harm in telling you. Since I'm involved in football, I want to do it right. Football. Wei Jingxing's jaw dropped. I have a bad feeling about this. It's a bottomless pit. But Grandpa loves football. Don't you think it's worth doing? Wei Jingxing swallowed hard and uttered 2 words. After the June 27th match-fixing scandal broke, Wei Changing became a celebrity within the Football Association. Most believed he was desperate for attention. Uncovering a dozen such cases wouldn't be surprising, but this wasn't a political achievement. Real achievements were measured by sponsorships, secured matches organized, and results delivered. Generally speaking, achieving results was relatively easy. Yes, you heard correctly. Results were easy to come by. That was why every FA leader upon taking office aimed to improve the national team's international performance. They believed that with the right coach, the best Chinese players, and full cooperation from all departments, achieving results wasn't difficult. If results weren't achieved, it was attributed to poor execution or inferior skill. with a 4-year term who would invest in expensive and troublesome youth training only to let the next chairman reap the benefits. Wei Changjing becoming a favorite of Wu Di wasn't necessarily good for him, as Wu Di wasn't his direct superior. After his confrontation with Wang Lingfeng, Wang subtly hinted to Lu Xiaoyan that Wei Changjing should be. Brother Wei, I heard you upset Deputy Director Wang. Lu Dongling quietly approached his desk and asked, and maybe. Wei Changjing scratched his head. Don't take it too hard. Deputy Director Wang might forget in a couple of days. Lu Dongling discreetly slipped a large apple into his hand, smiled, and ran off. Keep it up. Lu Dongling clenched her little fist. Wei Changjing smiled. Such trivial matters didn't bother. Recently Lu Xiaoyan had been assigning him grueling tasks, traveling to remote godforsaken places to inspect youth training programs. One day Wei Changjing once again entered Lu Xiaoyan's office. Xiao Wei, there's a National High School League final tomorrow. Want to go observe? High School League. Wei Changjing frowned. That's not under our association's jurisdiction, is it? Chinese football and youth football were deeply fragmented. The National High School League Lu mentioned was organized by the Ministry of Education and the China School Sports Federation with no connection to the FA. Chinese football was a huge pie, but before the age of 18 children were under the school system. Lu said the final is in Beijing this year, close by, so it's a good chance to take a look. The association has been wanting to pilot some campus programs. More observation will help accumulate experience. Wei Changjing nodded. All right, I'll go tomorrow. If there's nothing else, I'll be off. Wait. Just as Wei Changjing was about to leave, Lu Xiaoyan called him back. You've been working hard lately. Lu smiled apologetically. It's nothing. Thanks, Brother Lu. The next afternoon, Wei Changjing drove his old Santana to the venue of the National High School League final, the stadium of the high school affiliated to Renmin University of China. With an introduction letter from the Foreign Affairs Department, the organizers issued him a work pass and thoughtfully provided him another final featuring the high school affiliated to Renmin University of China against Dalian No. 8 High School. The tournament required players to be under 18 with regional preliminaries and a national final. The match guide had a large checkmark on the cover. Wei Changjing flipped through it, then looked up at the rostrum. He spotted a familiar figure. In 2007, Nike Sports signed a 4-year sponsorship contract with the high school league organizers totaling $2 million. This included $1.4 million in funding and $600,000 in sports equipment. In terms of amount, it wasn't a large sponsorship. But from a commercial perspective, Nike gained little benefit from this sponsorship. First, the Ministry of Education imposed many restrictions preventing school teams from securing sponsors like professional clubs. Except for a few exceptional cases where parents-sponsored teams, most schools had no sponsors or even chest advertisements. The entire competition was funded by the schools themselves. Second, the regional preliminaries were held in concentrated sessions with several matches in a few days and no audience. The final venue only attracted parents of the local teams. Since the tournament was organized by the Ministry of Education, sports school teams and youth training teams did not participate. This reduced the spectacle, making the competition far less influential than Japan's high school league. Finally, the championship teams were always the same few: Dalian No. 8, Dalian No. 48 is Shenyang Huimin Middle School and the high school affiliated to Renmin University of China. By this year, the tournament was neglected by all, barely attracting participants except for the prize money and college entrance exam bonus points. Such a competition lacking attention, influence, and financial prospects could be euphemistically described as Nike's brand gaining broad influence among Chinese youth footballers, or bluntly, as a complete waste of sponsorship. The familiar face on the rostrum was Han Yu, the project director for Nike Sports in Greater China. Truly, enemies are bound to meet. Wei Changjing covered his face, pretending not to see her, but through his fingers he noticed the woman named Han Yu extending her jade-like hand to wave him over. Wei Changjing reluctantly approached the rostrum. Director Yuan, Ministry of Education, President Wang, China School Sports Federation, let me introduce you both. Wei Changjing, my junior, the FA's Youth Training Director. Hello, leaders. The two before him were likely at the same level as Wang Lingfeng, so Wei Changjing greeted them with a smile. Standing on the steps below the rostrum, Wei Changjing shook hands with the two leaders above. Their expressions were complex and intrigued, probably wondering what this FA official, possibly a foe, was doing. Should they set the dogs on him? Han Yu had a sharp, short haircut, a high nose bridge, and an air of heroic determination that rivaled any man belying her 34 years. At Han Yu's invitation, Wei Changjing sat down beside her. Today, Han Yu wore a white t-shirt with a giant checkmark like wings and loose-fitting joggers that couldn't hide her long, slender legs. Han Yu leaned in and whispered in Wei Changjing's ear, "Why do you try to avoid me every time you see me? And you haven't called me lately. You pulled off such a big stunt and didn't even share it with me. Are you trying to rebel?" She gritted her teeth, secretly pinching his soft flesh. Han Yu, that hurts. Sister, you stop pinching. Wei Changjing immediately begged for mercy. This beautiful devil before him was the result of a mistake in his freshman year. Encouraged by his dorm mates, he confessed to this senior campus belle only to be thrown over her shoulder like a sack. But because of that, although they never became lovers, they became close friends. However, her way of showing affection always left him feeling as if he had been humiliated. What big stunt do you mean? What else? The June 27th match-fixing scandal. What, here to see if this match has any tricks? Han Yu teased with a sly smile. The match on the field was intense, with both sides displaying the highest level among high school teams. In the first half, the high school affiliated to Renmin University finally broke the deadlock. Their forward Wang Tianyuan seized a set-piece opportunity and scored. This forward was very active throughout the match. I wouldn't dare. With all the leaders here, who am I to cause trouble? So what are you here for? Watching the match on the field, an idea suddenly struck Wei Changjing. In the second half of the match, Dalian No. 8 middle school managed to pull one back. The game entered a grueling penalty shootout. In the end, the high school affiliated to Renmin University of China defeated Dalian No. 8 middle school 54 on penalties. Director Yuan, President Wang, and the sponsor Representative Han Yu presented the championship trophy to the young players. Only a few hundred spectators watched the game, presumably parents of the players from the high school affiliated to Renmin University of China. As the event wound down, President Wang approached Wei Changjing with a smile. Director Wei, we've prepared a modest meal and would like to invite Director Han and yourself to join us. By all logic, Wei Changjing should have found an excuse to slip away. However, President Wang never expected Wei Changjing to have a thicker skin than imagined. President Wang, you're too kind. Then I'll gladly accept your generous invitation. President Wang's smiling face froze instantly, and it took him a long moment to recover. Well, if you don't feel awkward, then the awkwardness falls on others. Everyone drove off to the hotel separately, while Wei Changjing walked toward his old Santana. Hey Wei Changjing, aren't you embarrassed? Han Yu shot him a glare and slapped the keys to her Jeep into his, you drive? Senior sister, you're getting richer and richer, tsk tisk, what a wealthy woman. Wei Changjing teased. Why don't you quit your job and I'll support you? Han Yu looked at Wei Changjing's profile with a challenging gaze. Wei Changjing shook his head vigorously like a rattle drum. I treat you like a brother, and you want to sleep with me. Han Yu laughed heartily beside him. You've got the nerve, but not the guts. When it comes to serious matters, you chicken out. The car started and soon arrived at the restaurant. The people from the education department and the middle school sports association occupied 8 seats at the large table for 10, leaving the remaining 2 for Han Yu and Wei Changjing. At the dinner table, Wei Changjing wasn't particularly obnoxious. People in sports usually have good drinking capacity. After toasting everyone in turn, the atmosphere grew lively. After several rounds of drinks, the conversation naturally returned to the match that concerned everyone. President Wang said, Nike sponsorship for us expires this year. Over the past 4 years, our cooperation has been very pleasant. Director Han, could you give us some insight on whether we can continue to receive support for this event next year? Director Yuan sat in the host's seat, but mindful of his status, let President Wang ask the question on everyone's mind. All eyes turned to Han Yu. Director Yuan, President Wang, as sponsors, we are very satisfied with everyone's work over the past 4 years. However, as you all know, the 2008 financial crisis has also had a significant impact on us. Nike will have a third-party evaluation of the results of each of our projects. If the evaluation results are not ideal, the proposed projects simply cannot be approved. The company allocates limited resources to us, and everyone is competing fiercely. If we want Nike Sports to continue investing resources, we need to deliver better market results. Han Yu's words were tactful, but the message was clear. If they wanted Nike to continue investing, doing things the same way as in recent years was out of the question. Director Yuan and President Wang's brows furrowed deeper. Just then, Wei Changjing, who had been drinking and eating heartily at the table, suddenly raised a measuring cup used for baijiu. Dear leaders, it's an honor to meet you through my senior sister. Allow me to say a few words. Please forgive me if I say anything amiss. Let me finish this cup first to apologize. With that, Wei Changjing downed the remaining 3 or 4 liang of baijiu in the measuring cup in one gulp. Everyone was stunned, thinking this guy was truly a beast with such impressive drinking capacity. Han Yu had also drunk quite a bit. Her face flushed watching Wei Changjing's performance with a smile. The Chinese Football Association plans to organize a U18 Youth League next. As soon as the words were spoken, everyone sat up straight. Many secretly speculated whether Wei Changjing's presence here was part of a scheme by Nike Sports to use one tiger to drive out another. The Chinese Football Association had coveted the youth football market for some time. They hadn't involved the Football Association in organizing the high school league, but they had effectively paved all the pitfalls for others. Now that the Football Association was planning to start from scratch, it was quite frustrating. Despite the frustration, everyone continued listening to what Wei Changjing had to say. Youth football is a huge pie, but if the competition lacks competitiveness, it has no influence, and without influence, there's no commercial value. As everyone saw today, there were only about 100 people in the audience. The matches weren't exciting to watch and fans weren't interested. That's the biggest problem. The youth league we want to establish is a large league that requires the participation of the Ministry of Education and relevant units. It will include all middle and high school football, sports school football, and club youth team football. By raising the level of participating teams, we can elevate the level of the league. With such a format, college teams would become even weaker. Wouldn't it just become a club youth team league? A cadre seated at the end said, "That's right, but I believe the initiative actually lies with the schools. The balance of power can be changed. There are only a few paths for Chinese players to rise from the bottom. Those willing to go through youth training and make it are still a minority. The majority are players who don't want to take the professional route. Moreover, many schools are also establishing their own professional clubs, aren't they? The Beijing Sangwa Football Club, founded by the high school affiliated to Renmin University of China, has already received recognition from Director Liu of the General Administration of Sport, hasn't it? I have great confidence in the level of collegiate football." Wei Changjing was referring to recent events. Liu Kunpeng, director of the General Administration of Sport of China, had led 8 departments under him to conduct a research visit to the Sangwa training base at the high school affiliated to Renmin University of China. They studied the school's model of combining sports and education and offered encouragement and praise. From a policy perspective, this model of the high school affiliated to Renmin University of China is essentially a disguised professional youth team model, simply placing the youth team within a high school. Imagine students with good academic performance can leverage educational resources to pursue studies, while those less academically inclined can enter professional teams. Why wouldn't they want that? It's just that there are too few schools like the high school affiliated to Renmin University of China that possess strong teaching resources and are also willing to invest in football. Regarding the format, each province gets 2 spots, totaling 46 teams from 23 provinces. Each municipality and autonomous region gets 2 teams, making 18 teams. Hong Kong and Macau special administrative regions each get 1 team for a total of 66 teams. We'll use a single elimination format to increase unpredictability and entertainment value. Such a tournament would have genuine national influence. I believe President Han from Nike Sports would definitely be interested, wouldn't you? Han Yu nodded slightly. The original high school league had significant issues with both its format and participating teams. Restricted by the reluctance to share the pie, it couldn't be commercialized, and the lack of motivation affected the participating teams. Director Wei, I have a question. Expanding the number of teams and the scope of participating teams also increases the cost and operational difficulty of the tournament. This would require greater funding to launch such an event. I'm afraid it can't be accomplished solely with President Han's sponsorship, can it? It was the same young cadre who had spoken earlier. Wei Changjing took a closer look at him. Thin, fair-skinned, around the same age. Alright, let's finally talk about money. To do this, we must commercialize it. Relying solely on sponsorship is like waiting to be fed, and the result will be unsustainable. To develop the commercial value of this league, the fastest way is to establish a commercial operation company to run the entire event. The Chinese Super League company has already set a precedent. As long as the 3 parties work hard to push forward, policy issues won't be too big a problem. In China, the hardest part is policy. Once policy is in place, everything else falls into line. Director Yuan and President Li nodded. Following the principle of crossing the river by feeling the stones, since a Chinese Super League company already existed, why not establish a youth league company? For the entire project, the Chinese Football Association, the Ministry of Education, and the Middle School Sports Association will hold shares in a 3-3-1 ratio, with the remaining 30 managed by the commercial operation company. A flicker of change crossed Han Ye's eyes. This was quite different from the junior she once knew. In her memory, Wei Changjing was a complete playboy, spending his school days doing nothing serious except chasing girls, drinking, and bragging. He was a good friend or brother, but as a romantic partner, forget it. Han Yu pulled herself together and, drawing on her years of experience in sports commercial operations, pondered Wei Changjing's plan. She felt it truly had the potential to become a reality. Of course, it doesn't stop there. Through the Youth League, we can promote the registration of campus players. FIFA regulations stipulate that clubs where players were registered between ages 12 and 23 are entitled to 5 of the training compensation when they sign a professional contract and transfer. We might even extend the compensation age down to 6, given Chinese characteristics. Every school can exist as a football club, further advancing the integration of sports and education. Schools wouldn't rely on transferring a player to make money, but if they accidentally nurtured a star-level player, it would be an unexpected windfall. In 2010, Guangzhou Evergrande spent 6 million yuan to acquire national team player Gao Lin, meaning the training compensation would be 3,000 yuan, possibly 2 to 3 years worth of training expenses for a campus team. Just then the door to the private room was knocked on. The waiter pushed it open and a blonde foreigner walked in. Cross was dressed in a sapphire blue suit, looking like a Wall Street elite, followed by a burly man with headphones. Even Wei Changjing was taken aback. This bastard really knew how to put on an act. Haha, let me introduce everyone. This is my recently acquainted American friend, Mr. Cross. He is the representative of an overseas Chinese businessman. This overseas Chinese businessman is both a sports fan and a football fan. After years abroad, he hopes to support China's sports endeavors. He established a sports foundation, which is perfect for this project. I just sent him a message, and I didn't expect him to come over. Everyone was stunned once again. Everyone was still slowly digesting what Wei Changjing had just said. Even though Nike Sports Han Yu had already shown approval, there was still much to study to move from theoretical feasibility to actual implementation. No one expected that Wei Changjing had already found an investor while speaking. How could they not be astonished? Director Yuan quickly arranged, "Quick, add another chair. Waiter, bring another set of tableware." "No, mister. Cross would need a knife and fork, right?" Cross looked around at everyone, shook hands with Director Yuan and President Wang, his inherent arrogance naturally showing through. "I am Tom Cross, head of the West Wind Sports Foundation. Mr. Wei has already briefed me on the general situation via text message. Since I have to fly back to Los Angeles tomorrow, time is tight, so I apologize for the intrusion." "Not at all, not at all. It's an honor. Cross exuded an air of dominance, as arrogant as European royalty. But at this time many officials were still impressed by foreigners, finding it normal, especially since he was their financial savior. "Our initial projected investment is 30 million renminbi for a 30% stake to fully develop the commercial value of the Chinese Youth League." Everyone was so excited they nearly stood up to applaud. 30 million renminbi for 30. That valued the entire company at 100 million renminbi. The positions and benefits to be distributed among the 3 partner units were tantalizing. Compared to this, Nike Sports sponsorship seemed insignificant. The champion team of the Youth League can be organized for international invitational matches against youth teams of European clubs of the same age group. Yes, for example, the U18 teams of clubs like Manchester United, Real Madrid, Juventus. We can see the gap with developed football nations. Promising players can be recommended to join European leagues or Major League Soccer in the United States. We can also pilot sports exchange programs with schools in these European countries. The finals of our youth league can be held at the Bird's Nest. They'll pull some strings with old leaders to see if CCTV can broadcast the finals. This also shows the media's emphasis on youth football. The work of youth football coaches must also be taken seriously, encouraging more teachers to participate in coaching training. Everyone's thoughts seemed to be opened up by the 30 million. Director Yuan stood up. "Come, Mr. Cross, little Director Wei, let me propose a toast. To our successful cooperation, cheers." As the gathering dispersed, officials from the Ministry of Education and the China School Sports Federation held on to Cross and Wei Changjing's hands, reluctant to let go before finally bidding farewell. The bodyguard drove up in a Rolls-Royce. Han Yu and Wei Changjing settled into the back seat, while Cross took the front passenger seat. "Honestly, did you have to drink so much? Couldn't you just talk instead?" Han Yu chided playfully. "It's fine, see. Imperfectly, all right now." Wei Changjing replied, his mind remarkably clear. Cross directed, "Head to the nearest Hilton and book the presidential suite." The bodyguard acknowledged and drove off. "Cross, this is my senior schoolmate, she's one of us." Han Yu blinked, the day's events surreal to her. On the way to the restaurant, Wei Changjing had only briefly outlined the idea of organizing a competition and seeking Ministry of Education support, without mentioning that he would bring investors to the table today. "You little rascal, are you hiding something from me?" Han Yu pinched the soft flesh at Wei Changjing's waist. "No, it's mostly true. The only issue is the sports foundation hasn't been fully set up yet." Han Yu exclaimed in shock. "What? You've been boasting this whole time, and the sports foundation doesn't even exist." "That's quite a lie you've told." Cross interjected. "No lie, the West Wind Sports Foundation is undergoing a name change and should be finalized in a few days." "And the funds?" "The funds aren't a problem, but due to foreign exchange regulations the timeline is longer. However, it won't affect the formation of your event sports company." "No, what else are you hiding from me?" Han Yu pondered, tightening her grip slightly. Wei Changjing raised his hands in surrender. "Let me explain. In this whole setup, the foundation is real, the investment is real, your sponsorship is real. The only false thing is that the Football Association has no motion to hold in U18 Youth League." "What?" Han Yu's pupils contracted in shock. "You mean the entire premise doesn't even exist?" "Yes. Then why did you do this?" Han Yu was angry, feeling deceived into playing along, risking her career and reputation. "Don't worry, let me explain. Have you heard the story of how the World Bank vice president married the world's richest man's daughter? This classic tale of resource exchange goes: a man wanted to marry the daughter of the world's richest man, so he told the father in the vice president of the World Bank, and the father agreed. Then he told the World Bank president in the son-in-law of the world's richest man, and the president said, 'You start tomorrow as vice president.'" Han Yu quickly grasped Wei Changjing's intent. "You mean to leverage the Ministry of Education and the China School Sports Federation to push this forward?" Wei Changjing nodded. "Precisely. The Football Association is certainly eager to organize such an event. They know its value. They just lacked the education department's support before. This time I've bridged that gap. As long as we submit the proposal and push it forward together with all 3 parties' approval, is highly likely." Han Yu nodded but frowned. "Is there really an overseas Chinese philanthropist willing to spend money?" Wei Changjing rolled his eyes. "Of course, look into my sincere eyes." Cross added, "Miss Han, rest assured. The foundation's investor prefers to stay low-key, and I have full authority to represent him and manage operations. Besides, who would want to see their money go to waste? Han Yu finally relaxed. You didn't waste your time studying in Germany. You've made something of yourself. Your senior will fully support you. If the event unfolded as Wei Changjing envisioned, Nike Sports would also gain what they sought, a triple win. As they spoke, the Rolls-Royce pulled up to the hotel entrance. Cross had the bodyguard drive Han Yu home, while he and Wei Changjing went to the presidential suite. Sinking into the plush sofa, Wei Changjing remarked, "You sure know how to live." The Rolls-Royce and bodyguard must have cost a fortune. Cross hung his suit jacket on the rack, poured 2 glasses of water, and handed one to Wei Changjing. If my presence today wasn't imposing enough to intimidate those at the table, my words would have lost all credibility. Exactly, excellent negotiation logic. But I was surprised you decided to use 30 million renminbi as startup capital for this project. I initially thought $3 million would secure that 30 stake. Their annual sponsorship is only 500 USD. I increased the amount on the spot. Though they might suspect such a large injection, I believe they'll be more interested in their share of the profits and more proactive in driving this forward. Besides, the amount is just a number. How we deploy it is under our control. Wei Changjing nodded. This front man his father had assigned him was indeed sharp. Today he had improvised to leverage the Ministry of Education's influence, but just him and Han Yu playing off each other wouldn't be convincing enough. So he texted Cross to join the act. Cross, seemingly rigid and inflexible, had performed like an Oscar-worthy actor, perfectly playing his role. All right, boss, that's not important now. I have a more critical question. Cross' expression turned serious, and he had unconsciously shifted from Mr. Wait a boss. His eyes gleamed like a wolf's. Tell me, how did you know Dong and Paper stock would be shorted by Muddy Waters? Wei Changjing revealed an enigmatic smile. First, tell me how much we made. We started shorting aggressively 2 weeks ago. A week ago, Muddy Waters released 6 reports accusing Dong and Paper of fraud and deception. The stock plummeted, falling over 80 by today. We made about $80 million. A 1-9 return ratio. About right. Wei Changjing nodded. Have you pulled out? Already out. Be fearful when others are greedy and greedy when others are fearful. That's my motto. Good. Many die from greed. Prepare the funds, well, hunt the next target. How did you know? Cross asked with a thirst for knowledge. Trade secret. Cross nodded reluctantly. Information channels were undoubtedly top secret. Boss, I contacted Muddy Waters' founder. He's not interested in our acquisition. He wants to remain independent. But he's willing to sell us information in advance. Buy from them. Wei Changjing scoffed. His memory was excellent. On the hotel notepad, he wrote 3 more names: Renault International Highway Channel Global Water. Last time it was a cafe napkin, now a hotel notepad. Cross carefully pocketed it. Wei Changjing said, forget Muddy Waters. These 3 targets need a longer timeline. Harvest next April. Be careful not to scare the fish. Understood, rest assured. We have about 90 million in funds now. 60 million is enough for fishing. Of the remaining 30 million, 10 million goes to the Sports Foundation. Another 10 million will be used to scout and acquire a British football club, not a top-tier league, a lower division. The rest will fund a tech company modeled after UK's Optisports for real-time sports data. Cross pondered. Boss, are you building a sports empire? Cross was a highly competent professional manager, grasping Wei Changjing's vision almost instantly. Globally renowned sports groups like Fenway Sports Group in the U.S. include the Boston Red Sox, Roush Fenway Racing, Ineos and Fenway Sports Management, and the Pittsburgh Penguins. Through a mutually supportive sports model, such groups continuously amplify the value of their teams and companies. At that moment, Fenway Sports was in the process of acquiring Detroit and Liverpool. Note, in October 2010, Fenway Sports successfully acquired Liverpool for $760 million. Boss, you have a godlike perspective. If you sought wealth, financial markets would suit you better. You could soon command them. Wei Changjing waved his hand. Tom, though we haven't known each other long, I trust you. So we'll be candid, I'm not doing. If it were for money, I'd go to the US to find my father. What I want to achieve is something many spend a lifetime dreaming of. Money is merely a tool for my ideals. My time is limited, and I won't waste a moment. If anyone stands in my way, I'll crush them with every means available, money being a fine tool. Perhaps you'll understand in time. But I promise you this, if you ever tire of working for me, tell me, and I'll support you in pursuing your own dreams. Cross nodded. Thank you, boss. As you wish. 3 days later, Wei Changjing, armed with a prepared proposal, knocked on Liu Xiaoyan's door. Liu Xiaoyan flipped through the thick stack of documents titled Report on the Development of the China Youth League and League Company, which covered policy analysis, the current state of youth competitions in developed countries, market environment analysis, commercial value forecasts, sponsor investments, and the equity mechanism of the Youth League Company. Upon reaching the end, Liu Xiaoyan pinched 2 pages stamped with the seals of a ministry and an association, sinking into deep contemplation. After a long pause, he asked, how did you manage this? Leader, that's not for outsiders to know. My grandfather's generation had a relative with some connections in the Ministry of Education, and it just so happened that when you sent me to observe the competition, I ran into them. After a chat, guess what? He thought the league could be a tripartite collaboration with us taking the lead. Even more coincidentally, I know a patriotic overseas Chinese whose sports foundation is willing to invest in certain Chinese sports projects. We had discussed it before, and now it came in handy. While others played the fool to deceive, Wei Changjing unabashedly played the tiger to eat the pig. Liu Xiaoyan hadn't expected Wei Changjing to have connections higher up. It's only been 3 days since last Sunday, and you've already finished the proposal. Liu Xiaoyan looked at Wei Changjing as if seeing a stranger. If it were the original Wei Changjing, it would have been, but now Wei Changjing felt like he had grown younger and stronger. With the help of a few investment banking elites recruited by Cross, he overwhelmed Liu Xiaoyan's cognition with his experience from 2 lifetimes. I was in a hurry pulling several all-nighters. Look at my dark circles. Wei Changjing had spent the previous night playing FM 2011 until dawn. Then let's submit it to the leadership for review at the department meeting on Friday. That won't do, Brother Liu. The American from the Sports Foundation is heading back to the U.S. next week, and who knows when he'll return. I'm also afraid that delays may cause trouble. Brother Liu, this is a 30 million renminbi investment. Wei Changjing reminded him. Liu Xiaoyan glanced at his watch, abruptly stood up, and dialed Wang Lingfeng's office. All right, leader. He'll bring Wei Changjing to see you right away. Yes, gather the relevant people. Hanging up, Liu Xiaoyan called the team to the meeting room, and soon Wang Lingfeng arrived. Xiao Wei, after the June 27th incident, I already thought you were a formidable young man. Today I realize I still underestimated the heroes under heaven. Wang Lingfeng's voice boomed, his face beaming with amiability, as if the earlier unpleasantness had never existed. The uninformed onlookers wondered what magic Wei Changjing had used on the leader. Soon as Wei Changjing explained, everyone understood the reason for Wang Lingfeng's change in attitude. China's U21 league was essentially a reserve team league under the competition department, while the youth department had never organized such a large-scale competition for the U18 and younger age groups. Most importantly, the 2009 Chinese Super League's market sponsorship reached 150 million renminbi, while the Chinese women's national team sponsor Yanjing Beer only paid 15 million over 3 years. Cross-impromptu 30 million renminbi investment equivalent to 1/5 of the CSL's sponsorship or 6 years of the women's team's funding genuinely stunned Wang Lingfeng and his colleagues. This 30 million renminbi investment, with at least 3 million in annual brand sponsorship, aimed to open new horizons for Chinese youth training, popularize campus football, and explore a new path of integrating sports and education. Wang Lingfeng was already silently calculating how to frame this in his year-end report. Upon learning that the American guest was returning to the U.S. next week, Wang Lingfeng waved his hand decisively. Xiao Wei, tomorrow morning we'll discuss this with Director Wu. Xiao Wei, communicate with Mr. Cross first, telling him we can have a preliminary discussion on Sunday no matter what. The rest of you stay and polish this proposal. In truth, the proposal needed little revision. Even if the investment banking elite's work had flaws, it was far superior to what the Football Association's office staff could produce. The so-called revisions mainly revolved around the new company's personnel structure and the proportions of seconded staff from the 3 parties. Wang Lingfeng naturally wanted as many of his own people as possible. With Wang Lingfeng's high priority, a special meeting on the Youth League was soon convened smoothly under Director Wu's disorganization. The Football Association's work typically operated in 2 ways. One was fixed responsibilities, such as the technical department's routine task of compiling National League data, best players, top scorers, assists, possession rates, etc. The other was project-based work. For instance, when the World Cup was approaching, personnel would be borrowed from the technical and competition departments to form a World Cup special team collaborating with the National Team Management Department. The Youth League naturally fell under the Youth Department's lead, with cooperation from the Competition Department, Referee Working Group, Event, Scheduling, Logistics, and others. Thus, the project's discussion meeting was essentially a bargaining process among various departments. Wu Di cast an appreciative glance at Wei Changjing. This project was spearheaded by Wei, and the investor favored him, so the actual leadership of the Youth League company would inevitably fall to Wei beyond anyone's reach. I believe everyone understands the importance of this project. Xiao Wei has drive and spirit, but is young and may lack experience. Please support his work in the future. Xiao Wei, if you encounter any difficulties, promptly seek coordination and resolution from the directors. When the discussion wound down, Wu Di delivered the concluding remarks. These few plain words amounted to an endorsement of Wei Changjing. Even though Wei's position remained a deputy role under the youth department, everyone knew this deputy could now communicate directly with the top boss. All right, you may go. Xiao Wei, stay a moment, Wu Di said. The others left the meeting room in tacit understanding, leaving only Wu Di and Wei Changjing. A couple of days ago, Brother Xiaozhong asked about you, how you were doing. I heard you were sent to inspect youth training in some places. Wu Di was aware of the petty grievances Wei had endured, but couldn't guide more detailed work arrangements. I thought you'd need to be ground down for 2 or 3 months, eventually coming to me for help. But in just a few days, you've launched a major success. Wu Di and Wei Changjing's uncle Yan Xiaozhong were former colleagues at the sports bureau, and Wei's grandfather Yan Jiangxing was a senior sports official who had once been Wu Di's superior. Initially for Wei Changjing to expose the June 27th match-fixing incident, relying solely on hierarchical reporting was far from sufficient. Even if it reached Wu Di, a conservative official might have minimized the matter. To secure Wu Di's support, Wei needed someone to whisper in his ear, so he turned to his uncle. Since Wei was willing to be the blade, Wu Di resolved to investigate thoroughly and report to the Guangdong Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection. The results were gratifying. Those testing Wu Di's limits with feigned compliance fell silent in fear. In the presence of a wielder of the blade, feigning docility was safer. Wei Changjing said, "Director Wu, thank you for your concern. Haha, formidable youth. In private you may call me Uncle Wu." Wei Changjing obediently agreed. Truly leaning against a big tree offers cool shade. The approval for the Youth League company should come through soon, as it's a tremendous boon for youth training. He'll recommend to the organization department that you serve as the league company's general manager. Don't bear any psychological burden, don't fear offending people, and come to me if you have issues. Alright Uncle Wu. I haven't been at the Football Association long, and you know the people here well. Take some time to help me. This was one reason Wu Di chose to support Wei Changjing. At the top, as an outsider parachuted and unfamiliar with football work, his subordinates might deceive him, hindering personnel adjustments and work execution. With Wei Changjing as an insider, things were different. At least it would save many detours. What plans do you have for the future? Uncle Wu, if there's a chance, I'd like to rotate through the Foreign Affairs Department and the national team to learn more. Haha, good, ambitious. I recall you studied in Germany. You should aim higher. Focus on the task at hand first, and when the right opportunity arises, I'll arrange it. Frankly, the position of full-time vice chairman of the Football Association was a high-risk job. Wu Di's transfer from director of the Automobile and Motorcycle Sports Center to director of the Football Management Center was not a demotion, arguably a promotion. Though had faced criticism, it also garnered more attention. In other words, because the results were so poor, even small progress seemed precious. The room for improvement was vast. Rather than coasting through his term, Wu Di chose to implement reforms. The first step of reform began with youth football. Tom the Tolman Cross met with representatives from the Chinese Football Association, the Ministry of Education, and the China School Sports Federation. Unlike his previous appearance with bodyguards, this time, he brought a team of nearly 10 people. Legal, commercial, and strategic consultants were all present. If this were a football match, it would be like Real Madrid facing a Chinese Super League team. This lineup gave the joint force from the three parties a slight shock. They had initially harbored doubts about the sincerity of cross-investment from West Wind Sports. The parties formed a preliminary framework for the scale of the competition, the scale of investment, and the company's operational direction. With this framework, Wu Di could report the project upward and prepare to establish the company. The people from the Football Association looked at Wei Changjing with a different gaze. Those with past connections were more enthusiastic than before, while those without any ties found excuses to get acquainted. The June 27th match-fixing incident proved Wei Changjing's boldness and daring, while the Youth League company represented his powerful background. In the days following the negotiations, Wei Changjing found himself at leisure. To be precise, both Wang Lingfeng and Lu Xiaoyan gave him immense freedom, claiming they wanted him to fully investigate the feasibility of the Youth League, so they assigned him no specific tasks. At the same time, they transferred 4 people to assist him. Wei Changjing naturally welcomed the ease, as it gave him time to attend to his own affairs. The first was the acquisition of an English club. With West Wind Sports' financial strength, leveraging to buy a Premier League club was possible. Just like the Glazer family's acquisition of Manchester United in 2005, they used loans and leverage to buy the club for only £7.9 billion, of which only £250 million was their own, the rest being borrowed. Before the acquisition, Manchester United had £6 million in the bank and no debt. After the takeover, it was immediately saddled with £600 million in debt. Some joke that the Americans had taken over Manchester United with Wall Street. However, such a leveraged acquisition cycle would be extremely long, which didn't align with Wei Changjing's plans, and he didn't need a Premier League club. In a week, Cross sent Wei Changjing 5 candidate clubs. AFC Wimbledon, a National League club in England. When people think of Wimbledon, the famous tennis tournament comes to mind. Beyond that, in football, they have a mixed reputation as the Crazy Gang. Since their relegation from the Premier League in 2002, this club has been plagued by misfortune. After relegation, they lost their home ground and moved to Milton Keynes. In 2004, they lost their name when the new owner, to win local fans' approval, renamed the club Milton Keynes Dons, signaling the death of Wimbledon FC. Outraged loyal fans formed and revived their own club, buying back the team's crest and starting from the lowest league. Now they had just returned to the National League. Wei Changjing shook his head. This club, with a history dating back to 1899, faced dire finances. It was run by an organization called AFCW plc, with a parent company controlled by the Dons Trust, a fan-owned entity. Acquiring this club was difficult not because of money, but due to fan identity. Placing Wimbledon's file in the impossible acquisition pile Wei Changjing's side. Wimbledon, till I die. Chinese football also needs such fans and such unwavering loyalty. The second report, Rotherham United FC, a League Two team. This club also had a long history, founded in 1870 during the Qing dynasty. This team had lingered in lower leagues, with its best achievements being the League Cup runner-up in 1961 and the League One runner-up in 2001. The current acquisition estimate was between 1.6 and 2 million euros. Notably, the club's Don Valley Stadium had 2,500 seats, the best facilities among League Two teams. The third report, Mansfield Town FC, also a League Two team. Their Field Mill ground, with a capacity of 9,100, was the oldest surviving stadium in England. The acquisition estimate was around 1 million euros, the cheapest with no debt, almost like a giveaway. The downside was that the team's strength was lacking, and rebuilding it for promotion would cost a lot. The last two reports recommended League One teams. One was Oldham Athletic with over 1,000 seats. The acquisition estimate was 1.8 million euros, but there was a 4.6 million euro loan to. A positive for this team was their good relationship with Manchester City, being a satellite club with convenient player loan arrangements. The final option was Southampton, the most expensive of the five, with an estimated acquisition price of around 20 million euros. Southampton was also one of the teams likely to challenge for promotion to the Championship this year. The club was currently owned by a Swiss man named Markus Liebherr. The difficulty of acquisition was obvious. Indeed, it was a tough choice. Wei Changjing knew these clubs must have been carefully selected by Cross. In terms of cost-effectiveness, Rotherham United seemed the first choice, with no debt, a low price, and complete. From an economic return perspective, Wei Changjing's past life, historical memory, told him that Southampton would complete a three-step jump from League One to the Premier League in the next 3 years. After all, the Saints had their heritage and youth academy, offering many resources he could leverage. Was it better to choose an unknown future or a visible shortcut? This is a question. As Wei Changjing weighed the pros and cons, a phone rang. "Son, you turned 10 million into 80 million. Impressive, very impressive." When Cross told me, I couldn't believe it. If I didn't know he never lies, I'd think he was in cahoots with you to trick me. "Tell me, how did you do it?" Wei Changjing frowned. This cheap dad was quite endearing, unlike some parents who refuse to acknowledge their child's excellence. "So have some faith in me now." "More than faith, I'm thinking of pulling company funds to play big with you." Wei Jingsheng smacked his lips. "No need," Wei Changjing refused. "Huh? Why?" Obviously, Wei Changjing's answer caught Wei Jingsheng off guard. "There are many reasons. One, I don't want you involved in this financial game, because the risk is high. Though I'm confident it's not. Two, this feels like gambling. Once people get into it, they lose interest in real business. I've always believed that real business, though less profitable, has a solid foundation. I don't advise you to destabilize your working capital for this. 3, remember you promised to invest an additional 100 million. I didn't have time to mention it earlier. You need to follow through. Consider it your stake, and in about 3 years it'll return 200 to 250 million, including principal and interest. Ha ha ha, good, you're truly my son. Knowing you have restraint puts me at ease. The first 2 points you made are exactly what I wanted to say. Finance has risks, know when to stop, and don't be greedy. I've seen people on Wall Street who committed suicide after shorting. If you fail, I can still bail you out, but betting everything is out of the question, and I'm telling you up front. This company isn't mine alone. As for the 100 million, I'll hand it to Cross in a couple of days. It'll take 36 months to get it into the country. No problem. Your funds don't need to come into the country. Your domestic funds are sufficient for now. You mean the funds will circulate overseas? Wei Jingsheng guessed. Exactly. Oh, Cross mentioned you're planning to buy an English club. Any progress? 2 options are on the table, and I'm deciding which one. Wei Changjing explained the situations of Rotherham United, and my suggestion is Rotherham. I don't fully know your plans, but from my perspective as an outsider, it's easier to add flowers to brocade than to offer coal in snowy weather. Southampton's finances are good, and the club isn't seeking funding. You can bet that as a raider you'll face resistance from local forces. This is your father's years of overseas experience. Westerners still have stereotypes about Chinese people. Wei Changjing recalled the Glazer family being cursed by fans flying planes with banners. This impact is especially pronounced when you don't achieve results or invest funds. Wei Jingsheng continued, rather than being constrained by existing forces, it's better to start low. Find a suitable agent, and you'll have more room to maneuver. Wei Changjing nodded on the phone. Sounds reasonable. Of course it does. Alright, if there's nothing else, I'll hang up. Send the money quickly. Wei Changjing hung up decisively and sent Cross a message: prioritize the Rotherham acquisition. Complete it before winter. It was already late July, and the League Two season had started. Starting the acquisition now wouldn't allow immediate takeover, and many preparations were needed. Xiao Lu booked 2 tickets to Shanghai. Lu Dongling was one of the 4 people Lu Xiaoyan assigned to Wei Changjing. Brother Wei, you're going to Shanghai. With whom? Just Xiao Zhang. Traveling alone was fine, but this Shanghai trip required discussions, so bringing someone was better. Lu Dongling's eyes darted. Brother Wei, let me go with you. Brother Zhang is busy coordinating competition rules with the competition department. He'll probably need to visit the China School Sports Federation in a couple of days. Wei Changjing didn't miss her micro-expression. It's inconvenient for a man to take a woman on a business trip. It's fine. I have friends in Shanghai. I can arrange my own accommodation, promise not to trouble the leader. Wei Changjing smiled. It was fine and he wasn't afraid of gossip. Men and women were the same. Alright, book the tickets. Also contact the Shanghai Football Association to schedule a meeting with Coach Su Jianbao. Well, visit the Jianbao football base for an inspection. Wei Changjing and Lu Dongling arrived at the airport. Today, Lu Dongling wore a black Adidas tracksuit exuding a youthful aura that drew glances from fellow passengers. Wei Changjing appraised Lu Dongling and teased, "Nice outfit. Worth an upgrade." Puzzled, Lu Dongling watched as he walked to the check-in counter and upgraded both their economy tickets to first class. Brother Wei, first class isn't reimbursable. So what? Look at the stairs around us. If I didn't upgrade, I'd be the one getting blamed. Lu Dongling glanced at the male passengers stealing sidelong looks and covered her mouth with a laugh. In 3 hours they arrived in Shanghai. A car arranged by the Shanghai Football Association drove them to the Jianbao training base on Chongming Island. Built in 2000, the base had matured into a comprehensive facility that had nurtured half of the national team's roster. A bold slogan on the base wall read, "Cradle of football, stars hope for the world." As the car stopped at the base's hotel, Su Jianbao and several staff members were already waiting. Wei Changjing hurried over and shook hands with Su Gunbao, who was 66. "Coach Su, you shouldn't have come to greet me personally." Su Gunbao, wearing his signature tinted glasses, smiled politely. "Welcome, Director Wei, to the base." Lu Dongling had already briefed the Shanghai FA on the visit's agenda. Organizing a youth league required inviting top-tier youth teams, and the renowned Jianbao base was a key stop. "You're a veteran, just call me Xiao Wei. So what's the plan today?" "Since I'm here, I'd like to see the youth teams, matches, or training sessions." Su Jianbao's eyes lit up behind his glasses. He had seen many FA officials, but most were impractical. Initially dismissive of a young FA official's visit, he had only made time out of courtesy. "Alright, let's head to the..." Taking an electric cart, they arrived at the training ground in the afternoon, bustling with activity. "Today we have Spain versus Germany. Worth a look." At the sidelines, Su Jianbao explained. On the field, young players in red Spanish jerseys faced opponents in white German kits. "Our small teams have code names: Spain, Argentina, Germany, Brazil. They named themselves based on their favorite styles." Su Jianbao smiled. "Xavi, hold the ball, watch the runs. Muller, link up, don't just poach. Lam, control the cross. Raul, don't wrestle, move." The coaches shouted hoarsely. Each has a code name based on their idol. We hope they strive to emulate them. Su Jianbao spoke with natural pride. After discussing youth training, Wei Changjing sincerely asked, "Coach Su, may I ask a question?" Su Jianbao leaned in. "What do these kids lack most?" "Opportunities," Su Jianbao said after a long pause. "We have no shortage of talent. Look at these kids on the field. They're on par with peers from developed nations at a young age, but fall behind as adults due to limited pathways, few matches, and a lack of high-level competition. If I took this group to Europe, I'd bet they'd finish mid-table in their age group league." Su Jianbao's confidence. "I've read that to become a football powerhouse you need a system, like an industrial one. Only with a complete system can you build the world's best machines. Football is the same. Clubs must integrate with schools, sports with education. Players need good schooling, top leagues, transparent management, and talent promoted on merit, not money. When every link is strong, our success rate rises. Look at Wu Lei. He debuted in China League 2 at 14 and was a China League 1 starter at 18. That's an exception. Elsewhere, someone his age might never get a chance. And don't judge his current level. If he can go abroad, I believe his future will be brighter. But we're insular. We bring in many foreign players and coaches, yet our best players can't go out. Their growth is stunted. Playing with weak opponents only weakens your game. The youth league you're planning is excellent. I fully support it. I hope our youth football can go global and nourish Chinese football within a larger system." "Coach Su, if we had a foothold overseas, would you send these kids abroad?" Wei Changjing asked. "A foothold? Of course. I'd give my all to let them venture out." "Coach Su, I have a favor to ask. If you have time tomorrow, could you invite Coach Fan and Coach Xiahui for a chat?" Wei Changjing knew time was short. At a crossroads, a wrong turn could lead to an unreachable destination. This trip to Shanghai was meant to wrench the wheel of history onto a different path. Next year, China's golden era of football spending would begin, a dazzling facade masking rot and quick fixes. The next evening, in a small private room at the base, 3 men sat. Su Jianbao in the middle, flanked by Xiahui and their junior Wu Lei. Xiahui had just retired a year ago and was an assistant coach and spokesperson for Shanghai Shenhua. A tall, slightly stooped figure pushed open the door and called out, "Coach Su, what's the rush for dinner tonight?" It was the formidable General Fan. "This young Wei from the FA handles youth training. We had a good chat yesterday. He wanted to meet you, so I arranged it." "What good can come from an FA guy? Nonsense, I bet." Fan Zi nodded at Xiahui, and Wu Lei then sat down grandly beside Su Jianbao. This young man is no ordinary. The June 27th match-fixing case. He exposed it. He came to Chongming base for a youth league project. Yesterday's discussion was ambitious and forward-looking. You empty-headed fool, you know nothing. Su Jinbao's bluntness with Fan Zi made Wu Lei perch nervously on his chair. At that time Fan Zi was the head coach of Shanghai East Asia and Wu Lei's coach. Just then Wei Changjing knocked and entered. Sorry I'm late. Wei Changjing apologized with a bow. They had agreed on 7 p.m., it was just 6:40. Xiao Wei, sorry for the simple hospitality, just a casual meal at the base. Su Jinbao said. Wei Changjing greeted everyone and placed a bottle of Maotai on the table. Fan Zi thought to himself, what could he discuss with this glutton? Over drinks and football anecdotes the conversation finally turned serious. I've been busy with the youth league and another project is in the works. A sports company investing in the league is planning to acquire an English League 2 club. The words made everyone sit up. This should be finalized by New Year's. Then I want to transfer some Chinese players to that club. Which club? Xiaohui asked. Rotherham United. Rotherham north of Sheffield. Xiaohui asked. Yes. Everyone pondered the implications. Wei Changjing continued. After the acquisition, we'll inject funds, an initial 10 million euros. If we get promoted to League 1, another 30 million. Total budget around 100 million euros. You have that much money? Fan Zi blurted out. Wei Changjing smiled. I don't, but the foundation does. The youth league alone cost 30 million renminbi. He pulled out the approved framework agreement for them to review. Xiaohui said, Director Wei, go on. I'd like to invite Coach Fan to back our acquisition in England as the foundation's representative. And I'd like to invite Coach Xia to be the new club's assistant coach. Wu Lei blinked his small eyes waiting. Wei Changjing smiled. The new club's first winter transfer needs a striker. Would Wu Lei be interested in League 2? Or would that be beneath him? Su Jinbao thought, he's roping everyone in. Such ambition from a young man. League 2 is like our China League 1, right? Fan Zi said, having played in English leagues. Xiaohui added, some League 2 teams are as good as the Chinese Super League's lower half. Coach Xia, in the club's plan you want stay an assistant. At the right time we'll consider you as head coach. This struck a chord with Xiaohui, who didn't want to be a head coach. Xiaohui was a proud man and his future trajectory would prove him an excellent head coach. Of course Wei Changjing wouldn't reveal he knew this from another world. With overseas experience and international perspective and a leader's temperament, Xiaohui was the perfect choice at this. Fine, no problem. He'll do it. But let's talk after the club is bought. Fan Zi pursed his lips, still skeptical of what Wei Changjing had said. From now on, more and more Chinese consortiums will acquire English clubs. I can bet on that. If you don't believe me, no matter, just watch the progress step by step. Anyway, I've promised Coach Su that this club will be a foothold for Chinese players. Su Jinbao nodded. Is the youth training facility there up to standard? Rotherham's youth training facilities are mediocre at best. Well, upgrade them after the acquisition. At the same time, well, build a comprehensive youth development system. From U6 to U18, a complete tiered system. We can select outstanding kids from our base for these teams. There's a crucial issue: training in England alone isn't very useful. Even if the match quality improves somewhat, they can't play official games. England has strict protection for local players. Why not acquire a Belgian club instead? Getting EU passports would be easier and the competition level would better suit our players. Xiaohui was already thinking ahead. We can negotiate cooperation with a Belgian club like the relationship between Manchester United and Antwerp. But from a long-term planning perspective, if truly needed, purchasing one isn't out of the question. Besides, the FA only requires players to hold an EU passport. Getting an EU passport now isn't difficult. Wei Changjing smiled. Cyprus, Romania, Bulgaria, Czech Republic, Malta. There are ways to operate for passports from these countries. Some countries can issue EU passports within months, so our players need to go abroad early. In the initial phase, they can obtain EU passports in certain nations while training and studying. Later, after screening, they can enter high-level leagues. Wei Changjing didn't mention that the British Empire would mess up with Brexit in a few years, ending up in a mess. He also couldn't tell those present that a single club was just a corner piece in his vast plan. You mentioned transferring Xiao Wu. England has restrictions on non-European players. Fan Zi, noticing Wu Lei watching, eagerly asked. The young talent exception. His national team appearances should be enough by now. So I think it's not a big problem. The biggest issue might be the transfer fee. That would cost at least 3 to 5 million euros, I'm afraid. Su Jinbao joked. That also depends on Coach Fan being willing to let him go. Everyone laughed. It was still early to discuss this. In China, a transfer requires more than just the player's willingness. The Shanghai Football Association needs players for the national games, and the East Asia Club needs them for the China League 1. Wei Changjing chose to first gauge Su Jinbao's intentions, hoping he could mediate locally. After all, the East Asia Club originated from Jinbao Base's youth training. The dinner was quite enjoyable. Wei Changjing discussed the next steps with Xiaohui. The appointment letter would arrive soon, and Xiaohui needed to sort things out with his current club Shenhua. Wei Changjing also entrusted Xia Hui with another more important task, advancing the acquisition with cross-team. This way Su Jianbao and Fan Zi could stay updated on the progress. Back in Beijing from Shanghai, good news arrived. The application for the Youth League company and the Youth League had been approved by the General Administration of Sport. The process moved surprisingly fast. Some speculated that the higher-ups wanted Wu Di to achieve quick results to boost morale, while others were eager to secure the 30 million investment. Ultimately, an independent department was established within the Football Association, the China Youth Football League Competition Office. FA Chairman Wu Di served as Office Director with Education Ministry's Director Yuan and General Administration's Youth Department Director Wang Weili as Deputy Directors. Executive Deputy Director was Wang Lingfeng and Executive Secretary was Liu Xiaoyan. Same team, 2 banners. Wang Lingfeng was Chairman of the Youth League Liability Company with Wei Changjing as General Manager. The first tournament was held in Shandong. There were 6 groups for elementary school boys and girls, 2 groups for middle school, and 2 groups for high school, divided into city preliminaries, provincial round-robins, north-south regional knockout rounds, and a national final. The final featured 48 teams split into 2 halves for single elimination matches. The championship was held in August 2011 at Jinan Olympic Sports Center. Unlike previous tournaments, all provincial round-robin games were streamed live nationwide. Collaborations with Mango TV and Tomato TV produced 2 variety shows, Football Youth and I Am the Manager. Football Youth documented the players' lives, while I Am the Manager followed the lives of 48 female team leaders from the final squads played by ordinary young idols. The tournament also recruited Gao Yuan as its spokesperson, maximizing entertainment value. Some media lamented that this didn't resemble a football tournament, but rather an entertainment stage, a clear case of grandstanding. Others said that if football didn't work out, they could debut as idols, which wasn't bad. But all agreed that in terms of buzz and heat, it had already generated interest from the moment of its inception. While Wei Changjing was busy preparing the tournament, Wu Di was up to his neck in trouble. The trouble started in mid-July during a CSL match between Shaanxi and Liaoning, where Sun Jihai committed a violent act against Liaoning's No. 11, resulting in a 5-game suspension and a 2,500 yuan fine. After the match, Shaanxi fans were assaulted in Liaoning. This time Shaanxi supporters were furious. Coinciding with an AFC inspection team's arrival, and Xian, Shaanxi fans threatened to hang banners criticizing the CFA during the match and planned to leave after the flag-raising protest. Shaanxi Club subsequently appealed, and the CFA disciplinary committee held an emergency hearing to review Sun Jihai's punishment, ultimately revoking the suspension. Officials. Stephen Chow's movie scene flashed in Wei Changjing's mind. Being in the thick of it, the AFC inspection was a key factor. Adhering to the principle of not losing face abroad, the FA had to downplay the matter. But the entire handling exposed huge loopholes and irrationalities in Chinese football system. First, Sun Jihai's punishment fell under non-appealable scope. There was no trigger condition for such a hearing. In 2004, Beijing team's boycott was punished without any appeal opportunity. This incident was far smaller, yet it set a precedent for appeals. Second, the match referee was pressured to recant. The reasons for punishing Sun Jihai included criticizing the referee, throwing the captain's armband, and inciting the crowd. Yet the referee claimed at the hearing that he was unaware of these incidents. This was absurd. Why punish someone without knowing, then change the story? This was a pure act of taking it back after shitting. Third, this was the first time the FA granted a player a hearing. Of course, this suited Sun Jihai's status as a Manchester City legend, but setting this precedent meant the disciplinary and arbitration committees would be swamped with work in the future. Wei Changjing noticed that Chun Liangquan, head of the supervision department, and Zhu Chaoyong, head of the competition department, both looked grim. They were likely having a tough time. Wei Changjing couldn't care less about their troubles, but he pondered a question: how to establish a standardized referee and appeal system, so that clubs and players have clear rules to follow. No player should be above the system. The anti-gambling and anti-corruption campaign last year showed that referees were a hotbed of match fixing. How to supervise these referees, those who supervise others, was the urgent issue. It seemed he should get involved in this area when the opportunity arose. Brother Wei, Director Wu wants you. Oh, he'll be right there. Wei Changjing now had his own office area with a team of 8. Entering Wu Di's office, Wu Di said amiably, "Shall Wei sit? How's work going lately?" "Pretty well. Smoothly. Thank you for your concern, Director." After some small talk about his youth league, Wu Di got to the point. "Shao Wei, you studied abroad. What do you think of the current league?" "The league's commercial value hasn't been fully realized and many rules need improvement." Wu Di listened with a smile. Elaborate. Wu Di had been battered by the Shaanxi incident and had just caught a breather. Being chewed out by the general administration's leadership made him deeply feel that not only was it hard to command as an outsider, but he also had to fill the pits left by predecessors and take the blame. Over time, it was hair loss inducing. Subordinates like Wei Changjing, who could proactively identify and solve problems, were truly valuable. "Uncle Wu, you're testing me." Although Wu Di was the top boss, his authority was still balanced and divided. For instance, the head of the CSL company was another chairman, Yu Hanshin. The league was the FA's biggest source. If Wu Di wanted to make his mark anywhere, he couldn't bypass the funding issue. Asking others for money meant his backbone wasn't strong. This was why Zhu Yongqiao, head of the competition department, sometimes didn't bother with Wu Di. He had a powerful backer. Wei Changjing understood the implication behind Wu Di's question how to infiltrate others' turf, so that he could know things firsthand instead of cleaning up messes after the fact. After a moment's thought, Wei Changjing said, "Uncle Wu, let me share a few things I know. First, the CSL needs expansion. The China League 1, League 2, and even the Women's League all need to. As early as 2007, the AFC reminded us to maintain 18 teams in the top league to ensure 34 rounds per team per year. Failing that would reduce China's weight in Asian tournaments. Just this point could earn us some credit with the higher-ups and benefit Chinese football. At least it would correct former Director Long's mistakes. Also, West Wind Sports gave me reports saying that in the coming years, many well-funded Chinese companies will enter football. For example, when I was in Guangzhou, I heard that Guangzhou, Evergrande promoted next year, would invest over 100 million yuan. We can leverage their funds to improve team building. Also, Uncle Wu, you should firmly control the supervision and public relations departments. The supervision department must be clean, at least no longer manipulated by the league department. Establish an independent financial audit system, and if necessary, involve the Discipline Inspection Commission and police. The referee committee should have a review system after matches, rigorously investigating suspicious games and erroneous calls. This prevents people from creating narratives. Second, the public relations department should handle negative news about the association promptly. The football industry now supports thousands of full-time journalists. Their media influence is crucial. This time being blackmailed by fans and swayed by the media, yet still getting criticized, stems from untimely information processing and lack of transparency. Not bad, not bad. Wu Di felt enlightened by Wei Changjing's suggestions. After all, as the head, he naturally had the legitimacy to act. Xiao Wei, well said. I also have good news for you. Wei Changjing cooperatively showed an eager expression. Given your recent work results and meeting our requirements for cultivating young cadres, they'll soon propose to the organization department to promote you from deputy division level to full division level. Director Wu, this. I'm still young and need more study and training. We need your drive. From a higher perspective, you'll have a different vision. Director Wu, there's something I'd like you to Wei Changjing smiled, saying something that left Wu Di utterly astonished. Director Lang Xiaonong should retire in March next year. I'd like to try for the position of general manager of the CSL company. How did you know Director Lang is stepping down in March? Wu Di asked, but then realized that Wei Changjing must have his own sources of information, perhaps even better than his own. Wu Di said, this position won't be easy. Uncle Wu, to speak frankly behind closed doors, Wei Changjing, by March I will definitely deliver some notable achievements for you. If you could put in a good word for me, whether it works out or not, I'll have no complaints. All right, no problem. Wu Di agreed readily. Such terms were almost no terms at all. If Wei Changjing could secure the position, it would be good. If not, it would still stir up the waters. Wu Di was also pleased with the prospect. The two didn't dwell on the topic for long, as the time was still distant. Wei Changjing then took his leave. In August, Shanghai's weather was sweltering. Xiaohui walked into the office of Zhou Jun, the general manager of Shanghai Shenhua Club. Today was the day he would submit his resignation. After retiring, he had been contemplating his future plans. Being an assistant coach or a press officer was clearly not the end point of his career aspirations. What he desired was to truly take charge of a club and become a dominant head coach in a high-level league. His experience in the German second division still left him with some lingering regrets. If the head coach back then had trusted him more, if the tactics had been tailored to his strengths, he might have gone even further. If Shenhua had allowed him a permanent transfer to the German second division instead of a loan, the outcome might have been different. Ultimately, he had missed that golden period of his career. Now another opportunity lay before him. The day after Wei Changjing left, West Wind Sports sent an offer letter for a vague position, commercial director. However, beneath that title was a clear work plan. Mid-August, fly to Rotherham, England to inspect the team and facilities, assisting the negotiation team in the acquisition. September, inspect the Mainz Youth Academy. October, inspect La Masia. November. The future youth system would draw on these models to build its own framework. He would be the new team's assistant coach and also the head coach of the U18 squad. Though it meant leaving familiar Shanghai for a foreign land, Xiaohui was already looking forward to the life ahead. Coach Xie, you're here. General Manager Zhou, I'm here today to discuss the handover for my resignation. Why would you suddenly want to quit? Zhou Jun asked. Zhou Jun knew that Xiaohui's ambitions lay elsewhere, but he was still a representative figure for Shenhua and a qualified choice for the press officer role. Has another club poached you? A company invited me to help out, and he'll likely be abroad soon. I'm afraid of disrupting the club's operations. It's quite sudden, and I do feel sorry for the club. No, it's fine. We're family here. Coach Xie is going abroad to develop. That makes sense. You have an international perspective, and I understand your thinking. The club doesn't have a suitable position for you at the moment. No, I should thank the club for arranging my post-retirement role. I learned a lot from the elder Blazevik. Their conversation concluded with discussions about Shenhua and the future of Chinese football. 3 days later, Xia Hui boarded a plane to Sheffield, England. When he stepped off the plane, an Englishman named Hoyer picked. I'm in charge of reception at WW Sports. The equity acquisition has already begun, Xia. You can take a look at the materials when you have time. Xia Hui's English was fluent with no barriers in listening, speaking, reading, or writing. This was why Wei Changjing had sought him out. Acquiring an English club was simple in theory. Once you owned over 75 of the shares, you could initiate a compulsory purchase of the remaining shares. Of course, you didn't need to acquire 100 of the shares. As long as you gained control, you could manage the club. Rotherham's owner Tony Stewart currently holds 60 of the club's shares. So basically, we just need to convince him to sell his stake. But he's not inclined to sell right now. We're in further discussions with him. Our future investment plans have piqued his interest, as he's quite attached to the club. We'll see if we can acquire just 40 of his shares, then buy 25 from other small shareholders in the market to achieve a controlling stake. By the way, the boss arranged for you to watch a Rotherham match soon, Hoyer said. Who's your boss? Tom Cross, the founder of WW Sports. Wei Changjing had once introduced Cross to Xia Hui, but never explained why Cross let WW Sports operate according to his ideas. Xia Hui didn't pry. There were too many incomprehensible things in the world, one couldn't possibly understand them all. Tony Stewart was troubled. In this small town not far from Sheffield, unfamiliar foreigners had appeared targeting him and his 60 stake. Was English football's influence really that vast now? No, of course not. Even if Manchester United was worth billions of pounds, and Liverpool Billions Championship clubs were only worth tens of millions, and League One or Two clubs were capped at a few million. That amount was nothing to foreign conglomerates. Buying a League Two club wasn't as quick a fix as buying a champion. He couldn't fathom why a foreign sports company would choose Rotherham. No matter how he thought, it didn't make sense. Plus, Stewart simply didn't want to sell. He was a businessman, a fan, and a local from Rotherham. Since taking over the club, Stewart had invested a considerable amount. He had no grand ambitions, nor did the Rotherham fans. Everyone just hoped to avoid relegation, and with luck get promoted. Of course, the odds of that luck were virtually nil. They had made it to the championship in the 2002-2003 season, but after spending money unwisely, they were relegated to League One the next year, then slipped to League Two. The remaining years were spent languishing in the lower leagues. Given the investment compared to ambitious rivals, this local wealthy man spent only about £500,000 to £600,000 annually, mostly on wages and stadium rental. Ensuring annual player turnover and keeping the club debt-free was the best he could do. Now an opportunity presented itself. The negotiators from WW Sports said their investment would reach €10 million. What did 10 million mean? Stewart calculated. The best League Two players would cost a few million euros. 10 million could buy half a team. With that, promotion might not be impossible. Thinking of his hometown team possibly returning to League One, Stewart was boss. The WW Sports negotiator said their founder will come here tomorrow for a personal meeting with you. All right, I understand. Let's hold it at my private farm. Inform Douglas and Thomas to join us tomorrow. Douglas and Thomas were also club shareholders. That evening, Xia Hui met Cross, who had just arrived from the U.S. Seeing this young man about the same age as Wei Changjing, Xia Hui couldn't help but feel his own age. Xia, Mr. Wei mentioned you. Yesterday he told me about another matter to discuss with you in advance. Cross said, his face as expressionless as ever. Oh, what is it? Mr. Wei said he will promote a selection of coaches in China. He hopes to add a Chinese coaching team to the existing staff for future club management. You can consider how to implement this. Xia Hui was stunned by Wei Changjing's idea and immediately saw its Chinese football lacked not only good players, but also good scouts. As the saying goes, a swift horse is common, but a bull is rare. Coaches were a crucial link. Coaches came in many types. Few like Su Ginbao had experience with both professional teams and youth development. Many were unsung youth coaches who had discovered numerous young talents. The problem with Chinese coaches was that many were former athletes with limited education. Few pursued further learning, and their own professional levels restricted the potential of the players they trained. This was partly why China hadn't produced a Messi. Most Chinese coaches preferred tall, strong, fast players over short, technically skilled ones. Every year the Chinese Football Association sent coaches abroad for training, but most were superficial. A few classes and visits to clubs, then it was over. To truly learn, one needed prolonged study under renowned coaches. Just as he had spending a year with the elder Blazevic, gaining new insights into managing young players. Xia Hui once again reflected on the grand plan Wei Changjing had laid out, too excited to sleep. In mid-August, Rotherham's temperatures were not high. The weather was around 10 degrees Celsius, slightly chilly. At Stewart's private farm, both sides set up a long table outdoors to chat. Stewart was surprised to see an East Asian face among them, the commercial director. We hired a professional agency to assess the team's players' training facilities and assets. The conclusion is around €1.5 million. Your shares plus those of Douglas and Thomas we're willing to acquire them at a price above the valuation. Total €1.4 million. €1.4 million. Stewart was shocked. 1. For million for 70 valued the entire club at 2 million euros. Others haggled down. This was the first time had seen a buyer raise the price. Was there some trick? You know, I've been a fan of this club since I was a child. When I made it big, I bought the club immediately. It's been 8 years now. I never thought I'd give up my club. I doubt our fans ever imagined outsiders taking over. Stewart was indeed deeply attached to the club. No, Mr. Stewart. Our acquisition isn't about driving you out. So we have another plan. We'll only acquire 50 of your shares plus 20 from other small shareholders and the market. This won't trigger the 75 compulsory purchase. Additionally, we can sign a performance-based agreement with you. If our transfer spending falls short of our promised amount, you have the right to buy back the shares. After new management takes over, you'll remain Rotherham's honorary chairman. You won't leave, you'll just step back temporarily. You'll witness Rotherham United's resurgence alongside us. Stewart exchanged glances with the other shareholders. The terms were incredibly tempting. What exactly are you Honestly, I'm a bit confused. Cross paused. In business terms, the commercial value of this acquisition isn't just in England. The greater value may lie in the East. Cross glanced at Xiaohui. Was that it? Stewart didn't find Crosswords odd. As a businessman, he could sense the rise of the Eastern power. Tony, said Douglas, a man in his 60s who held 5 of the shares. To be honest, I'm a bit tired after all these. Mr. Cross terms are nothing but good for the club. Could it be worse than Wimbledon? Maybe we don't have the ability to take Rotherham further. Accept it. We've done enough. That's right, Tony. It's enough. Clearly the other shareholders were convinced. Stewart raised his hand. Since you all think this is right, I have nothing more to say. I hope you run Rotherham well. Don't give me the chance to take it back. Don't worry. Maybe by the time you wake up, ITLL have risen to the Premier League, Cross said, standing up to shake Stewart's hand, cracking a rare joke. Since Wei Changjing became the general manager of the youth league company, he qualified to attend higher-level meetings of the Football Association. However, because his official title had not been formally elevated, he usually sat quietly in a corner listening. As September arrived, another routine FA meeting took place. Wei Changjing, as usual, found a corner seat, allowing him to let his mind wander when the leaders weren't looking and doodle in his notebook. Today, the expressions of several leaders were less than pleasant. On August 1st, Adalian fans smashed a bus carrying Shaanxi fans. On August 14th, Hangzhou fans attacked a bus belonging to Shenhua fans. On August 18th, Hunan fans clashed with security personnel. On August 22nd, Shenzhen fans vandalized a Shaanxi team bus and confronted the armed police. On August 29th, a Goan's second team engaged in a mass brawl in the Singapore League, leaving several injured. The same day, Chengdu fans smashed a Shenyang team bus with a shard of glass narrowly missing a player's left eye. Throughout the entire month, stadium violence had not ceased, but instead intensified. Wu Di read aloud each violent incident from the paper, his gaze sweeping across the people in the meeting room. Speak up. What do you all think? Wang Xiaoping, head of the disciplinary committee, wiped the sweat from his face and glanced at his supervisor Chen Liangquan. Chen Liangquan looked up at him, then lowered his head to gaze at the record book before him. Director Wu, in my view, these recent incidents are all isolated events. We have already notified all venues to segregate fans and prevent contact with the visiting team and its support. Wei Changjing looked up at Wang Xiaoping. Perhaps his movement was too conspicuous, or perhaps he failed to mask his expression while inwardly mocking Wang Xiaoping. Wu Di called out his name. Xiaowei, why are you sitting so far away? I've seen you scribbling away. Do you have something to say? Wu Di's face remained stern, his tone implying consequences if the answer wasn't satisfactory. Wei Changjing's heart jolted. It seemed the burden of offending others would fall on him again. Wu Di might have sensed that his subordinates were setting him up, but lacked concrete evidence. So he needed Wei Changjing to clarify things. Director Wu, let me speak bluntly, even if it offends. These stadium violence incidents are the result of our leniency. All eyes turned to Wei Changjing as he closed his notebook. In July, we didn't penalize the Dalian venue. Then, whether to compensate or appease, we revoked the punishment against Shaanxi's Sun Jihai. In August, the Hangzhou venue faced no penalties. Neither did Hunan or Shenzhen. Now 6 days have passed since the Chengdu incident, and we still haven't imposed any sanctions. I wonder if it's because our FA observes weekends, or because the procedures are too cumbersome. Xiaowei, stick to the issues, not the fluff. Wu Di interjected. All right, Director Wu. My opinion is to promptly penalize the problematic venues according to our competition and venue regulations while issuing warnings to the relevant clubs. If we lack the rules, we should draft them quickly. In Serie A, racist remarks can lead to closing an entire stand. After the Heysel tragedy, English clubs were banned for 5 years. If I were to impose penalties, it wouldn't just be fines. It would force clubs and fans alike to cherish their home ground's honor and never tarnish it. Also, does anyone recall the player credit system I proposed earlier? We could adapt that concept and establish a similar system for fans. If someone engages in hooliganism, they could be barred from attending matches or even banned for life from stadiums. With national ID systems and real name ticketing already in place, this is entirely feasible. Wu Di nodded approvingly. Xiaowei truly lives up to his reputation as an overseas returnee. His suggestions are quite constructive. Wu Di's tactic of shifting blame and veiled criticism had proven effective. When the Shangxi incident first erupted, he had been misled into believing appeasement was best. But as Wei Changjing had guessed, the ensuing issues only compounded his troubles. Gradually, Wu Di realized that his subordinate's inaction would ultimately be his own downfall. Having Wei Changjing as a blade to strike at the troublesome supervision department was a necessary move. Director Wang, go back and deliver the disciplinary proposal for the Chengdu venue promptly. Also expedite penalties for the other venues. We must never tolerate the black sheep who disrupt stadium order. If similar issues arise again, I will hold you. As for the credit system, Xiao Wei mentioned compile a proposal for me. If you're unsure, don't hesitate to learn from the younger generation. There's no shame in asking. Wu Di's final words were both a slap in the face and a blow to the heart. Wan Xiaoping's face alternated between pale and red. Wu Di continued, speaking of discipline, let me now announce the outcome of the June 27th match-fixing case. After a joint investigation by the FA, the Disciplinary Committee, and the Provincial Sports Bureau, it was confirmed that the match between Guangzhou and Qingyuan had been manipulated. To uphold competition integrity and correct sportsmanship, Guangzhou FA Chairman Xie Chunguang has been dismissed. The director of the Guangdong Provincial Sports Bureau has also been removed. 3 individuals received severe party warnings, 5 were demoted, and 9 had their professional licenses suspended. As Wu Di finished, silence enveloped the room once more. Eyes instinctively turned to Wei Changjing, the instigator of it all. Most thought this guy is truly untouchable. He's brought down half the Guangdong Provincial Sports Bureau and Guangzhou FA. Walking alone at night must be risky for him. Everyone should learn from comrade Wei Changjing. Don't fear problems, face them head-on. Chinese football will never coexist with gambling and corruption. Xiao Wei, the organization has no material reward for you this time. Instead, we want to add to your responsibilities. What do you think? Having admonished Wan Xiaoping, Wu Di's expression softened. Wei Changjing sat up straight. I am young and willing to take on more. He'll follow the organization's arrangements. Good. After discussions with higher authorities, we are appointing you as the team leader for China's squad at the AFC U19 Championship in Zibo this October. Keep up the good work. Team leader for China. Jealousy flickered in many eyes, but no one voiced any strong. The role of team leader for the U19 national team wasn't particularly lucrative. However, it would pave a smoother path for future advancement. Wu Di's intention to promote Wei Changjing was evident. Xiao Wei director Wu specifically sought leadership's approval to recommend you to the national team. I hope you continue to strive for excellence, said Zhu Yongchao, head of the national team department, offering a cheerful. Ordinarily, the U19 team leader fell under Zhu Yongchao's jurisdiction. But due to the age group, it also belonged to the youth development category. Thus, appointing someone from the youth development system to this temporary position was perfectly reasonable. The role of team leader was akin to a political commissar. Think of the relationship between Li Yunlong and Zhao Gang in the TV series Bright Sword. In China's team management structure, the team leader held significant sway. From mundane tasks like arranging team itineraries and managing relations with the media and clubs to critical matters of team personnel discipline and even participating in training sessions and match planning. They could also monitor the coach's performance and evaluate the coaching staff's efficiency. One advantage of this role was sharing credit for success. Since managing every aspect of the team was laborious, it wasn't without merit. If results were disappointing, they could avoid the brunt of criticism. Fans typically aimed their ire at the head coach or the FA chairman who appointed him. The team leader was rarely a target. It was a safe position with promising prospects. Having received his assignment, Wei Changjing immediately set off for Shandong. The team had already assembled at the Luning Football School, awaiting the start of the AFC U19 Championship in October. On the high-speed train to Shandong, Wei Changjing reviewed the U19 national team roster. Familiar names leaped out at him: Yan Junling, Mei Tijiang by Jiejun, Hu Rin Tianjin, Jingdao Zhang Shizhe Wu Lei. Many considered this the weakest U19 squad in history. But Wei Changjing knew that some of these players would become CSL stars. One would be teammates with Kevin De Bruyne, another would play for Espanyol, and yet another would end up in prison. However, these futures might all change because of him. Was this U19 team truly weak? Everyone thought the 2002 World Cup squad was terrible, conceding 9 goals in the group stage. Yet 20 years later, they realized that team was, in a word, legendary. Wei Changjing pondered whether, as team leader, he should bring a gift for the yet unmet head coach Su Maozhen. It was already dusk when Wei Changjing arrived at Luning's training base, where he met the tall and honest head coach Su Maozhen along with 2 assistant coaches Pei Yongjiu and Li Wei. Team leader Wei, you haven't eaten yet, have you? Come, let me take you to the cafeteria for a bite. We can chat on the way. Su Maozhen said, warmly shaking Wei Changjing's hand. Brother Maozhen, calling me, that makes it sound too formal. Since we'll be sharing the same pot from now on, just call me Xiao Wei or Changjing. Su Maozhen chuckled, seemingly unsure whether to call him Xiao Wei or Changjing. Wei Changjing also greeted the 2 assistant coaches, and feeling quite hungry, they all headed to the cafeteria together. There were few people dining in the cafeteria, a group of students from the football school eating together pointed at Su Maozen's entourage. The group entered a private room. Wei. He'll just call you team leader Wei for now, Su Maozen said. Would you like some drinks? Drinks. Wei Changjing was taken aback. Can we drink here? Su Maozen gave an awkward smile. Actually we can't, and the cafeteria doesn't sell alcohol. But you're in Shandong now, aren't you? If you want a drink I can ask around for you. Wei Changjing shook his head. Better not. I want to meet the players later, and drinking wouldn't be appropriate. There's another important reason. The drinking culture in Shandong is too intimidating. I'm afraid I can't keep up with you all. Everyone burst into laughter. This young team leader certainly knew how to talk. Then we'll drink after the match is over. In Shandong if a guest doesn't drink, well it's our fault, Su Maozen said magnanimously. While waiting for the food, Wei Changjing chatted with Su Maozen, Pei Yongzhou, and Li Wei. Brother Maozen, Coach Pei, Coach Li, are there any difficulties we're facing now? Since the leadership assigned me as team leader, I will fully support everyone's work. The team leader was essentially a general manager handling finances, personnel, and discipline. Through the conversation, they found Wei Changjing easy to get along with. But when it came to difficulties, no difficulties, Su Maozen said after a moment of thought. Really no difficulties. Wei Changjing looked at Pei Yongzhou and Li Wei. They exchanged glances and said, no difficulties. Really? Wei Changjing asked again, noticing a hint of hesitation in Su Maozen's eyes. Feeling a bit exposed under Wei Changjing's gaze, Su Maozen finally said sheepishly, our national youth team only has one team doctor responsible for both massage and recovery. He's really overwhelmed. But since we're at the Luning base, I have some influence and can ask the base's doctors to help with the players' recovery. But it's embarrassing to always ask for free help. Team leader Wei, could you approve some subsidies for the base's doctors? Su Maozen knew this might be difficult for Wei. If it had been easy to solve, the previous team leader would have done it. They all knew exactly how much funding the national youth team. Every penny had to be carefully budgeted, even requiring players to travel by high-speed rail for gatherings. I'm afraid that won't work, Wei Changjing frowned. The others silently grumbled. See, it was useless to ask. Why did you even bother? Are there any other difficulties? Who's in charge of our fitness now? Wei Changjing changed the subject. Coach Li is responsible for fitness. Do we have a nutritionist? No, we don't have that kind of setup. We just eat whatever the base provides, but rest assured there won't be any doping issues. The base's management is very strict in that regard. Pei Yongzhou replied. After their meal they hadn't discussed much of substance. Su Maozen and the others hadn't held much hope, so naturally they weren't disappointed. The Football Association's goal for this national youth team was to reach the semi-finals and qualify for the World Youth Championship. However, looking at the results since 2000, apart from a runner-up finish in 2004, they had always been eliminated in the quarterfinals. Wei Changjing silently cursed which idiot in the FA set this goal, before realizing it might have been Wu Di. Long live the leader. Far away, Wu Di sneezed twice violently. Gazing at the sweltering weather outside the window, he silently adjusted the air conditioner to 27 degrees. The evening meeting was lively yet ordinary. Wei Changjing emphasized team discipline and goals, offered some encouragement, and then returned to his room. To the players and Su Maozen, he was just another team leader looking to pad his resume. On September 8th, the third day of Wei Changjing's arrival at the Luning base. Early in the morning, Su Maozen led the team to the training ground. The current national youth team adhered to 3 training sessions a day, a 6-kilometer morning run, strength training in the gym in the morning, and technical and tactical drills in the afternoon or evening. After following the team's training for 2 days, Wei Changjing slipped away. Should we wait for team leader Wei? Li Wei asked. Su Maozen waved his hand. No need, let's train as usual. Whether he watches or not, our training remains the same, doesn't it? Pei Yongzhou added. After all, he's used to working in an office in Beijing. It's already impressive that he managed 2 days of training. The players began their grueling 6-kilometer run around the 400-meter track. Just then 3 cars drove straight up to the training ground. 9 people got out, including Wei Changjing and 8 foreigners. Team leader Wei. The 3 coaches by the field were stunned. Even the running players stopped to look. What are you looking at? Keep running. Li Wei barked. Coach Su, Coach Pei. Sorry I'm a bit late. Let me introduce everyone. This is a team the Football Association hired from Italy for the national youth team. A hired team. When was this arranged? We didn't know anything about it. The 3 were even more bewildered. 3 days ago, Coach Su mentioned the shortage of team doctors, so I thought about how to solve it. Directly allocating subsidies from the budget wasn't feasible, but there are other ways. There are always more solutions than problems. Let me introduce Dr. Cody and Dr. Castellazzi, senior sports science physicians, will be in charge of recovery and nutrition. And these gentlemen, Coach Del Rosso for tactical training, and design Coach Lampra for goalkeeper training, Coach Gaudino for fitness, and Coach Neri for defensive training. The 3 remained stunned. Wei Changjing pointed to the last 2. Mr. Mataloni will handle team data analysis, including training data. Mr. Petsati will scout opponents and gather technical intelligence on their players. Wei Changjing introduced the Chinese coaching staff to the Italians in English. The two sides nodded at each other, hindered by language barriers and mutual astonishment. Even Su Maojian, a Shandong legend who had almost joined Manchester United, was overwhelmed by their professional aura and didn't know what to say. Wei Changjing glanced at his watch. Sorry, I'm decent in English and German, but my Italian is terrible. I've borrowed 6 students from the Foreign Languages University to serve as unknown translators. As he spoke, a minibus pulled up to the training ground. A bespectacled young man led 4 other men and 1 woman to the field. The Italian translators Wei Changjing had mentioned. Young lady, you'll be with the 2 doctors. You don't have to stand in the sun. I'll take them to the medical room to meet Dr. Yang from the national youth team and get familiar with the work environment. Gentlemen, you'll follow the fitness coach, analysis coach, and goalkeeper coach. Wei Changjing pulled the bespectacled young man aside. Xiao, you'll stick with me. Okay, teacher Wei. After everything was arranged, Su Maojian, Pei Yongjiu, and Li Wei finally snapped out of there. In just 15 minutes, the national youth team's coaching staff had grown from 5 to 14 or 20, including the translators. Team leader Wei, what's going on? Su Maojian asked. Oh, it's like this. I also hold a part-time position as the general manager of the youth league company. One of our sponsors, WW Sports, heard about these issues and decided to sponsor about 3000. But the sponsorship isn't in cash, it's been converted into this coaching team. So does that mean we have nothing left to do? Pei Yongjiu murmured. Coach Pei, not at all. They're here to assist us, we're still in charge. Su Maojian asked, so what should we do next? I suggest we pause the current training for a day and rediscuss our training plan with the Italian team. There are still 25 days until the first match, but sharpening the axe won't delay the cutting of wood. So should the players rest now? Li Wei asked. After they finish the 3-kilometer run, have them report to the doctors in turns for a checkup. They'll produce a medical report. The Luning base staff were surprised to see so many foreigners that day. The usually unused meeting room was particularly lively today. Mr. Pitsati, responsible for scouting opponents, kept to himself and went straight to his room to gather data, but he scheduled a meeting 3 days later to discuss detailed information on competitors. The remaining Italians gathered in the meeting room, with Su Maojian, Pei Yongjiu, and Li Wei. To save time, the Italians had Del Rosso, the tactical coach, speak, with Xiao O translating. We've reviewed your training plan. With all due respect, your training is somewhat rigid and outdated. Were you trained by Germans? Ahem, Wei Changjing interrupted. Xiao, you can skip the exclamatory remark. Su Maojian, however, was magnanimous and waved his hand. It's fine, just translate directly. Unpleasant advice is a good medicine. I understand. If you follow your current fitness plan, your players will be nearly exhausted after 3 group stage matches and won't be able to sustain through the finals. Indeed, we were preparing only for the quarterfinals, Wei Changjing thought. Tactically, based on the attacker's characteristics, you need to set up more offensive patterns in the front. Even though Italy excels at defense in the World Cup, we have at least 30 offensive tactics. From corner kicks, free kicks, quick free kicks, indirect free kicks, and so on. The same applies to defensive tactics. Also, in conveying the medical team's complaint, your medical records are very unclear, which is irresponsible for the players' futures. With all due respect, head coach, you should focus on the opponents and not let training details consume too much of. We will provide detailed data, including details like the players' breathing rates, to help you make final decisions. It was a ruthless, overwhelming demonstration of superiority. Su Maojian was among the first to obtain a coaching license, and he had earned his in Manchester, England. But his coaching resume lacked experience in tournaments like the World Cup or Serie A, so faced with a group of Italians averaging nearly 50 years old, he could only humbly accept their input. At least Su Maojian was open to advice, Wei Changjing thought. If it had been a different coach, he might not have been so dedicated. This Shandong man possessed an honest and straightforward quality that commanded respect. The meeting lasted 4 hours, and the morning flew by. Wei Changjing invited the Italian veterans to the cafeteria for lunch, repeatedly reminding the kitchen not to put strange things like pineapple on the pizza. At the meeting room door, Su Maojian stopped Wei Changjing. Thank you, Xiao Wei. Wei Changjing's first impression was generally one of nonchalance, even as he tried to restrain himself, and wore an approachable smile. The character cultivated over 30 years could not be changed overnight. However, those familiar with him could also clearly notice that beneath his casual demeanor, Wei Changjing now carried a sharp edge, giving a sense of a man armed to the teeth, like a swordsman with a flask at his waist, encountering a rare adversary. Su Maojian was a full 8 years older than Wei Changjing. As a representative figure of the 2002 World Cup, he had met many FA officials. A man in his 30s who had already reached the position of deputy director in the FA was either well-connected or related to the leadership. Of course, their guess wasn't wrong. Initially, Pei Yongjiu and Li Wei all thought Wei Changjing was just an intern gaining experience with the youth team, but who would have imagined he wielded such influence? They were unaware of Wei Changjing's role in the June 27th match-fixing incident, but the upcoming youth league was already stirring up a frenzy online. Su Maojian finally realized that Wei Changjing was different from anyone he had ever met. This man actually took action when it mattered. Thinking of this, how could Su Maojian not express a heartfelt thanks? Brother Maojian, you're too kind. It's my duty. By the way, there's something I need your cooperation on. What is it? They'll get it done. Su Maozen's large fan-like hand thumped against his chest. It's a small matter. This Italian team can't just arrive without a word. The leadership thinks we need to hold a press conference. All right, no problem. Brother Wei, you arrange it, and he'll cooperate. If it were any other coach faced with Wei Changjing's unsolicited arrangement of an Italian team, they might have wondered if they were being sidelined or what his motives were. But Su Maozen felt he had gained a great advantage. Who doesn't want to realize their ambitions and have a bigger stage? The problems that had plagued him for so long were all resolved. He no longer had to waste energy on trivial details and finally had time to study opponents and tactics. Upon receiving Wei Changjing's report, the FA was astonished. Just how generous was WW Sports? Did they have money to burn? When Wei Changjing said the youth team needed sponsorship, they immediately donated 300. But how could they refuse such a windfall from heaven? Wu Di and the FA's top brass quickly reached a consensus and readily approved the entry of the foreign coaching team. Moreover, the credit would be attributed to the leadership. The next afternoon, another wave of reporters gathered in the meeting room at the Luning base. Looking at their young faces, Wei Changjing could guess the situation. Behind the long conference table sat Wei Changjing, Su Maozen, the Italian team's representative Darasso, WW Sports representative Leonardo, and the translator Xiao. Wei Changjing tapped the microphone. A sparse group of 7 or 8 people sat below. This was the reality of Chinese football. Attention followed the money. Friends from the media, let's pick up the pace. Everyone was taken aback. What did he mean? Su Maozen also looked at Wei Changjing in confusion. First, let me introduce myself. I'm Wei Changjing, the newly appointed team leader for the national youth team. To save time, I'll send the press release to your email later. Today's agenda has 3 parts. First, the CFA signs a cooperation agreement with sponsor WW Sports, which will provide the youth team with a 9-man Italian coaching staff. All right, the signing ceremony begins. As Xiao translated for Leonardo, the American, who was the China director of WW Sports, stood up, shook hands with Wei Changjing, and they held up a signed agreement. The reporters finally snapped to attention, cameras clicking chaotically as flashes flickered. Was this how press conferences were run nowadays? Were they too young and inexperienced? The reporters in the room were full of question marks. Most were interns from Titan Sports, Soccer News, and Cena Sports who had never seen such a scene. Everyone looked at an older local sports journalist who also shook his head in bewilderment. Okay, first part done. The second part is the Chinese coaching staff welcoming the Italian team to the youth team. Wei Changjing and Leonardo stood to the sides while Su Maozen and Darasso stood in the middle. You can take photos now. This time the response was slightly faster, followed by another round of chaotic clicks. All right, third part. QA session. Wei Changjing looked at the still bewildered reporters, paused for 5 seconds, then said, well, if there are no questions, this press conference is concluded. The press release contains some relevant questions you can quote directly. He nodded to the 3 beside him and prepared. To be honest, Su Maozen was also stunned. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? According to the usual procedure, the team leader in charge of press releases would be reading from a script something about implementing the spirit of developing Chinese football. After countless hardships, we finally... Did I pick up the wrong script today? Wait, team leader Wei. I have a question. A female reporter stood up. Wei Changjing sat back down. The female reporter had disheveled hair and no makeup, as if attending a blind date. She wasn't keen on dress. Go ahead. My first question is, why are you holding this press conference? Some reporters were already covering their mouths to stifle laughter. A bizarre press conference paired perfectly with a bizarre reporter asking bizarre questions. It's like this. The youth team is in intense preparation and time is tight. So today's press conference is streamlined and fast. But rest assured, the press release is detailed enough. For the last comment was a bit cutting. If a youth team story could get even a small mention, these interns would consider themselves. Any more questions? Team leader Wei, I have another question. It was the same female reporter. All right, go ahead. A staff member thoughtfully handed her a microphone. In truth, with so few people in the room, a mic was hardly necessary. I'd like to ask Coach Su Maozen how he feels about the arrival of the Italian team. Su Maozen glanced sideways at Wei Changjing. I think the Italian team is very professional and will be a great help to us. Is that all? The female reporter was baffled. Su Maozen was never a man of many words. He thought this was how a press conference should be. We've identified many shortcomings in our work and can learn a lot from the Italian team. Su Maozen added a couple more sentences, causing Darasso beside him to nod frequently. He had spoken, yet said nothing. The female reporter felt something was off. Then another male reporter stood up. I'd like to ask Mr. Darasso why he was willing to come to China and join the youth team. The male reporter expected the Italian to give an answer like Norman Bethune's, which could be expanded upon. Why am I willing to come to China? They paid me too much. Darasso replied seriously. After Xiao translated, Wei Changjing nearly cough cough. Friends from the media, what Mr. Darasso means is of course their love for football, their interest in Chinese culture, and the cordial invitation from the FA leadership. Write it that way. They paid him too much. The reporters fingered their travel expense envelopes, feeling a bit just as they were about to leave. Wei Changjing asked, "Is anyone here a dedicated reporter for the youth team?" Everyone shook their heads. Even as interns, they wouldn't be assigned to cover a team with no news value. "I have a suggestion. If anyone is interested in becoming the youth team's dedicated reporter, maybe, just maybe you'll..." The crowd dispersed. The press conference lasted 23 minutes, a record short time. But Su Maozhen and the others had no objections. Only the staff at the Luaning base grumbled, internally thinking they could have done all this in the hallway without borrowing a meeting room. The youth team's training plan was readjusted after discussions among the coaching staff. It was changed to 2 sessions a day. Although the frequency seemed lower, the intensity increased. As the Italians put it, it's better to train intensely for 1 hour than to slack off for 3. A match only lasts 90 minutes. The opponent won't give you a chance to distribute your energy evenly. Besides high-intensity drills, the youth team added various tactical exercises. Meals were increased from 3 to 4 with sleep guaranteed for 10 hours. Post-training relaxation and physical checkups were carried out methodically. The day after the press conference, a new figure appeared by the training field. Team leader Wei, "I'm now the youth team's dedicated reporter." It was the makeup-free female reporter who had asked questions at the press conference. Today her attire was different. With light makeup, her features were clear and her eyes bright. Her smooth hair was tied in a bun at the back. She wore a white sun hat, and a backpack hung over one shoulder. Wei Changjing specifically looked at the name on her press pass, Hu Yinping. Wei Changjing nearly spat out his water again. Hu Yinping seemed to understand why he choked and clenched her fists. "But, team leader Wei, this is my interview plan. Could you take a look?" Whether interviewing coaches or players, it required Wei Changjing's approval. It was clear the interview plan was meticulously prepared, and Wei Changjing had no objections. He clasped his hands and said, "Warrior Hu Yin, please proceed." The acquisition of Rotherham United was proceeding in an orderly manner. The only unpleasant aspect was that in 5 matches during August, Rotherham had suffered 3 defeats, 1 draw, and 1 victory, leaving them ranked 5th from the bottom. Rotherham's head coach Ronnie Moore was a legendary figure at the club. He had made 125 appearances and scored 52 goals between 1980 and 1983, a record that remained impressive even by modern standards. After retiring, Moore had managed Rotherham for 8 years from 1997 to 2005. This was his second stint in charge, which had begun in 2009 and continued to the present day. It could be said that Ronnie Moore knew every blade of grass at the club. Even blindfolded, he could find the restroom without taking a wrong turn. Regrettably, his managerial prowess had reached its ceiling. He lacked the ability to turn lead into gold, and the club's financial constraints offered him little room for creativity. More often than not, he could only make do with patchwork solutions, picking 1 or 2 promising youngsters from the football academy to promote to the first team. If they performed well, they might move on to bigger clubs. If they were merely average, staying at Rotherham was not a bad option either. Simply ensuring the team avoided relegation. That was all. At 57 years old, Moore had already caught wind that the club's management was in talks with an American sports company regarding an acquisition, and a few foreign faces had already appeared on his training ground. Take it one day at a time. Rotherham's situation bore some resemblance to Su Maozhen's national youth team. With a limited budget, the team's personnel were equally restricted. 2 assistant coaches, a goalkeeper coach, and a fitness coach who was also a 37-year-old striker, Paul Warren, serving in a dual role. Additionally, there were 2 team doctors and 2 scouts. This was the standard configuration for an English League 2 team. Some clubs might not even have that many. An acquisition would be good too. If it could improve the club, there was nothing wrong with it. At the very least, it might mean a pay raise and more staff. But an acquisition could also be bad. If the results remained like this, the new management might just fire me, thought Moore. "You bastards, did you all not eat enough?" Moore roared from the sidelines of the training ground. The players, accustomed to his outbursts, continued their ball-winning drills without paying him much attention. The team captain Ryan Cresswell chuckled. "Come on, lads, put in some effort. The old man's been under pressure lately. Last time I saw him in the loo, his piss was yellow." A burst of laughter erupted from the group. There were no surprises at Rotherham. Everyone in the town knew that foreigners were coming to acquire the club. Some supported it while others opposed it. Most of the opposition came from elderly fans who had watched Rotherham United for half a century. They disliked change. As long as the team avoided relegation, everything was fine. In a small town with a population of just over 100,000, no one dreamed of a super club. Winning meant joy and drinking, losing meant cursing and drinking. That was all there was to it. The 3 matches we observed happened to include 1 win, 1 loss, and 1 draw. Although precise comparisons were difficult based on the pace and content of the games, Rotherham United seemed to be at the level of a mid to upper-tier Chinese Super League team. Half of Rotherham's starting players were around 30 years old. Having spent years in the lower leagues, they had become, in common parlance, seasoned veterans. Their defensive tricks and cunning in tackles had become muscle memory. Siahui imagined himself in the player's shoes. If he were an attacking player, gaining any advantage would likely be no easy feat. Playing in League 2 required strength. If one insisted on technical football, they had to ensure they possessed enough skill to protect themselves. Rotherham's current tactic was the standard 442 formation, which most English teams also employed. They seemed to have a natural affinity for it. In League Two, there were no shadow strikers or classic number 10s. They rejected all forms of flashiness, preferring simplicity, directness, and roughness. Long balls to find the target man, wide breakthroughs. If a tackle couldn't stop your dribble, they'd tackle twice. If I were leading this League Two team, how could I get them promoted to League One? Hu Yinping was an intern reporter for Football Weekly. When she proposed to her editor-in-chief that she cover the national youth team on a long-term basis, she faced little resistance. The editor-in-chief briefly asked for her reasons. This is the largest number of foreign coaches in Chinese football. Previously, whether it was the Olympic team or the national team, a head coach would bring at most one assistant. A group of 9 foreign assistant coaches is unprecedented. Although these coaches are not well known, they all come from the youth academies of various Italian clubs and are familiar with Asian football. Some have even worked in the J-League and K-League. I believe that with the support of the Italian coaching team, the national youth team might achieve some results. The editor, inwardly, however, he was skeptical. Even if the foreign coaches China had hired could circle the globe 5 times, advancing might remain a global challenge. But one more reporter wouldn't hurt, and building a good relationship with the team was not a bad idea. Hu Yinping, of course, had her own private thoughts that she hadn't shared with the editor-in-chief. She felt that the team leader of the national youth team was quite an interesting person, and perhaps there might be different results. Though this was merely a woman's indescribable sixth sense. During a break in training, Hu Yinping prepared to conduct exclusive interviews with each player. Location: cafeteria. Player: Zhang Shizha. Q. What changes have occurred since the Italian coaching team arrived? A. I feel more tired. 3 training sessions a day were exhausting, but it was just physical fatigue. Now with 2 sessions a day, it's not only physically draining, but also mentally taxing. Q. What do you mean by mentally taxing? A. The Italian coaches set many conditions during training. For example, in a scrimmage, only 3 players from one side can enter the opponent's half. Before that, we have to think about how to attack and how to execute it like playing chess. Location: training ground. Player: Wu Lei. We've practiced about a dozen tactics recently. My biggest wish right now is to try them out in an official match. Now I understand that the hand gestures of Italian players in the World Cup correspond to tactics. It's so interesting. Our Italian coaches are also very amusing. Interpreter Xiao told me that if you tie an Italian's hands, last time I tied the old Italian coach's hands with a rubber band, and he really couldn't talk. Location: medical room. Player: by Jejun. The biggest change in training might be the way the coaches speak. Before, the coaches would say, don't play like this, don't play like that. Now they encourage us more, saying things like, that's good, very good, that was a reasonable decision. I feel more confident mentally. They do point out our mistakes though. Sometimes they pause the training to give guidance on specific. After training, we receive technical statistics and videos from the analysis coach with records of our issues. That helps us remember better. After a week of training, another group of foreigners arrived at the Luning base. Judging by the occasional "aishable" that slipped from their mouths, they were players from South Korea. Wei Changjing hadn't arranged any surprises this time. It had been planned long ago. The national youth team couldn't just train in isolation. Inviting skilled opponents for warm-up matches would reveal more weaknesses. Today's opponent was the reserve team of Suwon Samsung Blue Wings from South Korea, whose players were on average 2 to 3 years older than the national youth team. Wei Changjing and Su Maojian stepped forward to shake hands and exchange pleasantries with the Korean team's leader and head coach. In 2010, Chinese football was struggling at rock bottom. In the AFC Champions League, aside from Beijing Goan, 2 Chinese teams finished last in their groups, and one ranked second to last, all eliminated with no wins against Korean clubs. This highlighted the vast gap in league quality and overall level between Chinese and Korean football. The match was 90 minutes long with unlimited substitutions. Everyone gathered in a circle on the sideline. Su Maojian said, although this is a friendly, I hope you all give it your best. Team leader Wei went to great lengths to invite foreign teams for us to play against. Don't let him down. I'm done. Su Maojian glanced at Wei Changjing beside him. Wei smiled, just play your game. You're not playing for me or Coach Su, you're playing for the national flag on your chest. I won't say more. Our goal is. The players excitedly shouted in unison, to not give Coach Su a Everyone burst into laughter. Wei Changjing had already bonded with the players. He had once teased the youth team's forwards, saying if they didn't play, well, he'd register Coach Su to go on the pitch. After the joke, the players stood shoulder to shoulder, arms linked, heads together, and roared loudly. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. For the starting lineup, Su Maojian switched from the familiar 442 to a 4231 formation. Goalkeeper, Yin Junling. Defenders from left to right, Mai Tijiang, Ma Chongchong, Lei Tenglong, and Bai Jejun. Defensive midfielders, Jin Jingdao and Zhang Jieqi. Left winger, Liu Binbin, attacking midfielder, Zhang Shizha, right winger, Hu Rentian. The spearhead of the attack was Tan Tianqing. Wei Changjing sat on the bench with his arm around Wu Lei's neck. Have you made up your mind about going to England? Wei asked. Brother Wei, it's only September. Isn't it too early? I have some 3 months to learn the language, 1 month for the visa, applying for the winter transfer window, and invoking the exceptional talent clause. Working backward, discussions about the transfer with the East Asia club would need to start in October. Time was actually very tight. What are you worried about? Tell me. Like whether he'll get playing time, whether I can adapt being so far from home, how often. At just 19, Wu Lei's fear of the unknown outweighed his longing, unlike his 28-year-old self in another timeline who had gone abroad. What does your father think? My dad thinks going abroad is better, but he also hopes I can play at a higher level. I'm just afraid that if I can't get playing time over there, I'll be ruined. Wu Lei's concerns were valid. At this age, crucial for development, a prolonged lack of match action could indeed hinder his future growth. But even Wei Changjing couldn't guarantee Wu Lei consistent playing time at Rotherham. He could have the club buy him, but the final decision on his use rested with the head coach. Wei Changjing and Wu Lei temporarily turned their attention to the pitch. The match was intense, with many Luning base staff watching from the sidelines. Why do the opponents look so big? They're all 21 or 22 years old. Of course they're bigger. See, he got knocked flying. Our kids are too weak in physical confrontations. But look, our footwork is still decent. The Koreans play really dirty. Their tackles are vicious. The match between the national youth team and Suwon Samsung unfolded as described by the staff, with the Chinese team on the back foot. In the first half, Suwon Samsung quickly scored a goal, 0-1. However, the national youth team soon equalized from a set piece. 11. Gradually adapting to the physicality, the national youth team took the lead again through a counterattack. 21. Su Maojian was discussing something with the Italian coaches on the sidelines. The intensity of a friendly was still lower than a competitive match. The Korean players initially approached it with a casual attitude, but when they realized they might suffer an embarrassing defeat if they didn't get serious, they perked up. Halftime ended with the score at 21, the national youth team leading temporarily. In the second half, China began to rotate players. The 25-man squad had substitutes for almost every position, and everyone needed to experience the match atmosphere. Don't spare your energy. Run, run. Su Maojian shouted. You clueless brats, do I need to kick your backsides? The Korean coach roared in response. The rotated national youth team eventually showed cracks, and Suwon Samsung equalized. The match ended 22, with both sides shaking hands. There are so many football clubs in the world, yet why is no one willing to offer me a job? Graham Potter began to feel that he was quite accomplished. After ending his playing career, he earned a degree in social sciences and later obtained a master's degree in leadership and emotional intelligence. Although his professional career was not outstanding, unlike many players who idled away after retirement, he continued to improve himself. Yet why was no team willing to give him a coaching opportunity? Potter had served as head coach of Leeds Metropolitan University's team, head coach of the University of Hull's reserve team, and assistant coach of the England University squad. Was he destined to spend his life dealing with these university students? He had submitted his resume to almost every club in the lower divisions of English football. Some clubs only offered him an assistant coach position. He desperately wanted to shove his resume right under the noses of those club owners, to make them see clearly that what he had written was not for an assistant coach, not a fitness coach, nor a scout, but head coach. Sitting on the sofa at his home in Birmingham, Potter shook his bottle of liquor and tossed it into the corner. His phone suddenly rang without warning. Hello, is this Mr. Graham Potter? I don't need insurance, I tell you again, I don't need any damn insurance. Hanging up, Potter threw himself onto the bed. This had been his third month of utter boredom. If no one came to his rescue soon, he planned to pack his bags and see what lay across the ocean. The phone rang again. Potter picked it up, resignedly thinking that he too should persist in selling himself like that telemarketer. Yes, call those club owners and convince them to choose him as head coach. Hello, mate, I have to thank you. You've given me some. Potter's tone improved significantly. Mr. Potter, this is Hoyle from WW Sports. I'd like to discuss a job opportunity with you. What job? Potter sat up on the bed. Well, I'd like to invite you to be the head coach of a team. Which club? Rotherham United from League 2. Have you heard of them? Heard of them? Of course he had. But that club seemed to have shown no response after he sent his resume. Wait, what did you say your sports company was? WW Sports, sir. Hey, race the thing, our company is in negotiations to acquire Rotherham, and we expect to complete the deal by mid-October. By the winter break, if all goes well, we'll need a new head coach to join the club. You're one of our candidates. You're going to acquire Rotherham, and then have me as head coach, right? Yes, you've understood. I agree. Am willing. Potter answered eagerly. A League 2 club. A good choice, no need to go to Iceland, Norway, or Italy. An English club. And in League 2. Sir, hold on, there are some conditions. Let's meet and talk it over. Hoyle couldn't help but smile wryly on the other end. He was responsible for contacting head coach candidates. Some lost interest upon hearing it was a League 2 club, while others refused after hearing the conditions. Soon the two met at a cafe near Potter's home. Potter tried to appear less eager, but in truth he hadn't slept well. He feared that after a night's sleep that Rotherham duck would fly away. Hoyle got straight to the point, introducing the acquisition situation, then said, Mr. Potter, hey, race the thing. For this coaching staff setup, we will retain the existing coaching members. The former head coach Mr. Moore will become an honorary director and no longer handle team duties. Our only condition is to provide you with a Chinese assistant coach, and we will also transfer a Chinese player to join the team. Potter frowned. A Chinese assistant coach and a Chinese player. What exactly was the background of this WWE? Seeing Potter's hesitation, Hoyle added, this winter's transfer budget is €5 million, excluding the transfer of the Chinese player. With that amount, I think you can pursue many high-quality players. Additionally, next summer, whether we are in League 2 or League 1, the transfer investment will be €10 million. Of course, we hope you can promote the team to League 1 within half a year. That way we can all relax, and I won't have to look for a new head coach. A half-season goal of promotion to League 1 with a €5 million winter transfer budget. Potter felt a surge of excitement. This was a chance to prove himself. He had never fought such a well-funded battle. He had done his homework. Rotherham's current results were poor, and the team likely sought a new coach to improve performance. But even a skilled cook can't make a meal without ingredients. Relying solely on the current squad and a rookie coach like him would hardly suffice. Unexpectedly, Rotherham's ambition was half-season promotion. Thinking this way, being assigned a Chinese coach as a potential burden and a Chinese player wasn't such an unacceptable condition. Does that Chinese player have playing time requirements? Of course, our goal is the vast Chinese market, so this Chinese player needs to play. But rest assured, this player is also the most promising and capable in China, not just anyone. I hope you can use this player reasonably, at least as a regular squad member, not just during garbage time. Potter finally made up his mind. Mr. Hoyle, I have no more questions. I can accept the conditions you've just stated. However, I also need to evaluate that Chinese player's performance. No problem. The player's name is Wu Lei, and he is currently participating in the AFC U19 Championship in China. You can watch the matches up close, and we'll cover all round-trip expenses. Such generosity. Potter said, that won't be necessary. Just send me his information. If we can reach an agreement, I think it's more important to first assess which domestic players are available and strengthen Rotherham's squad during the winter window. Okay, congratulations, Mr. Potter. Congratulations on becoming the future head coach of Rotherham. Hoyle extended his hand and shook Potter's. Of course, the list of head coach candidates for Rotherham was provided by Wei Changjing. Knowing Potter would later become Chelsea's manager, Wei understood that Potter had climbed up from small clubs. As it turned out, some people were suited to coaching smaller clubs. Without Wei Changjing and Rotherham, Potter's normal trajectory would have been to become head coach of Swedish club Östersund in December 2010, spending 7 years in Sweden until he got the chance to manage championship side Swansea City in 2018. Strictly speaking, Potter's time in Sweden couldn't be called laying low. During his 7 years at Östersund, he led the team through 3 promotions from the 4th tier to the 1st, and 2 years later secured a Europa League qualification, including a victory over Arsenal in the competition. Coaches like Potter are abundant in football, such as Hoffenheim's godfather Ralf Rangnick or Thomas Tuchel, still at Mainz's youth team at that time. But these coaches had neither interest in Rotherham nor any intention of coaching in England. Therefore, an English native coach was the most suitable choice. Suwon Samsung Blue Wings cost Wei Changjing $300,000. This sum was naturally covered by WW Sports, which in turn acquired all advertising resources of the national youth team, excluding sports equipment for monetization. A week later, the opponent for the second friendly match also arrived at the Luning-based Melbourne Victory from Australia. The match ended 0-2, with the national youth team failing to score. Su Maojian tried new formations and tactics, but the results were unsatisfactory. The Chinese team had always lacked effective methods against tall and strong opponents. As match day approached, the national youth team entered its final preparations. Their first opponent in the AFC U19 Championship was Saudi Arabia. Wei Changjing had received early notice that FA official Wu Di would attend the match. How are your preparations? Everything is normal, sir. They'll come tomorrow to boost morale. Wei wanted to say it was better not to come, but that wouldn't. Pre-match encouragement from officials was a convention. After all, if the team won, the credit would first go to the leaders. The day before the match, the team moved from the Luning base to a hotel in Zibo. Wu Di, accompanied by several deputy directors, arrived at the hotel and cordially met with the young national team players, urging them to fight bravely on the field and display their style and skill. Afterwards, Wu Di gave an exclusive interview to Hu Yanping. Wu Di stated, for Chinese men's football to return to Asia's elite, the national team, Olympic team, U19A, and U17 teams must all maintain top 4 finishes in Asia. Currently, the national team is ranked only 7th in Asia, which is inconsistent with China's status as a major sports nation. This means that for Chinese men's football to return to Asia's elite, they must achieve top 4 finishes or better in various age group competitions. A top 4 finish would secure qualification for the 2011 FIFA U20 World Cup in Colombia. As one of his first initiatives, Wu Di's emphasis on this tournament was evident. October 3, 2010, at Zibo Sports Center. With the referees whistle, the match between the Chinese U19 team and the Saudi U19 team began. After 2 friendlies, the national youth team's formation was finalized as 4,231. Goalkeeper no. 1 Yin Junling. Defenders no. 3 Midget no. 26 by Jejun no. 6 Lei Tinglong no. 2 Wang Tong replacing the injured Ma Chongqing. Defensive midfielders no. 10 Jin Jingdao no. 4 Peng Xinli. Midfielders no. 8 Zhang Shizhen no. 11 Wu Lei no. 7 Hu Rentian. Forward no. 9 Tin Tianqing. Wu Lei was placed on the left wing by Su Maozhen and given considerable freedom. Just 2 minutes into the match, Tan Tianqing's right-footed angled shot gave the Chinese team a dream start. 10. However, the lead did not last long. Saudi Arabia quickly equalized. 11. Just before halftime, Wu Lei, who had scored 9 goals in 5 qualifiers, stepped up. A curling shot from inside the box restored the Chinese team's lead. In the 20th minute of the second half, Wu Lei scored a brace, ultimately securing the victory for the national youth team. Wu Di on the main stand couldn't stop smiling. This Xiaowei not bad at all. Zibo is recognized by FIFA as the birthplace of ancient football, which was then called Kuju. As the host nation, the national youth team's group stage schedule was arranged to start with tougher matches and gradually ease up. The first match was against Saudi Arabia, the second against Syria, and the third against Thailand. The top 2 teams from each group would advance. In the upper half, the only formidable opponents were Saudi Arabia and North Korea, the latter having been defeated by the national youth team in a warm-up match. The lower half was far more brutal, featuring Japan, the United Arab Emirates, South Korea, and Australia. Only 2 teams from this half would reach the semifinals. Thus, for most of the Chinese team, reaching the top 4 wasn't an insurmountable challenge. It was worth noting that such a favorable draw was largely thanks to the magic touch of Zhang Zhilong, known as Brother Long. On October 5th, the national youth team defeated Syria 20, with Jin Jingdao scoring both goals. However, near the end of the match, he received his second yellow card, leading to a suspension for the game against Thailand. This maneuver was a result of the coaching staff's meticulous planning, a classic case of exploiting the system. On October 7th, the national youth team drew 11 with Thailand. Rotated striker Zhu Jianrong scored a goal. With this match, China had already secured qualification, allowing them to conserve energy for the next game. On October 11th, after a few days of rest, the national youth team faced their quarterfinal opponent. When it comes to the North Korean team, ordinary fans know very little. The most famous figure is likely People's Rooney Jong-taes, whose emotional expression during the 2010 World Cup left a lasting impression. Beyond that, this team is always shrouded in an air of mystery. Even Pet Sadi, tasked with gathering intelligence on the opponent, could only shake his head in frustration. Aside from a few warm-up match recordings, there was almost no information available on the team. It doesn't matter. We just need to play our own game, Wei Changjing said, equally helpless. We need to focus on their forward Zhang Yilguan. He scored 4 goals in the qualifiers and group stage. Standing at 177 centimeters, he's a speedy striker with immense impact. So for this match, the 2 center-backs must track his runs and close down the first ball. As Su Maozhen explained the tactics to the players, Wei Changjing sensed a hint of danger. Because the North Korean team had been swept 30 by this national youth squad before, the players, though maintaining serious expressions, practically wore the attitude of "they're our past victims. What can they do to us?" on their faces. In the back corner, hidden from Su Maozhen's view, a few substitute players were goofing around, resembling naughty students not paying attention in class. Underestimation. Carelessness. Wei Changjing's anger surged to his head. After Su Maozhen finished speaking, Wei stepped forward with a stern expression, silently scanning the players without a word. The players finally noticed Wei's unusual demeanor and retracted their wandering attention. Do you think you've already got one foot in the semifinals? Do you think tomorrow's match is already in the bag? Do you believe the mission is nearly accomplished? Wei's barrage of questions left everyone silent. Even Su Maozhen thought the next match wouldn't be much harder than the previous ones. I know telling you to stay alert and not underestimate the opponent might seem like in making a mountain out of a molehill. After a good night's sleep, you'll likely forget it by tomorrow. So today I'll talk about something else, your future. Future. The players' attention finally sharpened, focusing on Wei Changjing. I wonder if you all know a statistic. In China, the average retirement age for football players is 26. Yet internationally, many play well into their 30s, even 40s. Maldini, Zanetti. They were still active in the top-tier Serie A at 37 or 38. Some attribute this to medical conditions, others to self-discipline. But what I want to say is it's about their profession. Most professional players play for money. That's understandable and perfectly legitimate. But from now on, your careers will last at most 12 to 15 years. You need to earn enough in this time to support yourselves for the rest of your lives. So what will you do? Is reaching the semifinals of the AFC U19 championship and fulfilling a political mission enough? If you don't even dare to dream of winning the championship, you'll be deeply disappointed. Probably no one from top to bottom believes you can win it, including me. Why? Because you're too weak. You lack grit, you're not as strong as your opponents, and your tactical discipline is negligible by higher standards. Don't you think so? Wei unleashed his sharp tongue. He noticed some players' eyes widening, their fists clenched in anger as young men in their early 20s. Mr. Del Rosso, please give an objective assessment. What level are these players at? Wei turned to ask the tactical coach Del Rosso. Del Rosso smoothed his white hair and gave a disdainful smile. To be honest, none of them would likely secure a starting spot in any Italian First Division youth team. At best, they'd be substitutes. Substitutes in the youth teams. What about Serie B? Serie B. The competition there is even fiercer, a daily brutal struggle. It's not suitable for anyone here. In Serie B, if you 20 players can't earn a starting role, the better ones go to lower leagues, while others take multiple jobs to make ends meet. Think of Luca Toni. He played 6 years in Serie C before 2000. Luca Toni, a famous Italian striker now with Juventus, was once a key forward for the Italian national team. You've never set clear goals for yourselves. Maybe you once dreamed of playing for your ideal clubs, but gradually, you gave up feeling unworthy. You keep lowering your targets, from champion to fourth place, from starter to substitute. Isn't that right? The players fell silent. Because Wei was right. This was what many of them thought. At 20, they could already see the end of their careers, and Wei knew that except for a few, most of this national youth team would end up in second or third divisions, or even retire early. Few would truly make it. Perhaps his words wouldn't change everyone's life trajectory, but he still had to say them. Now I'm telling you, if you think you're someone, prove it on the pitch. If you think I'm wrong, slap me in the face with reality. If you want to play abroad, I'll fully support you no matter the obstacles, and help you fight for it. Coach Su once had a chance to transfer to Manchester United, but conditions didn't allow it. Ask him if he still feels. The players' gazes turned to Su Maojian, who nodded slightly. I won't say more. Think about what I've said. Meeting adjourned. The players left the room in silence, leaving only Su Maojian, Del Rosso, and a few others. Sorry, Coach Su, I may have said too much. Brother Wei, you're right. They've been too relaxed. Su Maojian patted Wei's shoulder in understanding. Years later, many would recall this AFC U19 championship and mention Wei changing speech, for it truly changed many lives. With the referee's whistle, the match began. As Wei had predicted, the game between the national youth team and North Korea was locked in a stalemate from the start. North Korea fully leveraged their stamina and relentless running, frequently disrupting China's offensive rhythm, with pressing rendering the midfield ineffective in building attacks. The closely marked Jong Il-won posed constant threats, with one counterattack shot nearly breaching China's goal. Wei Changjing stood on the sideline, his brows deeply furrowed. A few hundred spectators filled the stands, many drawn by Su Maojian and several players from the Luning football school. A few young ball boys selected from the school sat on the sidelines ready to act. The match entered first half stoppage time. Suddenly, a seemingly casual pass from North Korea's right back found the head of forward Jong Il-won. A header flicked the ball into the gap between the defenders and midfielders. Defensive midfielder Jin Jingdao moved to intercept the first ball, but the North Korean winger was faster. He controlled the ball, broke into the box, and swept it across the goal mouth. The ball slipped past China's center back to the far post. A figure in red lunged to clear it. China's left back Mir Xiadi couldn't recover in time. A swish. The ball was shoveled into the net. 0-1. The clock read 4527. Damn it. Wei Changjing flung his arm in frustration. Another last-minute goal. It seemed like an inescapable curse for all Chinese national teams. The national youth players were stunned, unprepared for such a sudden concession. Soon the referee's halftime whistle blew. The team trudged dejectedly toward the locker room. Coach Su, what's your plan for the second half? Wei asked in the tunnel. I think we should minimize midfield entanglement and use long balls to create set-piece opportunities. Wei nodded. Watch out for their counterattacks. They'll drop deep and hit on the break. Right'll remind the players. Good, you handle the tactics. I need to see the venue manager. Su was puzzled, but didn't. Back in the locker room, the players sat with heads down, while substitutes handed towels and massaged the starters. Su Maojian adjusted the tactics. The second half approach would involve stretching the opponent's formation and quickly transitioning through midfield to create chances. We've practiced many set-piece routines. Show what we've trained. As Su finished, Wei returned from outside. The players dared not meet Wei's gaze. Su Maojian was a strict head coach, methodical and by the book. The players only felt fear toward him. But Wei gave a different impression, like an older brother at home who could joke around but would sternly scold them if they messed up, especially since he was a football association official and the team leader. I won't waste words. You proved me right, but you still have half a match to redeem yourselves. I just spoke with Director Lee, the stadium manager. In the second half, the ball boys will assist us with throw-in tactics. Throw-in tactics. The players were stunned, then quickly understood. Wei clapped his hands. Let's go. The team roared back, let's go. The second half began, and North Korea's defensive line had retreated to the edge of the penalty area, with their defensive midfielder dropping deep. They continued to run tirelessly, disrupting China's attacks. China in turn spread their formation wide, shifting the opponent and seeking gaps on the flanks. In the past, Su Maojian might have stubbornly intensified the attack while neglecting counter-defense. But now with the Italian coaching staff's input, his tactics were more disciplined. Moreover, after the warm-up match against Suwon Samsung Blue Wings, they had devised several approaches for similar opponents. And they had a master tactician like Wei Changjing on the sidelines. The ball boys for this match were young players selected from the Luning football school. Wei gathered them and explained a simple operation. For throw-ins, they were to deliver the ball quickly when it was China's turn and slow it down for North Korea. Being football school students, they immediately grasped Wei's instructions. Our win depends on you, Wei encouraged them like a sly wolf. The North Korean players soon noticed their throw-ins were becoming difficult. Sometimes the ball boys ambled to retrieve the ball like elderly strollers, other times they tossed two balls onto the field like acrobats. Just then North Korea broke through on China's right flank. After a tussle, China earned a throw-in near the center. The ball boy handed it to right back by Jejun instantly. He launched a long throw. Right winger Hu Rentian made a run, drawing tight marking from a North Korean defender. But Bei's throw flew to Zhang Shizhe, who was positioning himself in the midfield. North Korea's formation had been stretched. Forward Tan Tiancheng made a run out of the box, pulling a center back out of position. Pass. Through ball. The ball was sent into a massive gap on the left channel. No Chinese player was there. There was. Wu Lei was sprinting forward. He shook off his marker with a horizontal run and received the ball before the defensive midfielder could drop back. A vast expanse of open space lay ahead. Wu Lei lightly nudged the ball with the outside of his foot. The goalkeeper had rushed out. Another defender desperately scrambled to block. Suddenly Wu Lei recalled the question Wei Changjing had asked. What are you still worried about? Why not prove yourself at a higher level? Will you regret it if you look back one day? Wu Lei flicked his ankle gently. The ball curved off his toes, sailing over the goalkeeper's outstretched fingertips. Brother Wei, I've finally figured something. I'm going to England. To challenge myself. To prove myself. To fulfill the promise I made as a child. Wu Lei will become China's most valuable player. My value is worth $70 million. Swish. The ball hit the net. 11. Goal. The fans in the stands erupted in wild cheers. The roar of a few hundred supporters sounded like a tidal wave. Wu Lei ran to the bench, embraced head coach Su Maozhen, then bowed to Wei Changjing. Indeed, it was a quick throw-in, and indeed a goal was scored. After scoring, the national youth team seemed to find a way to contend with the North Korean team. Wide-ranging passes left the North Korean team exhausted. Over nearly a month, Wei Changjing could sense subtle changes in the team. The players were improving, growing in football intelligence. Previously falling behind would easily stir impatience among the players. But now their mindset was steady. They knew what to do, neither recklessly charging nor hesitating. Their natural reception of the ball made it evident. Well done, Brother Wei. These lads are finally starting to look like Su Maozhen flashed a confident smile. Yes, at least Del Rosso and his team didn't waste their money. After the equalizer, the national youth team changed their tactics. Wu Lei and Hu Rentian frequently broke into the North Korean team's flanks, causing the latter to shrink their formation like a hedgehog. A whistle blew. North Korea committed a foul. China earned a free kick over 40 meters from the goal. Zhang Shizhe and Jin Jingdao stood at the spot. Push up, push up. Su Maozhen waved from the sidelines, urging the two center-backs forward, leaving only the full-backs behind. Do you notice the national youth team seems different now? A seasoned fan on the sidelines remarked to his friend. Yes, their spirit is far better than before. Who said this youth team was no good? His friend replied. It's not just the spirit. As a veteran tactical master who often chatted with fans, he had followed the league since the Jai era. Coach Su reminds me of Lyubomir Petrovich from Luning. Remember how rough Luning used to be, direct and physical. Then with his guidance, their play became refined. Ultimately, it's about different coaching. What does that have to do with the youth team? Of course it does. Honestly, although Coach Su is from Shandong, he lacks experience in leading a team. I watched them train at the Luning base from the start. Their play was truly poor initially. But look now, they're playing with. So the Italian coaching staff played a big role too. I've never seen a Chinese Super League team with so many coaches. I read in the papers that there are specialists for fitness and tactics handling every detail. That's right. Before, when trailing, you'd see nothing but long balls from 45-degree angles to a tall striker, hoping to score one by luck. But now they're steady, just like Luning in their double championship year. No panic, they'll equalize eventually. Holy cow, the ball's in. Goal, goal, goal. Jin Jingdao faked the pass, and Tan Tiancheng squeezed through the wall. Zhang Shizhe didn't loft the ball toward the goal, but passed it to Wu Lei, who had switched to the right flank. China's two center-backs drew the North Korean defenders toward the far post, and as Wu Lei passed, only an unmarked Hu Rentian stood at the near post. Trap. Powerful shot. The ball curled into the far corner. Goal. The youth team players embraced in celebration. Holy cow, that was incredible. Is this the Asian Youth Championship? It feels like the World Cup. Who recorded it? Who recorded it? The fans in the stands were immersed in the joy and shock of the goal. This set-piece tactic reminded them of Italy, Argentina, and many world-class teams, yet it was the national youth team displaying it. A CCTV reporter tugged at the cameraman, urgently asking, "Did you get it?" No, it was too fast, or I couldn't keep up with the ball. Damn, how could you miss it? No, I have to find the organizing committee. This story could make CCTV 5, maybe even CCTV 1. Absolutely brilliant. The usually refined reporter swore. At the 67th minute, the electronic scoreboard showed a resounding 2-1. Wei Changjing clenched his fist on the sidelines. Hu Yinping, sitting in the stands, was equally thrilled. As a witness to the entire journey, she felt a unique emotion, as if her own child had suddenly grown up. Wait, I'm not married, so how can I have that feeling? Hu Yinping was amused. She turned her gaze to the man who had transformed this team, Wei Changjing, a young football association official in his 30s with mysterious background and resources, leading an underestimated team forward. She had heard the players talk about Wei Changjing's words on the future. There were too few people who nurtured players like a parent, hoping for their growth. Though just an intern reporter, she had heard tales of coaches' infidelity, team leaders taking bribes for selection, and FA officials freeloading at clubs. Hu Yinping felt this man was a treasure trove with much yet to uncover. The trailing North Korean team launched, the intent of attack and defense reversed. China made a substitution, Liu Binbin on Tan Tianqing off. Wu Lei moved to the forward line. China began to tighten their formation. They must not make the mistake of conceding while under pressure. Wei Changjing felt a pang of anxiety, but seeing Su Maozhen and the coaching staff's calm arrangements, he was reassured. As the saying goes, you get what you pay for. Since the Italian coaching staff arrived, the youth team's defense no longer just hoofed the ball into the stands. A defensive coach nary forbade such clearances. First look at the ball's landing point, then the surrounding opponents, and finally the nearby passing options. The backline drilled these habits repeatedly. The transition from defending set pieces to attacking them also involved the forwards. The youth team faced immense defensive pressure, but their counters were equally sharp. Liu Binbin, the youngest on the team, proved his worth by being selected for the youth squad. In September, he had signed a one-year training agreement with French League Two club Metz. Su Maozhen's tactical decision to replace Tan Tianqing was clear. No need for a striker to occupy defenders up front. Instead, use the two wingers and Wu Lei's runs to create fast counterattacks. A three-man attacking combination. A long-range shot from North Korea was deflected and heading out of bounds, but Mei Tijiang chased it down. He and Liu Binbin, both from the Luoning Youth Academy and playing on the left, had an unspoken understanding. After a 1-2 with defensive midfielder Zheng Kaimu to evade a tackle, he played a through ball to Liu Binbin. Liu Binbin feigned a move toward the center. Wu Lei had already made a run forward. Hu Rentian sprinted down the right. Jin Jingdao also surged forward from his defensive midfield position. A 3-on-4 in attack. Liu Binbin's technique was excellent, and his fresh legs gave him an edge. With a few feints, he easily shook off the chasing defender. He looked up, spotting Hu Rentian on the right and Wu Lei ahead. He passed, but the ball went left. Mei Tijiang received it. A 4-and-3. Mei Tijiang dribbled toward the box. At the start of the game, he would have confidently left the defender 20 or 30 meters behind, but now his stamina was waning. Mei Tijiang gritted his teeth. I am the first Xinjiang national player, the hope of my village. The North Korean defender's hand was on his shoulder. Get off me. Mei Tijiang shrugged him off, drove forward, and sent a low cross near the byline. Both players crashed heavily onto the grass. Mei Tijiang didn't know if anyone was at the end of his cross. As he fell from momentum, he looked toward the ball's destination. Zhang Shizhe. Shot. Zhang Shizhe from the Goan youth system gently pushed the ball with his instep, sending it toward the far corner. Goal. Damn, another goal. A brilliant cutback pass. A lightning-fast counterattack in just 10 seconds. A relaxed and elegant finish. Zhang Shizhe raised his fist and waved to the fans in the stands. The team mobbed Mei Tijiang on the ground and Zhang Shizhe. At the 80th minute, the Chinese national youth team, 3-1. In Beijing, Wu Di was reporting to director Liu Kunpeng in the General Administration of Sport Office. Our initial response to the recent on-field violence was indeed too slow, but at least we mitigated the negative impact. In the future, ensure timely handling. Football easily triggers mass incidents, something you wouldn't encounter at the Motorcycle Sports Center. Football is complex. We must focus on the main contradictions and stay vigilant against corruption. Liu Kunpeng spoke earnestly. Just then a news alert popped up on Liu Kunpeng's phone. A sports subscription. Sina Sports national youth team defeats North Korea 3-1, advances to semifinals. Oh, old Wu, the youth team advanced. Wu Di was startled. His phone was on silent. Liu Kunpeng, I heard the team leader you appointed, Wei Changjing, hired some foreign coaches. It seems to have paid off. Director Liu, you know Wei Changjing? Wu Di caught the subtext. Director Liu actually remembered a young official's name and mentioned it to him. I met him once a long time ago when he was about 3 or 4. His grandfather was also a senior of mine. I didn't expect him to end up under your command. Yes, the young man is energetic and full of ideas. He recently mentioned wanting to train at the Chinese Super League company. Is that so? Liu Kunpeng pondered. It's a bit challenging, but if the youth team performs well in this tournament, it would be a strong bargaining chip. Liu Kunpeng wouldn't focus too much on such matters. China had many sports, with football having the lowest status, yet the highest commercial value. Personnel appointments at the CSL company were the result of multi-party negotiations where candidates would compete on soft and hard strengths. Yes, he'll find time to visit Shandong again in a couple of days. Having achieved the FA's goals, Su Maozhen breathed a huge sigh of relief. But as Wei Changjing said, since they played football, why limit themselves to a 4th-place finish? After a day's rest, the youth team held recovery training. Their next opponent was revealed. Japan beat South Korea 1-0 to reach the semifinals. The other two semifinalists were Australia and Saudi Arabia. In the hotel meeting room, the players awaited Su Maojin and Wei Changjing's pre-match briefing. After Su Maojin finished analyzing the opponent and tactics, it was Wei Changjing's turn. This time, he didn't frown. Games had to be played one by one, and a team's belief and mindset needed daily accumulation. The youth team now exuded the demeanor of a mature squad. What is your goal now, champions? Wei Changjing scanned all the players, squinting. So quiet. Lack of confidence. What is your goal? Champions. The players shouted the word at the top of their lungs. Wei Changjing nodded in satisfaction. That's more like it. To ensure you win the championship with dignity, I've spared no expense. Come bring in what I've prepared. The meeting room door opened, and two waiters pushed in 2 racks of clothes. Black suits, 2 full racks. Su Maojin and the Italian coaching staff watched without surprise. Come on, 1 set each. Custom made to your sizes. Line up and collect them. On October 14th, the Chinese team's bus slowly rolled into the stadium. The media gathered at the sidelines were no longer as sparse as in the previous matches. The youth team's consecutive victories over strong opponents in qualification for the World Youth Championship drew more attention. When the players stepped off the bus in black suits and dark red ties, the reporters were stunned. The usually suntanned players looked incredibly handsome and confident. Is this the youth team? A reporter rubbed their eyes. They look like the England national team. Stop dawdling, start taking photos. As instructed by Wei Changjing, the players waved to the media zone after getting off before heading to the locker room. Su Maojin and Wei Changjing were the last to disembark. Su Maojin also wore a brand new suit. This Shandong football veteran certainly could afford a suit, but he had never paid much attention to attire. Brother Wei, is this necessary? Su Maojin instinctively wanted to loosen his tie. Brother Su, look how sharp you are. Much better than your old tracksuit. It's just a bit unfamiliar. I'm worried we'll be criticized if we lose dressed like this. Su Maojin said with concern. Then we can't lose. Brother Su, just focus on how to win. The Japanese team with their decent lives is nothing. We've simulated this many times, right? Just go for it. Su Maojin nodded firmly. Exactly. Just go for it. In stark contrast to the triumphant advance of the national youth team, the Chinese national men's football team suffered a 0-4 defeat against Uruguay in an international friendly held in Wuhan on October 12, conceding 4 goals in the final 20 minutes. On the same day, the Chinese Olympic team also lost to Syria. I heard that country is still at war. Alas, this Olympics is hopeless again. Why hold any hope? It was hopeless in 2008. How could 2012 be any different? Enough said, it's too disheartening. Hey, I heard the youth team is playing well lately. They're playing Japan today. Is there a broadcast? No, not even on. Cena Sports has a text live stream. I saw the goal video from the match against North Korea the other day. Absolutely beautiful, a set-piece tactic. Damn, it was definitely designed. I heard their Italian coach designed it. Let me see. The national youth team became a glimmer of light in the dark night of Chinese football in 2010. Yuji Ibusuki, forward 1, 97 meters tall, hailed as Japan's Bierhoff or Crouch. In the winter of 2008, he signed a 3.5-year contract with Girona in the Spanish Segunda División. He was subsequently loaned to Zaragoza B. Sabadell in the Segunda División B and Real Madrid Castilla. During his stints across multiple clubs, he had a decent record of 11 goals in 34 appearances. Boys, let's see what a Segunda División level center forward really looks like. Are you inferior to him? No. The players' roar in the locker room threatened to lift the roof. In Wei Changjing's memory, Yuji Ibusuki ultimately did not reach the heights everyone anticipated, but that did not stop him from being one of Japan's most threatening forwards at this moment, making him a defensive priority for the Chinese team. Takashi Usami, forward, just scored a hat trick in the group stage match against Vietnam. Not long ago, in an AFC Champions League match, Usami scored for Gamba Osaka against Suwon Samsung Blue Wings. It is said scouts are already evaluating whether he can join a European club. See the gap. So what is our goal? Let's show them what we're made of. This match is not just a game of football. Looking back 50 years, we play for those Chinese. Understand? Yes. Wei Changjing saw the fire in the players' eyes. Facing Japan required no motivation. Bayern Munich's chief scout Wolfgang Daimler was no stranger to China. Travel for someone like him was routine, but among all the countries he visited, the trip to China was the most anticipated. What left a lasting impression on him was not the Chinese players, but the vast variety of Chinese cuisine. He recalled visiting China in 2004 when a journalist asked if Xiao Jia and Zheng Ji had a chance to play in the Bundesliga or Serie A. He offered a polite compliment, but the journalist persisted, asking, could Xiao Jia transfer to Bayern Munich? Good heavens, do sports journalists these days leave their brains at home? Do they think we foreigners are devoid of social? Who would choose a player from a third-world football nation for the Bundesliga, especially when they are well past their athletic? Utterly absurd. This trip's purpose was to scout Asian players with a primary focus on Japan's Usami. This player truly deserves the title child prodigy. breaking the record for the youngest league appearance, scoring in the AFC Champions League at 17, and becoming a team's linchpin. These are remarkable achievements. If likened to characters from Captain Tsubasa Ibusuki, is a real-life Jiro Matsuyama, while Usami is perhaps the closest to Tsubasa Azura himself. Of course, besides that, Korean players are also decent, but after the 2002 World Cup, they became unsellable in Italy and could only venture into the rugged English leagues in Europe. As for other countries, let's just talk about the delicacies of Shandong. Daimler sat at the highest point of the stands, flipping through the data report handed to him by his assistant. At the top of the goal-scoring chart was Australian forward Bruce Jite with 5 goals. In second place was Japan's Usami with 4 goals. Third was a Chinese player, Wu Lei, with 3 goals. The other players on the scoring list had been eliminated and posed no threat to these few. Jite no longer needed scouting. Based on Daimler's years of experience, even if Jite scored more goals in this tournament, his potential had already reached its ceiling. In a few years, this kid would only be able to scrape by in his own national league. Why was he so certain? Daimler could only say it was experience, insight, judgment, the accumulation of daily work. Why else would he be Bayern's chief scout and not someone else? Japan should have no trouble defeating China in this match. Daimler had watched Japan from the group stage through to the semifinals, and their playing style had gradually taken shape. The 442 formation and player pairing were also quite reasonable. After reviewing individual stats, Daimler moved on to the team data. Passes, tackles, possession, threatening passes, and so on. Gradually, a look of surprise spread across Daimler's face. Japan's technical statistics were not impressive among the final teams, especially in possession, where they were actually inferior to China. Inferior to China. Impossible. Amateurs watched the excitement, professionals watched the technique. As the fans on the sidelines saw, China now exuded a sense of steady composure. Daimler perceived this from the data. Although possession does not guarantee victory or goals, the team with the ball should expend less energy and create more opportunities. The opponent's only recourse is defense and counterattack, holding on with spirit and will. When did China start adopting this possession-based style? Daimler asked his assistant. The assistant tapped on the keyboard and said, since the group stage, their formation has not changed. The coach has mostly made like-for-like substitutions. They seem well coordinated, with possession increasing in every match. Especially against Thailand, they had 59 possession, a fact many overlooked. Damn, this indicated a problem. Daimler flipped through the data rapidly and stopped at a player's name. Jean. 76 passes, 62 completed, 8 successful long balls, and 6 key passes. The total number of key passes was the highest in the entire AFC U19 championship. When did China produce such a midfield conductor? This was a major discovery. A huge discovery. If forwards are as common as autumn chives, then a good midfielder is a 1 in 10,000 rarity. Bayern Munich is hardly short of excellent forwards. They have the resources to buy the best in the world. But a midfield commander, that's far more difficult. They wouldn't trade one for 100 million. Daimler certainly didn't expect to find a player like Zidane at the AFC U19 championship, but having discovered such a talent, it was his professional duty as a scout to observe him closely. The match on the pitch had already begun. From the first encounter, the Japanese team sensed something unusual. The Chinese team was exceptionally fired up, launching an all-out assault. Whenever the Japanese team had the ball in their own half, 2 Chinese players immediately pressed. Bureaucrat, their pressing is intense, the Japanese assistant coach warned. Japan's head coach Ichiro Bucho showed little reaction. It would be strange if the home team China didn't try. After a grueling battle against South Korea, the Japanese players were generally fatigued. He preferred a possession-based approach to conserve energy and seek an advantage. This was the essence of waiting at ease for an exhausted enemy. China's tactic was high pressing. Under such pressure, Japan would inevitably make mistakes. And indeed, a Japanese defender's pass was intercepted by Liu Binbin, who had come on as a substitute for Wu Lei. The ball was passed into the box, and Tan Tianqing, leaning against the defender, fired a shot that soared over the crossbar. A collective groan echoed from the sidelines. Wei Changing looked worriedly at the fitness coach Godino. With this tactic, won't we have stamina issues? Don't worry, the boys are in excellent physical condition. They've rested well, and we haven't played any extra time during. Their stamina reserves are sufficient. However, Wei Changing frowned. Was he going to pause mid-sentence? However, football sometimes requires persistence and courage. Don't you think? Duraso added, don't worry, they are also a group of courageous lads. Japan passed the ball to a midfielder. Jin Jingdao and Zhang Shizhe closed in. Japan passed. Intercepted. Defensive midfielder Zhang Jiechi, lurking nearby, stole the ball successfully. He had been eyeing the passing lane all along. You little devils. Pass. Zhang Jiechi sent the ball to the right flank. Hu Rentian cut inside with the ball. Right back by Jiejun had already overlapped. Would it be a cutback? Hu Rentian continued his lateral dribble, then knocked the ball to the well-positioned Zhang Shizhe. A one-touch pass. Through ball. Tan Tianqing, his teammate from Beijing, made a run behind the defense. Chemistry. This was the chemistry built over years of playing together. Tan Tianqing knew Zhang Shizhe would pass that way, and Zhang Shizhe knew Tan Tianqing would make that run. Shot. Far post. The ball rolled joyfully across the grass and nestled into the back of Japan's net. Goal. China's U19 team took a 1-0 lead. It was just 15 minutes into the match. Buchanan, do you want to make some adjustments? With 1 goal down, the assistant coach still needed to consult the head coach's opinion and shout some instructions from the sidelines. I think it's unnecessary. Buchanan shook his head. How long do you think the Chinese players can sustain such high-intensity pressing? 45 minutes. I think that's their limit. After that, their formation will be full of holes. Buchanan, you plan to strike in the second half, right? Exactly. The Chinese tactics play right into my hands. I want to drain every last drop of their blood. Besides, we still have Usami, don't we? Buchanan said with confidence. As a head coach who rose from a high school team to the national squad, his greatest fortune was undoubtedly coaching a player like Takashi Usami. Put him on the field and wait for him to score. In elementary school, Takashi Usami played for the Nagakakyo SS team. His exceptional performance was so remarkable that people simply renamed the team Usami FC. The assistant coach sneered inwardly. Japan's strict hierarchical relationships prevented him from speaking out. Buchanan was inherently a stubborn coach, rarely making creative adjustments or tactical changes during matches. He preferred to overpower opponents with momentum, or rather to go with the flow. However, Buchanan's prediction should be correct. How could the Chinese team's stamina sustain such a high-pressing tactic? As long as the Japanese team didn't collapse, it would be the Chinese team that broke down. Waiting for them was a reversal of fortune. The pressing continued, but its intensity had waned compared to before the goal. The Chinese team deliberately switched to counterattacking football, while the Japanese team was fixated on equalizing. Both sides engaged in fierce tackles and counter-tackles near the center circle. Standing on the sidelines, Wei Changjing's attention wasn't solely on the players. He was pondering matters concerning. Since the inception of Japan's J-League in 1993, the Japan Football Association had been promoting the development of campus football, gradually forming 2 systems. The first system was the coaching system. The JFA stipulated that professional clubs from the first team and second team down to the U18 and U15 levels must have coaches holding corresponding coaching certificates, and this even extended to campus football. Even if you were a coach for a junior high school team, you needed a coaching certificate to take the position. This ensured that all campus football was guided by professional coaches teaching children how to play. Simultaneously, Japanese football launched a 5-year plan to train 900 level coaches. With these coaches entering society, it would be an immeasurable force for social and youth football. Who said coaches had to be former professional players? Among the world's renowned coaches are Mourinho, who was a translator, Sarri, a former bank clerk, and the old master Arrigo Sacchi, a shoemaker. Of course, few become world-famous coaches, but these foundational coaches still play an indispensable role. Wei Changjing had already arranged for a rule to be added to the Youth Football League registration. All registered teams must be led by someone with a D-level coaching qualification. Without a certificate, they couldn't participate. At the same time, he collaborated with the competition department to launch a youth football coach certification program. Because Japan's coaching system had already proven that coaches from renowned football schools could gradually progress to higher levels after achieving results. Just like Buchanan's outstanding performance at the high school level could lead to coaching the national team or even professional clubs. As some left schools, others entered them. When talent can circulate, value emerges, and the level of football naturally rises. The second system was the youth competition system. In the early stages, the youth league was a clash between professional youth teams and campus football. In the long term, the goal was to integrate and co-build interest-based football and professional football. Interest-based football progresses from elementary school to high school, and then to university, with the possibility of linking to professional teams or forming its own professional teams. It could become the last chance for late-blooming players. Players like Yuto Nagatomo and Keisuke Honda experienced the twists of being eliminated from club youth systems and then re-emerging. Professional football, through integration with schools, could reassure ambitious parents to support their children's football careers, ensuring that even if they failed, their education wouldn't be neglected. This was precisely the significance of the Youth Football League, breaking down the barriers between the two youth training systems, allowing them to compete on the same field, learn, and improve together. Takashi Usami knew that someone in the stands was watching his match, the German scout from Bayern Munich. But in this game, his touches on the ball were few and far between. No space to dribble, no passing lanes. Whenever he received the ball, the opposing center back would immediately close in to disrupt. Without the ball, how could he score? Usami was like a finely tuned rifle with a precise scope, but its magazine was empty of bullets. The ball was once again cleared. Coach Buki instructed them to continue playing possession football at their own pace. Usami, dropping back in defense, approached Hiroshi Ibusuki. Ibusuki-kun, this won't do. Yeah, without the ball we have no chance. He'll drop deeper later. Keep an eye on my position and pass the ball to me. Usami rolled up his sleeves. Alright, no problem. Usami's guess was correct. This was precisely China's tactic. By pressing high, they cut off the connection between the midfield defense and Usami and Ibusuki. Even if the ball got through, they fought for the first ball, even resorting to man-marking. Executing this tactic wasn't difficult, but its weakness was that it could easily be exploited for the second ball, leading to attacks. Since elementary school, Usami had always been the team's core, sometimes even the on-field coach. In DeMiller's words, Usami had a very strong ability to read the game. With proper nurturing, he had the potential to become a wallet-picking player like Thomas Muller. Play resumed, and Usami dropped even deeper. Coach Buki had given him complete freedom. As long as he didn't run to the goalkeeper, anything else was fine. Such was the treatment of an ace player. Usami made a few gestures to his teammates, and the midfielders and defenders understood his intentions. Japan's play underwent a subtle change. Crosses came earlier from the flanks instead of intricate build-up plays. More through balls were played through the center rather than positional attacks. Usami fluttered like a butterfly, orchestrating from side to side. The Chinese half was in a state of panic. Zhang Shizhe was also reading the game. On the pitch, things changed in an instant, and waiting for the coach's adjustments was often too late. The coach's role was more about making predictions and directional adjustments, while the detailed operations required the players to improvise. Now China's pressing had no clear targets. The opponent's one-touch passing was a technical foundation, honed over years, and not easily stolen. Japan played a diagonal long ball, aiming for the high point. Hiroshi Ibusuki, center-back Lei Tunglong, contested the header. The ball flew to the center circle. Japan's number 10 and captain Rokura Mitsunari received the ball in midfield, turned, and broke the press. Pass. Usami. Usami got the ball dribbled past the defensive midfielder and entered the box where 5 Chinese players stood. A feint cut inside. He sent the sliding fullback tumbling into the box. Shot. A fake. The Chinese players raised their arms to block. They were fooled. Shot. A figure charged from behind and sent Takashi Usami flying with a hip check. It was Zhang Shizhe. Tsubasa Razora. No way. Zhang Shizhe played a diagonal long ball to Liu Binbin on the left. Liu Binbin's task today was to be the spearhead of quick counterattacks. The pass was precise and fast, piercing Japan's midfield line. Liu Binbin didn't hesitate, controlling the ball and beating his man in one move. He crossed. The ball was lofted into the box. A perfect delivery. Tan Tianqing leaped high and headed the ball towards goal. Japan's center-back was pinned beneath him. The ball flew towards the bottom corner. Was it in? A save. It was saved. Tan Tianqing's seemingly certain header was heroically parried by the Japanese goalkeeper. A sigh echoed through the stadium. Tan Tianqing held his head in his hands. Su Maojian wished he could go up there and head it himself, showing them the prowess of China's former top striker. Coach Su, we need to have Tan Tianqing practice his headers more when we get back, Wei Changjing joked. Definitely. Su Maojian gritted his teeth. The first half finally ended. Both the Japanese and Chinese teams returned to the locker rooms with a sense of regret. Both sides had chances to change the scoreline in the first half, but neither could capitalize. DeMiller glanced at the statistics, recalling that crucial tackle, and said, "This Zhang Shizhe might require us to stay in China a bit longer." You think he's a good player too? Yes, at least he's a promising player who uses his head. Compared to Usami, that's hard to compare. Zhang is a midfielder somewhat like our Cruz. Chinese players are very balanced, but it's rare for them to have distinctive traits. Usami, on the other hand, has very prominent characteristics. The club's task is to figure out how to best utilize his strengths. Being a scout is actually a lot like being a buyer. We need to select the ingredients that can make a gourmet meal, essentially which kids have more potential. Their football IQ often determines their potential. The rest is left to the chefs at the club. We've also seen prodigies fall and high-profile stars fizzle out. How cruel the world of football is. But how do you spot football IQ? The assistant asked, puzzled. Ha, you've got a lot to learn. DeMiller chuckled smugly. China had rotated the squad for this match. A new defensive midfielder was brought on, and left-back Midget and Wu Lei were rested for the first half. We basically achieved our goals in the first half. In the second half, follow the plan and make substitutions. Wu Lei replace Tan Tianqing. Binbin, do you still have the energy? Sweat streamed down Liu Binbin's face. Like the other Chinese players, his running and pressing had exceeded normal limits today. Apart from tactical substitutions to break the deadlock, taking anyone off meant reducing tactical flexibility. No problem, Coach Su. Good, then grit your teeth and hold on a little longer. Just remember what we covered in training. Before the match, Su Maojian and the coaching staff had prepared various scenarios. What to do if leading, what if trailing, and even if drawing. They aimed to tip the balance of the game in their favor. Since China had gained an advantage, they needed to convert it into victory. In the Japanese locker room, adjustments were also being made. Don't worry about their pressing. In the second half, they'll definitely resort to more energy-efficient possession play to deal with us. Don't you know the Chinese habit? When they take the lead, they choose to defend. When a draw is enough to advance, they end up losing. Buki along made a rare joke. The locker room was filled with light-hearted laughter. In the second half, we attack. Pass the ball quickly, the more direct the better. Let's break them within 30 minutes. Do you have the confidence? Yes, the Japanese players roared. In the second half, Usami continued to find gaps in their defense. Midfielders pushed forward decisively. Roka Hirakan. Byuki Elong glanced at Captain Rokura Mitsunari. Understood, coach. All right, let's go, boys. Crush them. Japan launched their offensive in the second half, convinced that the next 45 minutes would be theirs to command. Bu Qiling grew even more certain of this after seeing Su Maojian replace the towering center forward Tan Tiansheng with Wu Lei. It seemed China had run out of stamina. But why were they still employing a high press? Indeed, China's high press persisted. In the front, two players marked each Japanese opponent, while a third lurked ready to intercept passing lanes. A final desperate struggle, perhaps. Their energy must be utterly depleted. Just as Bu Qiling pondered this, the Japanese defense committed yet another error during a lateral pass to the wing. They lost the ball. Hu Rentian intercepted it, supported by defensive midfielder Jin Jingdao. A breakthrough. Hu Rentian immediately charged toward the byline after the steal. No. How could this happen? The Japanese defenders were left trailing behind. Another 3-3 situation in the front. Wu Lei and Zhang Shizhe were both making runs. Hu Rentian still had time to glance at the closing defender. Japan's defensive line was pushed too far forward, leaving vast open spaces behind. Pass. To Zhang Shizhe. Zhang Shizhe lifted his leg and let it slip through. A Japanese defender attempting to block Zhang Shizhe tumbled to the ground. But the ball was not at Zhang's feet. It slipped past his foot to the far post. Wu Lei collected the ball. The ball seemed to slow down under his control. In the moment before shooting, Wu Lei had time for two upper body feints, adjusting to his preferred foot. A push shot with the instep. The ball rolled along the post and nestled into the net. The Chinese team extended their lead. What? Bu Qiling's eyes bulged like copper bells. How is this possible? How could we be 2 goals behind China? Press forward, damn it, press forward. Forget about defense. Press forward. Bu Qiling's eyes instantly turned bloodshot. The Japanese players were still reeling from the immense shock. Daimler was speechless in the stands. It was too unexpected. He had once thought Japan's victory was certain. Yet the first half ended 10-0, and now, just over 5 minutes into the second half, it was already 20. He felt a bit embarrassed to rely on his own experience and judgment anymore. He even thought his assistant was looking at him strangely. The ball is round after all. Who can truly predict which goal it will roll into? On the scorer's chart, Wu Lei's goal had now tied him with Usami Takashi for second place. It's all right. There's still time. Teacher Duan, yes, this is Shaoli. I'm at the Zibo Asian Youth Championship. It's 20 now, we're leading. I can't wait until the end of the match. This week's Total Soccer must save a segment for the national youth team's highlights. Yes, win or lose, this game represents hope. The caller was the CCTV reporter who had cursed at the cameraman last match. He had followed Chinese football for a long time. Watching them lose had numbed him, like being stranded on a deserted island, lonely and hopeless. Today's match was like the sound of a ship's horn echoing from the distant horizon. There was hope. Finally, it felt like returning to the world of normal people. That was roughly the feeling. At that moment, Daimler's assistant handed him a report. Daimler took it with a puzzled look. On it was written a name strikingly clear: Wu Lei. When did you gather his information? During the qualifiers, didn't you have plans to come to China for scouting long ago? I took the liberty of collecting information on a few other players I found promising. The assistant emphasized the words "I found" particularly heavily. Admittedly, Daimler's assistant was a very capable person, though otherwise he wouldn't have stayed by Daimler's side for 5 or 6 years. Their relationship was that of superior and subordinate, teacher and student, and also friends. Arthur, do you also want to test your eye for talent? Daimler chuckled. No one wants to be an assistant forever. His friend was no exception. The report read: Wu Lei, born November 1991. Debuted at age 14 in China's third-tier league, making him the youngest player ever to appear in a match. In 2010, he was the main striker for a club in China's second-tier league, scoring 5 goals in 16 matches and becoming the team's top scorer. While the number of goals wasn't high considering his age, it was already an impressive figure. On February 14, 2010, he made his debut for the national team. In the qualifiers for this Asian Youth Championship, he scored 9 goals in 5 matches. Quite impressive stats. He's a good player, but from my perspective, his physique might not withstand the intensity of European leagues. Of course, his body can be trained, but the most important thing is awareness. Compared to Usami, he simply isn't talented enough. Sir, don't you think many of Japan's so-called geniuses are hyped up by the media? Remember that genius named Inamoto Junichi. He eventually faded into obscurity as the two chatted Japan's fierce attack bore fruit. The Japanese team besieged China's penalty area, turning it into a half-court offensive drill. Usami Takashi demonstrated the extraordinary ability of a core player. He played a 1-2 wall pass with Ibusuke Hiroshi at the edge of the box, tearing a gap in the Chinese defense. Usami Takashi then dribbled past 2 Chinese defenders inside the area and slotted the ball into the net. It was entirely the role of a star player, relying solely on Usami's individual skill. Demiro remarked, "You see, this is what a star player does. Sometimes a match is evenly matched, but with a star player the balance of victory shifts. The Japanese team's morale surged and their attacks became even fiercer. The Chinese team also exerted every effort defending with all their might. Even Wu Lei retreated to the center circle to defend. Su Maojin then substituted the exhausted Liu Binbin, bringing on Wei Renjia, a left midfielder with stronger defensive capabilities. Wei Changjing could clearly hear his own heartbeat, fearing that this match might once again transport him to The butterfly's wings had fluttered, and the outcome beyond was unknown to him. Fortunately, after the adjustment, the Chinese team stabilized the situation. This match was largely within Su Maojin and the coaching staff's plans. After taking the lead, she should drop back a bit. Your task is to use long passes to find Wu Lei. Like Pirlo at AC Milan, be the deep-lying playmaker. Utilize your vision. Everyone else watch your positional cover. Jingdao, don't hesitate to push forward during counterattacks. Jin Jingdao's stamina advantage made him a prime candidate for the box-to-box midfielder role, as agreed by the coach. In the past, Usami's goal might have cracked open the Chinese team's defense, leading to a possible reversal by the Japanese. But this time they faced a different Chinese team. The Japanese team's ferocious assault seemed to echo an era of blazing warfare. We are the district squad. Our mission is to hold this position for 4 hours and block the enemy. The enemy is a whole regiment of devils. Fall back and let us help you defend. It's fine. You can set up a second defensive line behind us. If we are wiped out, you can take over. The Chinese team's defense was similar. Mistakes would occur and gaps would be exposed. The Japanese team's technical and tactical prowess was indeed a cut above this current Chinese youth team. But the Chinese team had coalesced into a cohesive unit over a month of training a defensive whole. The Italian defensive philosophy lived up to its reputation. Like a wall with cracks, yet someone was always there to patch and mend, making it momentarily impenetrable. Demiral nodded, then shook his head. His assistant Arthur spoke first. This time the Chinese team indeed lacks standout star players. Their talent is not exceptional, but they are more cohesive than the Japanese team and can form a greater fighting force. Now, just one moment. Zhang Shizhe launched a long pass. The pass was threaded between the two defenders. The Chinese team's lone striker Wu Lei was right beside the center back. The Japanese defenders attempted an offside trap, but found Wu Lei making a lateral run in the opposite direction. Trouble. Everyone on the field was startled. Zhang Ziz's pass was exquisitely timed, perhaps a pass he couldn't replicate even after 100 attempts on the training ground, yet he delivered it. And Wu Lei fully exploited his excellent positioning. Calm, clever movement, explosive power and speed. The ball arrived as he did. He gave the defender no chance to make contact. Wu Lei's powerful shot struck the underside of the crossbar and bounced into the net. Wei Changjing and Su Maojin embraced each other. The Japanese team still attempted a counterattack, with Usami leading the charge, doing everything an offensive player could on the field. Unfortunately, time was no longer on their side. They could find no better way to breach the Chinese defense. This time China was certain to win. Daimler closed the folder. The match had ended, but their scouting was far from over. Daimler and Arthur were determined to stay until the final match before heading back. Arthur, once we're back in Munich, I'll suggest to the football director that you lead a scouting project on your own. Take your time to consider where you'd like to go, Daimler said. Arthur was taken aback. Could today's match have displeased his superior? Yet seeing Daimler's smile, he realized he had misunderstood. After today's game, I believe your judgment needs more projects to prove itself. Perhaps I should find a new assistant. Daimler remarked regretfully, but an assistant as thoughtful as you is hard to come by. He patted the shoulder of his younger colleague. Thank you, Mr. Daimler. Oh, my friend, don't be so formal. I should be the one thanking you. What's next on our... Find a Chinese restaurant and enjoy a hearty meal. The Lu cuisine here is famous, and there's a fine liquor called Kung Fu family wine passed down from an ancient Chinese clan. Ha ha ha, good, you know me well. The opponent in the youth national team's final was Australia. Everyone couldn't help but marvel at Wei Changjing's ability to arrange warm-up matches, as if he had foreseen their path to the final and their encounter with Australia. On October 16, 2010, the last tactical meeting before the Asian Youth Championship final. After Su Maojin laid out the targeted tactics, he yielded the floor to Wei Changjing. Wei Changjing gazed at the 23 young faces before him. Just over a month ago, he and the players were all first-timers at the Asian Youth Championship. A month later, they had given their all to reach this point. Regardless of the outcome, they would etch their names into Chinese football history. Everyone, we have a special gift for you today. Wei Changjing's words were as unexpected as ever, reminiscent of the time he brought 2 carts of suits. This time it was 2 food carts laden with small bowls. Come forward one by one to collect yours. Yin Junling Lei Tunglong Mai Tijiang. Each player received a small covered bowl. The players were curious, as each bowl contained something different. Mai Tijiang's held a piece of nut cake. Hu Rentian from Xichang Sichuan got a bowl of rice noodles. Bai Jiajun from Shanghai 2 pan-fried buns. Wu Lei originally from Nanjing a bowl of duck blood vermicelli soup. Jin Jingdao a bowl of cold noodles with spicy cabbage. The 23 players collected their bowls, their faces lighting up with joy, confusion, and gratitude. These were treats rarely seen in sports nutrition meals. Go ahead, dig in. Wei Changjing clapped his hands. The players raised their chopsticks. Delicious, the taste of home. Yolo, Jean Jingdao burst into tears after a bite of cold noodles and spicy cabbage. What's wrong, old Jean? His teammates asked, never having seen their captain cry so bitterly. Crying like that over a bite of spicy cabbage seemed too dramatic. It tastes like my mom's cooking my mom's spicy cabbage. Illo. Jean Jingdao wiped his tears while eating. Mine tastes like my mom's too, someone echoed. Just then the meeting room door opened again and a crowd poured in. Dad? Mom. Jean Jingdao jumped up. How did you get here? His parents, dressed plainly, stood at the door. The family embraced. To send Jean Jingdao to the best football school in Yinbian, his parents had gone to work in South Korea. Since childhood, he had rarely seen them. He knew he had to make it, to earn big money through football so his parents wouldn't have to struggle. He never expected to see them today working far away in South Korea. Jeanzy, you've lost weight and gotten darker. His mother cradled his face, her voice full of concern. Mom, team leader Wei called us, said you played well, and booked our tickets. Tears streamed down Jean Jingdao's face. Wu Lei's father had also arrived. He had given up his stable job to support his son's football dream, taking a night security job near Wu Lei's elementary school. Now father and son were equally overjoyed. You played well. They'll be watching you from the stands in the final. Several other players were sobbing. The food in their hands was made by their parents and loved ones. Everyone had someone dear who had supported them to this day. Wei Changjing cleared his throat, drawing everyone's attention. Compared to a leader's consolation, this surprise stirred their hearts more. From now until 10 tonight, you're free. Take your families for a stroll. Report back by 10. Understood? Understood. The unified shout was tinged with choked emotion. I applied for a bonus from the leadership yesterday for everyone. Another cheer erupted as each player leaving the room received a thick red envelope. The crowd gradually dispersed, including the Italian coaching staff, leaving only Su Maojian and a few others. The sole outsider was reporter Hu Yinping, quietly wiping away tears. So annoying, making it so emotional. Su Maojian let out a long sigh. Brother Wei, I truly admire you now. Pei Yongjiu and Li Wei also looked on with respect. Nothing special, just basic moves. Wei Changjing smiled sheepishly. This may seem small, but its significance is profound. We used to manage players by confiscating phones and computers, locking them in isolation for training. But this time you've shown me a more humane approach that can double our combat strength. The money was well spent. You'll see. When they return tonight, they'll be utterly devoted and fight tooth and nail to win tomorrow's match. I could never think of or do this. That's why I respect you. Su Maojian raised his thumb. Haha, with your words, brother Su, my efforts are worthwhile. Thus there are 5 factors for victory. He who knows when to fight and when not to fight will win. He who understands how to use both large and small forces will win. He whose ranks are united in purpose will win. He who is prepared and waits for the unprepared will win. He whose general is capable and not interfered with by the sovereign will win. From The Art of War, Strategy of Attack, by Sun Tzu. Wei Changjing was somewhat torn about whether CCTV would broadcast the match. There was a legendary curse that whenever CCTV broadcasts a Chinese team's game, they are destined to lose. Fans had even summarized the pattern previously. Due to the anti-gambling and anti-corruption campaigns, CCTV refused to broadcast the East Asian Cup, and the national team not only defeated South Korea 30, breaking a 32-year winless streak, but also clinched the championship. For the subsequent AFC Champions League, CCTV still declined to broadcast. Thus Shandong Luoning won 10 away against Sanfrecce Hiroshima. Beijing Go in triumph 31 over Kawasaki Frontale, and Changchun Yatai crushed Persipura Jayapura 90 at home. Then in the AFC Champions League, CCTV surprisingly resumed live broadcasting, only for Goan to lose after taking the lead, etching a humiliating history of 6 consecutive defeats against Korean teams. This year, when CCTV first broadcast the national Olympic team's match, they suffered a 16 loss to Bayer Leverkusen. Enough dwelling on it was pointless. Shandong TV's broadcast van had already arrived at the venue and CCTV's commentators were seated in the studio. It was October 17, 2010, at 7:30 p.m. The final of the U19 Asian Youth Championship was about to commence. After a brief closing ceremony, both teams' players stood on the pitch. The sparse attendance earlier was due to a lack of mobilization. Now the national youth team's performance had drawn many spectators to the stadium spontaneously. Local authorities in Shandong even arranged free shuttle buses for fan clubs from various regions to come to Zibo for the match. With the appeal of Su Maojian and several Shandong-born young players combined with the inherent enthusiasm of the Shandong people, at least 10,000 spectators filled the Zibo Sports Center, which could hold 4,000. Most fans wore the oranger jerseys of Shandong Luoning, which were not too different from the red jerseys of the Chinese team. Hello dear viewers, I am He Wei, and today I will be commentating alongside Su Yang. Coach Su. Wearing red jerseys are the hosts, the Chinese national youth team, while the Australian team dons their traditional yellow jerseys and green shorts. The starting goalkeeper for the Chinese team is Yin Junling, who has been consistently stable from Shanghai East Asia Club. The defensive line includes left back Mai Jiang from Shandong Luning, currently on loan to Hunan Jinya, center backs Lei Tinglong and Ma Chongchong, both from Beijing Goan, with high mutual understanding. Right back by Jiejun, also from Shanghai East Asia. The defensive midfielder is Jin Jingdao from Yinbian FC, captain of the national youth team, and the other midfielder is Zhang Shizha from Beijing Goan. Right winger Hu Rentian from Tianjin Tada, left winger Wei Renjia from Qingdao Jianun. The forwards are Wu Lei from Shanghai East Asia and Zhu Jianrong from Qingdao Jianun. Coach Su, what do you think of this lineup? Su Yang, I see Coach Su has made some adjustments today. Tan Tianqing, who has been a regular starter, is not in the starting 11. Also, I noticed that the Chinese team has been playing a 4,231 formation, but today it seems to have shifted to a 442. There is only one defensive midfielder, Jin Jingdao. Indeed. Coach Su, do you have any experience playing against Australian teams? Su Yang thought, what experience do I have? But he kept talking. Australia is our old rival. Their players are generally tall and strong with a style inherited from the English team. Technically, they might not be as good as us, but we need to be wary of their strength and impact. I'm a bit concerned about having only one defensive midfielder today. Will the defensive solidity be enough? Kiwei introduced the Australian lineup. Australian forward Bruce has scored 6 goals in this tournament, leading the score. China's Wu Lei and Japan's Usami Takashi have both scored 5 goals, tied for second. However, Japan has been eliminated by China. So if Wu Lei can score more than 1 goal, he can win the tournament's golden boot. Absolutely, absolutely. On the pitch, the national anthems of both countries began to play. The national youth team players gazed toward the direction of the rising flag, their expressions solemn. They knew their families were watching from the stands. As the camera panned over both teams, Chinese spectators couldn't help but smirk. Children raised on beef were indeed different. The average height of the Chinese players was around 1.8 meters, while the Australian players were a head taller. With a whistle from the UAE referee, the match began. The Australian players kicked off with the forward passing the ball to a midfielder before sprinting toward China's penalty area. As China pressed, the ball was immediately shifted to the left. The left midfielder almost instinctively delivered a 45-degree cross. Center forward Bruce positioned himself to attack the ball. Jumping simultaneously with the Chinese player, Bruce headed the ball toward goal. But it was too far out. A header from near the arc of the penalty area lost power by the time it reached the goal, easily collected by Yin Junling. Australia's message was clear. They intended to overpower the opposition. Wei Changjing glanced at Australian head coach Jan Verslygen on the sideline. Past memories told him that this coach would leave the Australian team after this match and then become the head coach of. Unfortunately, 8 months later, Janya would be at the bottom of the league and Verslygen would be fired. He had no remarkable achievements with Australia, winning the games they should win, losing the ones they should lose, and leaving the 5,050 matches to luck. From a coaching perspective, Su Maozhen's coaching staff had the upper hand. On the pitch, both sides attacked and defended. Against such tall and strong opponents, there were only a few tactical options. First, rely on speed. Speed is the ultimate weapon. Height meant slower movement, so China could use a small, fast, agile approach to control possession and exploit long through balls to penetrate Australia's defense. Second, employ high pressing. This was the tactic from the previous game and would also work against Australia. Fierce pressing, using numerical advantage to regain possession, akin to a desperate bayonet charge when equipment is lacking. Unfortunately, the high pressing from the last match had exhausted the Chinese players, making it unfeasible. This was the most direct, yet dangerous tactic. Studies showed that defending consumes 6 times the energy of attacking. Allowing the opponent to attack relentlessly might exhaust China's stamina over 90 minutes, but what about extra time? Considering all solutions, the coaching staff concluded that China should not start with a defensive counterattack. Relying on speed and technique was the key to breaking the game. Thus, China removed a defensive midfielder and added a forward. The operation code for this match was, wear down the kangaroo. After Yin Junling got the ball, he didn't rush to release it. He looked around and threw the ball to right back by Jiejun. Jiejun tapped it and passed back to center back Lei Tinglong. The pressing Australian left midfielder grunted and followed the ball to challenge the center back. Jiejun was likely the shortest player on the Chinese team, standing at only 1.65 meters. Wei Changjing was astonished to learn that Jiejun had even played as a center back during his time at the Jimbao base. Wei Changjing and Su Maozhen chatted on the sidelines. I've watched Xiaobei's game since last year's national game. In the semi-final against Shandong, their 1.9-meter center forward was marked by Xiaobei for the entire match and didn't have a single decent shot. In Shanghai's match against Guangdong, their 1.91-meter forward faced the same fate. I thought this kid was interesting. His physical fitness is excellent, but more importantly, his mind is sharp. As a former center forward, Su Maozhen had the authority to speak. If he were 10 years younger, he might have wanted to challenge Jiejun. He's like Cannavaro, said Wei Changjing. He has a nickname from Coach Jin Bao's training camp, China's Cannavaro, but I think he's more like Inter Milan's Colombian center back Cordoba. Good jumping, positioning, speed, and fighting spirit. Heaven always gives people contradictory physical traits and talents. The only pity is that few coaches give him opportunities in his position. He needs time and more matches to develop. Strictly speaking, China's formation wasn't a standard 442, but more like a 3-center-back system. Left back Mai Jiang had to run back and forth constantly, overlapping to attack. At this point, left winger Wei Renjia had to position himself to cover the space behind Mai Jiang, and the flank acting more like a defensive winger. Wu Lei was 1.74 meters, tall. Zhang Shizhe 1.8 meters, Jin Jingdao 1.7 meters, Hu Rentian 1.75 meters, Wei Renjia 1.76 meters, and Mai Jiang 1.82 meters. China's physical condition didn't allow for aerial battles. Today's tactic was crystal clear. The ball would be played on the ground. If they could pass it into the box, great. If not, they would keep seeking opportunities outside, but above all avoid losing possession. If they lost the ball, they must immediately counterpress. China controlled the ball in midfield and slowly advanced, keeping the formation compact with players 510 meters apart, constantly moving and supporting each other. The true playmaking points were only two: Zhang Shizhe and Jin Jingdao. Why Jin Jingdao? This was an idea from Wei Chengjing. During a tactical meeting, he proposed the concept of a wide defensive midfielder, false winger. This concept originated from Wei Chengjing's understanding of Guardiola's tactical innovations. Jin Jingdao's ability to run back and forth is something we should exploit. Purely using him as a defensive player would be a waste. Let's transform him from a defensive midfielder into a player who can break into the wide areas. I call his position a wide defensive midfielder. Wei Chengjing pressed his finger on the small magnet representing Jin Jingdao on the tactical board and drew a narrow oval from in front of their own penalty area to the opponent's penalty area. Everyone's eyes were on him. Silence. Is there something wrong with what I said? Wei Chengjing broke the silence. It seemed he wasn't suited for offering tactical advice. He was just a team manager. Overstepping boundaries. Darasso's brows initially furrowed, relaxed. No, it's a very creative idea. Not a traditional B2B midfielder, but more like a winger playing as a defensive midfielder. Our right back can focus more on defense since their number 11 is a strong player. After transitions, our right winger can drift inside to stretch the defense, and Jin Jingdao can deliver deadly passes from that spot, while also immediately counterpressing to thwart attacks. Darasso added notes to Wei Chengjing's diagram. Su Maojian nodded. Brother Wei, as a returnee from studying in Germany, you're truly brilliant. This approach can better utilize Xiao Jin's strengths. Wei Chengjing gave an awkward but polite smile. Though he held a level coaching license, he was essentially a passionate fan with memories of 2 lifetimes. He longed to be a head coach, but there were many important tasks at hand. Tommy, or left midfielder, played for FC Utrecht in the Eredivisie. Or playing in the Netherlands, was considered a star in the Australian team, as most of his teammates only played in the A-League. Today his opponent was a short guy, probably only reaching his chest. Every time he got the ball, he lacked the courage to face him passing instead of dribbling. Initially, or had the drive to press, but later lost interest. The Chinese weren't going to engage in physical duel unless he had the ball. When the ball reached Australia's half, a Chinese attack ended with the goalkeeper catching it over. If it had been a bit shorter, their forward might have gotten it. But football is a game of fine margins. Or thought this, and raised his hand for the ball. Coach Versligen's instructions were to maintain their style, cross frequently, and early, using the flanks and physicality to get the ball into the net. So, or as the main attacking route, had many opportunities to receive the ball. Near the center circle, the ball landed, or looked up. The Chinese right back, that short kid, was charging at him again. Or remembered a cartoon from his childhood, that little mouse, haha, just like him. Or decided to take him on unknown. Tactically, Versligen hadn't given detailed instructions. Perhaps the Dutchman thought this type of match didn't need much guidance, or maybe the opponent didn't interest the head coach. Indeed, the initial expectation was to face the Japanese. So he would dribble and make the game more interesting. Or glance to the right. His midfield teammate was moving forward to support, and the opponent's defensive midfielder was closing in. Before him was only a defender lowering his center of gravity, ready to pounce. Lower your center of gravity any more, and you'll hide in the ground. Thinking this, or pulled the ball with his right foot, feigning a one-two pass. The defender shifted his weight inward, suddenly accelerating, or swept the ball with his left foot, bypassing by Jejun's leg, and slipped past. Breakthrough. Demiral was right. Sometimes a star's power can change everything. Or believed he was the one to tip the balance. He continued forward, feeling the Chinese defender on his right hadn't. He pushed his arm back, trying to outmuscle me, little mouse. But suddenly the resistance on his arm vanished. Or turned to look. When had little Jerry gotten in front of him? A sliding tackle. He won the ball. Bai Jejun pushed off the ground with both hands and stood up. A fluid sequence of moves. Pass. Jin Jingdao received the ball. The same Jin Jingdao who had just sprinted back from the opponent's half. The day before, Jin Jingdao had strolled through the downtown shopping street with his parents, using the bonus Wei Chengjing had distributed to buy 2 new outfits for his mom and dad. Each player's envelope contained 2,000 yuan in cash in advance from Wei Chengjing on the team's runner-up prize. Why runner-up? because they hadn't won the championship yet. Originally completing the top 4 task and qualifying for the U20 World Cup earned a 4,000 yuan reward. After Wei Changjing's persuasion, Wu Di increased the entire team's championship bonus to 6,000 yuan. After all, representing the country was more about honor, so the financial reward shouldn't be too high. Wei Changjing agreed. With this money, he wouldn't have to cover expenses out of his own pocket. Wei Changjing knew that in another timeline, Jin Jingdao was investigated for acting as a match-fixing intermediary and involvement in gambling, ending his career. As one of the most talented players of the 1992 generation, Wei Changjing didn't want his life to take that path. But the reason was that Jin Jingdao was still on a youth contract with Yanbian Shangbeichen. On the national team and youth team, he saw teammates with the latest phones and luxury cars desperately wanting to earn. This led to a fallout with Yanbian Club and a turbulent transfer to Shandong Luoning. But once wealthy, the desires of human nature are hard to satisfy. People often have a compensatory mindset. The hardships suffered in childhood must be repaid doubly in adulthood. Jin Jingdao's future income would surely provide a good life for his parents, but when even more money comes knocking, human nature is the most fragile under test. Wei Changjing suddenly felt an added weight on his shoulders. The soil of Chinese football had few seeds that could grow into fine talents. He couldn't allow anyone to ruin these promising kids. At that moment, Jin Jingdao's mind was clear. His football was simple and pure. Coach Su had said after getting the ball, pass it, and if there's an opportunity, burst into the opponent's penalty area. Seeing no one pressing him, Jin Jingdao decided to dribble forward directly. As practiced, Hu Rentian cut inside sharply, while Jin Jingdao sprinted along the sideline like a winger. Zhang Shizhou was also making a forward run. Australia's formation became chaotic. Wu Lei moved from left to right, causing hesitation in the right center back marking him. "Barry, watch your back," warned the right center back. The player named Barry turned to see a red figure darting past. Jin Jingdao collided with Australia's left back. "Don't panic, he's just a defensive midfielder." Australia's left back Marco Warren lowered his center of gravity to face Jin Jingdao. This defensive midfielder, who had sprinted over 30 meters, should pass now, right? No. Jin Jingdao's eyes were red. He was playing on instinct. Should he pass? No, he didn't think so. Jin Jingdao executed a dribble move. Older Argentine fans would recognize it. The signature move of the famous Argentine forward Little Donkey Ortega. A sudden cut. Warren was nearly thrown off balance, almost falling onto the grass. He could only watch Jin Jingdao enter the penalty area. Still moving forward. Still going. Jin Jingdao saw the Australian goalkeeper's expression. Terrified, or so he thought. Should he take a shot? Calmly, Jin Jingdao knew he couldn't waste the hard-earned break with a wild shot. Pass. He pushed the ball horizontally. Wu Lei's run had already outpaced 2 inattentive center backs. This ball must go in. Wu Lei shot. The Australian goalkeeper stretched his body, fully diving to the ground. The ball hit his arm. Wu Lei lost balance and fell onto the grass, with the center back who had been chasing him landing on top. The ball bounced and landed at Jin Jingdao's feet. "Well then, I won't hold back. Here it goes." In it goes. Jin Jingdao didn't hesitate, using the safest method, slotting the ball into the net with his instep. Carried by momentum, he ran a few steps with the ball. Goal. "It's in. It's in," Wei exclaimed with excitement. In the 27th minute of the match, China has taken the lead. The captain of the national youth team, Jin Jingdao, sprinted down the field, charged into the opponent's penalty area, and selflessly passed the ball to forward Wu Lei. Yet in the end, the ball still found its way back to his feet. "It's a goal." Jin Jingdao dashed wildly toward one section of the stands, with the rest of the Chinese team chasing after him. He roared, pounding the red and gold national flag emblazoned on his chest. "Mom, Dad, did you see that? I scored. I swear I'll make sure you live a good life. Jinzi. My son scored." Jin's mother shouted, overcome with emotion. Today she had donned a pristine white Korean ethnic costume, the kind reserved only for grand festivals. Today this very match was a festival. Jin Jingdao's father raised his arms in celebration, shaking hands with the parents of the other players around him, laughing and jumping for joy. The surrounding fans also realized that the family of a national youth team player was sitting right beside them. They burst into applause, honoring the players on the field, as well as their parents and loved ones. At that moment, a bare-chested man hoisted a national flag from the grandstand, and it began to run around the stadium, fluttering all the way. One fan roared, "China." The entire stadium responded in unison, "Victory." At 7:30 p.m. Beijing time, it was precisely 11:30 a.m. in Britain. Porter had specifically set an alarm to watch the Asian Youth Championship final. This was the most direct opportunity to assess future players. Since his new employer had so firmly demanded the signing of a Chinese player, he had to find a way to utilize him. Porter had already obtained Wu Lei's profile, the team's top scorer, not tall nor exceptionally fast, yet he was the finest player of his age in China. Alas, could Chinese players truly measure up? After the half, Porter saw Wu Lei nearly squander an unknown chance. It was only Jin Jingdao's follow-up that saved Wu Lei from shouldering the blame. How could one afford such a striker? Porter winced before the screen. Trailing on the scoreboard, Australia launched a counterattack and China tactically shifted to defense and quick strikes. China had long prepared for this scenario and handled it with practiced ease. It would be imprudent to stubbornly maintain a high press against a ferocious assault. At this moment, both sides resembled cautious boxers. The towering Australians unleashed a flurry of jabs and hooks, while the nimble Chinese dodged left and right, occasionally striking with a sharp jab of their own. The first half soon concluded. Wu Di and several other deputy directors sat on the rostrum watching the match. Director was face-beamed with delight, for the team leader of this youth squad was his appointee, who had brought in an advanced Italian coaching staff. In the bleak annals of 2010 Chinese football, Wu Di's chapter undoubtedly shone brightly. Under the night sky, the Zibo Sports Center was ablaze with lights. The vast stadium seen from above resembled a giant open shell revealing a jade-green football pitch. On this turf, the champion and runner-up of the 2010 Asian Youth Championship would be decided. During the halftime break, Wei Changjing remained silent, merely listening to Su Maojian outline the tactics. He had already awakened much of his expertise in football, even able to judge the correctness of tactical arrangements and offer his own insights. This continually reshaped Su Maojian and the entire coaching staff's perception of him. The remaining time became a contest of resilience and patience. In every eye gleamed the desire for the championship. These young Chinese players might have won many domestic titles, but the chance to stand atop Asia might come only once in a lifetime. A saying fit perfectly: being first means everything, second means nothing. The second half resumed. Australia pressed on with their attack, while China maintained possession. Australia stopped blindly launching long balls into the box, instead drawing China's attention with wide switches before striking through central long-range shots to create threats. Damn, this playstyle is getting more and more English, Wei Changjing muttered lowly on the sidelines. Australia's frequent long-range strikes from the center forced China to push their defensive line forward while grappling for second balls. Australia's midfielder carries the ball, passes to the center, feeds the striker. China presses, wins the ball back. The ball is lost again. Australia counters in the front, spreads it to the right. Mai Tijiang is beaten. Ma Chongchong defends. A whistle blew. Ma Chongchong raised his hands as an Australian player fell to the ground. The referee pointed to the penalty spot. A huge chorus of boos erupted from the stands. Fair or not, they would boo him anyway. Damn. Lousy play. Lousy play. Ma Chongchong, you idiot'll skin you when we get back. In Hunan dialect, a man on the family and friends stand suddenly leaped to his feet, cursing loudly. Nearby fans turned to stare. An older Shandong fan tried to calm him. Old brother, take it easy, take it easy. Our players are doing fine. Just cheer them on. Other fans chimed in, exactly. They're all someone's children. Would you be happy if your kid got cursed? The cursing middle-aged man glanced around and roared, that Ma Chongchong is my son. Everyone was stunned into silence. It was done. Words were useless. Ma Chongchong's foul was undeniable. Brute, the top scorer, stepped up to the penalty spot. Wei said, let's watch this penalty. Yan Junling stands 1.9 meters tall and has already had rotation appearances for Shanghai Shenhua. Brute runs up. Shoots. Saved. Follow-up. Alas, it's in. What a pity. Yan Junling of China saved the penalty, but the Australians' follow-up was very timely. Number 11, Tommy, or a player from FC Utrecht in the Eredivisie. Such a shame. The match is at the 62nd minute. The score is now 11. Both sides are back to square one. Wei Changjing and Su Maojian stamped their feet on the sidelines. Such a shame. The ball was saved, yet no one contested the second ball. Italian defensive coach Neri shook his head. How could everything be perfected in just 1 month? Wei Changjing suddenly asked. We practiced penalties, right? Su Maojian and Neri looked puzzled. Weren't you on the sidelines during practice? I just wanted to confirm. Wei Changjing replied with an awkward smile. No, how could I be so nervous? How embarrassing. Before conceding, Su Maojian had already instructed the players to warm up. The 60th minute was a subtle turning point. If the opponent hadn't scored by then, China would switch to defense, substituting a forward for a defensive midfielder. Now, with both sides back on equal footing, the strategic game demanded thought. If they couldn't settle the match in the remaining 30 minutes, how would they handle extra time? Both boxers grew exceedingly cautious, circling the ring. Far away at the Jianbao training base in Shanghai, players gathered around 3 TV screens in the cafeteria, watching with coach Su Jianbao. Fan Zi had rarely visited the training base. What brings you here? Watching alone is boring. Didn't your cronies invite you for a drink? Fan Zi was silent for a moment. Here, I can recall my youth. See, I brought them along too. Behind him stood a group of young men who had trained at the base. Sit down. A flicker of barely perceptible emotion passed behind coach Jinbao's tinted lenses. A group of Chinese players in white, led by him, charging toward the Olympics. Getting old makes one nostalgic. The broadcast cut to China's coaching bench where Su Maojian was discussing substitution tactics with an assistant coach. The TV couldn't catch their words. Fan Zi couldn't help asking, Old Su, what adjustments do you think Xiao Su will make next? He was 3 years older than Su Maojian, so calling him Xiao Su wasn't a stretch. You're a coach now too. What would you do? Su Jinbao countered. His disciple was now the head coach of Shanghai East Asia, but his coaching skills could only be described as mediocre. Shanghai Shenhua, currently ranked 4th in the league with little hope of promotion this year. Yet Fan Zi couldn't be fully blamed. Guangzhou, Evergrande, and Chengdu Blades were both strong flush with funds and talent. The gap between Shanghai East Asia and third-placed Yinbian FC likely came down to money. Fan Zi said bluntly, what else can he do? Sub off a forward, bring on a defensive midfielder. Tighten the defense. This is a final. Stability is key. Su Jinbao fell silent. If even the impulsive Fan Zi knew to play it safe, Su Maojian's reaction probably wouldn't differ much. He Wei. China is preparing to make substitutions. We see they plan to bring on 3 players. Yes, that's right, 3. China's team leader Wei Changjing approaches the 4th official. What's your take, Coach Su? Su Yang. In such a big match, I've never seen 3 substitutions at once. Isn't that too risky? Let's look at the changes. Forward, Zhu Jinrong off. Forward, Tan Tianqing on. Right midfielder Hu Rentian off. Midfielder Peng Xinli on from Chengdu Blades. Left midfielder Wei Renjia off. Forward Yang Yihuan from Guangzhou Evergrande. This formation shift. He Wei paused momentarily at a loss for words. To avoid dead air, Su Yang picked up a surprising substitution, swapping 2 midfielders for 2 forwards. Coach Su seems to be going on the offensive. Fan Zi gaped at the screen after seeing the changes, pointing, isn't this too bold? Anyone with football knowledge was stunned by the substitution. Su Jinbao said slowly, judging by the changes alone, Maojian aims to settle it within 90 minutes. China's substitution shifted the formation from 442 to 433. Zhang Shizhe in the center, Jin Jingdao on the right, Peng Xinli on the left. Up front, Tan Tianqing in the middle, Wu Lei roaming on the right, and Yang Yihu attacking on the left. Rewind to the pre-match tactical discussion. I think we should strive to finish the game in 90 minutes. At the 60th minute critical point, whether we're tied or behind, we must adopt a fighting stance. 2 reasons. First, our stamina is dangerously low for extra time. Australians will certainly outlast us. Second, we're too prone to turning conservative as the match nears its end. We need to unify the players' mindset. Win it in 90 minutes, no hesitation. Just go for it. Wei Changjing's words struck Su Maojian and the others like a hammer. Why does China always lose when needing a draw? Why has China been so inconsistent in international tournaments all these years? Why does China always have a small fortune mentality, letting a 20 lead be overturned by Iran? China has already given opponents a sense of softness, and that softness has spread to the players. No coach has the mentality to draw swords against foes. No coach is forging China's core spirit. Head coaches, whether Chinese or foreign, come and go like a revolving door, yet China's team bears no spiritual imprint. When we talk about the tireless Koreans or the Brazilian-style Japanese and look back at ourselves, what is China's style? Even tiny Vietnam is replicating Arsenal's possession game from youth to senior teams. What is the true spirit of Chinese football? Wei Changjing recalled a time when national team coach Zhu Guanghu mentioned a spirit, the mad dog spirit. Regardless of whether that spirit sounded appealing or suited China, coach Zhu had grasped some key points, though limited by his cultural background. Abroad, this spirit is called the bulldog spirit. And now, as Wei Changjing spoke those words in the meeting room, he exuded an aura of unyielding confidence. Better to die standing than live on your knees. After China's adjustments, Australia was thrown into a flurry of activity. What did this mean? 3 forwards. How to mark. How to defend zonally. Versleighen and his assistant coach were busy on the sidelines. A tactical shift was the best key to break the deadlock. Su Maojian allowed the 2 new forwards to dribble through and to chase back immediately if dispossessed. Australia's hands and feet grew increasingly rough. Unable to defend, they resorted to fouling. The Emirati referee, idle for over 60 minutes, became busy issuing 3 yellow cards in succession, 2 to Australia, 1 to China. The match remained deadlocked. China had used all their substitutions. Su Maojian could only shout instructions from the sideline. This gamble placed immense pressure on him. The idea came from Wei Changjing, but the head coach bore the blame. If the match wasn't won, this all-or-nothing substitution would be lambasted by knowledgeable journalists. Why no contingency plan? Why not bring on more defenders? Such criticisms would flood in. Let me go mad with you this once. Consider this my thanks for what you've done for the youth team this month, Su Maojian thought. Yang Yihu's shot after a breakthrough was gathered by Australia's goalkeeper. After several passes, the ball became Australia's corner kick, or stepped up to take it. This was no time for a routine. As a thoughtful midfielder, or was keen on using his wits. He raised a hand to signal his teammates. His teammates moved into support, or placed the ball in the corner arc and quickly passed it to a teammate. That annoying little Chinese player had already closed down the receiver, or ran to the edge of the box, scanning the players inside. The ball came in. Perfectly placed, China couldn't close him down in time. Within seconds, the ball flew toward China's penalty area. Mine, Yan Junling shouted as he came out. He didn't reach it. An uncharacteristic mistake. It's over. The ball curved in a bizarre arc toward the far post. A yellow figure lunged fiercely to slide the ball in. The ball flew toward China's net. Would it go in? Many players had already tangled in the box. Near the far post stood only one man, Ma Chongchong. He and the opposing striker had both fallen to the turf. Not on my watch. Ma Chongchong pushed off the ground, diving toward the ball. Thud. The ball smacked solidly into his face. My son. Damn. My son. Ma Chongchong's father, who had just cursed his son, now reclaimed his own flesh and blood. The ball was still in play. Zhang Shizhe collected it. His slight frame wouldn't plunge into the melee, risking being swarmed by enemies. In the past, hoofing the ball into the stands would have been the safest option. But how could they squander a chance to attack so dribble? China, like a spring compressed to its limit, rebounded with force. Australians chased back frantically. Zhang Shizhe carried the ball a few steps. Fatigue blurred his vision. He instinctively feinted past an onrushing defender. Zhang Shizhe sent an unfamiliar outside foot pass along a familiar line. To the right, Tan Tianqing. After the substitution, Wu Lei's position was on the right, but more advanced. Tan Tianqing, a deeper forward, was ready to support the flanks. Great ball. Tan Tianqing had sprinted from the center circle to the right flank. Wu Lei was charging forward desperately. After most of the match, his legs felt heavy and his lungs burned like fire. But Dad was watching in the stands. Tan Tianqing reached the edge of the box. The retreating defender strained to cover both Chinese attackers as only the goalkeeper remained behind him. Tan Tianqing's father had never fully supported his football career, but when he brought home the U13 national bronze medal from the youth team, he saw his father's joyful smile. From then on, he committed to his football journey. It had been a long time since had seen his father's smile. The defender before Tan Tianqing made his final decision, commit to stopping him. A shot. In a flash, Tan Tianqing struck the ball. Not a shot. A pass. Wu Lei, seeing the ball before him, chipped it without hesitation. Unlike the earlier missed chance, this was an arc soaring above the goalkeeper's fingertips. A chip shot. For Australia, it was a desperate arc. For China, that arc seemed like a bridge built across. Once crossed, there would be no more gloom. In the final 10 minutes of the match, the Australian team launched a frantic counterattack, substituting in a towering center forward to bombard the goal. The Chinese team's tactic was unified defense. The forwards all retreated into the penalty area to defend. As time ticked away, the Australian team grew increasingly desperate. Their offense felt like it was hitting a wall, a boulder, an unbreakable chain, as anxiety spread relentlessly. Or gazed at the small figure he called Jerry not far away, and it seemed as if every Chinese player before him resembled that little man. He suddenly recalled how in every Tom and Jerry cartoon, the ending was always the same. The diminutive Jerry triumphed over Tom, that self-righteous clever cat. How ironic. A long whistle blew. The match was over. The Chinese coaches and substitute players sprinted toward the players on the field. Some draped themselves in the national flag, running wildly around the pitch. The stands erupted with deafening cheers, followed by a unified chorus of ode to the motherland. The strong past is like iron, yet now we stride over it from the start. After 14 days and 6 fierce matches, today the Chinese national youth team has finally ascended to the highest podium of the Asian Youth Championship. They are the champions of the 2010 Asian Youth Championship. Before this tournament, many held little hope for this team. Coach Su Maojin selected 23 of China's top young players from over 300 eligible candidates. They vanquished the formidable teams of North Korea and Japan, and in the final, they also defeated Australia. They proved to the world the strength and courage of Chinese youth. Under the opponent's fierce assault, they held firm until the very end. On the offensive end, they also displayed unprecedented creativity and a spirit of unity. Please do not believe that victory is as easy to obtain as dandelions on a hillside, but believe that there are always beautiful things in this world worth our utmost effort, even if it means risking everything. Let us look forward to 2011 and their outstanding performance at the U20 World Cup in Colombia. Dear viewers, goodbye. Thus spoke Hiwei, the CCTV commentator. Outside the stadium, the sound of firecrackers could be heard and fireworks continuously soared into the sky. This was perhaps the only reason, aside from the Spring Festival, that could make the city so lively. Wei Changjing did not move. He firmly shook hands with Del Rosso beside him and embraced every member of the coaching staff one by one. Thank you, gentlemen. It was an honor to fight alongside you. Likewise, Wei. It was a great pleasure working with you, especially seeing so many wonderful lads fulfill their dreams. Del Rosso said, Wei, we are leaving tomorrow. So soon. Why not stay a few more days in China? Tomorrow we head to WW Sports has offered us a very good opportunity. Oh, Wei Changjing showed a surprised expression. They invited us to an English League 2 club, Rotherham United. An English League 2 club. Your coaching staff seems a bit overqualified for them. Haha, yes. WW Sports is a good employer, generous and ambitious. It would be immensely satisfying to lead an English League 2 team to the Championship and even to the Premier League. The only downside is the terrible weather in England. Well then, I wish you a smooth journey. After the awards ceremony, leaders from the Football Association and the players gathered in the banquet hall of a five-star hotel for a celebration banquet. Wu Di led a group of officials to toast at almost every table. The Chinese U19 team had achieved their best result since 2000. Even the so-called platinum generation of the U19 team had only managed a runner-up finish in the 2004 Asian Youth Championship. Xiao Wei, you have made an indelible contribution. Everyone has worked hard. Wu Di patted Wei Changjing on the shoulder. Leader, it's not my credit. It's the achievement of Coach Su and all the staff, including the great help from the Shandong Sports Bureau. And without your strong push, how could our youth football have such a new outlook? Isn't that right, everyone? Wei Changjing had now become a flatterer. Those seated at this table, including coaches, team doctors, and FA staff, naturally echoed in agreement. Good. Let's continue to work hard and contribute to Chinese football together. By then, major news media had exploded with news stories spreading across the country through the internet. China's best result at the Asian Youth Championship, the road to rise, is at our feet, surpassing the platinum generation. We are champions. Golden Boot Wu Lei, a battle that made him legendary. Early the next morning, Wei Changjing rose early. Today was the day the national youth team completed its historic mission and was about to disband. The team would regroup next June to prepare for the U20 World Cup in Colombia on July 29th. He wondered what these players would become after these 8 months. Notice all team members and their parents are to gather in the conference room at 10 o'clock. At 10 o'clock, everyone gathered in the hotel's dedicated conference room for the national youth team. Players and parents filled the room, resembling a parent-teacher meeting at the end of a semester. They looked curiously at Wei Changjing, hoping he would bring more good news. Dear parents, dear champions of the Asian Youth Championship, hello. You are about to return to your respective clubs to carve out your own paths. Earlier, I talked to you about your future to earn more money, extend your professional careers as long as possible, take every match seriously, and if the opportunity arises, go to bigger platforms to hone your skills in the top 5 leagues. Today, I want to delve a little deeper. You are already among the best players in China, and now you are Asian champions. But this is just the beginning. Your careers will face many challenges, not just athletic ones, but also the temptations of money and lifestyle. Of course, some may not see these as difficulties. Some players couldn't help but chuckle, only to receive a sharp slap from a nearby parent. Wei Changjing continued, I know some of you still earn very little and envy the income of those around you. Your previous professional contracts were poorly drafted, and understandably so. Many players straightened up, perking up their ears. Next, I will help you fight for what you deserve, including standardizing contracts and income. For example, if your previous youth team contracts were too long or lacked provisions for salary increases, I will find ways to negotiate for you. Trust me, I can do it. Because I don't want you to be affected by factors off the pitch. 8 months from now, I hope to see an even better version of you. Many players only half understood, but some parents grasped the meaning. Wei Changjing was essentially saying, from now on, I am your support. Come to me if you have any issues. Though such words are easier said than done, Wei Changjing's promise added credibility. Hu Yinping listened quietly, taking notes. A little about the national youth team was kept from her. In fact, she had been involved in some matters, such as inviting all the players' families to Shandong. She worked tirelessly, booking tickets, arranging transportation, and coordinating hotels. She had also become a trusted big sister to the youth team players. Hu Yinping saw a deeper implication in Wei Changjing's words. If Wei Changjing's words were written down, they would be a bombshell for the clubs. Helping players fight for their interests and standardize contracts meant going head-to-head with the clubs. Other than that, she couldn't think of another solution. Did Wei Changjing have such power? Su Maojin and the other coaches were also stunned into silence. They knew all too well the deep waters of football clubs. Most clubs operated in debt, making money by squeezing young players, either selling them off like Liaoning FC or locking them into long contracts to extract every bit of value. After this topic, I have another announcement. Today, Mr. Del Rosso, Mr. Rampla, Mr. Gaudino, Mr. Neri, Mr. Mataloni, Mr. Pezzati, Dr. Cody, and Dr. Castellazzi will leave us for England. The members of the Italian coaching staff stood at the front of the conference room, causing a stir among the attendees. Del Rosso spoke on behalf of the coaching team. Gentlemen, lads, it has been a pleasure striving for the same goal with you over these past 40-plus days. You are the finest group of young men I have ever met. I apologize. Previously, I said you couldn't play in the Premier League or Serie A. I was wrong. You possess incredible learning ability and can continuously improve through your own efforts. I believe that in the near future, I will see you in the Premier League and Serie A. Well, lads, I hope we meet again. The last 4 words were spoken by Del Rosso in Chinese. The room fell silent. Then a parent nudged their child. Go give your coaches a hug and say goodbye. The players stood up and embraced the goalkeeper coach, the defensive coach, the team doctor, and the data analyst. Wei Changjing said, let's sing a song to send them off. Outside the pavilion by the ancient path, the green grass stretches to the sky. Evening breeze strokes the willows, the flute's sound lingers beyond the mountain, the sun sets. At the ends of the earth, at the corners of the sea, close friends are scattered. A pot of muddy wine, all that's left of joy, tonight's farewell dream chills. The singing was somewhat hoarse, carrying the innocence of youth, yet it moved the several Italians all over 50. The Italian coaching staff left the conference room, and the players returned to their seats. Wei Changjing said finally the distribution of match bonuses. The conference room finally regained a cheerful atmosphere. The FA's bonus system followed a 5,311 allocation 50 to the team, including athletes and coaches. The remaining 30 went to the Chinese Football Association, 10 to the General Administration of Sport, and 10 to reward relevant personnel. The championship bonus for this U19 team was 6,000 yuan. After deductions, 3,000 yuan was distributed to players and coaches. Each person received about 1,000 yuan. Combined with the daily participation subsidy of 60 yuan, it would help many players who hadn't yet joined professional leagues get by. The players cheered and went up one by one to collect their bonuses. Alright, I hereby declare the 2010 U19 Asian Youth Championship Chinese National Youth Team officially disbanded. Thank you all. Wei Changjing, Su Maozhen, and the others bowed deeply to the players and parents present. Watching the players and their parents leave one by one, Wei Changjing called over Wu Lei and his father Wu He. Eager to discuss Wu Lei's trip to England, they found a table in the hotel lobby and sat down. Just as Wei Changjing was pondering how to begin, Wu He spoke first. Captain Wei, I agree wholeheartedly with what you said earlier. I also support Wu Lei developing abroad. My only concern now is whether the East Asia Club will let him go because we signed a 5-year contract with them. Coming from a military background, Wu He spoke crisply and without hesitation. The attitudes of Korean, Japanese, and Chinese clubs towards player transfers were worlds apart. Korean and Japanese clubs couldn't wait to send their players to Europe, while Chinese clubs seemed intent on squeezing every last drop out of theirs. How many transfers had been ruined by clubs themselves? Understood. WW Sports is a very professional sports company. Their acquisition in England is nearly complete, and the official announcement should come by the end of this month. The China League One ends in late October, and Rotherham will make an offer to East Asia Club in November. Until then, Wu Lei just needs to focus on playing well in the remaining matches. Don't worry, Mr. Wu, I said at the meeting that I'll handle this. Whether through administrative means or personal connections, I'll do everything in my power to get Wu Lei abroad. And Rotherham will give East Asia Club a fair offer, so the domestic club won't take a loss. Wu Lei's overseas stint will set a benchmark for Chinese players. It won't be a fire sale. As Wei Changjing and the Wu family discussed the overseas move, 2 foreign faces approached. Hello, I'm Demmler from Bayern Munich. This is my assistant Arthur. An elderly man with blonde hair and a high-bridged nose greeted them in broken English. German, okay? Shall we speak German? Wei Changjing tried asking in German, assuming someone from Bayern was likely German. Demmler paused, then smiled with delight, surprised to find a Chinese man fluent in German. I saw Wu Lei here and thought I'd say hello. I'm Demmler, a scout for Bayern Munich. We watched Wu Lei's last 2 matches and were quite impressed, so I took the liberty of coming over. We've been evaluating several promising young talents in Asia like Japan's Usami Takashi and Australia's Tommy, but Wu Lei's performance has piqued our strong interest. Wei Changjing translated the 2 foreigners' intentions for Wu Lei and his father. Just as they were digging at one wall, another pickaxe swung in. Smiles spread across Wu Lei and his father's faces. Receiving recognition from Bayern Munich was indeed an intangible compliment. We'll continue to monitor Wu Lei's performance. If he keeps growing, we might just sign him. As a scout, he could approach players he deemed promising, using evaluation as a catalyst to inspire continued excellence. Mr. Demmler, do you mind if I ask a few honest questions? Wei Changjing said, then turned to translate for Wu Lei and his father. Demmler assumed the young man was a translator or agent. Even after years of scouting, Asian players' face blindness among Asian faces was a real issue. Please ask away. I'd like to know if your interest in Wu Lei represents the club. Wei Changjing asked, then turned to translate again. Of course, it does. But as far as I know, if the club's recruitment plan lacks such a target, even a stellar performance from Wu Lei wouldn't secure him a spot. Well, I forgot to mention him Bayern's chief scout. I have the authority to recommend a better player to— Wei Changjing pressed on. Then may I ask where Wu Lei ranks on your scouting list? Maybe 4th. Demmler wanted to lie, but alas, he was an honest German. After Wei Changjing translated, Wu Lei and his father understood why he had asked. The Bayern scout's admiration proved Wu Lei's talent, but it didn't mean he could transfer to and play for Bayern. In the hierarchy of transfers and scouting, he was still far from the top. The once hopeful vision shattered in an instant. Based on your current assessment, if Wu Lei were the player you wanted, what would his market value be? In 2003, a Chinese player Xiao's transfer fee was 1 million euros. Accounting for inflation and age, Wu's value should be between 3,000 and 6,000 euros. After all, his potential and risk are equally great. Demmler gave a characteristically precise German answer. Wei Changjing, how many matches do you plan to scout Wu Lei? Until the end of the month. It seems his club has no more games after late October. Your second-tier league has too few teams. The J2 league, for instance, has 22 clubs. Dimmler wore an expression that said I'd love to scout more, but your league doesn't offer enough matches. It was irrefutable and frustrating. Wei Changjing smiled, Mr. Dimmler. China's professional teams are indeed few, but don't you think Bayern scouts, no matter how many, would be overwhelmed? After all, one Chinese province is about the size of Germany. Since you're here, I think better early than late. I have a proposal. Would you be interested in hearing it? As Wei Changjing finished, Arthur, who had been watching silently, suddenly said, You're the Chinese team leader, Wei Changjing. Though his pronunciation was off, Wei Changjing was finally recognized. Oh yes, you're the Chinese team leader. Dimmler finally overcame his face blindness. He stood up again and shook Wei Changjing's hand. How embarrassing. A chief scout with such poor facial recognition. Masking his awkwardness, Dimmler sat up straighter. The national youth team leader was, after all, an official from the Chinese Football Association. Wei Changjing continued. Next, I'm pushing forward a comprehensive evaluation of China's youth training system. We'll establish a scouting network covering the entire country. But in terms of personnel training and experience, Mr. Dimmler, you're undoubtedly a master. Wei Changjing slipped in a subtle flattery. Ha, not at all, not at all. Dimmler laughed heartily, glancing inadvertently at his assistant Arthur. So he'll seek cooperation with the youth and scouting departments of major European clubs to jointly develop the Chinese player market. Market. Yes, those two words. Dimmler instantly caught the implication in Wei Changjing's words. Consolidate scouting resources, then have European clubs share the spoils. Clubs wouldn't need to invest more energy or money in scouting if the Chinese would handle it all. Clubs would only need to do final verification. It was like going from sourcing fresh produce in the fields to having the Chinese wash, pack, and deliver it straight to their kitchen. This was worth discussing. While Dimmler pondered, Wei Changjing translated the gist for Wu Lei and his father. Both were stunned by his vision. Wu, he whispered in his son's ear, Your dad with years of geological surveying experience can tell you. Captain Wei is no ordinary fish in a shallow pond. Wei, this is a great idea. I fully support it. If your plan goes through, Bayern can be one of the first partner clubs. Welcome to bring your players to the training base on Sabener Strasse. They chatted a while longer before Dimmler took his leave, planning to approach Zhang Shizhen next. What started as a simple greeting had turned into an hour-long conversation. After Dimmler left, Wei Changjing said, You saw that. Big clubs constantly track young talents, and they can afford to lose. It's like venture capital. Invest in 10 cent and 9 failing projects, and you still come out ahead. But Wu Lei's career only happens once. A wrong step is hard to reverse. Captain Wei, you're right. As long as Wu Lei can play in England, I'm fully behind it. Wu, he reiterated his stance. With your word, I'm reassured. Keep it up, young Wu. After seeing off the Wu family, Wei Changjing received a call from Su Maozhen. Brother Wei, any plans tonight? I've already booked a ticket to leave tonight. Cancel it. You're not leaving tonight. Come drink with me. Brother's treating you. If you don't give me this face, I won't recognize you from now on. Shandong's drinking culture was inescapable. But Wei Changjing and Su Maozhen didn't go to a fancy hotel. They found a secluded little eatery by the hills and water, settling in for barbecue. Wei Changjing invited Hu Yinping simply because she was heading back to Beijing for a report and could travel with him. At the table were Pei Yongzhou Li Wei and Su Maozhen's friendly Xiaoping. Brother Wei, you said you'd fight for the players' interests. How? Hu Yinping asked. A month ago, such a question from Hu Yinping would have gotten her kicked out of the gathering. This wasn't a press conference. But she had grown close to everyone like a little sister, and no one minded her boldness. Hu Yinping's question was exactly what everyone wanted to know. Wei Changjing looked around. Back then, no one recorded audio or video at drinking tables. Perfectly safe. Emboldened by a bit of alcohol, he said, Why do you think players go abroad? To improve their level. Hu Yinping blurted out, knowing Wei Changjing had more to say. Then tell me, why do we need to improve the league? Because the league is the foundation. The foundation of what? Hu Yinping was stumped. It was like knowing 112, but being unable to explain why. No one at the table had ever pondered this. Let me offer an answer. Does it make sense? Going abroad determines the national team's ceiling. Improving the league determines its floor. If a national team has only a ceiling but no floor, can it break out of Asia? Clearly not. We all experienced the 2002 World Cup qualification. Our ceiling and floor were both high then, so we made it. That's obvious. The coach is a necessary but not sufficient condition. Even if you tied a dog to Brazil's coaching bench, they'd probably reach the quarterfinals. The rest is the coach's influence. So what am I fighting for? The players. Not money contracts or overseas opportunities. I'm fighting to keep the national team's ceiling and floor from sinking too low. Anything that affects them will do. We always talk about Chinese characteristics. Our clubs can't turn a profit, and without profit they can't last. My goal is to regulate this so Chinese football can thrive. Bullshit. Who do you think you are? A chubby man passing by spat heavily near Wei Changjing. His companion quickly restrained him, apologizing to the group. Sorry, he's had too much to drink. He gets worked up whenever Chinese football comes up. Don't stop me, I'm not drunk. The man in a white shirt with a loose tie pointed at Wei Changjing. You've been going on about, do you know the tricks behind it? Either big brands for the Chinese market send some mediocre player abroad to sit on the. In the end, they're either water boys or salesmen. Or it's a roundabout transfer, gilding the lily. Some players just want to escape their club contracts, spend half a year abroad at any level, then transfer back home. Don't preach lofty ideals. If that's what going abroad means, better not go at all. All that ceiling and floor talk is nonsense. Tian Sun, you're drunk. Su Maojin and Li Xiaoping, who had been sitting with their backs to Tian Sun, now stood up. How dare an outsider judge Wei Changjing's words? What a disgrace to the people of Shandong. By then, Tian Sun and his friend had recognized Su Maojin and Li Xiaoping. Coach Su, Coach Xiaopeng. Both were stunned. Holy shit, legends, the backbone of the Shandong team. If Su Maojin had shouted beat him, the nearby fans would have pummeled them unrecognizable. Sorry. Coach Su, he's drunk. Please overlook his rudeness. Tian Sun's friend quickly dragged. Despite being harshly berated, Wei Changjing didn't get angry. The alcohol haze lifted slightly. Su Maojin said, Brother Wei, don't mind him. Fans sometimes don't understand. Everyone likes to pontificate rather than get their hands dirty. But I think you're a man who gets things done, and I like that. He raised his glass. A toast meant around. Whatever help you need, Brother Wei, if I know some people in Shandong. Su Maojin thumped. Just then the chubby man Tian Sun returned with a bottle of baijiu. Coach Su, Coach Xiaopeng, everyone, my apologies earlier. I just realized you're the national youth team leader, Captain Wei. He'll drink 3 cups as a penalty. You can't say Shandong people lack manners. Tian Sun didn't waste words. He poured the baijiu into a small cup and downed 3 in quick succession, over half a caddy of liquor. Wiping his mouth, Tian Sun pulled out a business card. I'm just a small real estate agent. My only hobby is I want Chinese football to succeed too. If you ever come to Shandong again, Captain Wei, contact me. He'll be at your service without a second thought. He returned to his table with the bottle. Wei Changjing smiled. This is why I love Shandong. The hospitality here truly lives up to its reputation. Everyone laughed in relief. Though Tian Sun was just a fan, his words hit harder than many in the industry. He wasn't entirely wrong. Blindly going abroad didn't lead to improvement. Take the famous Volkswagen salesman Zhang Ziz's overseas stint. It was a carnival of capital and a nightmare for the player. How to avoid that? Wei Changjing was still pondering. After the commotion caused by Tian Sun, the group engaged in a wide-ranging conversation. Eventually, Su Maojin spoke up. Brother Wei, I don't consider you an outsider, so I'll speak frankly. Xiaopeng is now coaching the women's football team, and it's quite tough for him. I just want to find a way to help. You have many ideas, so I'd like to hear your thoughts. Li Xiaopeng was actually a national cadre serving as the deputy director of the Football Management Center in the Shandong Sports Bureau. He had also attended the match and joined the celebration banquet that time. In September of last year, 2009, he led the Shandong women's football team to their best ever finish at the national games, securing 4th place. In August of this year, following the FA's competitive and predetermined selection process, he became the head coach of the Chinese women's national team. He would then lead the team to the Guangzhou Asian Games in November. The goal set by the General Administration of Sport and the FA was to win a medal. After all, women's football had always been a traditional strength. This weighed heavily on Li Xiaopeng's mind like a massive stone. The women's team would soon assemble for preparation. After witnessing the process and results of the AFC U19 championship, it was natural for him to seek some assistance. Li Xiaopeng also had an unpretentious personality. Despite holding an official position for so long, he still spoke with a thick Shandong accent. Leader Wei, you might not know this, but the bonus for this Asian Cup women's football tournament is 1.5 million. Everyone was taken aback by such a large sum. With so much prize money, why aren't you happy? But it's not easy to claim. The women's team seems like a top contender in Asia, yet when I select players, I know all too well the gaps between generations and the unstable form. Since failing to qualify for the World Cup in May, the entire team's spirit has seemed shattered. Li Xiaopeng drank a glass of wine in solitude. Everyone turned their gaze to Wei Changjing. Unbeknownst to them, this young brother had become the group's wise strategist and pillar of support. As for specific personnel issues, I'm truly unable to help. But in another 2 years, a new batch of young talents might emerge. Wei Changjing referred to Wang Shuang, Xin Mingyu, and others. Let me talk about the spirit issue. Brother Xiaopeng, you could go to the sports university and find a few sports psychology doctors to help guide and regulate the players' tension. It's similar to Mila's Happy Football from 2002. Just keep them cheerful. The women's team still has solid strength. You could select some promising young players to use more frequently this time. It might work wonders. After all, young calves don't fear tigers. Will that work? Li Xiaopeng frowned. Su Maojin interjected. Xiaopeng, you need to trust science. Take my experience in this competition, for example. I always thought foreign coaches were no different from us. Just the same coaching courses that anyone could take. But actually engaging with them was a different story. They have a solid foundation. I think Brother Wei's idea is worth a try. If not from the sports university, how about Brother Wei bringing in 2 people from abroad? Su Maojin was now a staunch advocate of foreign methods. In the end, Li Xiaopeng accepted Wei Changjing's suggestion, summing it up with the old saying, trying it can't hurt. Wei Changjing truly had no good solutions for the women's team. Even if he wanted to alter history, the most important thing was to prevent Jia Xiuqian from taking over the women's team's coaching reins in 2018. After the barbecue, Wei Changjing and Hu Yinping boarded the train heading to Beijing. Su Maojian had bought them soft sleeper tickets. Upon boarding, they discovered 2 lower berths with no one in the upper berths. Wei Changjing guessed that his Shandong big brother had deliberately arranged a compartment free from disturbance. "Brother Wei, you don't find this inconvenient, do you?" Hu Yinping smoothed the hair at her temples. Today she wasn't much different from her previous interviews. Sportswear, a backpack, and a white baseball cap. "Hey, I should be the one asking you that. It was my oversight for dragging you along to drink with them. What's there to it? From my first day as a journalist, I knew what hardships I'd have to endure. A little drinking is nothing. Besides, Brother Su and the others didn't force me to drink. You, on the other hand, had quite a few," Hu Yinping said as she handed Wei Changjing a damp towel. It was still warm. Where this girl got hot water was anyone's guess. Wei Changjing wiped his face without any pretense. He indeed felt much better. "Any plans after returning to Beijing for your debriefing?" Wei Changjing asked. "I want to follow the Asian Games beat, though football at the Asian Games should be quite competitive. By the way, Brother Wei, will you be involved in the Asian Games?" Wei Changjing gazed out the window at the pitch-black darkness where only lampposts and trees kept receding, giving a sensation of traveling through time and space. "Probably not. I won't wade into those murky waters for this year's Asian Games. Besides, I have a bit of a grudge with the Guangzhou Football Association." Saying this, Wei Changjing smiled. "I know. It's about the June 27th match-fixing scandal. You cleaned house at the Guangzhou FA. You can't say it like that or it makes me too hated." Despite his words, Wei Changjing's face showed complete indifference. "The Guangzhou FA should thank you. Without your efforts, how could they have freed up so many positions? You should try that line of thinking with some of those Guangdong FA folks sometime. With so many tangled relationships within the FA, who knew who was whose protege or old associate?" After tidying up and turning off the compartment light, Hu Yinping stared at the upper berth's bedboard with wide eyes. This was her first time sharing a room with a strange man. Though she had endured worse, like crowded 6-person sleeper berths during business trips, this was a completely different experience. After about 10 minutes, Hu Yinping couldn't help but ask, "Brother Wei, are you asleep?" Wei Changjing was in a similar state to Hu Yinping, but his mind was occupied with other matters. "No. Can I ask you a question?" "Go ahead. With all you've done, what is it you truly want?" This was no longer a journalist's inquiry, but a soul silence. The compartment was filled only with the monotonous clatter of the train tracks. Hu Yinping even wondered if Wei Changjing had fallen asleep. "One day I dreamed that China won the World Cup. Then I woke up. I told no one. I know that turning that dream into reality requires me to do many things. Maybe 10 years, maybe 100. But someone has to do it right." His words seemed like a murmur from a dream, yet they reached Hu Yinping's ears with clarity. Back at the FA, Wei Changjing naturally attracted more attention. No one expected that a single trip could see Wei Changjing return with a championship trophy. "Brother Wei, you're back." Lu Dongling rushed joyfully to Wei Changjing, her small face flushed with excitement. Other subordinates also stood up and applauded. "You've all worked hard during the month I was away. Tomorrow evening you'll treat everyone to dinner." Dongling picked the place. "Is it the kind of place where we can order whatever we want and eat as much as we like?" "Sure, no problem." The group erupted in cheers. First, he went to greet Lu Xiaoyan and Wang Lingfeng, as they were still nominally his superiors. He then passed along the local specialties Su Maojian had given him. The Youth League was set to begin its first stage of competition in January, and many details of the preparations still needed to be finalized. After the pleasantries, Wei Changjing made his way to Wu Dis' office. By then, the AFC U19 championship trophy was already displayed on Wu Dis' desk. "Xiao Wei, you're back. Come have a seat." Wu Di picked up a clean cup from the shelf and poured Wei Changjing a cup of tea. "The Asian Games are about to start. Are you interested?" Wu Di asked warmly. The head coach of the men's football team for the Asian Games was Sun Wei, a former Liaoning FC stalwart. However, based on Wei Changjing's understanding of him, his coaching ability likely fell far short of his football achievements. "Director, the coaching staff for the Asian Games team has already been confirmed. Wouldn't it be inappropriate for me to step in now?" "That is a problem. Couldn't the coaching team brought in by WW Sports be used for the Asian Games team?" "Probably not. They left for England yesterday. Finding a replacement coaching team on such short notice won't be easy." "Then let Lao Yu worry about it. I'm not getting involved." Wei Changjing detected a note of schadenfreude in Wu Dis' tone. "I'd like to ask, why would a coach like Sun Wei, who has no notable track record, be chosen to lead the Asian Games team? I think he's only at the level of a youth coach." "Xiao Wei, it's fine to say these things in my office, but don't repeat them out. If the wrong people hear it, they'll stir up trouble. The work of the national teams is mainly in the hands of the director. Apart from the U19 and U16 teams, which fall under the youth training system, appointments for other national team personnel must be made with his input, including positions in the Chinese Super League company. So it's all the more reason for you to spread your wings and carve out your own territory." Wu Di said with a note of he certainly wished to have a hand in national team affairs as well, but for now, unless Sun Weiss results were poor, there would be no justification for intervention. Recruiting a national team coach was a lucrative opportunity. Bringing in any foreign coach required a substantial budget. How could Yu Huchen easily let go of that? Wei Changjing said, "Today I came to discuss my plans going forward." Wu Di cast a casual glance at the championship trophy on his desk. This Xiao Wei truly was full of pleasant surprises. Wu Di tapped the side of his teacup, signaling for him to continue. "I want to push forward with 3 things. First, I want to expand the youth coaching certification system. We've already been working with the competition department to promote certification for young coaches, but I think the effort is still too limited. I plan to broaden the scope of coaches eligible for certification. Originally, we only targeted head coaches of campus football. Now I intend to collaborate with various European clubs to include fitness trainers, data analysts, and scouts within the coaching certification content. As you've seen, having these specialized trainers involved in the coaching team this time gave us a clearer understanding of both our opponents and ourselves. The benefits are immense. Second, I plan to establish a nationwide scouting network under the technical department covering all professional clubs across the country. We currently have very few professional clubs, so a team of around 30 people should be enough to cover the entire country. Their daily work would involve collecting data from various teams and amateur matches in different regions. Through technical analysis, we can identify more talented players and gain a more precise understanding of existing ones. The coaches trained earlier can serve as the first batch of scouts. Third, I want to implement the youth credit and point system we discussed previously. If our scouting system is established, then every youth player registered with the Chinese FA can earn a series of points from every match they participate in. These points will determine the selection for future national teams, thus eliminating the possibility of only the wealthy making it onto the national team or using it as a gilding opportunity. By the same token, coaches will also fall under this system. Those without any notable achievements won't be able to pass themselves off as qualified. Wei Changjing's final point was almost a direct challenge to Yu Huchen's control over the national team selection mechanism. Wu Di grasped the implications and smiled faintly. "I hope Director Wu can review and guide me. See if this is feasible or not." "Ha ha, Xiao Wei, your game is getting bigger and bigger. These proposals are all good, but some of these matters don't fall under your youth training department's purview. I've thought about that. The first item is already underway and Director Chen Liangquan has no issues with it. Later, he'll need support from Director Yu's side to assign someone to liaise with foreign clubs. The second item is originally Director Wang Lingfeng's responsibility, but we can place the scouting system under the youth company first without using their personnel or funds, just their name. Externally, we can say the focus of the scouting is on youth players. The third item is even more squarely within the youth company's scope. I've drafted a 100 coaches abroad, 100 players abroad plan that encompasses these 3 initiatives. They'll send it to you shortly. I've already spoken with a scout from Bayern Munich, and they are very interested in the scouting plan. When reporting, if you have a 60, you should talk it up to 100. Even things like the Bayern connection that haven't even taken shape yet can be presented as already settled. You also need to dress up your plan in a high-sounding package, one that will make Wu Di look good when he reports upward. Wu Di nodded appreciatively. A subordinate like Wei Changjing who asked for little but delivered big results. Who wouldn't like that? If all 3 initiatives came to fruition, they could elevate Wu Di's influence within the FA to a new level. Good. Put the plan together, and he'll bring it up for discussion at a meeting in the next couple of days. The general administration has given high praise for our AFC U19 championship victory. You've made a name for yourself with Director Lu Kuenping, and he's looking forward to more of your successes. Alright, I'll go ahead and give the relevant leaders a heads up first. After finishing the official business, Wei Changjing prepared to take his leave. Suddenly struck by an impulse, he asked, "Director Wu, could I borrow this AFC U19 championship trophy to admire for a couple of days? He'll return it the day after tomorrow." "The trophy?" Wu Di waved his hand generously. "It was you who won it after all. Take it, just don't lose it. ITLL need to be placed in the Hall of Honor later." Leaving Wu Di's office, Wei Changjing went to see Director Yu Ying to request someone to handle liaisons with foreign clubs. Yu Ying readily agreed. "Xiao Wei's sister Yu has a friend's child who just returned from studying abroad. Is your youth company in need of people? Could you consider it?" Yu Ying was an older sister nearing retirement, naturally less enthusiastic about career advancement than her male colleagues, but she was deeply concerned about the young people in the unit finding spouses. Helping someone find a job was a pretext, helping them find a partner was the real intent. "Sister US, since you've spoken, how could I not oblige? Just set a time, and he'll be there." "Oh, it's just that you are the most promising young person in the whole association. So straightforward. Wait for Sister Yu's message then." At the end of the workday, Wei Changjing didn't work overtime, but braved the evening rush hour to a hutong near Qianmen. This was the neighborhood where Wei Changjing grew up. Occasionally, he would still see 1 or 2 familiar old neighbors. "Hey, isn't this Xiao Wei? Come to see your grandpa. What's that you're carrying? Wow, such a big trophy. Did you win another award at university?" "He graduated from university years ago." "You're getting senile. You don't say? Not married yet. When are you bringing a girlfriend home for us to see? Let your old uncle take a look for you. You old rascal. Go on, your grandpa has probably been waiting for you for a while. Such a tall guy now. I remember when he was still in diapers. Amidst the unique warmth of the Hutong, Wei Changjing turned into a Sihyuan. An old man in a vest was lifting dumbbells in the courtyard. 197, 198, 199, 200. Seeing Wei Changjing enter, the old man still meticulously completed his daily workout. Wei Changjing placed the trophy on the table and helped the old man put on his jacket. The old man was Wei Changjing's grandfather, Yin Jiangchen. You haven't been here in a while. Grandpa, I've been very busy lately. I brought you a gift, but I have to return it tomorrow. Is this the AFC U19 championship trophy you won? Yes, it took quite some effort. I heard from your uncle that you've been much more steady lately, focusing on building your career. That's good. Keep it up. By the way, you haven't found a girlfriend yet, have you? Grandpa, why are you just like those uncles and aunties outside? Sigh. Really, I hope I live long enough to see it. You need to balance work and life. Both hands must be strong. What brings you here today? Mom, I wanted to talk to you today about the sports bureau. What? Facing difficulties? It's not exactly a difficulty. I just want to do more, but am afraid of falling short of your expectations. In October in Beijing, the night wind rustled the leaves by the window, their soft whisper masking the quiet conversation between grandfather and grandson. Early the next morning, as Wei Changjing stepped into his office, a strikingly beautiful, yet icy figure was already standing beside his desk. Lung Yuan from the Foreign Affairs Department. The woman extended her hand gracefully, though not a trace of a smile graced her face. Hello, Wei Changjing. Let's find a meeting room to discuss things in detail. Wei Changjing had heard of this young woman before. On the male colleagues' frivolous Football Association beauty rankings, Lung Yuan ranked third, nicknamed the Iceberg. Ranked second was Wan Yuning from the Supervision Department, niece of Deputy Director Wan Xiaoping. Topping the list was Guo Xixin from the Competition Department, rumored to work at the Chinese Super League company, though no one had ever seen her in person. The gazes of the office men would unconsciously drift towards Lung Yuan, severely hampering work efficiency. Finding an empty meeting room and sitting down, Wei Changjing cut straight to the chase. Welcome to the Youth League company. The workload ahead is immense. If you encounter any difficulties, feel free to let me know. No problem. Which languages do you command? I am proficient in English and French, can handle daily conversation in German, but not Portuguese or Italian. Wei Changjing's eyes widened in pleasant surprise. Young lady, you are wasted here. Your caliber belongs in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, not the Football Association. Switching to German, he said, the head of Borussia Dortmund's youth academy is a friend of mine. Could you liaise with him to arrange for our coaches to conduct an inspection there? Lung Yuan paused momentarily, then replied in German. Yes, sir. Please inform me of the coach's arrival time, the duration of the inspection, whether airport pickup is needed, and accommodation arrangements. Wei Changjing gave a thumbs up. Excellent. This level of proficiency is more than enough. Lung Yuan remained expressionless at his praise. Wei Changjing pulled out several pages from his folder listing contact information for over a dozen top European clubs. You need to contact these clubs on behalf of the association. We have 100 coaches abroad program. We are willing to pay for their coaches to provide us with training for a period of 3 months. The detailed plan is all here. You can review it later. Will these clubs cooperate with us? Lung Yuan asked. Negotiate with those willing to skip, those who aren't. Tell those foreigners that we will contact every single G14 league club. If they choose not to participate, we have plenty of other partners. If they don't care about the Far Eastern market, let them be. No need to grovel before foreigners. Maintain respect, but remain neither servile nor overbearing. Though Lung Yuan said nothing, inwardly she was stirred. She had seen too many proponents of foreign worship with spines so weak they would practically cede territory just to hire a foreign coach. This young department head was surprisingly assertive, which suited her own style perfectly. The reason Yu Ying had sent her over was mainly because she had rejected several blind dates arranged by Sister Yu. Despite her outstanding abilities, her unsociable nature had kept her very marginalized within the department. Another matter, if this plan receives approval from higher authorities, we need to hold a press conference. You will be in charge of. Henceforth, the Youth League company must conduct regular press briefings, continuously releasing information to the public to ensure influence and transparency. At least once a week. Seeing Lung Yuan frown, he asked, is there a problem? Normally, we only hold press conferences when problems arise or at major milestones. I'll forget the old conventions. The Youth League company is different. We need to maintain a voice in the public opinion environment and get more people involved. I also need you to draft a proposal on how to build the Youth League brand. By the way, I'll recommend someone to you, Hu Yinping, a reporter from Sports Weekly. You can discuss press and publicity matters with her. Okay. One last thing, contact the University of Illinois in the U.S. They were the first university in the world to establish a sports psychology program. Hire the best sports psychology expert to go to the Guangzhou Asian Games to guide the women's football team's psychological training. Also contact the sports rehabilitation program at the University of Michigan. Ask them to send 2 experts to Guangzhou. Let them name their price. It's fine. The expenses will be covered by WW Sports. Okay, no problem. If there's nothing else, we'll go start working. Lung Yuan stood up crisply. Director, you said I could work here for the time being. He'll need you to arrange a workstation for. Director Yu is generous, actually willing to part with such a gem. It seemed Ewing wasn't too keen on having her back. Wei Changjing led Lung Yuan out of the meeting room, clapped his hands, and the office's attention converged on them. Let me introduce our new colleague Lung Yuan. She will be in charge of brand promotion, external liaison, and press releases. Everyone welcome. The office erupted in enthusiastic applause. A rare subtle curve touched the corner of Lung Yuan's mouth. Dong Ling, find a spot for Lung Yuan. Sure, Sister Lung Yuan, come with me. We have a team-building event tonight. Join us. Wei Changjing said. Lung Yuan hesitated for a few seconds before finally nodding. Mainz, located on the left bank of the Rhine, is the capital of Rhineland-Palatinate, equivalent to a provincial capital in China. In the 0809 season, Mainz was promoted to the Bundesliga. Mainz club has a total of 11 youth teams from U8 to U19. In 2009, their current first-team coach Thomas Tuchel led the U19 team to an upset victory over Bayern Munich's U19 to win the youth championship, creating a minor miracle. In Xia Hu's view, having youth teams for every age group was incredibly powerful. In China, it was a considerable achievement for a club to have a youth team for every 3 age groups. Mainz's senior team had absorbed several players from the youth teams to play in the first team this year, with quite good result. It was truly fortunate for Thomas Tuchel, who moved directly from coaching the youth team to the senior team as head coach. This required great boldness from the club. Xiaohui didn't know why Klose had arranged for him to inspect Mainz's youth setup. Germany's outstanding youth academy should be Borussia Dortmund, shouldn't it? However, Klose told Xiaohui that he could arrange his own work schedule, as Xiaohui's current position had no direct superior, nor was he given any specific work objectives. The half-month inspection in Mainz was immensely beneficial for Xiaohui, strengthening his desire to visit Dortmund. Coincidentally, Wei Changjing mentioned he had some acquaintances in Dortmund who could show him around. Upon arriving in Dortmund, a club staff member was already waiting for him. Hello, Xia. I'm Lars Ricken, youth coordinator for Borussia Dortmund. I will accompany you on your visit. Lars Ricken. Xiaohui couldn't help but widen his eyes. The German before him was once a famous midfielder for Dortmund, praised by former Brazilian national team coach Carlos Alberto Pereira as playing like the young Pelé. For a German to receive such an accolade from a Brazilian was a rare honor. His brilliant goals had also won Dortmund their first European Cup trophy in history. Unfortunately, he was born in an era with equally great rivals in the same position, Bolek Fringsdeiler Schneider. A series of injuries forced him to retire from the football stage. The youth coordinator is probably one of the most inconspicuous roles in the youth system. Simply put, it's a bit like a player's babysitter. In developed football nations, the division of labor is very detailed. Every young talent arriving at the club is assigned a youth coordinator to help with logistics, transportation, and other chores. They also handle part of the psychological development work, tracking the youngster's progress. The coordinator's job is trivial and unspecific. Xiaohui never imagined Dortmund would be so extravagant as to use a Champions League-winning player as a youth coordinator. Xiaohui's German was fluent, greatly enhancing communication efficiency. Ricken had only hung up his boots in February 2009, a year younger than Xiaohui, who was born in 1975. Xiaohui's experience playing in Germany gave them plenty of common ground. A golf cart carried the two across Dortmund's training ground towards the youth academy fields. 5 natural grass pitches, 2 artificial turf fields with numerous cameras mounted around them. Our cameras record every detail of the training sessions, which are then compiled into big data analysis. After they finish training, dedicated data coaches analyze their every move on the field with them. We also have professional medical staff on the sidelines to ensure the players maintain a high level of training without being troubled by injuries. Pointing to an indoor pitch separated by wire mesh, Ricken introduced, this is one of only 3 such devices in the world. We call it the ball cage. It costs several million euros. Xiaohui watched as a player stood in the center of the cage. A red light flashed, and balls shot towards the player from all directions. The player in the middle received the ball, and then shot it into one of 64 randomly lit target points. This single sequence completed 3 actions: receiving, controlling, and passing the ball. The primary element of modern football is speed. This training facility is designed to improve a player's reaction time and passing ability on the field. According to its developers, spending 15 minutes inside is equivalent to completing a week's worth of training volume. Holy crap! Isn't this just the hyperbolic time chamber from Dragon Ball? Xiaohui thought of domestic training, which often involved 3 sessions a day, each lasting 3 hours. He desperately wanted to bring this training equipment back home immediately. The gap was enormous. It wasn't just about money, it was also about philosophy. Even if you had the same equipment and training conditions in China, you simply couldn't find qualified data analysts. Better late than never. Little did Xiaohui know Wei Changjing was back in China, trying to solve the talent shortage in areas like data analysis and sports science. If they didn't find a way now, who knew when they would? Some people thought qualifying for the World Cup was just a matter of having a good coach and a few good players. But Xia Hui now understood that this was a long systematic project, a heavy responsibility, requiring a long journey. After a sumptuous buffet dinner, the group moved on to a KTV for the second round. Lung Yuan participated fully, singing Fei Wang's Fleeting Time. In this lifetime, meeting on a narrow path, ultimately unavoidable. Can't calculate fleeting time. She sang the song with a clear, brilliant coldness devoid of any worldly air. Then she sat quietly in a corner observing the lively crowd. No matter how much those around her urged, she wouldn't move again. Occasionally she took a sip from the Corona before her and didn't refuse when colleagues came over to clink glasses. Fortunately, the few people working underway changing were perceptive enough not to pester anyone into drinking. As the song ended and the crowd dispersed, everyone hailed taxis at the KTV entrance. Someone asked Lung Yuan if she needed a ride, but she politely declined. Just then a Mercedes sped over its high beams, glaring, and screeched to a halt right in front of the group, nearly hitting them. A familiar figure got out of the car, the young man who had blocked the car at the Football Association building. Lu Dongling, your dad said you were out drinking with colleagues, and asked me to pick you up. Lu Dongling instinctively hid behind Wei Changjing. Wei Changjing turned back and asked, what's going on? Weren't things supposed to be sorted out? Lu Dongling said, I already had my dad return all the betrothal gifts to him. The arrogant youth slapped the hood of the Mercedes and shot a provocative glance at Wei Changjing. I'm telling you again, mind your own damn business. Oh, got a new car, little buddy. Not driving that beat-up Hyundai anymore. Oof, my family got over 10 million just for the land from the demolition. Lu Dongling, your dad said the 50,000 betrothal gift wasn't enough, told me to add more. I think you're all right, so I gave your dad another 250,000. Let's make it around 300,000. After all, we're going to get married and settle down anyway. I didn't agree. I didn't. Lu Dongling immediately burst into tears, the feeling of being betrayed by her own family unbearable. My dad is my dad, I am me. I don't want to marry you. Fine, then give the money back. Damn it, you think you're some hot commodity. You have no idea how many girls are lining up to throw themselves at me from the front gate all the way to Tongzhou. Come on, pay up. The arrogant youth pulled an IOU from his pocket. It read, borrowed a total of 300 RMB from Pandiran. If Pandiran fails to marry Lu Dongling, the full amount must be repaid by date. Lung Yuan, standing beside Lu Dongling, frowned deeply. Your dad already took the money back to the countryside to build a house for your brother, so you'll have to repay it. I won't charge you interest, but I need the 300,000 within 3 days. Otherwise I'll come find you at your workplace. The Chinese Football Association, right? What a lousy place, still thinking you're civil servants. The arrogant youth's final remark ignited Wei Changjing instantly. Blocking someone to demand money is disgusting enough, and now you're insulting all of us. Do you think I, the eldest son of the Wei family, would take this lying down? Wei Changjing circled the arrogant youth. His eyes caught sight of a square object by the roadside, a brick. Picking it up, the arrogant youth immediately dropped his cocky demeanor and shouted, what are you doing? What am I doing? Giving you a taste of your own medicine, teaching you a lesson. I'm telling you, if you hit me, I won't get up for less than a few 100,000. How trying to play tough with me? You haven't seen Yang Ji sell his sword. Brother Wei, calm down. Calm down. The group held Wei Changjing back, afraid he might crack the guy's skull. Don't hit him. Don't hit him. Crash. The brick slammed into the Mercedes' front grille. Everyone was stunned. This was way too violent. But damn. It felt good. Crash. Another blow to the windshield, instantly spiderwebbing a massive hole. You smashed my car. This is a brand new Mercedes, just picked it up. The furious youth tried to lunge at Wei Changjing, but was held back by his subordinates. You're finished. You're in big trouble now. You were driving drunk and nearly hit people. I was acting bravely to stop you. What trouble am I in? The arrogant youth was dumbfounded, a string of question marks practically appearing over his head. He hadn't expected Wei Changjing to come back with that. He suddenly remembered he had indeed been drinking at noon, and the smell of alcohol hadn't yet dissipated. Wei Changjing, Lu Dongling, Lung Yuan, and Pandiran were taken to the police station. Wei Changjing had persuaded the others to leave as they had work the next day, and he didn't want his subordinates to witness his embarrassment. Lu Dongling was sobbing uncontrollably, and Lung Yuan could only stay by her side. Intentional destruction of another's property, if it exceeds a certain amount, can result in detention. Do you understand that? The young officer on duty said sternly. I know, officer. I saw him drive onto the sidewalk, and I had too much to drink and wasn't clear-headed. Later he reeked of alcohol and tried to take my colleague away. I was just being a good Samaritan. Not clear-headed. A good Samaritan. If the blood test comes back and he wasn't drunk driving, you'll be in deep trouble. Just then an older officer pushed open the door and entered, nodding at the younger one. First, take a statement. Write down what happened. Wei Changjing complied. Soon the two officers returned to the mediation room. Flipping through Wei Changjing's statement, the young officer said, Chinese Football Association. A division chief. Don't you people at the CFA have anything better to do than smash people's cars for fun? You can't say that about Brother Wei. He's the most dedicated person in our association. How dare you judge us just because we're from the CFA? Lu Dongling, who had stopped crying, couldn't help retorting. The older officer admonished, Xiao Wang, don't say irrelevant things. We've pretty much understood the situation. Both sides are at fault. First, Pandiran was driving under the influence and drove onto a non-motor vehicle lane. Second, you smashed his Mercedes with a brick and the damage is estimated to exceed 5,000 yuan. We hope you can resolve this through negotiation. Other debt issues are economic disputes and not our jurisdiction. File a lawsuit or enforce it as needed. What do you think? It was past 2 in the morning and Wei Changjing had mostly sobered up. All right. Just then a figure in a leather jacket burst in, grabbing Wei Changjing by the collar and lifting him up. Wei Changjing, you've gotten bold, huh? Smashing people's cars. Why didn't you think to hit him with a brick instead? The two officers jumped up in alarm and quickly intervened. Captain Xing, no hitting. He tossed Wei Changjing back into the chair. The man in the leather jacket swept his gaze across the others in the mediation room. You handle it. I'm not getting involved. I'm just here to take him home later. Captain Xing glanced sidelong at Pandiran, who was sitting opposite Wei Changjing, causing him to shrink back in fear. Wei Changjing straightened his rumpled shirt and said to Pandiran, all right, if we're going to settle this, let's do it once and for all. 300,000 plus the cost of your car repairs, let's say 50,000. They'll pay you today. We'll turn over a new leaf. What do you say? Pandiran fumed, pointing at Wei Changjing and Lu Dongling. So you two are definitely involved. Whether we are or not is none of your concern. Just say yes or no. 400,000. No negotiation without 400,000. Cough, cough, cough. Captain Xing leaned against the wall and coughed. The middle-aged officer tapped the table. If we're negotiating, don't demand an outrageous price. Is your car damage even 100,000? You? Pandiran choked back his anger and said sullenly, fine, 350,000. Pay now. Wei Changjing said, all right, give me an account number. Just got my bonus. Brother Wei, I have some money too, Lu Dong. All right, since I'm putting on this act, let me see it through. After signing the mediation agreement and transferring the money, Pandiran threw down the IOU and left without looking back. Captain Xing escorted Wei Changjing and the others to the station entrance. He whispered in Wei Changjing's ear, you're something else. Haven't seen you in ages and you show up with 2 girls at a KTV. They're just colleagues. A knight in shining armor. Got a thing for that girl. Don't talk nonsense. There's nothing like that. All right, don't cause any more trouble. My criminal investigation unit can't meddle in local police station affairs. You'd be better off finding your stepfather than me. I know. This just happened. I was taking a shot in the dark. With you around, at least I wouldn't have to spend half the night in a holding cell. Take it easy. I don't want to see you in the papers one day. Get lost. Let's grab a drink when you're free. Wei Changjing said to Lu Dongling and Lung Yuan, who were waiting by the roadside. He's my childhood friend. I was trying to get him to bail me out. You two go home. It's all over. Brother Wei. Lu Dongling's voice was choked with tears. Dongling, don't go home tonight. Stay at my place, Lung Yuan said. Then I'll see you two home before I head back. After hailing a taxi and dropping Lung and Lu off at an apartment building in Huixinli, Wei Changjing also took a cab home. Dongling, you can sleep in the guest room. Get some rest. Thanks, Sister Lung. Lung Yuan reflected on what had just happened. Upon smelling the alcohol on the other man, she quickly formulated a strategy, smashing the car to shift the focus of the conflict, seeking outside help before the police arrived, and finally resolving the entire incident through mediation. If this was a plan Wei Changjing had orchestrated step by step, then this man was far too calculating. No, it should be called being 10 steps ahead. An intriguing man. Beneath Lung Yuan's icy exterior, a smile suddenly blossomed like a night blooming cereus quietly unfurling. The next morning, everyone was filled with admiration when they saw Wei Changjing walk away unscathed. I told you Brother Wei has some serious connections. He smashed a Mercedes and got away with it. I just asked Xiaoling. She said they settled privately with that Mercedes guy, and Brother Wei fronted her 300. Damn, Brother Wei is loaded. Do you think Brother Wei has a thing for Xiaoling? I can't tell, but Xiaoling is probably devoted to Brother Wei now. While the two men were smoking and gossiping in the break room, they didn't notice Lung Yuan lingering nearby for a dozen. After finishing the day's work, Wei Changjing massaged his aching temples. He looked up at the time. It was past 7. Several people were still buried in their work. Lu Dongling hadn't left, and neither had Lung Yuan. This was strange. Why was everyone working overtime? Dongling, come to the meeting room. I need to talk to you about something. Lu Dongling, as if waiting for this invitation, immediately got up and headed to the meeting room. The remaining colleagues pricked up their ears, but the meeting room was soundproof. There's something I want to discuss with you. Brother Wei will have to pay you back slowly. My father took the money to build a house for my brother's bride price. That's not what I wanted to talk about, but it is somewhat related. Let me calculate how long it would take you to pay off the debt on your current salary. You make 8,000 now. After insurance, it's 5,000. Rent is 2,000, leaving 3,000. Even if you don't eat or drink, it'll take you 100 months to pay off 300,000, which is 8 years. That seems a bit slow. Lu Dongling's face fell. She came from a family that favored sons over daughters, and her parents treated her marriage like a commodity to be sold. Meanwhile, her brother, even if he did nothing after high school, would never have to worry about food or clothing. Seeing Lu Dongling on the verge of tears again, Wei Changjing quickly said, "Don't cry. I can't stand it when women cry. We're in the office, it wouldn't look good if colleagues see. Pull yourself together." Wei Changjing clenched his fists. Lu Dongling held back her tears. "All right, let's talk business. Actually, I don't think you're suited for the CFA. There's not much growth there. You've been in the youth training department for over a year now and know the whole process. WW Sports happens to have an opening for Secretary General of the China region. I think you'd be a great fit. Interested? WW Sports, Secretary General of the China region. Brother Wei, how could I possibly handle that?" Lu Dongling knew Wei Changjing had close ties with WW Sports, but appointing a recent graduate like her to such a position seemed too rash. Wei Changjing quoted a line from a crosstalk routine. "If I say you can do it, even if you can't. This job mainly involves coordinating between WW Sports, the CFA, and the Youth League Company. It's similar to what you do now. But WW Sports has a lot in store for the future, so you can't act like a kid anymore. It'll be busy and stressful." Lu Dongling hoped to keep herself busy enough to forget the heavy burden of her family. Could the pressure be greater than the weight of supporting her entire family? "Brother Wei, I trust you. If you say I can do it, then I can. They'll give it my all." "Good. First, let's talk about the compensation. Pre-tax salary of 20,000. Your office will be in this building for now. I see there are empty offices upstairs and downstairs. Pick whichever one you like and rent it." In the eyes of his colleagues at the CFA, Wei Changjing was essentially the representative of WW Sports, as he could mobilize many of its resources. However, formally WW Sports was an American sports company with its own legal entity and regulation. The previous China region director Leonardo, who signed the contract with the CFA on behalf of WW Sports, was just a temporary actor, a figurehead who rarely stayed in China. And Wei Changjing couldn't always represent WW Sports in every matter, as it would raise suspicions about his identity. So finding a trusted person to act as the representative in the China region was imperative. Coinciding with Lu Dongling's situation, Wei Changjing thought it was worth a try. Lu Dongling was smart, capable, and thorough in her thinking, making her the perfect liaison officer. Seeing Lu Dongling staring blankly, Wei Changjing asked, "What's wrong?" "The salary is 20,000. "Yes, that's all for now. It's higher than my salary." Wei Changjing's own salary was only around 12,000. These public institutions didn't pay well, though there were bonuses and other perks plus some extra income from those with side gigs. "That's too much. I can't take that much. It's an American company, so they pay according to American standards. All right, don't dwell on this. You need the money to pay me back. It's settled." Leaving the meeting room, Lu Dongling wiped the tears from her face with her sleeve. Wei Changjing glanced around the office and saw Lung Yuan approaching with a stack of papers. "I need to report the results of contacting the clubs." "All right, come to the meeting room. I've contacted 8 clubs. 6 are very interested. The other 2 are more interested in Japanese and Korean players and don't want to participate for now. These clubs not only want us to send coaches for training, but also seek comprehensive cooperation. For example, they can open training camps in China for player training and have asked me about land and operational models." "Not bad. To achieve this in just one day is impressive. Keep pushing forward. Also, I have another idea." Typically CFA civil servants were like emotionless machines, faithfully executing orders from above. That was how Wei Changjing used to work, leaving Lu Xiaoyan with no complaints. But now Wei Changjing didn't want his subordinates to be like his former self. "Let the show begin. No, go ahead and share your thoughts. I think we can pair youth training cooperation on Yanon. The 16 Chinese Super League teams can be matched with 16 major clubs, and the 14 China League 1 teams with smaller clubs. The only issue is that our clubs aren't stable, making it hard to maintain fixed partnerships. Actually, we can base it on cities. Even places without professional football teams still have people who play football. The 32 provincial capitals and municipalities in China can easily support 30-odd youth training bases." A look of realization dawned on Lung Yuan's face. "I'm sorry, I was stuck in a mental rut. I understand now. He'll go adjust the strategy. If there's nothing else, he'll be going." "Wait, I have a favor to ask." Lung Yuan paused at the door, waiting for him to continue. "Keep an eye on Lu Dongling for me." "I'm sorry, Director Wei. That's not part of my job. You should also maintain proper boundaries between a leader and a subordinate." With that, Lung Yuan turned and left. That was so reasonable I couldn't argue. Indeed, there wasn't anything about Lu Dongling that required Lung Yuan's special attention. After considering Wei Changjing's suggestion, Lu Dongling immediately resigned from the CFA and started her new job, renting an office, arranging the initial decoration, and recruiting staff. This 24-year-old girl seemed to have matured overnight. On October 30th, the same day the China League 1 season concluded, an unremarkable news item appeared in a local Sheffield newspaper. Rotherham United changes hands for millions of euros. American company West Wind Sports has completed the acquisition of 70 of Rotherham United's shares, becoming the club's actual controller. WW Sports, founded by financial star Tom Cross, aims to become a globally renowned sports group. Rotherham United is the first step in WW Sports' march toward a sports empire. Next, WW Sports will invest €10 million as the team's construction fund. Former club chairman Tony Stewart will become the honorary chairman and continue to advance with Rotherham. Stewart stated, "Although it's very hard to let go, handing Rotherham United to a new owner willing to invest is not a bad choice." WW Sports deeply respects Rotherham's traditions and hopes to lead the team into the Premier League. According to WW Sports liaison Hoyle, head coach Ronnie Moore will remain in charge until Christmas, with his retention to be determined based on performance. At WW Sports' new office in Beijing, in a spacious and comfortable meeting room, Cross, dressed in his usual sharp suit, savored the coffee handed to him by Lou Dongling. He surveyed the surroundings. The gray walls were adorned with a massive WW logo with spotlights casting a soft glow on the metallic letters. The entire office area was dominated by the blue of the WW Sports logo, accented with specks of bright yellow symbolizing the vast ocean and the omnipresent sunlight. Excellent, excellent. Miss Lou has impeccable taste. The office is decorated very fashionably, and this pour-over coffee is absolutely divine. Wei Changjing said, "Xiao Lu, why are you making coffee yourself? Shouldn't you hire a receptionist?" Lou Dongling had shed her previous public sector attire from the CFA. She was now wearing a Klein blue professional skirt suit, a beige blouse, and her long hair fell to her shoulders, the picture of a capable white-collar worker. "Brother Wei, the office has just been set up, and we don't need many people yet. I can handle some things myself, and it saves the company some money." Miss Lou's philosophy of cost control is something I truly admire. Bullshit. You only admire others for controlling costs. Remember when you brought a team of over a dozen people to a meeting? Wei Changjing scolded. Cross ignored Wei Changjing. "All right, Miss Lou, have a seat. Let's talk business." The three of them were alone in the spacious meeting room. Cross asked, "Miss Lou, do you know why we're called WW Sports? Isn't it the initials of West Wind?" "That's just the surface reason. Think about his name." Cross pointed at Wei Changjing. Lou Dongling asked hesitantly, "What does that have to do with Brother Wei? Did you help come up with it?" Wei Changjing broke out in a cold sweat. "What a wild guess." He said directly, "WW is the initial of my father's surname and my own surname. Originally, I wanted to call it WW, but that was too complicated, so we just went with WW. West Wind was just a random name I came up with. It had a bit of a revolutionary flair, like East Wind versus West Wind. So this company is..." Yes, this WW Sports company, on the surface I'm the founder, but in reality I'm just holding the shares on behalf of someone else. This is the company's highest secret. Wei said, "You're the first core employee, so you're entitled to know." Lou Dongling's mouth fell open in shock as she stared incredulously at Wei Changjing. Wei Changjing gave a slight nod. "All right, the shock is over. Let's get down to business. Brother Wei, should I call you boss from now on?" "No. What you need to do is keep the secret and do what needs to be done. Also pay me back." WW Sports' acquisition of Rotherham United is complete. The team's performance isn't ideal right now. Have Hoyle have a private chat with Coach Moore. Although he won't be retained, Rotherham is one of the clubs he's most attached to. We can offer him a position in the future and ask him not to let Rotherham lose too badly before Christmas. Also, since DeRosso's coaching team is already in place, they can start integrating with the team. They need to provide a list of players who should stay and those who should leave. The final list will go to Coach Porter. From now on, orders like this will be issued under your name, Cross, and directly relayed to Hoyle through Lou Dongling. But this process is only temporary. We need to find a sporting director in Europe to integrate scouting and youth development. The candidates I have in mind are Paul Winstanley, a match analyst at Wigan Athletic, Dan Ashworth, the sporting director at West Brom, and Michael Edwards, the head of analysis at Liverpool. There's one more person. He's running a restaurant by the seaside now. His name is Luis Campos. Have Hoyle approach all of them. We need to sign at least one. No salary cap. As the club's chairman, you might need to meet with them personally." Cross said, "Good. I hope the sporting director can take some of the workload off me soon." Wei Changjing said, "You should learn from Manchester United's Ed Woodward. He was also a J.P. Morgan finance guy, and now he's running football operations pretty well." Cross raised his hand. "All right, I'm just complaining. I'm starting to develop some interest in football. Please understand that I'm taking it step by step." Wei Changjing turned to Lou Dongling. "There's a lot to do domestically too. I'm planning to establish a youth football foundation. It will be led by the CFA, funded by WW Sports, and will raise funds nationwide. We also need to launch a domestic agent program to sign promising Chinese football stars under WW Sports." Dongling, did you get all that? Lou Dongling was taking notes with pen and paper. She had been responsible for compiling meeting minutes at the CFA, so this was second nature to her. The only difference was that now she would be the one to implement these notes. In a day, she thought back to the shocking secret she had just learned. W must stand for the initial of Wei. Brother Wei is truly amazing. On November 3rd, in the press conference hall of the Football Association, Wei Changjing and Lung Ying took their seats at the podium. Behind them on a blue backdrop, a line of bold Chinese characters read, Press Conference of the China Youth League Company. Beneath the characters, the sponsors were neatly listed. The Youth League adopted a three-tier sponsorship structure akin. The first tier comprised the Youth League partners. Wei Changjing leveraged the Sports Bureau's connections to negotiate with Olympic sponsors one by one, ultimately securing four partners: Nike, Pepsi, McDonald's, and Huawei. Given the youth-focused alcohol-related partners were excluded. Each partner was required to provide at least $1 million annually in sponsorship fees, with the amount increasing year by year. The second tier consisted of general sponsors spanning a broader range of sectors. Educational institutions like New Oriental banks, like the Big Four, energy companies like the three oil giants, consumer goods like Procter & Gamble, and internet firms like the Bat Giants, allowing them to promote their brands through the Youth League. The third tier included licensed suppliers, such as network communication providers, transportation suppliers, insurance firms, and catering services covering every aspect of the events. Below that there were regional sponsors, with the Youth League adopting a four-division structure for East, Southwest, and North. Each division could be independently contracted and operated. This significantly alleviated the operational burden on the league company. Preliminary estimates showed that sponsorship alone had funneled around 96 million renminbi into the Youth League, making it another golden goose for the Chinese Football Association. The only area where profits were elusive was broadcasting. To maximize influence, Wei Changjing offered both television and online broadcast rights for free. However, boosted by the appeal of young idols and reality shows, the league generated some revenue tied to viewership ratings. This achievement left the CSL company astonished. They had struggled to push their revenue to 1.5 billion. In just a few months, the Youth League had nearly reached 100 million. This suddenly raised the stakes for the 2011 CSL sponsorship targets. Over 50 people attended the press conference, a relatively large turnout. Everyone was eager to see what news the fledgling Youth League company would unveil. If there's nothing worth writing about this press conference, I'm not coming next time. Look at that newspaper. They're clever, sending just an intern reporter. I heard this general manager Wei, when he was leading the national youth team, just issued press releases without giving any interviews. I heard he did give an interview, but only to a female reporter. Haha. Looks like those FA bastards are all this. Let's not overestimate their morals. Hu Yinping, hidden among the male reporters, listened to their gossip with a calm. These inexperienced peers probably had never met an FA official as unique as Wei Changjing. Soon she would open their eyes wide. At 1 p.m., the press conference officially began. Lung Ying's radiant face captivated many male reporters who felt that even if the conference lacked substance, the press officer was a feast for the eyes. Dear journalists, this is the first press conference of the Youth League Company. From now on, at this time and place every week, there will be a press conference. Please make time to attend. A buzz like a swarm of flies erupted. What? Every week? Who do you think you are, the Foreign Ministry or the Defense Ministry? Was there that much to announce? As the buzzing subsided, Lung Ying continued, Today Mr. Wei Changjing, General Manager of the Youth League Company, will present our work plan for the last quarter of 2010. Before the buzz could rise again, Wei Changjing began. Today I will announce 3 major projects for the Youth League in the next 3 months. First project, effective immediately, the Youth League Company will establish the China Youth Football Development Foundation to comprehensively support youth football. The foundation's mission is to fund football charity activities, support the cultivation of young football talent, and promote non-profit projects like grassroots football. Second project, starting January 2011, the Youth League will launch a player rating system. By collecting player data, it will create post-match scoring to assist coaches in subsequent training. Data from all levels of matches organized by the CFA will gradually be integrated into the system. Third project, the league company will recruit full-time and part-time scouts from the public. Over 1 to 3 years, we aim to build a nationwide scouting network with at least 1 scout in every province, city, and county, giving children in provinces without professional football a chance to play professionally. Wei Changjing's speech remained brief. Lung Ying, perhaps hosting such a concise press conference for the first time, said, a press release will be emailed to everyone. Now the QA session. As expected, it was the classic press release feeding strategy. While other reporters hesitated, Hu Yinping raised her hand. Lung Ying signaled her to speak. I'm from Sports Weekly. Mr. Wei, what concrete actions will the Youth Foundation take in the near future? During my time as team leader for the national youth team, I learned that some national-level players' salaries don't reflect their abilities. The foundation's first project will provide financial support to young national team players. This will allow them to focus on football without worrying about living expenses. Additionally, the foundation will establish a public interest legal department to handle contract disputes for young players. The audience was stunned. The sharper reporters realized this foundation could be a shield for young players, but a sharp blade aimed at certain clubs. Damn, this is going to break the clubs that lock young players into exploitative contracts. Mr. Wei, have you considered the club's reactions? A reporter stood up to ask. Lung Ying said coldly, observe meeting etiquette. Raise your hand to ask questions. Stick to the announced content and avoid hypothetical questions. Next, her icy tone made the reporters sit up straight, like kindergarten children. The brash reporter sat down sheepishly, and another called upon stood up. How will the player rating system benefit young players? Wouldn't such a data system be more useful for adult teams? This system will track a player's growth curve. A good player's curve will naturally rise. Currently, our players' advancement channels are often one-sided, relying on coach recommendations or video footage. With the rating system, we'll have more dimensions to observe young players' development. We aim to make the rating system authoritative, searchable, and shared. Are you familiar with the German Transfermarkt website? We plan to create an authoritative player information platform. By then, player market values will be more realistic and reliable without inflated figures. Damn, wouldn't the days of paying coaches to get playing time be gone forever? You're breaking the rice bowls of corrupt coaches. And if you enter the transfer market, how will agents who rely on smooth talk and highlight reels survive? How will clubs that launder money through transfers operate? Everyone knows about the June 27th match-fixing scandal. The rating system can also effectively monitor matches to prevent similar incidents. Damn, you're breaking the rice bowls of those who fix matches. Is this something you can say publicly? Wait, this shouldn't fall under the youth league company's purview. May I ask, is the foundation's funding source solely from Sports Bureau fiscal allocations? No, not at all. First, I thank the Bureau leaders for their trust in allowing the youth league company and foundation to be established. We want to add to their burden. The foundation's funds will come from corporate fundraising, and the youth league company will also contribute 10% of its profits to the foundation. Why establish a foundation? It was way-changing strategic consideration for future development. In another timeline, in 2011, Wanda Group formed a strategic partnership with the CFA, committing at least 500 million renminbi over 3 years to Chinese football development. That money was used to hire the expensive and ineffective coach Camacho, with contract terms hiding huge pitfalls, eventually turning into a farce of unpaid wages and debt disputes. Yu Huchin, in charge of national team affairs, was to blame. And since CFA funds were unmonitored, the subsequent disappearance of hundreds of millions in adjustment fees was hardly surprising. The CFA's commercial reputation was even worse than its guidance of football. To prevent this money from flowing into a bottomless pit, another reservoir had to be dug. The Real China Football Development Fund wasn't established until 2016. They were undeniably out of step with the times. In a small villa by the sea in Hainan, a man with a square face took a drag of his cigarette, looking at the newspaper report on the press conference. This way, changing sure knows how to stir things up. He just has some resources plus Wu distrust. It's nothing. If you entrust the CSL company to me with my connections in the advertising world, I guarantee sponsorship revenue of at least this much annually. The middle-aged man held up 2 fingers. 200 million. Definitely. He'll aim to take the CSL company public within a year. Once listed, it won't just be sponsor money. It'll be investors' money. We'll need to hire consulting firms for the IPO prep, which will cost a lot. The 2 men talking were Yu Hongshan, deputy director of the Football Management Center, and a man named Lu Jun. In China, there were unwritten rules. Some companies had to seek guidance from influential figures in their operations. Consulting fees naturally reflected the value of wisdom and the stature of the leaders involved. A consulting fee would be paid to a consulting firm, and then you could use that firm's services freely. It was a way to stay clean while indulging in pleasures. After finishing his schedule with the Indian team, Jin Jingdao didn't go home, but headed straight to Beijing. His parents had returned to South Korea for work after the Asian Youth Championship and wouldn't be back until the new year. Jin Jingdao's purpose in Beijing was to find an apartment for his cousin Piao Chung. Piao Chung was currently in Guangzhou with the National Olympic team for the Asian Games. According to his cousin, the Indian club and Beijing Goan had already reached an agreement, a transfer fee of 3 million renminbi, a 5-year contract, and an off-the-books signing bonus of 100 RMB, money his parents would earn after a year of labor in South Korea. His monthly salary was 800 RMB, with bonuses for wins. So his cousin Piao Chung asked him to rent a place in Beijing so they could bring their parents to stay during the new year. The cost of living in Beijing was exorbitant. A shabby 2-bedroom apartment cost 7,000 to 8,000 RMB, and the landlord acted indifferent. Passing a newsstand, Jin Jingdao bought a newspaper. A familiar profile was printed on it with the headline, Youth League's first press conference, Wei Changing unveils 3 major projects. Reading through the article, Jin Jingdao's eyes grew moist. Brother Wei is truly reliable. He steps up. On November 7th, the Asian Games football tournament officially commenced. Under the live broadcast of CCTV, the national team suffered a humiliating 0-3 defeat to Japan in their opening match. In the subsequent matches, they narrowly advanced from the group stage with a 21 victory over Kyrgyzstan and a 30 win against Malaysia. However, their fortune ran out after advancing, as they were swept out of the tournament in the round of 16 with a 0-3 loss to South Korea, ending their Asian Games journey. In stark contrast to the men's team, the Chinese women's football team, led by Li Xiaoping, overcame formidable opponents one after another to reach the finals. They ultimately lost 0-1 to the Japanese women's team, marking Japan's first championship title. Considering their previous fourth-place finish in the Asian Cup and failure to qualify for the World Cup, this result was objectively satisfactory. After the match, Li Xiaoping expressed gratitude to the leadership and players and additionally acknowledged the team's psychotherapist and sports science consultant, whose efforts ensured the team's healthy operation. The people of Rotherham noticed that since the club changed ownership, the town had become lively. First, a group of it. They were said to be the coaching team hired by the new owner. Head coach Ronnie Moore felt both pain and joy. The new owner's investment was evidently substantial. Such a luxurious coaching team surpassed 99 of League Two teams. Unfortunately, he had already received a message from Hoyle suggesting he coach well until Christmas and leave gracefully. The new boss would pay him an additional 6 months' salary and even offer him the role of club honorary director. Soon after, a construction team arrived in Rotherham. The workers were all Chinese with yellow skin and black eyes. The machinery bore the logo Sany Heavy, and the blue construction hoardings were spray-painted with CSCC, China State Construction Engineering Corporation, along with a red and white slogan, "Go to work happily, return home safely." In just 1 week, on the wasteland near Rotherham's training ground, 4 natural grass pitches, 2 indoor courts, and a brand new 3-story training building were completed. Additionally, adhering to the philosophy of saving where possible and spending where necessary, the management repainted the existing club office building to give it a fresh look. John, do you remember how long it took to build the road to Sheffield? About 2 or 3 years. My God, your memory is really poor. It took a full 6 years. I clearly recall that from the time my grandson started middle school until he entered university, that road was barely completed. Now several pitches and a training hall are finished in just a week. Yes, those Chinese are born for construction. I went to see our new training base. They even built a parking lot with asphalt, and there are seats next to the training ground. Let's see if those bastards from Sheffield still dare to mock us as country bumpkins. The Chinese project manager complained to Hoyle. If I had known it was just leveling 2 plots of land and building a 3-story small building, I wouldn't have come. Even the construction team in our village could do this well. Hoyle shrugged. What could he do? After all, the boss likes you Chinese people. I'm only responsible for spending money. You just need to ensure efficiency. Chinese coaches, Chinese players, and maybe even more Chinese will come. Lee, besides this, we have a football school for you to complete. The manager, surnamed Lee, waved his hand impatiently. I know. I've built dozens of hope schools back home. Forget it, you foreigners, just don't get it. 3 months, we'll finish everything. Then I can go home for the new year. Hoyle admired his boss. Cross showed remarkable foresight in choosing partners. Without the help of Stewart, the honorary chairman, the city hall wouldn't have so easily finalized Rotherham's lease contract. The land was leased for 99 years. Recently, the boss issued new instructions asking him to contact several candidates for the position of football director. As an employee of a sports company and an Englishman, Hoyle's hometown club was Portsmouth. To Hoyle's dismay, just in February of the previous year, Portsmouth filed for bankruptcy protection, marking the first time a club had been placed under bankruptcy administration since the Premier League's founding in 1992. Hoyle wished his boss would directly acquire Portsmouth, but that was clearly impossible. The first stop for the football director was Wigan Athletic, located west of Sheffield. On the list was Paul Winstanley, 31, who held a very junior position at Wigan Athletic. Hoyle wondered where the boss got such a list, or what was the point of negotiating with such an unlikely candidate. In an ordinary cafe in Wigan, Hoyle met Winstanley. With dark circles from staying up late, unkempt hair, and a wrinkled shirt, Winstanley shook hands with Hoyle. Let me introduce myself. I'm Hoyle, the administrative director of Rotherham United. I invited you to ask if you're interested in working at Rotherham. Rotherham? Why me? What position? A friend recommended you, saying you have talent in selecting players. The position we have now is scout. After seeing Winstanley, Hoyle didn't want to mention football director. He felt his wise boss had suddenly become unreliable. What's the salary? We're in League 2 now, so around 2,000. We'll definitely be promoted to League 1 next summer. Our transfer funds are ample. I've seen your news. I'm in. Wait, what? Brother, think it over. Could you reject me a bit? Let's have a back and forth. The way you are now makes me feel I've offered too high a salary. Hoyle was stunned. Wigan Athletic is too poor. Even if they're in the Premier League, they'll drop down. The key is I'm fed up with incompetent bosses and boring work. I'm going to Rotherham. Hoyle was speechless as such smoothness made him uncomfortable. All right then. Sort things out with Wigan, and I can send you an offer now. Deal? He'll go pack my bags. Send it to my email. Watching Winstanley hurry away, Hoyle patted his chest in relief, glad he had offered the position of scout rather than football director. What a clever little devil I am. The second stop was Liverpool, and as Hoyle expected, Mike Edwards, immersed in a top club, showed no interest in Rotherham's ambitions. Even when Hoyle offered to meet all salary demands and invited him to be football director, Edwards remained unmoved. Disappointed, Hoyle headed south to West Brom. West Bromwich Albion had just been promoted to the Premier League as runners-up in the Championship in the 09-10 season. Ashworth was a 40-year-old middle-aged man, tall and lean, resembling a smaller version of Crouch from a distance, with a wise look in his eyes. "Hello, it's an honor to meet you, Mr. Hoyle." Appointed as West Brom's sporting and technical director in 2007, Ashworth wielded considerable power. But West Brom wasn't a wealthy club. Even with power, the resources were limited. Since 2000, in just 10 years, West Brom had been relegated 4 times and promoted 4 times, living up to its reputation as the Premier League's yo-yo club. Thank you for coming. Even as a yo-yo club, West Brom was a renowned one in the Premier League, giving it a strong sense of superiority over teams mired in lower leagues. Now Rotherham's only appeal was its sufficient ambition and the promise of absolute freedom for the football director, something many top clubs couldn't offer. I originally planned to decline over the phone, but after consideration, I decided to meet. I admire Rotherham's ambition and like the position you offered. However, the leap from the Premier League to League 2 is too big for me. But as you said, your team should be promoted to League 1 next summer, and I'd be very interested in joining Rotherham then. The information I have on many promising players is focused on Premier League clubs with some championship players. If Rotherham gets promoted to League 1, these players might consider a transfer. Do you understand what I mean? I understand. Honestly, Hoyle liked Ashworth. A man of meticulous thinking, strong logic, and excellent communication skills, an ideal candidate for football director. His meaning was clear. He had many resources, but they could only be utilized once Rotherham reached League 1. So let's talk next summer. All right, then, see you next summer. I hope we can cooperate. Of course, Mr. Hoyle. See you next summer, and congratulations in advance on Rotherham's promotion. Smiling, Hoyle waved goodbye to Ashworth, feeling reluctant to continue to the next stop. He even wanted to tell Cross to just wait until next summer. But work allowed no bargaining. He had to meet the last person on the list before ending this recruitment journey. Fortunately, the final stop was on a Portuguese beach. That fellow named Luis Campos was idle at home running a beach bar. Traveling to the southern Portuguese coast in November was definitely a company perk. Following the address, Hoyle didn't even make an appointment with Campos. Under the Portuguese night sky, the air carried a warm atmosphere with a DJ in a bikini wearing headphones moving to the rhythm. I love Portugal. The boss should buy a Portuguese club, not some Rotherham. Where is Mr. Campos? A waitress with curly hair and a good figure pointed to a room behind the bar. Passing through the restaurant corridor, Hoyle saw folders, notebooks, and DVDs scattered everywhere like a looted stationery store. In front of a computer screen, a balding, bespectacled, middle-aged man was discussing something with several others. No, I think your parameters are off. His speed should be between 8991, not 9093. That's too absurd. He can't be that fast. Another person said, I analyzed his last 10 matches. His speed has improved significantly. Your data is 3 months old. Trust mine. Even 3 months ago, he couldn't have improved that much unless you give me 20 matches of data. Watching the argument, Hoyle saw a player on the computer screen marked with various stats like a video game. Is this FIFA or FM? He cleared his throat. I'm looking for Mr. Campos. The bald, bespectacled Campos waved. That's me. I'm Hoyle from Rotherham. We spoke on the phone. Hello, mate. I didn't expect you to actually come. I thought you Brits weren't so reliable. Campos in jeans, a t-shirt, and shorts looked more like a computer geek than a football director. You guys keep studying while talk over there. We're looking for scouts to help find players for the team. A friend recommended you. Hoyle directly copied his earlier. I heard. Scout, huh? I'd prefer football director, but it's not impossible given you're still in League 2. Before that, I want to discuss something else. Campos adjusted his glasses. I used to be a head coach, and then I thought inventing a tool to help coaches work would be great. So I quit my job to focus on developing this software. It's mostly complete now, so I wanted to ask if WW Sports is interested in buying the copyright and funding further iterations. The software is called Mourinho's Tactical Board. What? I came to recruit you, not be recruited. Hoyle was frustrated. He had checked Campos' background. Yes, Campos had been a coach for 13 years, but with 3 consecutive relegations, people had changed his name from Campos to Campus, meaning grave in Portuguese. The only proud moment in Campos' career was leading a small club to break Mourinho's Porto's 27-match unbeaten streak. I can work at Rotherham and test the software's performance. What do you think? I'm also working on a scouting software. It should be ready in a year or two. A year or two. Hoyle was speechless. By then the opportunity would be gone, and so would your hairline. Isn't your bar making money? Well, it earns just enough for us to live, but not enough for RD. As you see, I have 4 people here. You're probably not hiring just one person, right? Can you take all of us? That's pushing it, mate. Hoyle thought. Then he reconsidered. Finding no football director, but a scout team wasn't bad. I need to discuss with my boss. He'll make a few calls. Working with Cross was highly efficient. Whenever he called, he heard a crisp, decisive voice. After listening to Hoyle's description, Cross paused. Wei Changjing had previously mentioned starting a sports data company, but progress had been slow. Now Campos was working on something similar. We can accept their terms, but I need to see the software's practical effect. Leave some room in your words. Since when Stanley and Campos can come, let one handle the UK and the other handle outside the UK. A football director will naturally emerge in 6 months. As for Ashworth, well, deal with him then. Understood, Bob. After the call, Hoyle glanced at the lively beach again and said to Campos, "Mate, if you buy me a drink, he'll tell you some good news." It was said that WW Sports had long intended to venture into the realm of sports data, and Campos was overjoyed, feeling as if he had found a kindred spirit. His team included software engineers and data analysts, ensuring a seamless integration. The software that had once been used to provoke Mourinho finally found its purpose. Hoyle spent a week finalizing contracts with Campos and his team before departing the warm shores of Portugal. Campos and his associates were in no rush to assume their duties in England, planning to arrive at the end of December when the transition between the old and new coaches would take place. Over the next few months, he could scout several players suitable for the current Rotherham squad. Lung Yin contact Chairman Wang of the Wanda Group on behalf of the Youth League Company. Find out when he might be available for a meeting. Director Wei Wanda replied that Chairman Wang's schedule is extremely tight. They need us to confirm the agenda for the meeting before they can determine if time can be freed up. They suggested we discuss sponsorship matters with the deputy general manager in charge. Wanda's response was understandable. After all, Wei Changjing's current standing was far from reaching even a single small goal compared to Chairman Wang. In terms of status, only someone of Wu Dis caliber could command such time from the chairman. Chairman Wang's joint secretary had likely dismissed the Youth League Company as just another organization seeking handouts. "Do you have Chairman Wang's itinerary and travel patterns?" Wei Changjing asked casually, never expecting Lung Yin to actually produce a schedule. "I thought it might come in handy, so I did some research. However, Chairman Wang's schedule is confidential. This was compiled from news on their official website." Wake up at 4:00 a.m. Wei Changjing was stunned by the first line of the schedule. "The wealthy truly rise early." In his past life, Wei Changjing had also been a wealthy man, understanding the feeling of managing a myriad of affairs. But just for getting up at 4 a.m., Wei Changjing had to tip his hat to Brother Wang. That was an incredible level. 415-500 workout. Half an hour for breakfast, then off to the airport, a 5-hour private jet flight from Jakarta to Haikou. Then meetings with officials, project signing ceremonies, and lunch, not until 1:30 p.m. At 3:00 p.m., head to the airport for a flight to Beijing, arriving at the office by 6:30 p.m. to continue working. This was the monotonous and grueling day of a wealthy man. Since the straightforward approach wouldn't work, he had to resort to unconventional methods. Wei Changjing didn't want the Football Association to know about the matters he needed to discuss with Chairman Wang. On November 23rd, at a press conference held by the Youth League Company, the plan for 100 young footballers to study abroad was launched. The Football Association and social organizations would jointly fund the overseas training of young Chinese players. On November 30th, at another press conference, the Youth League Company announced a strategic partnership with Hebei, funded by Elite Group. Over 30 male and 20 female players were selected domestically to undergo training at Sao Paulo FC in Brazil. Simultaneously, Sao Paulo FC reached a youth training cooperation agreement with the Youth League Company. In the future, Sao Paulo FC would establish its own youth training base in Shijiazhuang. The expenses for the coaching staff were covered by the Youth Football Development Fund. The head coach was former national team goalkeeper Su Tao, and Zhu Guanghu, who had led the Jianlibo overseas training program, was appointed as an advisor. News articles like "Plan for 100 players to study abroad, more than halfway complete youth training projects continuously implemented. Youth League Company delivers on football matters, and I'm not optimistic about the Jianlibo model. I stake my claim" became common. The media gradually developed a habit of focusing on the development of youth football. Wei Changjing was well aware that the fate of the Hebei elite players would be vastly different from that of the Jianlibo generation. When it came to selection, Jianlibo had chosen from the nation's best players, picking the cream of the crop. Even if there were underhanded dealings, they only occurred when two players were evenly matched. As for this group of Hebei elite children, they were those who hadn't been selected by any club or local football association before being signed by Hebei elite. They lacked talent, lacked a good background, and possessed only a dream of football and a heart dedicated to the sport. However, Chinese football needed all kinds of experiments. All Wei Changjing could do was help them walk a smoother and more stable path. The Asian Games, which concluded on the 27th, saw the Chinese sports delegation ranked first, but the performance of the men's football team still displeased the various dignitaries. The impact of the defeat had already reached Beijing. Sun Wei's poor coaching infuriated Wu Di. At that moment, he recalled Wei Changjing's words: "Sun Wei is only at the level of a youth training coach." Nonsense. Even calling him a youth coach was an overstatement. A change of coach for the national team was inevitable. Xiao Wei, any good suggestions for the head coach of the U23 national team? Wei Changjing was now Director Wu's most trusted advisor. Due to the defeat at the Asian Games, Yu Huchen naturally dared not keep a tight grip on the authority to appoint the U23 national team coach. Letting Wu Di take the heat from above while he made arbitrary decisions below would hardly be in accordance with the rules. "My lord, I have a man who can lead the U23 team," Wei Changjing said, adopting a theatrical tone. "Oh, who?" "Shanghai's head coach Blaise Vick." "On what grounds? This way of talking is too tiring." Let me put it plainly, Uncle Wu. Shanghai's good results this year are entirely due to Coach Blazevik. The new players he brought in have played a significant role. The U23 team should naturally choose a coach who knows how to use young players. Furthermore, time is running out. We have matches in June. We need at least 3 months for training and warm-up games. There's no time to go through a lengthy selection process for a coach. Can you handle this task? No problem. Uncle Wu, just wait for my good news. Then I'll leave it to you. Since he was going to Shanghai to invite Coach Blazevik, Wei Changjing decided to handle the Wu Lei matter as well. A few days earlier, Rotherham's offer for Wu Lei had been faxed to the East Asia club, €0. In 2010, the exchange rate between the euro and the renminbi was roughly 1:9, so the offer was about 4.5 million renminbi. Compared to the 3 million renminbi transfer of midfielder Piao Chung to Beijing, Rotherham's offer was quite generous. It was also in line with the transfer fee estimate previously given by Bayern Munich scout Demi. The Shanghai Football Association had already communicated about it. Head coach Fan Zi had no objections, and Wu Lei was determined to go abroad. The only question was whether the East Asia club would ask for an exorbitant price. The biggest issue wasn't the transfer price itself, but the fact that the negotiation couldn't be conducted by a football association official like him with the East Asia club. The normal procedure would be for Rotherham to send the transfer offer, East Asia to accept it, and then both sides to meet and negotiate the price. However, Rotherham's thin staff meant they had no one to represent the club in negotiations with East Asia. It wouldn't be practical to send the newly recruited Stanley or Campos to China. For this task, he needed to find someone else. Suddenly, a name came to Wei Changjing's mind. He rummaged through his briefcase, and a business card caught his eye. IGR real estate property consultant Tian's son. Perfect. You'll do. Hello, is this Tian's son? Hello, do you have any property to rent or sell? This is Wei Changjing. Wei Changjing. Who's that? Have we met? We had drinks with Su Maojian and Li Xiaopeng before, and you scolded me for a good while. Remember? Oh. Team leader Wei. You're in Shandong. Is there anything I can help you with? There is indeed something I need your help with, but not in Shandong. In Shanghai? Buy a plane ticket and come to Shanghai. We'll discuss it in detail. Consider it as repaying a favor to me. Accompanying Wei Changjing on this business trip was Wang Feng, a minor clerk from the Football Association's National Team Management Center. Although ostensibly a companion, he was essentially a little tail assigned by Deputy Director Yu. However, Wang Feng didn't have the awareness to act as a mole. He busied himself arranging the itinerary very smoothly. In the lobby of a Shanghai hotel, Wei Changjing met Tian's son, who had rushed over from Shandong. In this society, someone who would travel a long distance based on a single phone call had already passed Wei Changjing's first test. Brother Tian, I've asked you here to represent a club in negotiating Wu Lei's transfer with the East Asia club. That club is Rotherham United from League 2. They currently don't have a dedicated person for transfers, so they need to hire a temporary representative in China for the negotiations. Do you understand what I'm saying? Understand. Tian's son rubbed his chubby hands together, still a bit nervous. Any problems? No problem. He'll represent Rotherham in negotiating the transfer with East Asia. They'll name an exorbitant price, and he'll haggle it down. It's pretty much like my old job as a real estate agent. Corporate level understanding. Wei Changjing nodded. He had just discovered Tian Sin's second virtue. He didn't ask about irrelevant matters. He hadn't asked about Wei Changjing's relationship with Rotherham, nor about whether travel expenses would be reimbursed or what the compensation would be. A property consultant and a transfer consultant are indeed quite similar. Wei Changjing chuckled. Since you've agreed, hey, race this for you. He pulled out a box of freshly printed business cards and handed them to Tian's son. On the brand new card was Tian Sin's new identity, Rotherham United Club transfer consultant Tian's son. Since I'm in charge of Wu Lei's transfer, can I ask what the upper limit for this transfer is? What's the negotiable range? Does our club need to sign an image rights agreement with the player? Can we include future jersey revenue in the transfer clauses? Can I negotiate installment payments? What about adding clauses based on appearances? And can we include a selling clause? Wei Changjing had discovered Tian Sin's third virtue. This virtue had already been evident back in Shandong, which was why Wei Changjing thought of him when he was short-staffed. For a real estate agent to figure out the intricacies of player transfers in another industry spoke volumes about his thinking ability. For an amateur to come up with so many questions was truly remarkable. Indeed, masters are found among the common people. Chinese football doesn't lack talent, it lacks the people who can discover it. All negotiations are up to you. The upper limit for the transfer is €8,000, which is 7.2 million renminbi. Regardless of whether the deal goes through or not, you will receive a commission. Commission? No, team leader Wei. I came this time to repay your kindness. How could I take your money? Tian's son shook his head, his chubby cheeks jiggling. What a find. Tian's son was only about 26 or 27. His experience in society had made him much more mature and worldly wise than most fresh college graduates. But he still had his own principles and code of conduct, which was very commendable. It's not my money. It's Rotherham's money. They will pay you a daily wage, including your travel and accommodation expenses. This money is rightfully yours. However, speaking of commissions, I have another idea. Have you ever thought about becoming an agent? Last time I heard your insights on players going abroad, I thought you had a good head for this football business. Team leader Wei, please don't make fun of me. I'm just an ordinary person. Where would I get the resources to be an agent? It's not a matter of ability, it's a matter of resources. What resources? Tell me about it. First, an agent needs money. I don't know about China, but it's definitely true abroad. From the moment a talented player joins a youth team, they are followed by a swarm of scouts and agents. Leave scouts aside. As for agents, why would a talented player choose you to be their agent? Because you have to sign an agency contract with them first, and you have to give the player money up front. So those big-name agents first fill the player's pockets before they can make money later. I can't even get past this first step. I don't have the money. Second, an agent needs resources and connections. It's too hard to track players all by yourself. You need to know a lot of people in the industry to get them to recommend players. As an outsider, I don't have those connections. Speaking of which, team leader Wei, the national scout recruitment plan you proposed earlier did interest me. I could just set up shop at a primary school, follow them around, and film their matches. But the best people for this job are PE teachers. The PE teacher at every school is the best scout there is. The connection issue can be overcome too. When I first started as an agent, I didn't have a single property listing. I went door to door in every community chatting with the square dancing aunties. I even danced with them back then. I earned the nickname the Square Dance King of Central Square, Zhongdian District, Zibo City, Shandong Province. Wei Changing thought to himself, is that title really that specific? It was almost as cool as being the Monkey King squatting on the 5th tree on the Fruit and Flower Mountain in Aolai Country, East Victory Divine Continent. Sorry I got off track. The last obstacle, I think, is the inherent flaw in this industry. Real estate agents are dark enough as it is. Some places even have gangsters. The football industry is probably no different. Most of the current agents are just smooth talkers. There's a saying, bad money drives out good. The industry's standards and rules haven't been established yet. The people running it are mostly retired players from sports teams. How high can the standards be? If I were to become an agent, I'd want to get Chinese players abroad for real overseas experience. Tian Sen's eyes dimmed as he said this. It's good that Wu Lei can go this time. I just wonder if Rotherham truly wants him to play football or just to make money from the Chinese. It would be really great if he could establish himself abroad. The next day, Wei Changjing first visited Zhu Jun, the general manager of Shanghai Shenhua FC. After a brief 30-minute conversation, Zhu Jun agreed to the Football Association's poaching of his coach. The Chinese Football Association and the Shanghai Football Association had already done the groundwork. Wei Changjing's visit was merely a formality. For Zhu Jun, Blazevik was merely a dispensable figure. Like Wang Jinlin, he was more infatuated with world-famous coaches. Objectively speaking, Wei Changjing liked Zhu Jun as a person. Like Wang Xizong, he poured his heart and soul, and his money, into his passion. His methods were simply wrong. As he was leaving, Wei Changjing suddenly asked, General, Zhu, your daily schedule must be very busy, right? What time do you usually wake up? Zhu Jun was taken aback and answered instinctively, 9 o'clock. 9 o'clock. Wei Changjing thought to himself, people richer than you are working harder than you. Keep it up, General Zhu. The rest was about negotiating terms with Coach Blazevik. The contract Zhu Jun had signed with Blazevik was a 13, with an annual salary of 1 million euros. 13 meant Blazevik would bring a 3-man coaching team to sign the contract together. Wei Changjing continued this contract. Compared to the previous Italian coaching team that cost $3,000, Coach Blazevik's contract offered much better value for money. The old coach was delighted by the invitation from the Chinese team, perhaps reminiscing about the glory of leading Croatia to a third-place finish in the World Cup in France. After Wei Changjing concluded his discussion on the coaching arrangement, negotiations between Tian Sun and the East Asia Club also began to take shape. The East Asia Club's asking price for the transfer was 8,000 euros. Although this figure fell within Wei Changjing's acceptable range, Tian Sun flatly rejected it. The person communicating with Tian Sun was Sui Guiyang, the deputy general manager of the East Asia Club. President Sui, our offer needs to reflect the market reality. Last year, the total spending in the Chinese Super League transfer market was only 261 million euros. Your asking price of 8,000 would account for a third of that. While Wu Lei is undoubtedly an excellent player, you cannot overestimate his value. As far as I know, recent transfers of players from the national youth and Olympic teams have been around 3 million renminbi. Offering 5,000 euros is already a fair price considering Wu Lei is a forward. If I were making the offer, I would cap it at 4 million renminbi at most. Comrade Xiao Tian, you must understand that Wu Lei is a precious asset of our club. If it weren't for the Football Association and if Coach Jian Bao and Coach Fan hadn't agreed to this transfer, do you think the East Asia Club would even consider selling him? Are we really that desperate for 4 or 5 million renminbi? Wu Lei's potential is limitless. We reluctantly agreed to this transfer only to allow him better development opportunities. You mentioned Rotherham. I've never even heard of it. It's a League 2 team. Even Coach Fan at least played in League 1. President Sui, rest assured. Rotherham is in League 2 now, but by next summer they will be in League 1. The year after they'll be in the championship. The intensity of competition there far surpasses that of the China League One. Speaking of the China League One, with this money, you could sign a strong physical striker from Europe or Africa. It would be well worth the investment. You'll surely secure promotion next year. How about this? Let's both compromise. 5,000 euros, and I'll add a 20 selling clause for a future transfer. Even in the worst case scenario, if Wu Lei doesn't thrive abroad, you can buy him back at an 80 discount. After a protracted back and forth, the final terms were a transfer fee of 5,000 euros, an additional 2,000 RMB after he makes 10 league appearances, a 20 selling clause, and 30 of the revenue from Wu Lei's Rotherham jersey sales over 2 years. The total could eventually reach 5 million renminbi. After listening to Tian Sen's report, Wei Changjing and Wu Lei's father finally felt a weight lift from their hearts. Xiao Tian, thank you. Director Wei, thank you too. Wu He firmly shook hands with both Tian Sun and Wei Changjing. Don't mention it, Master Wu. I didn't do much. Tian Sun quickly waved his hand. Wei Changjing pointed at Wu Lei. Rotherham will undergo a managerial handover at the end of December. Once the transfer window opens, they will activate the exceptional talent clause. A club can only use this clause once a year. Given British efficiency, the review process will take at least 2 weeks. If the application is rejected, there is one opportunity to appeal. If the review is passed, but your playing time falls below 70 in a year, the FA will revoke your work permit. Don't worry about playing time. We've already started preparing for an EU passport. Will Wu's father go to England? Wu He patted Wu Lei's head reluctantly, a hint of resolve in his voice. I want go. I hope he can stand on his own 2 feet soon and bring me over. I don't want to be like a chaperone following him to take care of him. Dad, don't worry. Xiao Wu, you must work hard, but don't rush. It will likely take some time to adapt to the weather and tactics. Initially, you'll be placed with a host family to get familiar with the language and local people. Rest assured they are wonderful people, and you can be at ease. Coach Xia will first coach Rotherham's U21 team, so you won't be too lonely. Wei Changjing then glanced at Tian Sun. Tian Sen, there's something I hope you'll consider. Wu Lei currently has, but who knows what the future holds. I think it will be bright. You could try being his agent. Start by handling contracts and endorsement deals. What do you think, Master Wu? I have no problem with it. Xiao Tian is professional, and I trust his character. Master Wu was very straightforward. Wei Changjing's recommendation was the best endorsement. But I don't have the money to pay Wu Lei a signing bonus. Tian Sun murmured. Ha, what signing bonus? With Director Wei as the guarantor, why would we need a signing bonus? Wu said. Tian Sun replied. But that would make me seem unprofessional. I need to start on the right foot. Wei Changjing and Wu He both saw the determination in Tian Sen's eyes. All right then. Do you have 1 yuan? 1 yuan. I do. Tian Sen fished a 1 yuan coin from his pocket. Then I'll accept 1 yuan from you as Wu Lei's signing bonus. Xiao Lei write an agent authorization letter. Wu Lei asked a waiter for a blank menu and wrote Wu Lei's agency contract is exclusively managed by Tian Sun. Signing fee 1 yuan. 10 years later, when Wu Lei looked back at this menu which Tian Sun had framed and hung in the most prominent spot in his office, he admitted it was the smallest signing bonus he had ever received, yet its significance was extraordinary. Beijing. On December 11th, a Blazevic clad in a red tang suit officially signed a contract with the Chinese Football Association in Beijing. He was to lead the Chinese Olympic team in their quest for the 2012 London Olympics. Concurrently, the staff list for the Olympic team was announced. Team leader, Wei Changjing. To absorb advanced international experience, the assistant coaching staff also included former national team player Li Bing. The medical team was no longer meager, expanded to 6 members. An additional technical analyst was also added. It could be said that the lineup was unprecedentedly strong. The Olympic team roster would be finalized at the end of December. In January of the following year, the team would assemble at the Hongta training base in Kunming, Yunnan for their first training camp. Beijing. 1 kilometer east of Guomao was the Wanda Plaza. The 25th floor of Wanda Plaza was where Wang Jinlin worked. It was 4 a.m. again. Wang Jinlin got up, dressed, and went to the gym on the 6th floor. During this hour, the gym was exclusively booked by Wanda, with only a few staff members on duty to receive him. A middle-aged man in a suit, the liaison secretary, followed closely behind Wang Jinlin, flanked by 4 bodyguards responsible for clearing the way and ensuring security. When did the gym change management? Wang Jinlin asked, looking at the somewhat unfamiliar yet familiar logo. About a month ago, a company acquired the original gym. They completed the renovation 2 days ago while you were on a business. They also gave a free annual membership to every employee at Wanda headquarters. Very shrewd business. Wang Jinlin stepped onto a brand new treadmill, set the pace, and prepared to begin his daily exercise. Just then, one of the bodyguards suddenly shifted position and raised his left hand. Excuse me, please do not approach. A graceful figure approached leisurely. Hello, I'm the owner of this gym. Seeing President Wang here, I thought I'd come and say hello. The speaker was Lu. Wang Jinlin paid no attention, merely glancing at her before continuing his workout. Lu Dongling said nothing, did not approach, and simply stood to the side with a smile. 30 minutes later, Wang Jianlin stopped running and began a slow walk to cool down. He waved his hand, signaling the bodyguards to let Lu Dongling come over. He had seen many women who wanted to establish a connection with him, but buying the gym was a first. That must have cost around 3 or 4 million. Wang Jianlin was curious to hear what this young woman had to say. Are you satisfied with the equipment, Chairman Wang? It's acceptable. New machines should be more comfortable. Wang Jianlin still did not look at Lu Dongling, keeping his gaze straight ahead. I'm not here for anything else today. My boss has been unable to schedule a meeting with you, so they used this method to have me. As she spoke, Lu Dongling handed over a blue envelope she had been holding. The envelope bore a golden WW emblem on its seal. The liaison secretary took the envelope. Lu Dongling did not wait for Wang Jianlin to finish his cool-down walk. She took her leave and departed. This surprised Wang Jianlin, spending over $1 million just to meet for a few words and deliver a letter. That was an expensive letter. The liaison secretary understandingly opened the envelope. Inside was a white card. Instead of sentences, it bore several words: Chinese Football World Cup, Youth Chinese Super League Company Wei Changjing, and below a phone number. Wei Changjing. Wang Jianlin mused. Chairman, I just checked. That emblem belongs to an organization called WW Sports. Not long ago, they acquired an English League Two club. Wei Changjing is the general manager of the Chinese Football Association's Youth League Company. His name has been appearing frequently in sports newspapers recently. He was previously the team leader for the national youth team, leading them to win the Asian Youth Championship. He is now the team leader for the Olympic team. The liaison secretary was nothing more than an emotionless human query machine. Knowing the chairman was a football fan, he naturally paid more attention to football news. So what is his relationship with WW Sports? Why would someone from WW Sports mention this person? Some time ago, the Youth League Company sought to schedule an appointment with you, but they never provided a corresponding agenda. The primary secretary deemed the matter not worth escalating and forwarded it to the investment promotion department. A wealthy man's time is 48 hours. This statement was absolutely correct. Wang Jianlin did not have just one secretary, he had a secretariat. Administrative secretaries first filtered the matters requiring the chairman's attention, prioritizing them, and placing them on his desk. Wei Changjing's appointment request had clearly been ruthlessly filtered out. Looking at the words on the card, Wang Jianlin's mind was flooded with memories of football. Look up this person's file. He'll read it on the plane. At the Football Association office building. With the continuous progress of the Youth League, the personnel seconded from the FA were no longer sufficient to handle the Youth League Company's workload. Wei Changjing requested Wu Di to rent a new office space still within the same building, but on a different floor. Wu Di readily agreed. The Youth League Company's staff was immediately expanded to over 30 people. One day Yuing caught Wei Changjing as he was reporting to Wu Di's office. Is Xiaolong working out well for you? Are you planning to transfer her back, Director Yu? I'm severely understaffed. Oh, look at you, so scared. I just meant if she's useful, keep her. You can even transfer her personnel file to your unit. You're now a key department with a key project. How could I hold you back? Then thank you, Director Yu. Do you still remember the daughter of my classmate I mentioned last time? The young lady wasn't willing to go on a blind date, but after much persuasion, she finally agreed. I've arranged it for tonight at Sanliton. Hey, race her number. There's only one request: you must meet her in person and see her home safely. Don't try to fool your sister, Yu. Whether anything comes of it is up to fate. Looking at the slip of paper with a name and phone number, Wei Changjing sighed, left work, and took the subway straight to Sanliton. Beside Sanliton was the Workers' Stadium, and around the stadium was Bar Street. This was the favorite haunt of Beijing. In the December weather, Wei Changjing wore black trousers, a light blue shirt, and a black down jacket, completely out of place with Sanliton's trendy culture. Since it was just going through the motions, there was no need to make a big fuss. Hey, are you Wei Changjing? Wei Changjing turned around. A beautiful woman with wavy long hair, wearing a leather jacket, leather shorts, and leather boots stood before him, exuding boundless vitality in the chilly weather. How did you know it was me? You're the most conspicuous person in the whole square. And you also show me a picture of you. It's hard not to spot you. Let me introduce myself. My name is Zhu Tianqing. Let's walk and talk. The mismatched pair merged into the crowd. I just returned from France. I'm 27, and my family has been pressuring me nonstop. I had no choice but to agree to this blind date for my parents. So if you could do me a favor, just pretend to date me for a few months. If you can't help, that's fine too. Just tell the matchmaker you weren't interested in me. But regardless of whether you're interested or not, I'll tell you up front, my gender is female, but my preference is also female. Saying this, Zhu Tianqing brushed her hair back, wanting to see Wei Changjing's reaction. His calm expression surprised her. You're not angry or surprised by what I said. Wei Changjing spread his hands and said a French idiom, "Cest." Just then a couple blocked their path. Isn't this Tianqing? What a coincidence running into you here. The woman warmly took Zhu Tianqing's hand. Tianqing, I didn't expect to see you here. Inwen Xiao Xiao. Let me introduce you. This is my boyfriend Kai Li, the Li from history. We studied together in France and are good friends of Tianqing. Tianqing, aren't you going to introduce this handsome guy? The girl named Xiao Xiao extended her hand generously. Her long hair draped over her shoulders, her smile warm. Zhu Tianqing introduced him, my boyfriend Wei Changjing. Come on, let's grab a meal together. There's a great French restaurant nearby that always reminds me of our study life in France. Your boyfriend is quite. Zhu Tianqing naturally looped her arm through Wei Changjing's. Upon arriving at the French restaurant, Wei Changjing noticed that Zhu Tianxing's attitude towards the girl named Xiao Xiao was somewhat peculiar. She chatted and laughed, yet there was a hint of insincerity. The man beside Xiao Xiao, however, harbored a palpable hostility towards him, a murderous glare that could not be concealed. What line of work are you in, Brother Wei? Kylie inquired. I'm just a minor clerk in a government department. Then you'll need to work hard. Tianqing has high standards, and not just anyone catches her eye. Since she's chosen you as her boyfriend, you must have some exceptional qualities. Let me cover this meal. Waiter, this appetizer, this soup, and this dessert. That's all. Xiao Xiao was my roommate in France. Her current boyfriend pursued me first before he went after her. Zhu Tianqing whispered to Wei Changjing, clarifying the relationships, while the couple ordered. The waiter asked, would you like any drinks? When Xiao Xiao turned her gaze to Wei Changjing and smiled. Let this gentleman choose. Changjing, from now on you're one of us. Leave the drinks to you. No problem, right? No problem. Wei Changjing regretted his decision as soon as he took the wine list, seeing that the cheapest red wine was over 300 yuan. Zhu Tianqing frowned slightly. Maybe we shouldn't drink. What's the matter, Tianqing? Worried about your boyfriend's. If he's unwilling to spend now, how will he ever spend on you later? Changjing, tell me. Are you willing to spend on Tianqing? Willing, absolutely willing. Wei Changjing's finger traced from the 300 yuan mark to the very top of the menu. Chateau Margaux, 2001. Well, have this one. Below it was a staggering price of 15,000 yuan. Zhu Tianqing kicked Wei Changjing under the table. This one it is. Wei Changjing signaled the waiter, let it breathe a bit longer. A wine enthusiast in his past life, since arriving in 2010, he had only drunk beer or baijiu, seldom savoring red wine. With the philosophy of since we're here, he chose a wine he had enjoyed before. Living two lives, it was worth a grand. When Xiao Xiao showed a flicker of surprise and delight. Changjing is so generous. Tianqing is truly fortunate. The meal simmered with undercurrents as Xiao Xiao boasted of her boyfriend Kai Li's impressive credentials. He was a manager at a foreign company earning 5,000 a year. She also flaunted the engagement ring he had given her, mentioning plans for a hot air balloon ride over the Grand Canyon for their wedding. She was laying it on thick, but she had picked the wrong target. Wei Changjing, a mere fake boyfriend, couldn't care less about her jabs. He thoroughly enjoyed the wine instead. Chateau Margaux, one of the 5 premier estates on Bordeaux's left bank, is famed for its elegant and refined red wines. This 2001 vintage offered aromas of blackcurrant and fruity notes with excellent balance and a lingering finish. In simpler terms, it was delicious. The waiter asked, who will settle the bill? When Xiao Xiao pointed at Wei Changjing. This handsome man will pay. Tianqing, I meant to treat you to dinner. But seeing how well your boyfriend performed today, they'll let him have the honor. Next time it's on me. Wei Changjing finally realized the sweet-faced girl's malicious intent. She claimed the favor while leaving him to foot the bill. Zhu Tianxing's expression soured. However, Wei Changjing was in high spirits from the wine and decided to let it slide. He pulled out his wallet and showed it to the waiter. The thin wallet held only a few hundred yuan. Hold off on the bill. I'm waiting for someone. What's wrong? Didn't bring enough money. When Xiao Xiao asked nervously. Yes, my mistake. I only brought this much. Really? How can you go out with a girl with so little money? If you can't pay, use a card, Xiao Xiao sneered. It's fine. They'll have a friend bring money. Zhu Tianqing said, reaching for her phone, annoyed at Wei Changjing for pretending to be rich and leaving her to clean up the mess. Just then a girl in a pink-white business suit entered the private room. They'll take care of President Wei's bill. Have you finished your meal, President Wei? She handed over a bank card. It was Lu Dongling. Not bad. This wine is excellent. Ask the owner if there's more. We can store a few bottles for when Crow comes. Understood, President Wei. The car is waiting at the entrance. There's a reception by the Wanda Group later, and Chairman Wang wants to talk with you. Lu Dongling smiled charmingly. When Xiao Xiao stared at her youthful, pretty face, stunned that after a whole evening of showing off it had all been rendered meaningless in an instant. Let's go, Wei Changjing said, gently guiding Zhu Tianqing by the back. A Rolls-Royce Phantom was waiting at the door, the same flashy car Crow had used before. A Wanda reception. Chairman Wang, what exactly does Tianxing's boyfriend do? When Xiao Xiao murmured, staring at the Phantom's taillights. I'm sorry for making you spend so much. It's fine. This restaurant is lovely. I'd never have found it without you. I went to France on a work-study program and shared an apartment with her. At first it was fine. Her family was wealthy, and she sometimes helped me out. But then Kylie pursued me, and later he went after her. Our relationship soured. She always wanted to compare. Probably to prove that her boyfriend wasn't something I had discarded. Seeing that my boyfriend wasn't as good as hers made her especially happy. Zhu Tianqing explained. Aren't you? Not back then. After she got together with Kylie, rumors spread at school that I was a lesbian. I decided to play along. Later I found out Xiao Xiao started those rumors. Why keep a friend like that? She did help me a lot. Oh well, it doesn't matter. This works out fine. People are contradictory. You see someone as wild and passionate on the surface, yet they harbor a tangled, delicate heart. The car stopped at the entrance of the Sofitel Hotel in Wanda Plaza. Brother Wei, let's change first, then head to the reception. He'll have the driver take this young lady home. No need. He'll take a cab. Zhu Tianqing said, clearly not wanting to trouble Wei Changjing further. Please keep tonight's events to yourself. How about it? He'll tell sister you're a decent person when I get back. Wei Changjing waved his hand. Okay. Okay. In the hotel room, Wei Changjing changed into his suit in the bathroom. The suit was a custom-made, charming outfit from his wealthier days. Lu Dongling pushed Wei Changjing to the door. Brother Wei, wait for me. It's my turn to change. The reception had issued 2 invitations, one for Wei Changjing and one for Lu Dongling. Soon Lu Dongling emerged holding the hem of a black evening gown adorned with diamonds. The gown featured a neckline at the chest with a daisy petal embellishment on the left and a single strap extending to the collarbone on the right, highlighting her smooth shoulders and bust line. Even Wei Changjing was taken aback. Brother Wei, do I look good, eh? Lu Dongling asked timidly. Beautiful. The face of WW Sports. Lu Dongling smiled sweetly. Let's go. That evening, Wanda Group hosted a thank you reception inviting supplier representatives who had partnered with Wanda over the past year. After reviewing Wei Changjing's resume, Wang Jianlin grew even more intrigued. Founding Qinglian Company demonstrated wisdom. Exposing match-fixing showed courage. Working for youth football was virtue, leading the Chinese youth national team to victory was talent. A man of both wisdom and courage, virtue and talent, rarely seen in years. What was most remarkable was that this young man could guess his inner thoughts. Since withdrawing from football in 1999, Wang Jianlin had constantly thought about returning. He had left because of match-fixing and biased refereeing. Now that the country was cracking down, Wang Jianlin felt the urge to re-enter. Though he wouldn't run another club, his passion for football remained undiminished. Seeing the word World Cup on the paper stirred him deeply. Did this young man mean China could qualify for the World? Wei Changjing arrived at the venue where the reception had already begun. People clustered in small groups chatting. Naturally, a crowd surrounded Wang Jianlin. Wei Changjing walked over with Lu Dongling on his arm. The joint secretary whispered to Wang Jianlin, Chairman Wei Changjing is here. Invite him to the private room. In the private room, only Wang Jianlin, Wei Changjing, Lu Dongling, and the joint secretary remained. Director Wei, Chairman Wang has limited time. You have 20 minutes. Good. He'll get straight to the point. I want Chairman Wang to support me in becoming the general manager of the Chinese Super League. I've devised a revival plan for Chinese football. By 2014, the national team returns to the World Cup. By 2022, they advance past the group stage. By 2042, with China hosting the World Cup, the team reaches the semifinals. Wang Jianlin, unflappable, simply said, go on. Wei Changjing gestured to Lu Dongling. To be frank, WW Sports is my company, and it will continue investing in football. But I can't do it alone. I need more like-minded individuals to join my plan. Revitalizing the Football Association is a long-term goal. However, as you've seen, Qinglian Company builds the foundation for youth football. Expanding overseas is the catalyst for Chinese football's growth. Taking control of the league company and commercializing it is the source of vitality. Combating match-fixing and biased refereeing is an ongoing effort. The joint secretary asked, what's your relationship with Mr. Crow, the founder of WW Sports? He's my father's front man. You can look up my father, Wei Jingsheng. My grandfather is Yin Jiangqing. These were public facts known only to a few. Yin Jiangqing was a veteran who served under Director He of the first General Administration of Sport back when it was still the Ministry of Sports. Wang Jianlin also knew that Wei Changjing had a stepfather named Zhang Yi, the second-in-command of the Xinjiang Production and Construction Corps. Lu Dongling heard Wei Changjing bare his soul for the first time. She sat up straight, gazing at the man who had appeared in her dreams. Many of Wei Changjing's ideas resonated with Wang Jianlin's. Whether it was youth training, the national team, referee management, or commercialization. The joint secretary kept checking his watch. The 20-minute meeting had stretched to 45 minutes. Both men spoke rapidly, exchanging views, summarizing and refining each other's thoughts. The joint secretary hadn't seen his boss smile during a conversation in a long time. This 30-year-old engaging with Wang Jianlin as an equal showed no sign of fear or hesitation. Let's end here for today. Leave the follow-up to Secretary Zhang and Miss Lu, Wang Jianlin said, reluctant but disciplined in concluding the talk. Secretary Zhang, restart Wanda's football investment division and donate 10 million yuan to the Youth Football Fund. Thank you, Chairman Wang. Feel free to visit my home. My son just returned from England. You two can chat. On December 27th, the day before the final match of 2010 for English League Two teams, Rotherham's new conference room was filled to capacity. Former club chairman Stuart, new chairman Crow, current manager Ronnie Moore, Drassas, Italian coaching team, newly recruited scouts Win Stanley and Campos, incoming manager Graham Potter, Chinese face Xia Hui, 22-year-old captain Ryan Cresswell, and fan group chairman Wayne Burney, all gathered to witness a historic moment for Rotherham United. Stewart stepped up to the podium, tapped the microphone, and surveyed the room. Ladies and gentlemen, people of Rotherham, it is both a pleasure and a regret to speak these words. For the past few years I have served as chairman of Rotherham United, and I am immensely proud to have contributed to this great club founded in 1870. However, I believe it is time to step down. This was a difficult decision, but I am confident it is the right one for the club and its fans. I hope the new chairman will lead this club to an even brighter future. Finally, I thank every fan, coach, player, and staff member for your immense contributions to the club. I will remain with Rotherham. Forward, Rotherham. A new era for Rotherham had dawned. Rotherham underwent a smooth transition with individuals in various positions content for at least the next 6 months. Ronnie Moore's coaching staff was retained. They remained in charge of daily training, complementing the Italian coaching team, and received a 10 salary increase. However, their contracts were all year long set to expire in 6 months, leaving them to fend for themselves if seeking similar positions. On December 28th, Moore led the team to a 30 victory over visiting Cheltenham, concluding his tenure at Rotherham on a perfect note. Subsequently, Graham Potter was appointed as Rotherham's new head coach, with Sia Hui named assistant coach, overseeing the reserve team and U18 squad training and matches. Sia Hui understood that an outsider aiming for immediate success was unrealistic. Accumulating coaching experience with the reserves and youth team was already deeply satisfying. This was the proving ground of the world's Premier League. Moreover, as an assistant coach, he could familiarize himself with the English League, a vast improvement over his previous role as a press officer in China. Before the new year, Rotherham ranked 9th in League 2. They were 2 places shy of the 4th-7th playoff positions. Ronnie Moore had done his utmost. Rotherham, due to dire financial straits, had been placed under administration by the FA in the 08-09 season. After immense effort, Stewart regained control of the club. Consequently, they were deducted 17 points by the FA, and merely surviving relegation in the 08-09 season required every ounce of effort from the players. Additionally, Rotherham paid a 750 bond to the FA, guaranteeing they would have their own stadium within 5 years. Their current home, Don Valley Stadium, was rented at a cost from their unfriendly neighbors Sheffield. Failure to secure a new stadium within 5 years would result in direct relegation to the regional leagues. Stewart's decision to sell shares was partly related to this issue. League 2 rules dictate that the top 3 teams are promoted directly, while positions 47 compete in playoffs for the final promotion spot. Rotherham's spirit was truly admirable, serving as a lesson for many impoverished clubs. Their fans never gave up, nor did their players. Surviving 2 seasons with inherent disadvantages and now hovering just 1 step away from the playoff positions was a remarkable miracle. At the start of the season, Ronnie Moore loaned 2 players to bolster the squad. One was McGivern, a 20-year-old centre-back from Manchester City, who played 27 matches, nearly a full season. His performance was commendable, and the loan would certainly be extended for the second half. The other player was Randall, loaned from Arsenal, playing as a central midfielder or attacking midfielder. At 21, he hadn't displayed particularly outstanding talent, with 4 goals and 1 assist in 17 appearances, adequate for rotation. The season's most significant transfer was signing midfielder Alan Navarro from Brighton for $5,500. This former Liverpool academy player had journeyed from the Premier League to the Championship and then to League 2. After wandering through 8 clubs, he finally chose Rotherham. His consistent performances made him the team's core player. If Ronnie Moore's farewell was perfect, Potter's start was somewhat painful. On January 1, 2011, Rotherham faced Wycombe Wanderers away and lost 0-1. Wycombe was a key rival for promotion, and this defeat dropped Rotherham to 10th place. Rotherham's defensive capabilities and attacking patterns had improved under the coaching staff's training, but compared to rapidly developing young players, the room for growth for these mostly 27 or 28-year-old players was limited. In the meeting room, Potter smoked as he discussed squad reinforcement with Sia Hui, Stanley and Campos. Stanley and Campos provided a list of roughly over 100 names, while Potter had his own list of over 20. Their task was to select suitable candidates from these lists to complete transfers. Top League 2 players were valued at around over $1 million, which seemed affordable, but they couldn't replace half the team in the winter window, as that would be counterproductive. The most prudent approach was to replace underperforming players from the first half and undergo major repairs in the summer window. In Potter's view, the team's weakest link was the defense. The 34-year-old goalkeeper Warrington conceded 27 goals in 24 matches. As for center-backs, McGivern and captain Cresswell performed well, but the gap in quality between starters and substitutes was too severe. Whenever rotation occurred, results collapsed. Opponents often exploited this weakness. Honestly, our problem isn't a shortage of center-backs, it's having too many. There are 6 players in the squad who can play this position. But after half a season, aside from McGivern and Cresswell, the rest are useless. If we need to reinforce here, I think we must offload at least 2 players, said scout Stanley. Exactly, we need to. Potter nodded. Rotherham's 27 goals conceded ranked second worst in League 2, just 1 goal fewer than the worst. Potter was astonished that such a defense could secure ninth place. Ronnie Moore was indeed a former striker. Besides the troubling defense, the forward line was also a concern. Among Rotherham's squad was a peculiar figure, Tom Pope. This player, whose name means Pope, was bought for 1,700 in July 2009, the club's most difficult period. In an entire season of 35 matches, he scored only 3 goals. If not for the contract running and the hefty compensation required to terminate it, Ronnie Moore would have surely shown him the door long ago. This was one of the biggest blunders in Moore's career. Yet Pope's mindset was remarkably unbothered. He coasted along in the team. Training wasn't outstanding. No problem, he could be a substitute, couldn't score. No issue, he was a target man. He drank occasionally, earning one of the highest salaries in the squad. Sia, what would you do? Potter asked his assistant coach, Sia Hui, who sat nearby. As a rookie coach managing a professional team for the first time, Potter was humble and open to others' opinions. Since the club had assigned this Chinese assistant to him, he couldn't afford to offend him. It was rumored that the club chairman had deep affection for China and favored those with yellow skin. Why wouldn't he respect this Chinese colleague? Moreover, Sia Hui's credentials commanded respect. Being the second top scorer in the German second division was an achievement many players could never reach. Send him to the reserve team matches, let him return only when he finds his form. In China, would impose a 3-stop, Sia Hui replied. What's a 3-stop? Stop training, stop, pay, stop matches. That's not possible here unless he clearly violates team rules. Otherwise, I can't do that. The players' union would cause trouble and the club would pay a hefty fine. But sending him to the reserves is a good idea. But what if he performs poorly in the reserves, eh? When Stanley hit the crux of the matter, the group fell into thought. This was the plight of small clubs. The squad was almost like a game of musical chairs. League Two had 46 matches plus FA Cup ties, if not eliminated, totaling over 50 games. With such a heavy schedule, simply banishing a striker to the reserves was pure waste. Pope likely exploited this psychological dynamic, daring to act recklessly. Having discussed weaknesses and skipped over the complacent Pope, we could turn to Rotherham's strengths. Left back Tom Newey ranked 3rd in tackles in League Two. Forward Lou Fondre scored 12 goals with 4 assists, placing 7th in the scoring chart. Right back Danny Coyd was named Player of the Week twice. Let's set aside the matter of cutting players for now. Let's look at who's suitable for this transfer window. Demert, an American 31 years old, center back, currently playing for Vancouver in the U.S. Second Division. He previously played 6 seasons at Watford with 32 Premier League appearances. After 3 days and nights of discussion, Potter, along with the group, knocked on Chairman Cross' door with their transfer targets. Cross preferred England to China. After all, London was a financial hub akin to Wall Street, where he could find more kindred spirits. Leasing land, building new training grounds, and establishing a football school cost around $4 million. Of course, the larger expense ahead was constructing a stadium in Rotherham. Stadium operations weren't just about building. Using one's own money versus investors' money was a nuance. The land was ready. Stewart had already chosen the site for the new stadium, but lacked funds. They planned to emulate Arsenal's model by borrowing from banks, but Rotherham's repayment capacity was dubious. They didn't have valuable captains to sell. After WW Sports acquisition, things changed. Cross pondered how to maximize commercial value. After reviewing Potter's transfer report, Cross set the folder aside and asked, how do you plan to handle Pope? Send him to the reserves first and see. No, fire him. Fire him. But our forward line is already thin. Keeping him at least provides rotation. No. His presence is poisoning the team. What's our goal now? Top 3 in the standings, not that uncertain playoff spot. We need to unite the players. I don't know much about football, but in rugby, basketball, baseball, even in companies, wherever there's a team, there are such people. They are cancers. Keeping him will only infect others. You should understand this logic. The logic was indeed. Previously, Potter had coached a university team, not a club. The players were ambitious young men, rarely such. He understood the principle of strict discipline, which is why he wanted to send Pope to the reserves as a warning. But the boss was harsher, directly firing Pope. What a ruthless man. You need to establish your authority. Losing your first game isn't a good start. You don't have much time to mold the team. Cross didn't understand why Wei Changjing had chosen such an obscure figure as Rotherham's coach. But he chose to trust and execute. Since Wei Changjing had made him club chairman, pressuring Potter was part of his job. Better to reform boldly than work timidly. For example, you can get rid of anyone you don't like or anyone who doesn't like you. That's the prerogative of a head coach. I only want top 3. And take back this transfer list, redo it. I want elites, not some player playing in the U.S. Second Division. I have a list here, you can reference it. Cross pulled out another folder he had prepared earlier. Potter opened it and saw Ajax. Forward Romelu Lukaku, center Alderweireld, attacking midfielder Eriksen, goalkeeper Courtois. Real Madrid, forward Morata. Valencia, attacking midfielder Isco. Manchester United, central midfielder Pogba. Potter murmured, these players probably won't accept a transfer to us, right? If they want transfer, negotiate loans. We can still loan 2 players long-term, can't we? Yes. Let Campos negotiate with them. We guarantee these elites playing time. We'll cover their full wages plus additional loan fees. What do you all think? Campos said excitedly, I think it's fine. Porto Lisbon. I feel chairman's vision has suddenly expanded. When Stanley echoed, just like our loans from Manchester City and Arsenal. They'll contact some big clubs, do I think? Also, I must say I fully support firing Pope. His stats are atrocious. Potter concurred with his colleagues' agreement. The next day on the training ground, Potter gathered the players and opened the folder in his hand. Potter said, based on first-half performances, some people will leave the club. The players immediately felt the tense atmosphere. Mr. Tom Pope, I regret to inform you that you are fired. What? How can this be? Pope, still joking with teammates at the back, shouted. You cost the club 170,000 and scored 3 goals in 2 seasons. If I were you, I wouldn't ask such a stupid question. Potter seemed like a different person. The players who had nicknamed him Donkey Potter felt a chill and quickly lowered their heads. You'll make the club pay a huge compensation. Potter sneered, yes, Mr. Pope, indeed a huge amount. But the chairman said he earns that much just by bending over to pick up his wallet in the morning. Go to HR to handle your termination, pack your personal belongings, and leave the training ground. One last piece of advice, you're only 25, still young. If you keep playing like this, I guarantee you'll end up in the You'll regret this. Pope stormed off the training ground in anger. Watching Pope's retreating figure, Potter turned and scanned the players before him from first to last. Only the chirping of birds could be heard on the training ground. The silence was terrifying. All right, what I just said applies to everyone here. The players were all alarmed. The new boss was truly ruthless. When Pope was fired and later indeed drifted through amateur leagues as Potter had predicted, an amateur player was constantly breaking scoring records at a club called Halifax. Now listen to my command. Anyone under 28 years old, take 2 steps back. Eligible players stepped back, puzzled about the coach's intent. Anyone under 25, take 5 steps back. Anyone who has played for a Premier League team, take 10 steps back. Navarro looked at the coach in surprise and stepped back 10 paces. Anyone ever told by a coach that you have no talent for football, take 2 steps forward. Anyone who has been man of the match, take 3 steps back. After various conditions, the players stood scattered across the training ground. Good. One last action, now run to one end of the field and back. Ready, go. The players sprinted. Some took an early lead, but were caught. Others maintained their lead. When everyone returned breathless before Potter, they seemed to grasp his message. Are some people born to play in the Premier League? The players remained silent. Yes, some are born for it. Some join elite academies from elementary school and rise steadily. Some have fathers like Beckham and train at Real Madrid just by having legs. But has anyone said you can't play in the No, no one can say that. You can step by step make your way out from here. Everyone's starting point is different, but your finish line is there and no one can decide it for you. Doing nothing, staring at others' backs, and wallowing in self-pity is cowardly. We have a new training ground and we have dedicated medical staff. We're already far better off than other League 2 teams. But that alone won't win matches. From today, forget the shitty football we've played before. Treat every match from now on as a final. We'll definitely meet in League 1 by summer. I don't want any play. Our goal is direct promotion. Understand? Yes. Louder. I can't hear you. Yes. Good, start training. As the players were led away by the fitness coach for warm-ups, Potter turned to Xiaohui and said, cheesy, but effective, isn't it? With the transfer strategy provided by Cross-Porter's approach to players became much more targeted. The boss didn't want obscure players. He either wanted rising stars or established names, the type that could deliver immediately. However, the difficulty was palpable. It was the winter transfer window. Capable players were either already regular starters at their clubs or had been loaned out during the summer window. Those who truly met the requirements were few and far between. Screening through all the Premier League clubs and some renowned youth academies in the EU was an enormous workload. Rotherham's proposal for the transfer of Chinese player Wu Lei had already landed on the desk of the FA's Labor Department. A Chinese man wanting to play in League 2. How is that possible? It would take up development space for English players. Even if you were the Chinese Beckham, it wouldn't work. The national team is ranked 87th, which doesn't meet the threshold for foreign player transfers. Larry Brown unhesitatingly stamped the work permit application with rejection, barely glancing at the stack of supplementary documents underneath. The rejection fax was sent back to Rotherham. Unsurprisingly, Rotherham filed an appeal. It seemed they would put up a fight, thought Larry Brown. Let's see how you managed to get that work permit. At London Heathrow Airport, the busiest in Europe, 3 yellow-skinned Chinese men stepped off the plane. Wu Lei, Fan Zi, and Agent Tian Sun. After receiving news of the work permit rejection, Wu Lei and the others rushed to London without delay. Hull met them at the airport. Would you like to rest, gentlemen? Fan Zi looked at the vaguely familiar surroundings and patted the back of the minibus seat. No rest. Are you tired? Let me show you something. Wu Lei naturally dared not object, while Tian Sun was curious about what Fan Zi intended to show them. He said a single English word to the driver. The British driver eyed Fan Zi suspiciously, then headed east. After over an hour's drive, they stopped near a grand towering stadium. Come on, get out. Fan Zi was in high spirits, showing no sign of fatigue from the long flight. Wu Lei and Tian's son instantly understood when they saw the massive club crest hanging on the stadium wall. This was Crystal Palace's home ground, Selhurst Park. In 1996, it was at this very stadium that Manchester United's Beckham scored a 55-yard long-range goal. This ground was also where Fan Ziyi and Sun Jihai, two Chinese football elites, once left their sweat. Crystal Palace now topped the championship table. Barring any surprises, they would be promoted to the Premier League next year. Xiao Wu ID say you should transfer to Crystal Palace. Next year, it's the Premier League. You'd save a lot of detours. Coach Fan, I think I should take it step by step. Getting to play now is what matters most. Wu Lei replied. Fan Zi pursed his lips, but agreed inwardly. After all, Crystal Palace was no longer a League One team, and Wu Lei was not him. Alas, each generation of Chinese players is worse than the last, Fan Zi lamented inwardly. An old man brushing past suddenly shouted, Fan. His voice carried surprise and uncertainty. Fan Zi turned his head. You don't know me, but I know you. Ha ha, 10 years, and you Chinese don't show your age. I'm a Crystal Palace fan. I was watching you play 10 years ago. Captain Fan. The last words, Captain Fan, brimmed with the old man's immense enthusiasm. A few people strolling near the stadium gathered around. Captain Fan. It really is Fan. My God, 10 years. Back then we were still in League One. Haha, and now we're about to go to the Premier League. Who'd have thought? Fan Zi was caught off guard by the sudden attention. He had intended to show Wu Lei around and visit Crystal Palace. But he never expected that after 10 years someone would still recognize him here. Just then a man pushed through the crowd. Dean Austin, Crystal Palace's youth coach. He had been Fan Zi's teammate back in the day. Before Fan became Crystal Palace's captain, Austin had held the armband. That year Fan won Crystal Palace's Player of the Year. I knew it was you with all this commotion. Big fan. Austin gave Fan Zi a huge bear hug. All right, folks, make way. Let me show this guy what has changed at Crystal Palace in 10 years. The gathered fans responded with a cheer. Some fans draped Crystal Palace scarves around Fan Zi's neck, and even Wu Lei and Tian's son each received one. Time flies. Won't you introduce these three gentlemen? This is Wu Lei, about to transfer to Rotherham, my younger. This is his agent, Tian's son. And this is Rotherham's Hoyle. We still need to go to the FA for the work permit here. Then it seems we can't go for a drink at the pub like before. Austin said regretfully. After I'm done with the FA, I'll come back and drink with you. Fan Zi declared boldly. Get in touch with whoever's around. Truly Fan. Some people just have a natural leadership aura. No matter the country or team, they can rally a group and push forward. Wu Lei looked at Fan Zi with envy. Austin led them on a tour of every aspect of Crystal Palace. The meeting rooms, the tactics room, the physio room, and the trophy room. A photo of Fan Zi sliding in to tackle the golden boy Michael Owen was placed in the most prominent spot. Fan Zi's face reddened, and his eyes grew a bit moist. Back when we played, the coach's tactic was if we were ahead, Fan would be placed at center back to secure the win. If the team needed it, Fan would appear in midfield to fight for possession. If we were trailing and wanted to bring back victory, Fan would play as a striker. Austin recalled. Watch yourselves at the FA. They're a bunch of stubborn old fossils guarding their little patch of English football. They keep shouting that if they don't control the influx of foreign players, the nation will be lost. And what do you see? The England national team is still second-rate in Europe. All right, we'll talk on the phone later. Leaving Crystal Palace in South London, the group got back in the car and headed west. The FA's offices and England's home ground were in the same place, Wembley Stadium. In a dedicated area of the stadium, various historical moments of the Three Lions were displayed. Passing through the corridor of history, they arrived at the FA's office area. You're here. A girl waved at them. She had clearly been waiting for a while. Ping Jia. Wu Lei recognized her as Hu Yinping. Today Hu Yinping was dressed in a formal suit, her shoulder-length hair loose, wearing black-rimmed glasses, exuding an intellectual beauty. Director Wei suggested I follow Wu Lei and Coach Xia's story. It could get domestic fans to pay more attention to the current state of overseas players and coaches. I think it's a good news angle. That way, changing such a schemer. With so many players going abroad, why focus on Wu Lei and Xia Hui? Fan Zi thought. Hoyle checked his watch. It's about time. Let's go in. Each appealing club had only an hour and a half for the hearing, submit the appeal materials, undergo evidence cross-examination, and receive a final ruling. The ruling was final. To appeal again, you'd have to wait for the next transfer window. Larry Brown and two colleagues were already seated in the room. The club that had its hearing before Rotherham was Arsenal. They had applied for a work permit for a young Brazilian player, Wellington Silva. Unfortunately, it was rejected due to insufficient national team appearances. As a result, Silva was eventually loaned to Levante in La Liga. If even a big club couldn't make it, what chance did they have? Larry Brown mused. The Rotherham group walked into inside was a long table and a few chairs. It wasn't comfortable, resembling an upgraded interrogation room. Hoyle spoke on behalf of the club. He first showed a highlight reel of Wu Lei's goals and statistics from the Chinese league and national team, then displayed evidence of Wu Lei's EU passport on the big screen. Wu Lei has obtained an EU passport, so he is not a foreign player. We hope the FA will duly grant our player Wu Lei a work permit. How did he get an EU passport? Larry Brown realized his mistake. He had prejudged and overlooked key evidence. This time he finally took the time to read the documents thoroughly. The further he read, the worse his expression became. What was this? A Hungarian passport, investment visa, property purchase contract, income proof. A series of documents left him stunned. As the person in charge, Larry Brown felt his intelligence was insulted. Please explain how Wu Lei obtained an EU. According to EU law, Wu Lei's father purchased property in Hungary 6 months ago, automatically obtaining a residence passport for that country. As his son, Wu Lei naturally enjoys the same right. With an EU passport, the hard requirements regarding national team ranking and appearance count were no longer issues. The documents stated that Wu Lei's father had invested over 1 million euros in Hungarian property, automatically obtaining a Hungarian passport. Holding an EU passport meant he was not a foreign player. Wu Lei's transfer fee was only 5,000 euros. Damn Chinese exploiting policy loopholes. Just like loaning a non-EU player to an EU country for a few years to get an EU passport, Wu Lei's procedure was even more seamless. The property purchase certificate was legally protected and couldn't be faked. But in manipulating a player's transfer, no one would dare use such a method. It was equivalent to gifting Wu Lei a property in Hungary before the transfer was successful. If Wu Lei backed out or the transfer failed, the house would still belong to him and couldn't be reclaimed. No sensible agent or club would do that. Try that with an African or South American player. They might just break the contract and run off, ending up with a free house. But Larry Brown had clearly underestimated Rotherham's determination. How could you do this? Brown said. His two colleagues showed a hint of sympathy. Procedurally, there was no issue. Morally, I support you. At that moment, Fan Zi spoke up. Sir, I played for Crystal Palace back in 2000. I proved that Chinese players can adapt to the league here. Moreover, we're not going to a big club, just a League 2 club. Why not give a young man a chance? Legally, it won't put you in a difficult position. Brown glanced at his two colleagues, who nodded noncommittally. Hoyle narrowed his eyes. There were no easy marks in the FA, but stubborn types like Larry Brown were common. Political donations and commercial bribery were staple tools in capitalist countries. All right, I hope you pass the work permit review at the end of the season. Larry Brown shrugged, finally choosing to compromise. Leaving the FA office, Tion's son patted his chest and let out a long sigh. I was really scared. If that stubborn British bastard hadn't budged, I thought I'd actually have to pull out that supplementary contract. The supplementary contract Tion's son mentioned was another way to bypass the work permit issue. If you wanted to bring in a talented player, aside from invoking the exceptional talent clause, as long as the transfer fee reached 12 million, the FA wouldn't block the work permit. But few 18-year-old young talents were worth that much, and no club was foolish enough to spend 12 million on a lottery ticket for potential. If the supplementary contract were submitted to the FA, it would have legal force. The money would have to be paid to the East Asian club. If they demanded that 12 million, would Rotherham pay up? Human nature couldn't withstand such a test, especially when 12 million was at stake. Fan Zi admired WW Sports, and Wei Changjing's figure flashed through his mind. This man was truly contributing to Chinese football. After 3 long days of waiting, Rotherham finally received the work permit from the FA. Woo, it's great. I can finally play football in England. Fan Zi patted Wu Lei on the back, his voice choked with emotion. Play well here. Don't let Coach Su down. Don't let me down. Tion's son was already covering his mouth, crying. Though he hadn't been involved the whole time, he knew how arduous the process had been. This was the return of Chinese football to England after many years. How could it not move him? Hu Yinping wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes, knowing that Wei Changjing's shadow loomed behind it all. On the same day, Rotherham officially announced, Chinese striker officially transfers to Rotherham. Hu Yinping's article, The Arduous Road Abroad, Wu Lei sets off again, ignited the long-dormant Chinese football scene. I think it's already crazy enough that we have a Chinese coach. Now there's a Chinese player too. Do you know what's going on? The core members of the fan association gathered around Chairman Wayne Burney, chatting. Someone asked. I heard the management forced him in. Before Burney could answer, someone else chimed in. Really? This is insane. What a mess. Good heavens, can Chinese people even play football? I only know they're good at table tennis, and there's a tall guy called Yao Ming in basketball. Have you ever seen a Chinese footballer? Yes, there was one at Manchester City. Can't remember his name. Our Chinese coach was also second in the Bundesliga 2 scoring chart. Someone argued. When was that? Bet £1 that Chinese guy lasts half a season. I bet £10 he won't play 10. Burney raised his beer glass and said nothing. On the pitch, he was a passionate fan, but off it he enjoyed listening to his buddies shoot the breeze. Their love for the team was the same. Everyone was worried that this transfer was a waste of good resources. Just as Wu Lei's hearing ended, Wei Changjing received an unfamiliar call on his phone. Hello, team leader Wei. I'm a football agent from Liaoning. My name is Su Pu with the character for Amber. Oh, hello. A friend of a friend got it for me. Sorry for the intrusion. It's fine. Tell me, what can I do for you? Team leader Wei, would it be convenient to sit down and talk? I'd like to recommend a player to you. Then send me the player's info. Let me look at his profile first. Or he'll deliver. Su Pa's tone was humble and cautious. All right. Come find me at the FA tomorrow afternoon. Okay. Thank you, team leader Wei. Since becoming the team leader of the Olympic squad, Wei Changjing often received similar calls from coaches, agents, and club managers. Blazevic was the head coach, but in China the foreign head coach's responsibilities mostly covered pre-match training and on-field tactics, while the power to screen players fell to the Chinese coaching staff or team leader. Of course, Coach Blazevic had the final say on players and could decide who was in or out. But if a player was talented yet never appeared on the training camp roster or was placed in an obscure corner, breaking through was as hard as reaching the heavens. A player's value also differed between being selected for the national team and not. Recently, everyone coming to Wei was recommending players. This was a football ecosystem with Chinese characteristics. At a little past 8 in the evening, Li Bing returned home after a long day's work. This was another apartment he owned in Chengdu, a modest 2-bedroom unit where he could retreat for solitude when the pressure mounted. As the former head coach of Chengdu Blades, he had been resting at home for over half a year. During this time, he had been training young players at a local youth academy in Chengdu. Had it not been for the call-up from the Chinese Football Association, he had no idea when he would return to the sidelines to command a match. Just then a knock came at the door. Who could it be at this hour? Li Bing frowned, knowing that only a handful of people were aware of this hideaway. He opened the door to find a portly man standing before him. Coach Li, not asleep yet. It's me, Gua Zhongyi, General Manager Gua. What brings you here? Gua Zhongyi was the general manager of Chengdu Blades, Li Bing's former superior. Nothing much. It's been a while, so I thought I'd drop by and see if you were in, Gua Zhongyi said, as if it were pure. Li Bing ushered Gua Zhongyi inside. After exchanging pleasantries, Gua finally got to the point. Old Li, even though you're no longer with Chengdu Blades, the team is still your home. The kids on the team all grew up under your watch. Today I came mainly to ask for a favor. The National Olympic team is about to start training. Could you add 2 of our own to the roster? One is Zhang Jinxiang, and the other is Feng Yizhua. Li Bing furrowed his brow. The football circle was full of such dealings, and he had been avoiding these people lately, keeping his phone off. Yet Gua Zhongyi had still managed to find him. Oh, look at me forgetting things, Gua said, opening the black leather bag. The club has been in a rough patch lately. I've exhausted every effort to scrape up funds. Just do your big brother a favor, Gua said, pulling out a CD. I brought their match footage. Li Bing smiled. I know these 2. They're decent players, but making the National Olympic team might be a stretch. Gua placed the CD on Li Bing's coffee table. My dear Coach Li, we're all in the world of football. Some players' skills are plain to see while others are hyped up. Even Maradona had off days, wouldn't you agree? As long as they make the training camp roster, the rest is up to fate. We can't babysit those lads forever, can we? Alright, I'll give it a try. We'll take a look at your CD later. The final roster isn't decided by me alone. You'll need to coordinate with the team leader and head coach. I won't let your players go unnoticed. But I have to be clear. I can only put in a good word. The final decisions rest with the head coach, and that's beyond my control. Gua's plump face broke into a grin again as he waved dismissively. Oh, don't say that. Coach Li, with your seniority, your voice carries weight in the national team. Even that old man Blazevic has to listen to your opinion, right? Coach Li, it's still early. How about we grab a few drinks? Not tonight. I have an early flight to Beijing tomorrow. Next time. Oh, alright. Then I won't keep you. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Gua Zhongyi left. As he got into his car, he let out a quiet sigh. Chengdu Blades had been plagued by bad luck lately. In last year's anti-gambling and anti-corruption crackdown, they were found guilty of match fixing in 2007 and relegated to the second division. To add insult to injury, in the 2009-2010 season, Sheffield United was also relegated to the championship, leaving them with no energy to manage their Chinese investment. Just recently, Gua Zhongyi had received word that Sheffield had decided to pull out their investment entirely. Gua had no idea how much longer he could hold on to his position. If he didn't use his authority now to broker player transfers, the opportunity would soon expire. Li Bing picked up the CD case and sensed something amiss. Inside, besides the disc, there was a small rectangular, a bank card. Li Bing smiled bitterly. If his guess was right, the password would be 6/8. He took the card out and slipped it into his pocket. January 10th. Shanghai Training Base. Blazevic, along with 3 assistant coaches, Wei Changjing, Li Bing, a data analyst from the technical department, and several staff members serving the national team, gathered in the meeting room. Having led Shanghai Shenhua through a season in the Chinese Super League, Coach Blazevic naturally had a good understanding of many CSL players. However, not every player on the National Olympic team had secured a starting spot at their clubs or left an impression on him. Thus, Wei Changjing and Li Bing were tasked with helping the coach compile a preliminary 26-man roster. I already have some initial candidates, the coach said. Feel free to discuss. In his over a year in China, Coach Blazevic had learned how to work with his Chinese colleagues. He had been told early on that aside from the head coach, the team leader held the most authority. Before we discuss the training camp roster, I'd like to say something to Coach Blazevic and everyone here, Wei Changjing said gravely. Since becoming the national team's leader, many people have approached me. They hoped I would add certain players to the training camp list. Some were qualified, others were not. So I received these. Wei Changjing pulled a stack of bank cards from his pocket, about a dozen of them. I suspect the money in these cards didn't come from clubs or agents. It likely came from the players themselves. And where did these players get the money? From their parents. Their parents hope they can make a name for themselves, play for the country, and have an easier path after being selected for the national team. But even this first step, they've taken the wrong way. So I'm announcing something to everyone today. All the bank cards I've received will be returned to their senders. If anyone dares to offer money again, as long as I'm with the National Olympic team, they won't make the roster. I have only one thing to say: whoever breaks the pot of Chinese football, I'll smash their bowl. The selection for this National Olympic team will be based on technical performance over the past season. Final decisions will be made according to Coach Blazevic's tactical requirements. Coach, what do you think? After the translation, Blazevic finally understood what his young colleague had said. Good. The old man nodded. Wei Changjing's words stirred memories of his own childhood. In Travnik, Bosnia, amidst the flames of war, his father ran a small restaurant to support the family, and he was the youngest child. Later, his brothers died in the war. At 20, he nearly electrocuted himself while working as an electrician. Another time, he nearly died from colitis. It was his family who kept him alive. He could empathize with the parents who poured everything into supporting their children's football dreams. In his career, he had never encountered a team where money could buy a spot, nor did he have the money to try. But from the day he became a coach, he had never accepted a single cent from a player. Football is a faith above all else. Wei, what you said is excellent. This is exactly how we'll select players for this National Olympic team. Thank you, coach. The greatest advantage of choosing a foreign head coach was their lack of personal connections in China, allowing them to select players purely from a technical and tactical perspective. With that, the underhanded dealings regarding the training camp roster were put to rest. Wei Changjing's words would spread like wildfire through every corner of the Chinese Football Association and many CSL and China League One clubs. Many would likely find it hard to adapt to such a transparent football environment. The technical department of the CFA has compiled all match data from the 2010 season. Using the Eastwind real-time data system, we've collected data from the footage. All player data is now available for filtering. Coach Blazevic, who had likely never seen such advanced technology, watched as Wei Changjing operated the keyboard and mouse. Coach, let's start by filtering the goalkeeper data. This should be relatively straightforward. The data includes playing time, save count, clean sheets, and so on. After consulting with Belgian side Anderlecht, the response was that Lukaku had no intention of being loaned or transferred to an English League Two club. Rather than sitting in the office in England staring at data, it was better to go out for a spin. Campos set off for Belgium, with a few names already in mind, hoping for success. The city of Mechelen near Antwerp in Belgium also housed a Belgian Pro League club, KV Mechelen. Standing by the training ground, Campos spotted the tall figure he was looking for. At 190 centimeters, he was quite conspicuous, yet his skills were unremarkable, and he appeared somewhat clumsy on the pitch. Half a season had passed. He had only made 10 appearances, scoring 4 goals. Come summer, he would likely bid farewell to KV Mechelen and while away the remainder of his career at a smaller club. But Campos saw it differently. He believed the tall man before him was a rough diamond. Swearing by his years of expertise, he was convinced this giant would make it big. Leaving the training ground, Campos headed to the club's office. Who's in charge of player transfers? Go to the second floor and find DeWitt. The receptionist, expressionless, pointed toward the stairs. Up on the second floor, Campos found a room with a sign reading Team Manager. I'm the football director of Rotherham, Campos. I'm here to discuss a player transfer. At Rotherham, Campos held the title of Global Player Development Consultant. He found it somewhat embarrassing Americans had a penchant for grandiose hollow titles. Hello, DeWitt. I'm the general manager of this club, also in charge of youth development and sometimes transfers. You've come to the right person. That big black guy on your team, what's his price? Big black guy? You mean Bentik? Why don't you make... Campos pursed his lips, wearing an arrogant expression. You've heard of Rotherham, I suppose. We've recently got an American. He likes players built like basketball athletes. I was heading to Antwerp when I happened to spot that big guy. Honestly, his football isn't great. I think he'd be better off playing basketball. How about 4,000 euros? So you'll need to offer a fair price. Though his words disagreed, DeWitt was secretly gleeful. That big guy was merely a throw-in from a previous transfer. He couldn't secure a starting spot and was a waste of resources. Offloading him was the best outcome. As a small club, they wanted players to circulate. No one was unsellable. It was just a matter of price. When encountering a wealthy, gullible club, they'd sharpen their knives and fleece them. But for bargain hunters like Rotherham, they couldn't let them off too cheaply. All right, you're shrewd, my friend. Add another 2,000 euros. If you say no, I'll walk away. I've got more than one option. Campos appeared unwilling to haggle further. 6,000 euros, plus a 10 selling clause. We actually have high hopes for Bentik's future, DeWitt said, feigning reluctance. Fine deal. Campos extended his hand. Deal? I enjoy doing business with you. DeWitt reached out. In their exchange of 10 sentences, perhaps 9 were lies. I knew you were lying and you knew I knew, but we both pretended otherwise. World peace, peace. In less than an hour, Campos had sealed his first transfer since joining Rotherham. Suddenly a thought struck him. Damn, I haven't even told Potter yet. I really am acting like a football director. The negotiation with Bentique himself also went smoothly. De Witt had made it clear that Bentique wouldn't get a contract extension after the season ended. He either found a new club in the winter window or faced unemployment come summer. At that moment, Bentique had few decent options. He believed he could only linger in the Belgian second division. Suddenly a benefactor appeared offering double the salary to sign him. Who could refuse? As Campos returned to England with Bentique, good news also came from Potter. Based on Rotherham's half-season performance and upgrades to their youth facilities, Manchester United agreed to loan midfielder Pogba to Rotherham. This 17-year-old lad would no longer have to bully younger players in the U18 league. When Stanley had secured the loan of Arsenal's young goalkeeper Emiliano Martinez. The 18-year-old Martinez had transferred from Independiente in Argentina for a fee of £1 million, paid by the professor. Worried that the lad might stagnate without playing time, the professor gladly accepted Rotherham's request. At 195 centimeters, he had plenty of room to grow. If Rotherham could get promoted to the championship, buying him outright wasn't out of the question. Now the biggest remaining issue for Rotherham was a quality centre-back. Wei Changjing's remarks at the Shanghai training base soon reached the ears of the Football Association leaders. Wu Di naturally gave a big thumbs up, excellent. Purifying Chinese football's ecosystem requires comrades like Xiao Wei. Only then can we select true warriors for the battlefield. But some disagreed, even growing angry. Boss, this won't do. We need to teach him a lesson. If everyone follows his lead, we won't get a penny from selecting players anymore. Our salaries are meager enough. He won't even leave us this gravy train. He's the only noble one, the only one who matters, the only one not short of money. Enough, stop it. The national team isn't his territory either. Arrange someone to teach him a lesson and let him know his place. Sure thing, boss. I've been waiting for your word. If I don't make him beg for mercy, my name isn't worth a dime. Guo Zhongyi arrived at the club early in the morning. The National Olympic team was about to announce its training camp roster in a couple of days. I hope that 1,000 yuan was worth it. By past standards, that price should guarantee a spot in the Olympic training squad. This would make it easier to arrange a domestic transfer or a stint abroad. Mr. Gui, your mail. The administrative assistant placed a stack of letters on his desk. There were so many ads these days, either credit card bills or notices about new property launches. Guo Zhongyi casually opened the package. A bank card fell out. With the aid of data technology, the national under-23 team's roster was quickly finalized. Due to the selection restrictions for under-23 players, Coach Boshkov, Wei Changjing, and the coaching staff could only first filter out some promising players from the data. For instance, a player with very few appearances but top-tier statistics in those limited games could still qualify. Whether a player's technical and tactical abilities meet the requirements would only become apparent on the pitch. The application of data allowed Coach Boshkov to conserve energy for researching which playing style best suited the current under-23 team. His extensive coaching experience now played a crucial role. Li Bing, witnessing this selection method for the first time, couldn't help but marvel at how each generation surpasses the last despite his own brief overseas stint. Unexpectedly, the content of Wei Changjing's closed-door speech spread like wildfire. A veteran sports journalist posted a rumor on Weibo. According to a source within the under-23 team, the team leader denounced the issue of buying one's way onto the team in an internal meeting, vowing, "As long as I'm here, no one will ever be a poser." Numerous media outlets inquired with the Football Association about the truth of the matter, and the FA's press department adopted a tacit stance. Journalists then dug up Wei Changjing's resume, discovering he was the whistleblower of the June 27th match-fixing scandal and the team leader who led the under-19 team to the Asian Youth Championship title. He was also the team leader who led the under-19 team to the Asian Youth Championship title. Sports Weekly opportunistically published several issues featuring exclusive interviews with under-19 players, crafting an image of an upright, righteous, and compassionate FA official who confronts darkness. Of course, the media were unaware that the mastermind behind all this was Wei Changjing himself. While some applauded, others seethed with hatred. After deliberation, the under-23 team's training camp would hold a brief assessment and integration from January 15th to 31st. Early February marked the Lunar New Year, so everyone would have a collective holiday. From February 10th to March 5th, the under-23 team would first assemble in Kunming, then fly to Egypt for an overseas training camp. The choice of Egypt was deliberate, as the team's next opponent was Oman, and China needed to acclimate to the local climate and playing style in advance. This time, Wei Changjing no longer needed to foot the bill under the banner of WW Sports. With the Olympics being so crucial, having spent €1 million on a coach, a few paltry sums for warm-up matches were of little concern. Shanghai training base. On the training pitch, Wei Changjing spotted several familiar faces: Mighty Jiang, Lei Tenglong, Yen Zhengling, Hu Rintian, Shizha, and Jin Jingdao. These players, due to their outstanding performances at the Asian Youth Championship, were drafted into the under-23 squad. After consulting with Coach Boschkoff, overseas players like Wu Lei could directly join the overseas training camp to avoid traveling back and forth. Besides Wu Lei, there were Wang Yang from Cercle Brugge in Belgium, Zhang Qingdong from Mafra in Portugal, Zhang Jiechi from Le Mans in League Two, and Tan Long from Major League Soccer in the United States. In 2011, the seeds of Chinese players abroad had drifted far from top-tier leagues. Dong Fangjua had gone to Armenia, and Xiao Jiayi was gradually being marginalized at Cottbus. Meanwhile, players from South Korea and Japan were continuously infiltrating first-rate leagues and clubs Park Ji-sung at Manchester United, Lee Chung-yong at Bolton Key Sunjiwing, and Cha Duri at Celtic Sun Heung-min at Hamburg Park Chuyung at Monaco. Nagatomo Yudo at Inter Milan, Uchida at Sudo at Schalke 04, Hasabi Makoto at Wolfsburg, Honda Keisuke at CSKA Moscow, Kagawa Shinji at Borussia Dortmund, Maichi Rio at Arsenal. The very Usami Takashi who was defeated at the Asian Youth Championship had now truly gone to Bayern Munich. Anxiety gnawed at Wei Changjing. He felt like a guardian of a wheat field, aware of the coming storms and the crop's growth, needing to nurture this generation of players with care. If this generation failed, waiting for the next would mean another decade. Brother Wei, Jin Jingdao, came over to greet him after arriving. Xiao Jin, you look much more spirited. I heard from the foundation that your subsidy is being approved. The Youth Football Fund provided financial subsidies to players like Jin Jingdao who were starters at their clubs but had low incomes. The subsidy wasn't fixed, its amount was evaluated based on playing time and performance utilizing the player rating system Wei Changjing had vigorously promoted. Not only did players receive subsidies, but clubs that provided match footage and used young players also received corresponding subsidies. The more young players you used, the more subsidies you got. This two-way subsidy incentivized clubs to field young players, a far more ingenious approach than the later ridiculous policy of mandating at least one U23 player on the field. The only drawback was the cost. Calculations showed that each player at a club would require at least 1.0 RMB per year in subsidies, and with over 30 teams, that meant at least 3 million RMB. Of course, Wei Changjing was willing to spend this money. The more subsidies paid out, the more young players would see playing time, and the more clubs would prioritize youth development. You can't catch a wolf without risking a child, and you can't. Well, never mind. There was still Uncle Wong backing him up. Besides this, the Youth Football Fund's legal aid initiatives were also expanding. The official Weibo account of the Youth Football Fund's legal aid program began daily posts on sports-related law, quickly gaining numerous followers. Pity the follower count was still low, just a few 100,000. This indicated that the number of registered professional players in China was insufficient. Due to the legal aid clubs, youth academies and agents became more cautious when signing contracts. Indeed, it's not the players you fear, but players who know the law and are educated. To some extent, information symmetry regulated industry conduct. Our country governs by law. Can you possibly be above the law? The subsidy and legal aid matters made clubs feel both love and hate for Wei Changjing. On the training pitch at Rotherham, a Chinese player stepped onto the grass. Xia Hui patted him on the back and said in Chinese, "Don't worry, just communicate more with your teammates." Porter introduced the new arrivals to the squad. "Today we have a few new teammates." Christian Bentik forward. Sparse applause rippled through the group, lacking enthusiasm. New arrivals meant someone would have to leave. Contracts for ordinary players in English League Two were renewed annually, with only key players receiving 2 to 3 year deals. Since his arrival, Porter had not only dismissed the underperforming Pope, but also called players the coaching staff had already identified as below the team's standard, hoping they would negotiate contract terminations or find new clubs during the winter window. This revealed the harsh reality of professional football. If you were an office worker, waiting to be laid off for compensation would be the best course. But players live off their prime years and depend on stats. Half a year without a match would significantly degrade your competitive level. Meanwhile, you'd receive no appearance fees or bonuses, only draining yourself. Given Rotherham's newfound wealth, keeping you for 6 months until your contract expired was perfectly acceptable. Porter informing them early to find new clubs was actually a kindness. Paul Pogba from Manchester United, midfielder. Emiliano Martinez, goalkeeper from Argentina. The applause was mixed with a few boos. Sorry, but even among teammates the English couldn't help disliking Argentina. Porter glared at the players and continued, WLEI forward from China. This time the applause was enthusiastic, punctuated by a few whistles. Among Rotherham's coaching staff, Porter was a former fullback and the team had dedicated defensive and tactical coaches. However, Xia Hui had the most authority on offensive matters. On the training ground, Xia Hui won over the young English players with several precise shots. In football, everything speaks through performance. It's that simple. The advantage of a young coach was the ability to lead by example on the pitch. So everyone held high expectations for the Chinese forward as well. Alright, let's start training. Cruz, how are things in England? Not bad except the weather. Just tell me what you need. Oh, I just wanted to ask about the transfer situation. Didn't I send you the latest transfer list? Bentik, Pogba, Martinez. Campos and Winstanley have some talent. But we still haven't found a center back who meets your requirements. Oh, you're following my instructions that strictly. I was just making a casual suggestion. But I don't take things casually. Don't test my execution ability, okay? Alright then. Speaking of center backs, I do have a ready candidate in mind. Wei Changing stroked his chin, recalling some videos he had seen. Clumsy Maguire. My aircraft carrier turn. Get up. My head is big. Kick it to me. Harry Maguire from Sheffield. Huh. Cruz was stunned on the other end of the line. The last time Wei gave such a specific instruction was when he told him which stock to short. Yes, that's the one. A friend of mine, Xing Yu, says this young man has great potential, worth at least 80 million. Really? Sheffield United doesn't have the best relationship with us. It might be a tough transfer. Haha, Cruz, you actually know about derby culture now. Sheffield United is in the championship. What are you afraid of? Use our usual methods. No matter what it takes. Find his parents, find his ancestors. I want to see him playing for Rotherham this season. Show me your execution. Cruz on the other end seemed to sigh and reluctantly said okay. Undeniably, Cruz's execution was world-class. After having Porter and the others study Harry Maguire's video footage overnight, everyone agreed that the young man indeed had the ability to play in English League Two. Cruz immediately arranged for Winstanley to rush to Sheffield United to negotiate the transfer. Sheffield United's relegation had worsened their financial situation. They weren't bitter local rivals with Rotherham, at most a neighborly relationship of mutual disdain. Otherwise, Sheffield wouldn't have lent them their stadium. Winstanley was authorized by Cruz to raise the offer, but was repeatedly warned not to include any selling clause. The final transfer fee was set at 7,000 with an additional 1,000 after he played 20 league matches. The 8,000 price was one Sheffield United couldn't refuse. Maguire was called to the club office for a private chat with Winstanley. The Sheffield United U18 starter was initially bewildered. Hearing that a club wanted to sign him was almost unbelievable. Not a loan, but a transfer. Yes, Harry, a transfer. And we guarantee your playing time with double your current wages. What was happening? A pie falling from the sky. God, they say boys with big heads don't have bad luck. The only dissenter was Sheffield United manager Gary Speed, who had planned to promote the youth player to the first team only to see him sold off by the club. On January 20th, Rotherham officially announced the signing of 18-year-old Sheffield United youngster Harry Maguire. After the spring festival, time quickly passed to mid-February. Wei Changing led the team in training at Kunming Hagum. This time the squad was even larger with 40 players. From these, 20 would be selected for the overseas training camp in Egypt. On February 12th, 3 days before departure, Wei Changing asked a national team staff member who had been handling the players' passports, "How are the passports coming along? When will they be sent to Kunming?" The staff member named Bao Su avoided eye contact. Team leader Wei, the person in charge, is still on Spring Festival leave and hasn't returned to the FA yet. The Spring Festival holiday is long over. Why isn't he back at work? He took annual leave right after the holiday. So because he's not at work, this can't be done. He said the passports are ready but locked in his personal drawer and he doesn't have the key. Then break open the drawer and get the passports. He said there are personal items in the drawer that he doesn't want exposed. Besides, even if we got them out, it would be too late. Wei Changing realized something was amiss. The person on leave was either malicious or incompetent or both. Fine. You're all just great. I'm really sorry, team leader Wei, it's our fault. Bao Su forced an apologetic smile as he watched Wei Changing turn and leave, letting out a cold snort. Without passports, they couldn't leave the country, delaying everything that followed. It was a major oversight. The person on leave would naturally be criticized, but the criticism would come from Zhu Yongchao of the National Team Management Department. Only he would know how harsh the punishment would be. As the under-23 team leader, Wei Changing would end up with a poor impression from his superiors, possibly even a year-end evaluation, noting ineffective execution. Wei Changing immediately informed Coach Boschkoff of the situation. The veteran coach frowned, suggesting they might have to postpone the trip. Wei Changing suddenly thought of Zhu Tianqing, the girl who said she studied law abroad. "Hello, you haven't called me in ages. My mom asked if you dumped me. My bad. It's an emergency, sis. I need your legal advice. What did you do something wrong? I just want to know, is it illegal to open someone else's drawer without permission?" Opening someone else's drawer without consent, even if you don't take anything causing property damage, constitutes theft. Wei Changing now realized how malicious the trap was. They were forcing him into a corner, setting a pitfall for him. "Alright, thanks a lot." After hanging up, Wei Changing called Lung Yuan. "Director Wei, hello." Lung Yuan's tone helped calm him down. "Hello, I need to consult you on some foreign affairs." "Go ahead. Can I go abroad without a passport?" "No. Even if you fly out, you can't leave the airport. Because you don't have a visa issued by the destination country. Unless what?" Wei Changing was frantic, but Lung Yuan seemed completely unruffled. This girl sure knew how to keep someone in suspense. Lung Yuan seemed to chuckle on the other end. "Unless you have the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, contact the Egyptian Foreign Ministry and ask their embassy in Beijing to issue emergency visas for the under-23 team. Contact the Ministry of Foreign Affairs." Wei Changing was utterly defeated. He didn't know anyone there. "I do have a friend at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs." Wei Changing caught her implication. Did she have a solution? Beautiful Lung, stop keeping me in suspense. If you have a way, just tell me. Promise me one condition. At a time like this, even if it meant giving himself up, had agree. What condition? I haven't thought of it yet. Put it on my tab. Fine, whatever you say. First, report this to Director Yu and Director Wu. Have the FA send an official letter to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs explaining the situation. It would be even better if the General Administration of Sport could send a letter. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs will then contact the Egyptian embassy in Beijing to expedite the matter. My friend at the ministry should be able to help. They have good relations with the Egyptian embassy. Okay, no problem. I owe you a huge favor. From now on, you're my savior. When Wu Di learned about the incident at the under-23 team, he fell silent for a long time. He also realized this was no ordinary case of negligence. Alright, I understand. He'll arrange for the Foreign Affairs Department to send a letter to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Director Wu, I think it would be more effective if the General Administration sent the letter. I'm alright. He'll try. Asking superiors for help over such a trivial matter was embarrassing, but Wu Di also thought it was time to let the leadership know about these underhanded tactics. If they were going to mess with someone, they picked the wrong person by targeting Wei Changjing, who was on Director Liu's radar. Those who tried to trip him up didn't realize they had stumbled over an elephant. Upon receiving the letter from the General Administration of Sports Foreign Affairs Department, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, following the principle of handling special cases, quickly contacted the Egyptian embassy in Beijing to help the under-23 team obtain temporary visas. By 8 p.m. the night before the team's departure, everyone had received their visas. Wu Di called Wei Changjing again. Don't go on the overseas training camp. We have a league work summary meeting on the 19th, and you should attend. It will be good for you. On February 19th, the Chinese Football Association held the 2010 Chinese Super League and Chinese League One Work Summary and Commendation Conference at the Shanghai National Football Training Base. Yes, you read that right. A commendation conference. An annual affair. As a cynic might put it, with football played so poorly, what face is there to commend? Yet for those working in Chinese football, the significance of the meeting was immense. Attendees included not only Wu Di and Yu Huchen from the CFA, but also regional directors, representatives from 30 Super League and League One clubs, and match supervisors. Wei Changjing and Lung Yuan, representing Qingli and Company, sat in a corner of the venue. The conference proceeded harmoniously, with the morning session dedicated to commendations and the afternoon session focused on announcements. The CFA released the Professional League Club Access Standards and the Professional League Club Review and Super. These two documents were fundamental policies aimed at achieving the separation of management and operations in professional leagues. Flipping through the thick stack of papers, Wei Changjing nodded inwardly. There were indeed wise minds within the CFA. At the very least, the documents demonstrated solid systemization and logic, though they lacked foresight into future trends. The report failed to anticipate the rise and fall of money-fueled football, thus unable to devise measures to circumvent or prevent it. However, who could foresee the trajectory of Chinese football? Besides, that wasn't his purpose for attending. His gaze frequently drifted toward Yu Huchen and Zhu Yongqiao. Whenever Zhu Yongqiao sensed his stare, he would lock eyes with him unwaveringly. Zhu Yongqiao had no choice but to avert his gaze involuntarily. Wei Changjing turned sideways and whispered to Lung Yuan beside him, "Find an opportunity to establish contact with these club managers and investors. Arrange a time, and we'll visit them one by one." As a representative was still speaking on stage, Wei Changjing leaned close to Lung Yuan's ear to speak. A strand of her hair brushed down, and his breath against her ear tickled slightly. Lung Yuan nodded, jotting down Wei Changjing's words in her notes, then turned her head away. Her face felt warm, and her heartbeat quickened considerably. What was happening? The day's meetings concluded with a seminar scheduled for the following day. The seminar was of high caliber, attended by General Administration Director Lu Kunpeng, as well as football legends Su Gunbao, Jin Jiang, and Rong Zhixing. Wei Changjing also spotted a familiar face, his Uncle Wang. He remained seated in a corner, refraining from greeting him, not wanting to prematurely reveal his connection with Chairman Wang. However, Lu Kunpeng then whispered a few words to Yu Huchen beside him. Yu Huchen walked over to Wei Changjing with a stoic expression. "Shaowei, Director Lu wants you over there." Wei Changjing pointed at his nose, confirming Director Lu asking. Yu Huchen nodded, as if stepping on a thorn, yes. Then he turned back. Wei Changjing straightened his clothes and followed to stand before Lu Kunpeng. "Shaowei, I've heard of you for some time. You represent Chinese youth football. Come, let me introduce you to some seniors. Learn from them in the future. You're young and inexperienced, so don't let pride get the better of you." Lu Kunpeng, like a benevolent elder, introduced Wei Changjing to the assembled football veterans. "This is Chairman Wang from Wanda, an entrepreneur with immense contributions and passion for Chinese football. Chairman Wang, thank you for your donation to the Youth Football Fund." Wang Jianlin smiled and waved his hand, saying. Lu Kunpeng turned to Wu Di beside him and said, "Since Shaowei is here, let's test him today. Give him an hour this afternoon to present on Qingli and Company and report to the seniors." "Shaowei, any problem?" The request was sudden, carrying a hint of examination. Yet no one would pass up the chance to shine before the leadership. "No problem, Director Lu. I'm just afraid he'll talk too much and bore the leaders. A newborn calf fears no tigers. Go prepare. You don't need to attend the morning session. The surrounding veterans, all seasoned in the game, understood that Lu Kunping's series of actions sent a clear signal. He liked Wei Changjing and asked everyone to take care of him. During the afternoon presentation, Wei Changjing performed adequately. He reported on the progress of the Youth Football League matches. The Youth League mainly utilized winter and summer breaks for matches, avoiding situations where students couldn't participate due to exams. Feedback from the Ministry of Education was also positive, as the influence of young idols and reality show filming turned football into a star project on campuses. The number of boys playing football increased significantly thanks to Wei Changjing's introduced football coach accreditation system. Many school physical education teachers participated in youth football training and coaching certification exams, and some retired professional players found second career opportunities. Some classes even hired external coaches for school-level matches. The prosperity of an industry is measured by the number of jobs it creates. After reporting this, Wei Changjing shifted the topic to the selection of the U-23 national team. Though slightly off topic, it was part of youth football, and Lu Kunping didn't stop him. Wei Changjing demonstrated the data-driven selection process, astonishing many of the veteran attendees. We used to watch matches region by region, tape by tape. Now cameras and computers, no AI, have already compiled the statistics. Player data at a glance. Is it really that magical? Let me add a side note. Thanks to the Youth Football Fund, our support for youth football has been continuously strengthening. Originally, subsidies were to start in 2011. But for the better development of clubs, with the consent of Director Wu and other leaders, the Youth Football Fund will compile 2010 youth player participation data and issue retroactive payments. The club managers present couldn't help but feel delighted. With 1,000 yuan per player per year, clubs like Yanbian East Asia and Xinhua, where half the squad consisted of players under 23, would receive 5,000 yuan per team. For some poorer League One clubs, this was like the Youth Football Fund covering their costs and even giving them extra money. Who wouldn't be happy about that? People couldn't help but recall the Liaoning Tigers of 1999, who nearly reenacted the Kaiserslautern miracle. If such subsidies had existed back then, coupled with their own revenue generation, things wouldn't have turned out as they did. It was simply a case of being born at the wrong time. After the presentation, Lu Kunping asked Xiao Wei, the idea of subsidizing youth training through the Youth Football Fund is excellent. Who made such a suggestion? It's truly forward-thinking. Director Lu, it's the result of drawing on advanced international experience and collective wisdom. Wei Changjing thought to himself, what's so great about this idea? In a couple of years, ride-hailing apps like Didi would emerge using dual subsidies to capture the market and quickly dominate the industry. Freemium models to acquire users and build platforms covering express premium rides, designated driving buses and freight, creating a mobility ecosystem. This dual subsidy approach was already old hat in the internet world. Recently, Luo Min, editor-in-chief of Sports Weekly, had been experiencing some happy troubles. First, a collaborating football journalist posted a Weibo article titled "Closed Door, U23 Meeting, Wei Changjing's Outburst," sparking a huge uproar. Today, Luo Min received another tip-off from the same source: U23 national team passports locked in a drawer by a staff member who was on leave and couldn't open it. The U23 team nearly missed their flight as a result. The issue was resolved only through urgent processing by the General Administration of Sport, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and the Egyptian Embassy in China. It seemed like an innocent mistake, but such a basic error during the U23 team's preparation revealed a lot. Luo Min quickly verified the news through his own channels and confirmed its authenticity. Lao Ran, tell me the truth. Who leaked this to you? Luo Min called the journalist named Ran Xiongfei again. Editor Luo, you know the rules. I can't reveal the source. Anyway, I'm telling you up front, if you don't want to publish it, I'll take it to other media outlets. No, we'll definitely publish it. Luo Min sighed. Since he couldn't get anything out of him, he let it go. Alongside the front page news of the CFA Commendation Conference, the story of the U23 team nearly missing their flight due to passports also drew widespread attention from fans. One fan remarked, even the lady at our neighborhood office wouldn't make such a basic mistake. But at least it got resolved in the end. I just want to know what happened to the person who was on leave. After the two-day conference ended, Wei Changjing headed straight to the National Team Management Department at the CFA. As soon as he arrived, adjusting his clothes, Lu Mingbo, who had just returned from leave, was sitting in a chair eating breakfast. You have the nerve to eat breakfast. Don't you think you owe me an explanation? Wei Changjing grabbed Lu Mingbo by the collar and cursed loudly. Director Wei, what are you doing? Wang Feng, who had accompanied him to Shanghai, tugged at Wei Changjing's arm, trying to calm him down. What am I doing? I want Director Zhu to give me an answer. Bastard, you take leave and stop doing your job. Come on, let's go find Director Zhu and sort this out. Wei Changjing dragged Lu Mingbo by the collar all the way to Zhu Yongchao's office. Zhu Yongchao was startled at the sight of Wei Changjing, then said sternly, Wei Changjing, what do you think you're doing? Remember your position and where you are. Wei Changjing threw Lu Mingbo onto the office sofa. The office was soon surrounded by onlookers. Lung Yuan stood by the door with her arms crossed while others from the national team management department dared not approach. Wei Changjing's fury did not abate. Director Zhu, nothing else. I've been back for days. The association's big meetings the past 2 days kept me busy. Do you have time now to give me an explanation? What explanation? This bastard handled the U-23 team's passports. He went on leave, annual leave, and locked the passports in a drawer. Isn't that a serious dereliction of duty? Tell me what should be done about it. Zhu Yongchao softened his tone. Xiao Wei, I've looked into this. I heard it didn't end up delaying the U-23 team's training camp. I've already had Lu Mingbo write a thorough self-criticism. See, the report is right here. Zhu Yongchao picked up a stack of papers from his desk and handed them to Wei Changjing. A self-criticism? Huh. Wei Changjing sneered, crumpled the report into a ball, and hurled it fiercely at Lu Mingbo's face. Perhaps due to the high-quality paper used by the CFA, the ball left a bruise on Lu Mingbo's face. A written self-criticism, and that's it. If the U-23 team had missed the flight, the losses for booked hotels, training grounds, and warm-up matches would amount to around €1.0, roughly €9.0 RMB. I want to ask who would cover that loss. You, Lu Mingbo. Article 397 of the Criminal Code, abuse of power or dereliction of duty causing significant losses, carries a sentence of up to 3 years. Maybe we should ask Director Chun from the Supervision Department whether you'd be convicted. Zhu Yongchao's face turned ashen, but no loss was incurred, right? No loss. I've been running around cleaning up your mess. Director Wu was woken up by my call in the middle of the night. The General Administration sent an urgent letter to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs at dawn, and the ministry contacted the Egyptian embassy overnight. You call that no loss? His words left Zhu Yongchao speechless. It couldn't be called a loss, but it had alarmed leaders at every level. Wei Changjing's words were somewhat unreasonable, but when he tried reasoning with them, they played dirty. Now that he played dirty, they wanted to reason with him. If I don't teach you clueless people a lesson today, who knows who else will cause me trouble in the future? Wei Changjing grabbed an ashtray, pretending to strike Lu Mingbo. If Zhu Yongchao had been quick-witted, he would have intervened. But perhaps intimidated by Wei Changjing's momentum, Wei Changjing thought to himself, if this ashtray actually hits, it'll be hard to justify. At that critical moment, a cool voice stopped him. Director Wei, calm down. Lu Mingbo was nearly scared out of his wits, cowering on the sofa, too afraid to move. Wei Changjing took a moment to compose himself, then switched into his award-winning acting mode. He placed the ashtray back on the table and said to Zhu Yongchao, if Director Zhu can't give me a proper answer by tomorrow, it'll go to Director Yu. If Director Yu has no answer, it'll go to Director Lu. You figure it out. With that, he turned and walked out of the office. Lung Yuan followed a few steps behind, also leaving the National Team Management Department's territory, leaving the stunned crowd behind. Thanks. Wei Changjing slowed down to let Lung Yuan catch up. For what? That idiot Zhu Yongchao didn't stop me. If you hadn't spoken, I would have cracked Lu Mingbo's skull. Don't forget, you still owe me a favor. Don't worry, it's valid for life. The incident of Wei Changjing causing a scene at the National Team Management Department seemed to have never happened, with an eerie silence within the CFA. The next day, the department issued a notice demoting and reassigning Lu Mingbo for delaying the U-23 team's departure. Director Wu and Director Yu offered no comments. At the end of February, Lang Xiaonong, general manager of the CFA's Super League company, submitted his resignation to the board. In 2010, amid the anti-gambling and anti-corruption campaign, he had taken charge of the Super League company during a crisis. By 2011, when things improved, he was pulled down. Born in 1947, this veteran had dedicated most of his life to Chinese football, and in Wei Changjing's view, should be considered a monumental figure in Chinese football. In March 2011, the Super League company began an open recruitment for general manager with a resume deadline of March 15th. On the 16th, the HR department screened 40 resumes and ultimately selected 3 qualified candidates. Among the applicants were former Goan star Zhou Ning, Guangdong football figure Lu Xiaowu, and a journalist named Ma Dexing. All 3 were directly rejected by HR. Lu Jun, the boss of Shenzhen Guantong Advertising Company and entrepreneur from Chengdu and Qinglian companies, Wei Changjing advanced to the final interview. Rotherham's recruitment had concluded by the end of January. Potter had reinforced the entire central spine from the goalkeeper to the striker. Wei Changjing had never imagined they could loan Pogba to League Two. However, Cruz informed him that the players on Wei Changjing's list were indeed unavailable for loan. Pogba, however, was an exception. His contract with Manchester United was set to expire in August 2012. His agent, the notorious European vampire Raiola, wanted to negotiate terms with United CEO Ed Woodward. Unfortunately, the brash young Pogba had fallen out with the fiery Manchester United manager Sir Alex Ferguson. The reason was that Ferguson had failed to fulfill his promise of giving Pogba first-team playing time. One was young and reckless, the other fiery-tempered. The two simply couldn't coexist. Raiola's negotiations with Ferguson were also unsatisfactory, and he told Pogba, "My dog wouldn't sign that contract." It seemed that until Ferguson retired, Pogba would have no chance to play for the first team. So Manchester United reluctantly loaned their youth academy prodigy to Rotherham. Another reason was naturally that Rotherham paid double wages for Pogba, along with a substantial loan fee. According to Cruz, Woodward was cut from the same cloth as him, with Wall Street blood flowing through their veins. Maximizing value was his goal. Cruz understood perfectly what Woodward wanted. Raiola, who earned commissions from player wages, would certainly not turn down an unexpected windfall. Regardless of whether Pogba renewed his contract, being able to play matches was paramount. Thus this loan deal proceeded so smoothly. Potter was satisfied, Manchester United was satisfied, the agent was satisfied, Ferguson was satisfied, and Pogba had no complaints either. Pogba integrated quickly, and his midfield talent soon became evident. His ability to surge forward, his organizational skills, and a certain degree of physicality. As long as he was paired with a midfielder to handle the dirty work, he could be confidently deployed on the pitch. His only flaw was a tendency to get carried away and be provoked by the wily veterans of League Two. Maguire also integrated smoothly. After all, they were both from South Yorkshire, practically hometown friends in the broader context of England. He quickly bonded with the other English players. He soon earned the nickname, the Arrogant One. In response, Maguire explained, "No confidence without substance is arrogance. But I, Maguire, am the embodiment of strength." On the pitch, he certainly met the coach's requirements. After just a few matches, he transformed from the Sheffield lad, in the fans' eyes, into the sunshine, open-minded big boy. The Argentine Martinez immediately secured a starting position upon arrival. One must commend Coach Potter's audacity here. Installing an 18-year-old goalkeeper as the starter was undoubtedly a high-stakes gamble. Winning meant gaining an excellent keeper, losing would invite fan criticism at best, and at worst a dismissal that could jeopardize his career. Potter won the bet. Martinez proved to be a player with a big heart. He was ruthless with himself in training and remained composed against opponents during matches. With him guarding the goal, the fans gradually felt a sense of security. As long as the defensive line didn't gift goals, the goalkeeper was as steady as a rock. Potter's transformation of the midfield and defense was beginning to show results. The only headache for Potter was the two strikers. The big dark-skinned Bentic had yet to find his scoring touch, and Wu Lei, while possessing skill and characteristics, seemed somewhat out of place in the tactical system. Wu Lei's strengths suited him as a counter-attacking striker, but Rotherham's current style of play wasn't defensive counterattacks. Their approach was more English, tough, direct, and straightforward, much like most League Two teams. With no other choice, Potter deployed Wu Lei as a left midfielder, giving him more space to operate in depth. But anyone could see that Wu Lei was playing hard, but also struggling, often being tactically substituted after 60 minutes. In 5 matches, he started 3 and came off the bench twice. Wu Lei had witnessed the brutality of League Two, which was no easier than the China League One. "We can't let him play anymore, Xia," Potter said worriedly to assistant coach Xia Hui. "If this continues, his confidence will be completely shattered." In Rotherham's tactical room, all the coaching staff, in January's matches, Potter experienced both wins and losses, but the team's position hadn't fallen behind. The players' integration was progressing. Potter still adhered to the 442 formation. Today's agenda was how to integrate Wu Lei and Bentic into the tactical system. After all, they had cost the club over €1 million. Bentic is suited as a target man up front. He might lack technical finesse, but his passing awareness and ability to occupy defenders are fine. Campos, who had strongly advocated signing Bentic, spoke first. "Then where do we put Lafondra? The team's top scorer would likely be unwilling to be relegated to the bench. Lafond can capitalize on chances around Bentic, no problem. Wu Lei can rotate with him. Wu Lei isn't suited for a role around the center forward. I think he could play as a right winger. He's also played left wing for the national team," Xia Hui said. "No, gentlemen, I have a question. Are we really going to field 3 strikers in a single match?" asked tactical coach Durasso. It was a philosophical question of offensive and defensive balance. The group fell silent, and the discussion returned to square one. Potter then stood up as if a decision had been made. "Gentlemen, I think we should try 4,231. The eyes of the others lit up as if a new possibility had dawned on them. "My idea is this. In the 442, Bentic and Lafondra rotate. When Bentic plays, we design a specific target man tactic. Against weaker opponents, why not just go with 3 strikers? Wu Lei on the right, Lafond on the left. Our fullbacks are strong enough, at least they won't get overrun. In midfield, we have Pogba now, and Navarro can focus on defense. I think Pogba along with 3 forwards will be enough to cause chaos. What do you think?" Who gave Potter the courage? Was it Liang Jingru? No, it was Pogba. "I think it's feasible," Durasso nodded. After another half-month of integration, Rotherham's starting lineup finally began to take shape in mid-March. Goalkeeper Martinez, substitute Warrington, left-back Tom, Nevin, center-backs Maguire, substitute McGivern, Cresswell, right-back Danny Code, central midfielders Randall Lone, Navarro, attacking midfielder Pogba Lone, left winger Lafondra, substitute Kevin Allison, right winger Wu Lei, substitute Nicky Law, striker Bentic, substitute Thomas Moore. Soon his tactics began to yield results in the league. March 2nd, Port Vale 10 Rotherham, March 5th, Rotherham 31 Crewe, March 12th, Oxford United 12 Rotherham, March 19th, Rotherham 11 Shrewsbury Town, March 26th, Burton 24 Rotherham. Rotherham achieved a record of 3 wins, 1 draw, and 1 loss in March. Potter was named Manager of the Month. Wu Lei opened his League 2 goal account in the match on the 5th and scored in the subsequent 3 games. Rotherham's fans were already singing songs about Wu Lei in the stands. On March 16th, the meeting to elect the general manager of the Chinese Super League company was held on the 9th floor of the Football Association building. Due to the content of the meeting, a large number of journalists gathered outside the Football Association. Employees of the CSL company were on high alert, prohibiting filming. The journalists could only linger at the entrance, hoping to intercept a familiar face from the FA for a few questions. It's a pity about Director Lang having to retire for a second time at his age. An older journalist couldn't help but sigh. I heard that Wei Changjing from Qinglian Company is also attending the interview today. Doesn't that mean he's the predetermined choice? I think so. Don't you know? He almost set Zhu Yongkai's house on fire over the Olympic team passport incident, and Zhu didn't even dare to squeak. I heard about that. Zhu has backing in the National Management Department, but he ran into someone even more prickly. If you're wrong, I bet he won't be selected. Why? Why? The crowd turned their gaze to the confident journalist. Why? Because the real power broker at the CSL company now is still Yu Huchen. The general manager has long been decided, but it's not Wei Changjing. A man passing by the journalists paused slightly, turning his head to glance. The journalist didn't notice his look and continued, "That CEO of Guantong Advertising, Lu Jun, is the anointed one. If you don't believe me, wait for the result. If I'm wrong, he'll treat everyone to Nam and hot pot. If I'm right, same deal. TCH, who would bet with you? Knowing there's a fix, and still betting, wouldn't that make you a fool?" The passerby was none other than Lu Jun. Of course, Wei Changjing wouldn't take the elevator upstairs like Lu Jun. As soon as he arrived at work, he slipped into WW Sports to drink coffee, waiting until it was time for the interview, before heading down since they were in the same building. Wei Changjing glanced at his watch. Almost time. He went for the interview. Lu Dongling waved her small fist, giving an encouraging pump. "Go for it, brother Wei. Good luck." Taking the fire stairs to the 9th floor, Wei Changjing saw a girl with short hair and a round face standing in the hallway. He hadn't seen her before. She was quite pretty. The ends of her short hair were tied into 2 small braids, and her delicate, radiant face held a blend of purity and allure. In the half-light of the stairwell, she seemed like a fairy who had strayed into the mortal world. Before Wei Changjing could say, "Excuse me," the girl spoke first. "You're Wei Changjing, right?" "That's me." Was he really this famous now? "You're going for the CSL general manager position?" "Yes." "Don't go. You won't get it." With that, the girl clattered down the stairs. How strange. A perfectly nice girl, but she only speaks the blunt truth. Entering the interview venue, Wei Changjing greeted the 8 board members. Yu Huchen sat at the head of the conference table, also a board member. Wei Changjing went to the other side of the table and projected his campaign document onto the screen. The document naturally contained content about commercializing and maximizing the commercial value of the league company. But Wei Changjing hadn't put all his ideas in the proposal. He was afraid those shameless people would pick a predetermined candidate and then plagiarize his work. He had to play it safe. Next was the QA session, which consisted of some innocuous questions like how to handle the relationship between Qinglian Company and the CSL company, or how to achieve goals. The QA session ended. Yu Huchen said, "Xiao Wei, that's all for today. Go back and wait for the news." "Okay, Director Yu." "Oh, just now I heard some media outside talking nonsense, saying our general manager was pre-selected." "Director Yu, words are fearsome. Public opinion can melt metal, and a repeated rumor becomes truth. We need to manage public opinion." Having said that, Wei Changjing nodded to everyone present and slipped away. Yu Huchen's face immediately froze. Several other directors were inwardly amused, struggling to maintain their composure. They certainly knew about Yu Huchen's predetermined general manager, and they had to go along with it, but that didn't mean they agreed with his choice. Let's hear what this Lu Jun has to say. Lu Jun walked into the meeting room, and the same process began. The interview process for the CSL company general manager was complete. After a 5-day wait, the CSL company held a press conference to announce the appointment of the new general manager, Lu Jun. The flashbulbs blazed. Journalists raised their hands eagerly. The one who had suggested the hot pot bet nearly stood up. "Director Yu, there are many rumors that the CSL general manager was pre-selected. What is your response?" Yu Huchen showed an indignant expression. Since its establishment, the CSL company's management has primarily consisted of football professionals, leading to a singular business model, a lack of long-term development planning, and inadequate branding strategies. Therefore, we decided to conduct an open recruitment. I don't know where the rumor of a predetermined selection comes from. First, who has the power to predetermine it? The decision for this recruitment rests with the board, and in the end it was a unanimous democratic vote. Although the process was brief, the procedure was legal. The journalists inwardly jeered. If allowed, they would have liked to use a lie detector for the interview. "May I ask, Wei Changjing from Qinglian Company also applied for the general manager position. Why wasn't he selected?" "Comrade Wei Changjing's work is outstanding, but he lacks experience in managing professional leagues. Moreover, he needs to focus his efforts on the youth and junior leagues. After comprehensive consideration, he was not selected. Is experience in managing professional leagues a key criterion? May I ask, does Mr. Lu Jun have experience managing a large corporation? May I ask, what is Mr. Lu Jun's future work plan? Lu Jun's election was a done deal. Yu Huchen selectively skipped over the sharp questions. Lu Jun said, "My goal is to get the CSL company listed on the Hong Kong Stock Exchange within 3 years and double its overall value." The unelected Wei Changjing showed no sign of disappointment. He sat in Wang Jianlin's office drinking tea and chatting. "Tell me your thoughts. If I add Wu Dis influence, or even your uncle's, and pressure Yu Huchen, he might have to compromise." "Uncle Wang, you said it yourself, that would be a compromise." "A compromise means he's unwilling. In future work, he would still be my direct superior, and I would be constrained in whatever I want to do. What I need is to make it impossible for him to constrain me." "Oh." Wang Jianlin found he understood this young man less and less. "Allow me to keep you in suspense. The CSL general manager has a 6-month probation period. We'll see what happens then. In the meantime, I need to go have a chat with Chairman Su Jiayin and a few other bigwigs." "What can you talk to them about?" "If it's about money, they probably can't offer you much more." No, Uncle Wang. Let me put it this way, Qinglian Company and Wanda are all-weather strategic cooperative partners. With them, it's just a strategic cooperative relationship, not partners, and not all-weather. Because their focus isn't on football. But I still need to leverage their power. All right, I'll wait and see. Wang Jianlin pondered Wei Changjing's words. His curiosity piqued again. "Where did you learn this habit of leaving people hanging?" The overseas training results of the national Olympic team were quite positive. They played 4 matches against several Egyptian youth teams, achieving 3 wins and 1 draw, which also tested the mettle of some players. The training exposed the irresponsible attitude of the national management department staff, which was not directed solely at Wei Changjing, but at everyone. 20 people departed from China plus 5 overseas players. The staff had brought exactly 25 sets of match jerseys, not a single spare one. They claimed the sponsor didn't provide more. Which sponsor would be so stingy? Some players' jersey sizes were wrong and couldn't be exchanged, so they had to train wearing assistant coach's clothes. The other players were all in long-sleeve training gear, while this one wore a short-sleeved set. The players couldn't help teasing him, saying he looked like the coach had personally taken the field. Fortunately, Wei Changjing didn't go to Egypt. Who knows if he would have lost his temper on the spot. More dramatically, on February 25th, a massive riot erupted in Egypt. A curfew was imposed in the capital Cairo. Outbound flights were grounded and internet and mobile communications were cut off. If the national Olympic team stayed any longer, they risked total annihilation. They managed to return to China as soon as possible on March 1st, a Chinese version of the Great Escape. After the Hebei elite youth team departed for Sao Paulo, Brazil, in early March, Dalian Shirta Football Club announced it would select 11 U15 boys to study football in Spain. Shirta would provide 1 million RMB in funding. Similarly, the Youth Football Fund would still cover the costs of the domestic coaches leading the team. Tian Xin stayed in England for about a month. During this time, besides helping Wu Lei settle into his residence and taking care of some daily necessities, he also met with many English agents. Taking the opportunity to discuss Pogba's loan deal with Raiola, he connected with this renowned European agent. A big fat man and a little fat man, they hit it off immediately. It was said that Raiola even intended to make Tian Sun his agent in China, but Tian Sun declined. "Mr. Raiola, I won't become your employee. I have my own agency in China too. My goal is the same as yours, to become one of the best agents in the world. Haha, young man, I like you. At your age, I had already made my first $1,000,000. You still have a long way to go. Of course, when the time is right, I'll help recommend players to play in China. Oh, then I look forward to our cooperation. If you can't find me, you can contact my partner, Ms. Pimenta. She might have suitable candidates for you." Raiola was just being polite. He never imagined the tidal wave that Chinese money-fueled football would create. A foreign player in the Chinese Super League could earn the 9th highest annual salary in the world. In 2011, going abroad to play football was no longer profitable. With so much hot money flowing in the Chinese football market, even stars like Anelka and Drogba could be brought in. How could slightly less accomplished Chinese players fail to make money? If you can earn money at home, who would choose to go abroad? The professionalization of European football turned players into a profession. If I can't play well at company A, I go to the slightly worse company B, like Navarro drifting at Rotherham or Pope. It's just a job. Everyone knows their own level and what they can earn, and the club's players are fully aware. So even if 1 or 2 wealthy backers buy a club, their money only plays a role in the transfer market and doesn't benefit the players too much. A 15-25 salary increase is common. Dreaming of a 5 or 6-fold increase. Don't even think. Money-fueled football happened because too much cash flooded the market, making Chinese players feel their value was on par with world-class stars. This distorted mindset led to no players going abroad and the stagnation of the overall development level of Chinese professional football. In December 2010, an agency called Tianxia Football quietly opened its doors in Beijing. This low-key company suddenly recruited over 30 agents and sent them to football schools and clubs across the country. Many agents received their calls, and the question was direct: are you selling the player contracts you currently hold? In 2010, the best player Zheng Ji earned an annual salary of around 2 million. A starting player in the Chinese Super League earned about 6.0 to 1.5 million. The standard agent commission was 10 of the annual salary, averaging about 1.000. So selling a contract was simply a matter of looking at the player's remaining contract years and salary, making it easy to set a transfer price. Some thought contracts would become more valuable in the future and wouldn't sell. Others felt it was a good time to let go and would sell. Every agent at Tianxia Football held a list. This was player information screened from EW Data Company with transfer valuations and salary estimates marked behind the names. Such confidential salary data was of course obtained from public legal aid records. Hey Race 3.0, take your hands off my player. Agents from Tianxia Football often did things like Step 1, recruit players from the Chinese national youth teams under U23. Of course, some younger potential players couldn't be missed either. If you already have an agent, he'll cover the buyout and give you a substantial signing fee. This is the power of capital. Every agent at Tianxia Football wondered just how deep their boss pockets were aiming to sweep up all players under U23 in China. It's not exactly a small amount, but is it a lot? A few hundred million should be enough. Tian's son felt a pang in his heart every day looking at the cash-burning statements. As the head of the sports agency under WW Sports Investment, he held a 15% stake, and the company's current valuation was 100 million. As Wei Changjing put it, this made calculations easier. WW Sports gave him 50 million renminbi as initial startup capital. If they kept spending at this rate, they could probably only sign 100,200 players, most of whom were players like Jin Jingdao. But Tian's son believed in Wei Changjing's words: stand in the wind, and even a pig can fly. In the wind of money-fueled football, you can take off too. Something fell off, but Brother Wei was right. March 23rd was the closing date for the Chinese Super League transfer window. This year's transfer fees totaled 20.08 million euros, 7.5 times last year's 2.68 million. Arriving in Guangzhou again after 8 months, Wei Changjing dialed a number. Xiaofeng. Brother Wei. The voice on the other end sounded pleasantly surprised. I'm in Guangzhou. Want to meet? Okay. When he saw Feng Jianzhang again, the young man had shed some of his greenness and become more mature. The sharpness of youth radiated from him uncontrollably. What have you been busy with lately? Nothing much, still the same. After you left, it was the Asian Games. Recently, I've been helping the FA with the restructuring of Evergrande's Youth Academy. The association released new access mechanisms, and we're all cooperating to implement them. Take some leave and drive me around. Okay, no problem. Feng Jianzhang recalled their first meeting as if it were. Although Wang Jianlin looked down on Su Jiayin as a rival in business and football, Su Jiayin was just another Wang Jianlin. When building the Wanda dynasty, Wang Jianlin would bring a suitcase of cash into the locker room, promise huge rewards, and the team would fight with all their might. During the Evergrande era, boss Su also offered rewards of 1 or 2 million per goal. Money-fueled football has always existed, but it became a common phenomenon starting in 2011. Wei Changjing didn't think there was anything wrong with Su Jiayin spending 15 billion on football. Compared to his 2 trillion in debt, this amount was nothing. As for how the money was spent, it needed some correction. In Evergrande's chairman's office, Wei Changjing met Su Jiayin. Boss Su's personal secretary was a mature woman in her 30s. Her looks were average, but a woman in such a position always had something special. Wei Changjing sat on the sofa. The secretary exchanged a few more words with Su Jiayin before leaving the room and closing the door. Director Wei, sorry for the neglect. Su Jiayin said with a smile. It's all right. Director Wei, you are young and promising. I also think the youth football fund is a good thing. I heard Chairman Wang immediately invested 10 million. No, donated 10 million. How about this? He'll donate 20 million first. What do you think? 20 million. Wei Changjing remained expressionless, which made Su Jiayin a bit dazed. I said 20 million, not 2,000. Can you show some respect for my money? Wei Changjing touched his nose and finally revealed a slight smile. Chairman Su, thank you for your generosity. But I don't like owing favors. I'd like to discuss Evergrande's next 10 years with you. How about it? Su Jiayan's face changed slightly, then returned to normal. It seemed this young official's appetite was bigger than that. My time is limited, Director Wei. I have a meeting in 10 minutes. It won't take 10 minutes. 5 will be enough. In my hand is a strategic assessment report from an American consulting firm. The calculations are based on available market data and field research. This report is worth 1 million euros. Consider it a welcome gift from me. You try to crush me with money. I may not have money, but I can throw a coin back at you. Su Jiayin glanced at the report cover, produced by Muddy Waters Research. He had heard of this company. Last year, they wrote the report that shorted Dongnan Paper, a company worth over $200 million. For listed companies, Muddy Waters was a bird of ill omen. Being targeted by them never ended well. Evergrande had just gone public in November 2009, making Su Jiayin China's richest man with a net worth of 44.2 billion. It was this halo of being China's richest man that gave him an even bigger appetite. Wei Changjing continued in 2010. Evergrande established a cultural industry group to learn from Wanda's commercial real estate layout. Revenue has been consistently loss-making. Evergrande currently has assets of 104.5 billion and liabilities of 83.1 billion, a debt ratio of 80. However, 60-70 of Evergrande's assets are land parcels that have been acquired but are yet to be developed or under construction. In my view, such assets have a high discount rate. If the capital chain breaks, you'd be lucky to recover 30 of the value. I want to say more, but I'm not a professional. I just want to focus on football. I'm not interested in how Chairman Su leverages but I must remind you, Chairman Su choosing the right direction is more important than running hard. Glancing at his watch, Wei Changjing said, less than 5 minutes. Done. No need to see me out, Boss Su. Without waiting for Su Jian's reply, Wei Changjing rudely opened the door and left. The female secretary walked in. Su Jian frowned. Have our advisors look at this report. Give me the conclusions tonight. Call Director Zhu at the FA and ask about the background of this kid surnamed Wei. The secretary acknowledged and was about to leave. Wait, don't call Director Zhu. Wang Jinlin gave him 10 million at the drop of a hat. I offered him 20 million and he didn't take it. First, look into his background. In Chinese, officialdom conversations are always full of implied meanings. Subordinates need the insight to read between the lines to advance. Choosing the right direction is more important than running hard. What did that mean exactly? Su Jian frowned. How could a man in his 50s be so easily brainwashed by a young man? Leaving Su Jian's office, Wei Changjing got into Feng Jianzhang's car. How did it go, Brother Wei? Chairman Su just wanted to give me 20 million. I didn't take it. I've really gotten full of myself, Wei Changjing sighed. Feng Jianzhang was stunned. Truly, Brother Wei. Since they parted last year, Feng Jianzhang had been following Wei Changjing's moves. He believed that an official who could have such a good conversation with Coach Ma Mushing and focus on youth football wouldn't stay dormant forever. Sure enough, the establishment of Qinglian Company, the Asian Youth Championship victory, and the founding of the Youth Football Fund, a series of measures that made him feel proud. Unfortunately, apart from June 27th, he hadn't been involved in any of it. Today, Wei Changjing sought him out. He believed Brother Wei must have something for him to do. The car merged into traffic and the skyscraper of Evergrande's headquarters gradually blended into the surrounding buildings. Let's go eat at the Canton Tower. I need your help with something. Okay, Brother Wei. Virum. Feng Jianzhang instinctively floored the accelerator, nearly throwing Wei Changjing back in the passenger seat. I told you to drive, not to send me to the afterlife, you brat. Yes, Brother Wei. Feng Jianzhang smiled, showing no sign of slowing down. At the revolving restaurant atop the little waste Canton Tower overlooking the entire city, one naturally felt a sense of dominating the world. How much budget do you think a normal club needs to operate? Wei Changjing asked. That's hard to say. From what I know, a China League One club needs about 10 million a year to start. A mid-table Chinese Super League club needs at least 30 million with no upper limit. For China League 2, about 5 million a year is enough, Feng Jianzhang replied. Do you know how much the CSL company's bonus distribution is? About 2 million or so. Close enough. Have you ever played Football Manager? Wei Changjing asked. Oh, yes. Then what do you think about running a football base in a club? Feng Jianzhang, though somewhat prepared, still felt his head spinning. Brother Wei, your thinking is too jumpy. Played Football Manager, so now I should run a club. What's the difference between that and playing Monopoly and then going to the stock market? Brother Wei, isn't that a bit rash? It is a bit rash. But time waits for no one. The 2011 season has already started. To register would have to wait until next year. Do you think a year is enough to prepare a club? I mean, isn't it too rash to let me run a club? Feng Jianzhang himself hadn't noticed another logical flaw. Who would fund the club? Why would Wei Changjing want him to handle this? Wait. Well, let me start from the beginning. You've seen this year's transfer market, right? As hot money pours in, the operating costs of Chinese football will keep rising. I want to create a benchmark model to prevent these clubs from just burning money. If we can't do it right, what reason do those clubs have to operate normally? Of course, that's the first layer. The second layer is that I've already discussed a new model with the Ministry of Education, a pilot program for integrating sports and education to build a national youth football academy. This needs someone to explore and practice. You may not be the most suitable person, but you are the one I trust the most. This cycle is long. You need to endure loneliness and never forget your original intention. Wei Changjing looked at Feng Jianzhang, his words sincere. That night, Chairman, we have evaluated the muddy water. Unfortunately, the data they listed are all true. Some are from our IPO annual report, and they have also falsified some false figures from the annual report. It is foreseeable that if they publish this short report, it will have a significant impact on our market value. It might even affect our cash flow. Su Jian frowned in thought, then said, contact Muddy Waters. Well, by the report, they just want to extort some. Chief strategy expert Dong Zepping said, as far as I know, Muddy Waters is an American firm. They are a wholly. If they proactively approach you to show you this report, there might be a chance to buy it out. If not, then the buyer is likely the person who gave you the report or he commissioned the report. He has been targeting you for some time. Su Jian suddenly remembered Wei Changjing saying this report is worth 1 million euros. He thought it was just boasting. Now in hindsight, compared to evaporating billions or tens of billions in market value, the cost of this report was nothing. He thought Wei Changjing had handed him a feather, but now he realized it was a massive device loaded with uranium-235. If handled poorly, it could explode in his hands. China's richest man could instantly become China's most indebted man. After dismissing the strategy expert, the female secretary stepped forward to report her findings. Wei Changjing has recently come under the close attention of Bureau Chief Liu Kunpeng from the General Administration. In the recent CSL company recruitment, he was not selected. He is currently the team leader of the National Olympic team. Not long ago, he caused a scene in Deputy Director Zhu's office at the National Management Department, handling a subordinate employee who was negligent in their duties. Various signs indicate that his career goals are not limited to youth leagues, but extend to professional leagues and even the national team. Hence the conflicts with Director Yu and Deputy Director Zhu. Their relationship is likely not good. The secretary not only had the ability to gather information, but also to process and judge it. Su Jiayin now understood why Wei Changjing said choosing the right direction is more important than running hard. It wasn't chicken soup for the soul, it was a warning laced with a threat. Wei Changjing's grandfather was a first-generation sports ministry official with students all over the world. His uncle is the director of the International Department of the General Administration of Sports. His father has been doing business in the U.S. for a long time. Information on his assets is hard to trace. We are still following up. After hearing about Wei Changjing's backing, Su Jiayin couldn't help but smile bitterly. That makes sense now. Wei Changjing is probably sent by some big shot to warn him not to choose the wrong side. Wei Changjing also said he has no interest in Evergrande's market value. He only wants to improve football. That means he's not trying to make a huge demand. As long as we focus on football, everything will be fine. Contact the Youth Football Fund. Evergrande Group donates 30 million renminbi, with another 30 million each year for the next 2 years. Notify the relevant managers, continue to receive and entertain FA leaders normally, and handle public relations as usual. However, from now on, try not to schedule my events with Director Yes. The secretary nodded. After she left, Su Jiayin flipped through Wei Changjing's file again. Awe-inspiring, truly awe-inspiring. In late March, Wei Changjing, accompanied by the resigned Feng Jianzhang, traveled to nearly all of China's major football clubs under the pretense of inspections and fundraising. Wealthy clubs made symbolic donations of 300,000 to 500,000 yuan, while those strapped for cash grasped Wei Changjing's hand, pleading for his generous assistance. After completing the circuit, they had become familiar faces. Their final destination and the chosen site for both the football club and academy was Wuhan. Wei Changjing, Feng Jianzhang, and Lu Dongling sat in a cafe by the riverbank. Brother Wei, why choose this place? Shouldn't we pick a city without football, or one with a strong foundation? You're right. Your points are all valid. But as I mentioned before, I have a pilot cooperation project with the Ministry of... So Wuhan is the city that suits us best. Now I can share the specifics with you. Wei Changjing spread out a newly purchased tourist map of Wuhan. First, we need to acquire a piece of land and develop it. I've already negotiated with Boss Yin of Wuhan Zoll to purchase this land under the name WW Sports. Here we will build a football park. Not a football training base. No. A football park. Football without public participation is lifeless. It will at least become a weekend leisure spot for Wuhan residents while also balancing the project's income and expenses. Don't say football is a money-losing venture. First think about how to make it profitable. Within this plot, besides top-tier training fields, there will be other sports, basketball and esports. Among these, we will focus on developing esports, aiming to become the top domestic team within 3 years and winning a world championship within 5. This is the future trend. This is what a true sports company should do. Look at European clubs, including those in Japan and South Korea. They are constantly expanding their breadth and depth to attract more attention and participation. Lu Dongling grew restless and raised her hand. I want to be in charge of esports. I'm a gaming expert. All right, no problem. It's yours. Wei Changjing smiled. Feng Jianzhang was clearly still adjusting to Wei's grand vision. He had thought it would just be a youth academy and a club, not such a vast blueprint. Could it truly be entrusted to him? Now the league club admission terms require each club to have at least one women's team, so we can't neglect that either. Wei Changjing also had a selfish motive. Wang Shuang, the female Messi and future hope of the nation, was from Wuhan. He had to secure that. The club's brand must be built quickly. Once established, launch nationwide advertising and recruit players across the country without regard to cost. I've already arranged for headhunters to find youth coaches in Europe to come to China. They should arrive in about a month. Initially, our scale will be 3 age groups, 16 to 18 years old, totaling 48 players. Each age group forms a tier. I've negotiated with the Wuhan Education Bureau, and they will allocate teaching staff to educate our players. Wuhan, a hub connecting 9 provinces, boasts convenient transportation and most importantly ranks second in educational resources in China. In this country, most children have felt the terror of being dominated by Huanggang exam papers. Our players' academic goal is at minimum to gain admission to a 211 university. Wuhan has 46 undergraduate institutions. As long as they get in the youth academy, we'll provide full scholarships. At the same time, these institutions will pre-recruit a group from our school. I aim to cultivate the most intellectually sharp players in the nation. Also sponsor amateur football and university football within the region. Cast a wide net and plant many trees. Brother Wei, why spread the net so wide? Feng Jinzhong asked, perplexed. In economics, there's the concept of economies of scale. Once an industry expands large enough and its chain is broad enough, it generates absorption and regeneration. Sports competition is the same. The sports industry is a composite one requiring technical personnel training and peripheral operations. Wuhan can radiate to so many young people, students, and football professionals. Your job is to scale the entire club and ultimately maximize its commercial value. Professionals will manage the football school and club, so don't worry. Dongling. Lu Dongling responded, Brother Wei, all talent recruitment is underway. Tian's son told me his agency will gradually shift its personnel search toward the two projects you mentioned. Good. Wei Changjing raised his coffee cup. Lu Dongling raised her cup. Feng Jinzhong also raised his feeling as if it weighed 1,000 pounds. To the first step of our sports empire, cheers. While Wei Changjing roamed the country, the Chinese Super League company was far from calm. In the meeting room at Shanghai base, the Professional League Council was in session and several local football associations were causing an uproar. Representatives from the Liaoning, Shandong, Shanghai, and Tianjin football associations proposed a motion to increase regional subsidies. Originally, each CSL and China League match provided 2.0 yuan in subsidies to the local association, but the four representatives argued that with rising labor and utility costs, the subsidies should be appropriately increased. The meeting, originally scheduled to end at 4 p.m., dragged on past 5. Yu Huchen, presiding, was at his wits' end as the younger members of the associations grew increasingly assertive. He also felt the subsidies were too low, but he dared not make the decision. The pie was fixed. A bigger slice for one meant a smaller slice for another. Giving more to the local associations would reduce the final share for the clubs, effectively forcing the clubs to bear the cost of the match zones. We only get about 2 million a year, and we cover the venue and security costs. If we have to subsidize the associations more, it's just an extra burden on us, a hot-tempered club president declared. He couldn't care less about the local association officials accompanying him. Play by the rules or take the game elsewhere. Nowadays, teams changed names like they change clothes. Today it's Guizhou Renhe, tomorrow it's Beijing Renhe. No difference. The two sides remained deadlocked and the matter was deferred to the next meeting. Another reason Yu Huchen hesitated to make a decision was that the Chinese Super League company was truly strapped for cash. Though 2011 marked the dawn of the golden era of football, it enriched clubs and players, not the league company. Just as the CSL was about to kick off in April, its three main sponsors had withdrawn, leaving only Harbin Beer as a sponsor, not even as the title sponsor. The league's naming rights were destined to go bare. They had struggled to secure barely half of last year's sponsorship revenue, a paltry 50 million yuan. All clubs were cursing the newly appointed Lu Jun. You bastard, weren't you aiming for an IPO? How can you not even secure a sponsorship? Lu Jun had approached tycoons like Wanda, who politely declined, saying they had no plans to sponsor the CSL. Lu Jun realized that being the general manager of the Chinese Super League company was a thankless job. Advertisers who once called him brother had vanished. Only one or two close contacts were frank with him. Chinese football was still in a slump with limited brand value. If they had money, it was better to invest in less controversial areas. Why step in a pile of crap? Meanwhile, the Qinglian Company and the Youth Football Fund had amassed over 100 million. Just a few days ago, a press conference announced that Evergrande Club had donated 30 million to the fund, with another 60 million over the next 2 years. Yu Huchen called Su Jiayin, but was brushed off. How could the league company not be anxious? They wanted to emulate Qinglian's three-tier sponsorship policy, but copying homework was never easy. Lu Jun wasn't in football for the sport, he was there for the money. He dreamed of a three-tier sponsorship system, but looking at his subordinates, he could only continue whining and dining his old connections. Yet Lu Jun's efforts weren't entirely fruitless. In mid-April, Ledman Optoelectronics signed a cooperation agreement with the Chinese Super League company. Ledman will provide LED displays for CSL club home stadiums totaling 3360 meters and will have the marketing rights to the second-ring advertising boards for the 2011-2016 seasons. Setting aside whether this resource sponsorship deal was favorable, the order of the announcement was suspicious. Normally, after both parties sign a contract, a joint announcement should be made. How could a sponsor issue a sole announcement? Observers noted that the second-ring ads over 5.5 years could be worth up to 270 million yuan. Yet Ledman only had to provide 70 million yuan worth of equipment to claim those ad revenues. A classic case of interest transfer. Once exposed, the situation spiraled out of control. Lu Jun had to clarify, claiming that with Ledman it was only a preliminary memorandum, not a signed contract. Ledman, however, insisted it was a genuine contract, asserting that as a listed company, they wouldn't lie. The Ledman representative even staked their reputation and integrity on the claim that there was no interest transfer in the agreement. Believe it or not, I choose to believe. A legal expert noted, a preliminary memorandum is just a letter of intent which cannot be announced. As a listed company, Ledman must know this or they'd face penalties from the Securities Regulatory Commission. After Ledman's response, its stock price plummeted as an invisible hand shorted them. The short selling triggered a sell-off in Ledman's stock. It took 3 days for the situation to stabilize, but by then the stock had lost 60 of its value. Wei Changjing watched the fluctuating red and green lines on the stock screen, lit a cigarette, and muttered, "Damn boring." Shorting it only made about $30 million, not even enough for a club's annual spending. A video window was open on his computer. Cross ignored Weiss' humble brag. "Boss, you definitely sabotaged Ledman's sponsorship of the CSL. Sabotaged. It's called the people's eyes are sharp and investors are voting with their feet, okay?" April's stock market was turbulent. Amid a thriving economy, the overall market was improving. But with the release of Muddy Waters reports, 3 stocks, Renault International Highroad Channel and Global Water, plummeted. Cross, who had been positioning short-selling funds for nearly a year, quickly closed the net, driving these 3 snowballs down the slope faster and faster. When an avalanche occurs, no snowflake is innocent. Ledman Optoelectronics was just a couple of fruits Wei Changjing casually knocked down. Su Jiayin also saw Muddy Waters' short-selling reports. 3 short reports caused the market value of 3 companies to evaporate by billions within days. Boss Su felt a lingering unease. The $90 million had been well spent. Let's talk about the results. $60 million. Through this operation, we've recovered a total of $680 million. The return rate is... Well, never mind. My readers don't care about such flashy numbers, they just want to know how it'll be spent. Interrupting someone like that is rude, boss. Cross showed no sign of anger. What next? He was a bit eager. What's Apple's stock price now? You mean Steve Jobs' Apple? Yes. Currently at 35.14. Up about 10 from good. 200 million into Apple. Understood. Cross clicked his mouse without any hesitation. 200 million flowed into NASDAQ. 10 years later, Apple's stock would rise 14-fold. No investment could match that return. With ample funds, Wei Changjing could make long-term moves. 200 million into Tesla stock. Cross respect for Wei Changjing deepened. His decisions were crisp and decisive without any hesitation. After all, he was spending 200 million, not 2 yuan. By the way, Cross, you should buy a Tesla car. I hear it's quite good, but I wouldn't recommend using its autopilot. Remember that. Boss, I prefer gasoline cars. Electric vehicles don't interest me. No, you need to be interested. Use the remaining 200 million to operate on your own. I want to see what you can achieve. I suggest you focus on new energy-related industries while maintaining a short position on oil. Cross' expression twitched. He probably couldn't surpass Wei Changjing, but maintaining a 10-30 investment return was achievable. Oh boss, I already reported our results to Mr. Wei Sr. He transferred another $300 million to round it up. Oh really? Silent fatherly love only expressed through money. Better not. He works hard enough. Tell him to focus on his business. Don't worry about me. Boss, do you really not know what Mr. Wei does? Cross asked, puzzled. Never mind him being nosy. You should ask him yourself. Wei Changjing ignored Cross, muttering. Use the remaining 30 million to invest in domestic media like Weibo. I need some media influence. 30 million for the football school's construction. The leftover change goes to Rotherham. They should have a big plan. Oh, and there's something else I need you to handle. Rotherham was thriving. Their tactics were continuously refined. Everything takes time to get used to. After getting used to chatting up beauties, you try to invite them home. After getting slapped, you update your pickup lines. Football is the same. After familiarizing themselves with the 42-31 formation, Potter experimented with different player combinations, honing both the players and his own on-field command skills. Continuous victories boosted the confidence of players and fans. Rotherham had climbed from 10th to 2nd place. As long as they didn't mess up, promotion was almost a certainty. In mid-May in Tehran, a bearded, middle-aged man turned into a corner cafe. A man in a hat was already waiting. No one following you, the man in the hat asked cautiously. Relax, buddy, it's not our first time. Better safe than the man in the hat peered outside again before relaxing. They sat in the darkest corner of the cafe under a dim light. The Omanis are generous. This much, the bearded man said, waving his hand with 5 fingers. 5,000,000. They've become generous. Their new FA chairman wants to qualify for the Olympics. To them, 5,000,000 is a small number. All right, I know what to do. Give it to me the usual way. No problem. Pleasure doing business, old friend. Zhang Jilung departed for Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia that same day to fulfill his duties as chairman. Wei Changjing, on the other hand, rushed to Shanghai on June 1st to prepare for the match between China and Oman on the 19th. Coach Bora submitted the final 26-man roster, which included 3 overseas players: Wu Lei from Rotherham, Zhang Qingdong from U.D. Leiria in Portugal, and Wang Yang from Cercle Brugge in Belgium. In his 2.5 months in League Two, Wu Lei had already scored 7 goals. He was gradually gaining recognition from clubs in the league, though scoring was becoming increasingly difficult. Zhang Qingdong and Wang Yang were merely substitutes or rotational players on their respective teams, struggling to secure playing time. They both envied Wu Lei's more favorable overseas experience. As the domestic league season had already begun, the national U23 team's training sessions were fragmented. The squad trained together from the 1st to the 8th, then returned to their clubs for league matches before regrouping on the 12th. The constant travel was exhausting. The overseas-based players were not required to arrive in China early, they only needed to join the team on the 12th for joint training. For the final list, Coach Bora selected 6 players from Xinhua: Wang Dalei, Wuxi Song Buoxuan, Jiang Jejun, Dong Shuesheng, and Chao Yunding. Including Yin Junling and Wu Lei from East Asia, there were 8 players from Shanghai clubs in the national team, a fact that was expected to garner them more support from Shanghai fans. When he saw Coach Bora, Wei Changjing noticed the old man looked unwell. "Hello, Bora. How are you feeling?" "Wei, long time no see." "I'm doing well, and you?" Bora Blazevik might not have known the Chinese idiom hit it off instantly, but he had taken a liking to this young man ever since Wei declared at the Shanghai base, "As long as I'm here, no one will be allowed to fill a post without proper qualifications." "You seem a bit unhappy, old man." "Haha, not at all. The match is in a few days. I'm worried it will be difficult to execute some of the more complex tactics. So I think it's best if we just practice some set pieces and focus on building up our stamina for now." Indeed, at this stage, even the best tactics require solid physical fitness to back them up. Gloomy prospects: U23 team's qualification in doubt. Who can carry the banner for the U23 team? Following the Asian Games, the media had branded this U23 team as the weakest in history. Of course, their arguments were not without merit. The players in this squad were slightly inferior in both skill and influence compared to previous generations. If the pessimism in the news media was somewhat civilized, the posts on the internet were dripping with sarcasm. But if ranting could solve problems, the world would belong to the keyboard warriors. Wei Changjing dared not engage in a verbal battle with those keyboard warriors just yet, at least not for now. On June 5th, Wei's contact Brother Long called him. "Xiao Wei, the referees for the 2 matches have been confirmed. Ravshan Ermatov from Uzbekistan will officiate in Shanghai, while Mohsen Torki from Iran will handle the away game. I've looked at both their records. Ermatov is a good referee, he's officiated at the World Cup. Torki, on the other hand, might cause us some trouble. But there's nothing we can do, the referees are already set. Even though I'm the acting president now, I can't change it. I can only try to arrange for a few decent assistant referees." Wei Changjing sighed. Indeed, there was no other choice. Brother Long had done his best. It seemed some things in history were impossible to change. Compared to the Chinese referee cursed by local fans, this Iranian referee was the true card master. In 2005, during an AFC Champions League match, Shandong Luaning played away against Al Ittihad. Torki sent off Zheng Ji and Balsan in the second half, leading to Shandong's devastating 7-2 defeat. In 2007, during a match between Hong Kong and East Timor, Torki issued 7 yellow cards. In 2008, in an AFC Champions League match where Goan played away against Kashima Antlers, Torki sent off left-back Zhou Ting in the first half. The following year, again in a Goan match, he sent off Lang Zheng. In 2010, during the East Asian Football Championship, Torki sent off both Du Jinyu and Su Yunlong. It seemed this Iranian referee harbored an irreconcilable vendetta against Chinese teams. On June 19th, at Shanghai Hongkou Football Stadium, with the sound of the main referee Ermatov's whistle, the match between the Chinese U23 team and the Omani U23 team officially began. China's starting lineup was goalkeeper Wang Dalei, defenders Wuxi Rao, Weihui Zheng Li Jianbin, midfielders Zhang Linpeng, Jiang Jejun, Chao Yunding, Zhang Yuan Bari, forward Wang Yang. The match unfolded just as the media had predicted. In the very 3rd minute, a corner kick for the U23 team led to a counterattack by Oman. Central defenders Zheng Zheng and Li Jianbin collided with each other, allowing Oman's number 10 Al Farsi to seize the opportunity and break the deadlock. Wei Changjing stood beside Coach Bewley, his expression as dark as water. The memories of his past death relentlessly assailed him, drowning him in a suffocating sensation. "After all I've done in this life, can I still change nothing?" The Chinese team launched a counterattack, but their shots were often off by a hair's breadth. The fans' fervor, once high at the start, had waned into listlessness by the end of the first half. Coach Bewley's face grew even grimmer. After exhausting himself with warm-ups, drills, and tactical briefings, his team could barely perform at half their potential during the match. And this was on home turf. He dared not imagine how the Olympic team would fare in an away stadium where temperatures soared to 40 degrees Celsius. Still, a 0-1 deficit wasn't the end. There were 45 minutes left. "Boys, the game isn't over. Get back on the pitch and show them what you've got," Coach Bewley said, scribbling on the tactical board to motivate the players. The players rallied once more. The Shanhua FC members gave it their all, driven by loyalty to their former coach and a desire to prove themselves before their hometown crowd. Yet Wei Changjing felt something was lacking. A national team head coach needing a translator to deliver his inspiring words to the players. This inevitably diluted the impact. The Omani team displayed exquisite technique and seamless coordination, but they were not without weaknesses. Had this been the Korean team, they would have employed full-court pressing, exhausting the West Asians with relentless running. They also had a star like Sun Heung-min to seal the deal. Had this been the Japanese team, they would have used short pass penetration to dominate possession against Oman until the opponent made a mistake. They also had Takashi Usami to finish the fight. Wei Changjing glanced at Wu Lei still sitting on the substitutes bench and couldn't help but shake his head. It wasn't that Coach Bewley disliked Wu Lei or doubted his skills, but the current Olympic team, much like the former Rotherham, lacked the tactical framework for Wu Lei to shine. From the veteran coach's decision to deploy speedsters like Zhang Yuan and Bari, it was clear he aimed to exploit fast passes and runs to create gaps, then rely on tall striker Wang Yang or latecomer Chao Yunding to finish. Wu Lei's prowess was undeniable. He excelled in counterattacks. But in positional play, he needed assist. Wei Changjing felt Wu Lei resembled David Villa. With players like Mata, Iniesta and Xavi behind him, every run Villa made was justified. But with Gerrard and Lampard behind him, the magic might fade. Not due to their lack of skill, but because the tactic, perhaps even Zhang Shizhe in midfield, would have better chemistry with Wu Lei. Wu Lei, get in there. Over 50 minutes into the match, Coach Bewley called for Wu Lei. The score remained 0-1. It was time to intensify the attack. Tactical compatibility be damned. After Wu Lei entered, China's offensive surged, and Oman shifted to defense. Zhang Yuan's shot even struck the goalpost. Yes, keep it up. Coach Bewley's face lit up. At this pace, China would surely equalize. Just as everyone felt the tide turning in the 73rd minute, Chao Yunding's sliding tackle struck the opponent's ankle squarely. The Omani player collapsed with a scream. Referee Ermatov pulled out a card, red. Damn it. The call was fair. Chao's tackle was diagonal, with his studs showing. Coach Bewley froze on the spot. This was his student, the one he had painstakingly trained for a year. The old coach swayed, nearly falling. Chao Yunding walked back to the dressing room with his head down. With 10 against 11, China could no longer dominate Oman. Wei Changjing lamented fate's cruel irony. Before even encountering biased refereeing, China had already received a red card. If this were an away game, would they be feasting on cards? The 90-minute match finally ended. The players slumped to the ground as if they had endured 90 minutes of imprisonment. Wei Changjing walked onto the pitch, lifting them one by one, urging them to apologize to the fans. From the stands, the fans' curses of traditional virtue CTMD echoed in a chorus. Li Bing approached Wei Changjing and said, "It's not Xiao Chao's fault. Just now an Omani player touched Xiao Chao's head when the ref wasn't looking and taunted him." So, Wei Changjing waved his hand, indicating he understood. Since becoming a football professional, this was his first taste of defeat. This failure was inextricably linked to him. At the post-match press conference, journalists had already set up their cameras and microphones ready to conduct a rigorous interrogation. Coach Bu led the way, followed by Wei Changjing, with Captain Wang Dalei bringing up the rear. The 75-year-old man was somewhat stooped, despite his efforts to straighten his back. His fatigue was unmistakable. Wang Dalei gazed at the old man's figure, feeling a sorrow that a youth his age should not have to experience. Just last year, after the Chinese Olympic team lost to Japan in the Asian Games, he had lashed out at the media on Weibo and angrily confronted fans, resulting in a suspension by the Chinese sports delegation. After that, it was Coach Bu who, overruling all objections, brought him back to the Olympic team. It was the old man who placed the captain's armband in his hands, and the elder who told the media, "A child who errs deserves a chance to correct himself. Wang Dalei is the best goalkeeper and the best captain in my heart." Looking at the pale-faced old man, Wang Dalei's vision blurred. As they took their seats, the reporters, like hyenas catching the scent of blood, surrounded a lion that had lost its territory and bombarded him with questions. Coach Bu Wu Lei, as an overseas player, has scored 7 goals in the English League too. Why wasn't he in the starting lineup? The Chinese central defensive pair made such a massive error today. What caused it? You started 7 players from a Shanghai club and didn't select some from the Northeast. Was this a regional consideration? How will we respond in the next match? The veteran coach patiently answered the reporters' questions. Clearly unsatisfied with his responses, they prepared to continue their interrogation. Wei Changjing tapped the microphone before him. "Dear friends from the media, the entire team deeply regrets today's loss, but we hope you will retain your confidence in the team and support us as we move forward." A reporter indignantly retorted, "Playing like this, how do you expect us to support you?" Those around him echoed this. Today's match is just a microcosm of the current state of Chinese football. Even if we had won, there would still be much work to do. Everyone is welcome to channel their energy into offering constructive advice for Chinese football. Team leader Wei, a win is a win and a loss is a loss. Don't dress it up so grandiosely. Winning the match is what truly matters. Wei Changjing struggled to control his emotions. Indeed, competitive sports were brutally cruel. The victor reigns supreme. Coach Bu nudged his arm, signaling him to save his breath. "Have you all seen the match statistics?" The reporters fell silent. How could they have obtained the data so quickly? If not, you can open your laptops and check the official EW website right now. Look at today's running data for the Olympic team, check the players' technical stats. Football is a sport full of unexpected events. Today, based on the data, our team was not inferior to our opponents. We only had issues in certain areas. The coaching staff and players gave their utmost effort. They are not as incompetent as some of you have insinuated. They can walk off the pitch with their heads held high. Wang Dalei, sitting nearby, lifted his head and looked at this familiar, yet unfamiliar team leader. He was a man of clear likes and dislikes, held no great fondness for Football Association officials, and rarely exchanged words with them. He couldn't understand why Yin Junling and Wu Lei always sought out this team leader for chats, as if they were a bunch of sycophants. But today he realized he was wrong. In the midst of the storm, only this team leader had stepped forward to staunchly defend Coach Bu and argue with the media. He finally understood why Wu Lei and the others were willing to gather around Wei Changjing. The reporters logged onto the EW website. Indeed, as Wei Changjing had said before, Chao Yunding was sent off. The Chinese players' running, passing, and threatening passes were far superior to the opponents. Aside from the mistake in the opening 3 minutes, there was nothing to criticize. After being reduced to 10 men, they held firm against the opponent's counterattack, and the team's total running distance still matched the opponent's. The press conference concluded. Even though the data explained some things, some chose to ignore it because insults were easier. It was easy to imagine that tomorrow's front-page headlines would be filled with scathing critiques of the Olympic team. After spending a night at the hotel, the team began to pack their bags. The next match was on the 23rd. They had to fly non-stop to Muscat, the capital of Oman, for the away game. After a 13-hour flight, the moment they stepped off the plane, they were hit by an overwhelming wave of scorching heat. The temperature soared to 40 degrees Celsius, exacerbating everyone's already irritable mood. Children, don't worry. We only need one goal to bring the game back to the same starting line, the veteran coach encouraged the players as they disembarked. Accompanying the Olympic team to Muscat was Wei Changjing's old adversary Yu Huchen. After the match in Shanghai, Yu Huchen had summoned Wei Changjing to his room for a harsh reprimand, describing the team as lacking spirit, lacking fighting will, and lacking tactics. A team with nothing. You have failed miserably as a team leader. Perhaps no previous team leader of the Olympic team had ever received such a high level of treatment. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. Grabbed by the short hairs, Wei Changjing tried his best to keep his distance from Yu Huchen to avoid being berated. As the group arrived at the hotel, Coach Bu, who was walking at the front, suddenly stumbled and fell to the ground. Coach Bu. Old man. Coach. Everyone frantically helped Coach Bu into the hotel lobby. The team doctor quickly determined that it was not a simple case of heatstroke-induced unconsciousness. After more frantic efforts, Coach Bu was rushed to a hospital in Muscat. Gentlemen, Mr. Blazevik will need to rest in the hospital for some time. We have found a shadow in his lungs suspected to be a tumor. Pathological tests show cancer cells. Everyone looked at each other in shock. Coach Bu lay in his hospital bed, looking at them apologetically. I'm sorry, gentlemen, for hiding my condition from you. It was discovered back in May. Misfortune always strikes the weakest. Yu Huchen paced in circles in his hotel room. It was already early morning on the 21st, less than 48 hours before the match. It would be inhumane to ask Coach Bu to get up and command the day after tomorrow's game. So who would take charge of the match on the field? Yu Huchen glanced at Blazevik's 3 assistants, shook his head, then looked at Li Bing standing nearby, just as he was about to speak. Wei Changjing interjected, Director Yu, since Coach Bu can't command, I think I should take over. Yu Hanshin was taken aback, then said sternly, Xiao Wei, this is no time for jokes. Do you have any experience commanding an international match? I have a level coaching certificate. I commanded a U16 match during my studies in Dortmund. I am willing to sign a military pledge. A military pledge? Yu Huchen furrowed his brow. We're not in the army, but there's no room for jest. If I fail to lead the team to the next round, I will withdraw from the Olympic team. No, I should say I will never again participate in any national team-related work. Yu Huchen waved his hand. Your willingness to take responsibility is commendable. We encourage young cadres to shoulder heavy burdens, but rewards and punishments must be clear. Let's go with what you said. We indeed need to fight with our backs to the wall and give it our all. In a few brief words, Yu Huchen had already put Wei Changjing in a tight spot. I've been wanting to deal with you for a while, and now you've delivered yourself to my doorstep. Yu Huchen had no confidence in the Olympic team's qualification. The 40-degree heat had long since scorched away any hope he had. In his view, the current Olympic team was nothing but mud that couldn't be plastered onto a wall, a waste of resources. Since someone was eagerly stepping up to take the blame, he might as well use it. Later he could use this to control Wei Changjing. It was a win-win-win situation. Li Bing's gaze toward Wei Changjing shifted. Having spent many years in the football circle, the last time he had seen someone step up like this was Wei Kun, known as Chivalrous Wei from the Sichuan team. Just a moment ago, when Yu Huchen looked at him, his almost instinctive reaction was to say, I can't do it. But the word can't had stuck in his throat unspoken. He didn't know what he was afraid of. Was it the fear of losing the match? Or concern for his own future? The child who had come from the mountains of Guizhou had almost forgotten what joy football brought him. It was victory. It was the crisp sound of the ball rolling into the opponent's net. It was the burning passion when he first represented the national team. Now he saw those lost things in a young official in his 30s. Then it's decided. He'll inform the team now. Coach Wei. Yu Huchen smiled encouragingly. Whether he feared a long night would bring trouble, or that Wei Changing would change his mind, his efficiency suddenly picked up. The players who hadn't slept were summoned to a hotel room along with a few accompanying media reporters. Yu Huchen announced the decision that Coach Bu was unable to command the match, and that team leader Wei Changing would take over. Some were delighted, some were in an uproar, and some silently questioned. Coach Wei, say a few words, Yu Huchen said. Thank you for the leadership's trust. The veteran coach is stable in the hospital, so please don't worry. Now go back and rest well. We have a training session on the pitch this afternoon. Adjust your state of mind. Dismissed. The news that the Chinese head coach was hospitalized could not be hidden from the Omani team. The Omanis felt as if the heavens were smiling upon them, and some even shouted slogans about defeating China twice to qualify. Iranian referee Mohsen Torki also felt favored by fate. After finalizing that unspeakable deal, another club had come knocking with money. Truly, when fortune comes, there's no stopping it. Today was the day to depart for Muscat, and he drove to the airport. Damn it, why are you all moving so slowly? A beat-up Nissan kept weaving in front of his car, driving infuriatingly slow. He honked twice, but instead of speeding up, the car in front extended a middle finger out the window. Bastard. If I didn't have business today, I'd show you fists the size of sandbags. Torquay turned the steering wheel to overtake. This domestic car of his was bought with the first bribe money had taken, and it was already quite old. When I retire, I'll definitely buy a good car. Bastard. Torquay floored the accelerator, intending to overtake from the left. Suddenly another car running parallel seemed to want to merge into the same lane. No. Oh God. Boom. Clang, clang, clang. On the highway, two vehicles collided violently. Torquay's car shot off the road and slammed into the guardrail. In his daze, he saw someone dragging him out of the car. Thank Allah someone saved me. On the road, safety comes first. Stay away from road rage. Don't drive aggressively, someone muttered as they got out of the car. Is he dead? Someone asked. No. His legs don't seem too badly off, the person replied with a hint of regret in their tone. Just then another car ran over Torquay's legs. Torquay fell into complete unconsciousness. The Asian Football Confederation received news that Iranian referee Mohsen Torquay had been in a serious car accident on his way to the airport and could not officiate the Oman versus China match. The match would have to be officiated by the fourth assistant referee. High-level business warfare often manifests in simple forms. Wei Changing, steeped in the business world in his past life, understood this principle well. From storming into financial offices to grab company seals to locking oneself in an office with a greatsword or bribing a cleaning lady to pour boiling water on a rival's money tree, these were all examples. Many things are often more effective when done directly. If you can't foresee any flaws in a plan, you must have a backup plan. Wei Changing had arranged for Cross to post a bounty on the dark web for Iranian referee Torquay. The bounty used any non-lethal means to prevent Torquay from officiating the Oman versus China Olympic match. The reward, $3 million. $3 million could buy several lives in a small country or hire 6 or 7 average assassins. It could even barely fund a mercenary squad for an assassination. Since you showed no mercy, don't blame me for being ruthless. I've got Torquay, even Jesus can't save him. Lying in the hospital bed with a cast on his leg, Torquay probably still couldn't figure out whether he was having bad luck, had offended Allah or some other deity. Wei Changing led the team in a training session on the pitch, discussing tactics with the assistant coaches. Given the typical slyness of West Asian teams, they would definitely not play an open game against China. They would surely use the home heat to their advantage, focusing on counterattacks and ball possession to drain the Chinese team's stamina. Wei Changing glanced at the roster and began to formulate a general plan in his mind. Since the story began, some memorable characters should have emerged. Let's open a thread here to discuss who would be best to portray them, as it enhances immersion. They'll also include the character biographies I've written. Character biography: Wei Changing, born September 3rd, 1980. Past life: Wei Wu, born November 29th, 1970. Lived in the U.S. for 3 years starting in 1992, returned to China in 1995. Admitted to Beijing Sport University's Economics and Management program in 1998. Exchanged to the German Sport University Cologne in 2002. Returned to China in 2004, became a lecturer at Beijing Sport University. Joined the youth department of the Chinese Football Association in 2005. Became deputy director of the youth department in 2010. Personality combines Virgo's attention to detail, pickiness, and planning with Sagittarius' love for adventure, frankness, and sincerity. Values cultural refinement and cherishes friendship. Grandfather: Yin Jiangqing, retired cadre of the General Administration of Sport. Uncle: Yin Xiaozhong, International Department of the General Administration of Sport. Mother: Yin Xueqing, deceased. Biological father: Wei Jingsheng, American businessman. Stepfather: Zhang Yi. Character divider: male lead: Wei Changing, actor Hu Ge. This character was probably written with the feel of Mei Changsu from Nirvana and Fire. a young general adept in both civil and martial arts reborn after a great life calamity. He embodies the elite business persona, but retains a touch of a young cadre. I remember he played a young cadre role. Male supporting Feng Jianzhong, actor by Jingting. Feng Jianzhang's role mirrors my youth, or rather those cynical years. Dissatisfied with everything, believing I could do better. However, as a young person without connections, our options were limited, so looking back, now it's hard to let go. Regretful, or not, that was our youth. Male supporting clothes, actor Rui Danny. After seeing the actor's photo, he's incredibly handsome. Importantly, this guy looks super cool when not smiling, and when he smiles that charm fits perfectly. Male supporting Liu Bei, actor Wu Lei. This character will have more depth later, he mirrors our youth. Youth should be about chivalrous revenge, acting without regard for consequences, charging 7 times into enemy lines on a white horse with a silver spear. Watch the upcoming story for more. Male supporting Tian's son, actor Tian Yu Lei Jiayin. Unfortunately, Tian Yu isn't chubby enough, though a bit lacking in weight. Lei Jiayin has a simple and honest vibe, but head suit playing Maguire. Male supporting Yin Xiaozhong Wei Changjing's uncle, actor Wang Juwen. Male supporting Yin Jiangxing Wei Changjing's grandfather, actor Jiao Huang. Male supporting Captain Xing, actor Zhang Hanyu. Character divider. Female characters are listed in order of appearance because I haven't decided on the female lead yet. Female, a Lu Dongling, actor Zhao Jinmai. The young girl is no longer a child. Watching her grow from innocence to maturity truly feels like seeing a daughter grow up. Female Bi Hanyu, actor Xiao Songjia. Songjia is highly versatile. I like her role as a pilot in My People, My Country. It fits Han Yes vibe well. Female Si Lung Yuan, actor Yu Wenwen. Initially thought Chi Wei was good, but later felt the previous two's coldness carried a touch of warmth. Hard to describe that feeling, it's a bit conflicted. Female Di Zhu Tianxing, actor Jin Shun. Looks a bit cool on the outside, but is very delicate inside. A bit tough, yet a soft girl. Female E Stairwell Girl, actor Mao Xiaotong. Female F Gui Xixin, actor Yang Mi. On June 23rd, the Chinese Olympic team's locker room was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. The players' gazes converged on the interim head coach Wei Changjing. Wei Changjing looked at the players about to start and said slowly, "Coach Bora is in the hospital now. The doctor said his condition cannot withstand emotional stimulation, so he cannot watch the match. Therefore I will tell him the result the moment the game ends. The tactics have been explained clearly. No one can stop us from pushing through. No one." His words were unhurried, yet brimming with immense confidence and strength. Wang Dalei adjusted his captain's armband and said, "The old man is waiting for us to bring back a victory. That's all there is to it. Even if I have to lay down my life here today, I won't let a single goal in." China. The players' eyes were red, and everyone shouted the 2 words they had been holding back: must win. China must win. The Malaysian referee who replaced Dogi as the head official blew the whistle to start. In the stands, the newly appointed acting president of the AFC Zhang Jilung sat right next to the chairman of the Oman Football Association Salim Al-Wahabi. Dogi's inability to officiate gave Al-Wahabi a vague sense of foreboding, and the sudden arrival of this new executive president made him even more uneasy. "President Zhang, how is it that you have time to come to Muscat? You should have informed us in advance so we could properly host a distinguished guest like you." "Oh, I happened to be going to Qatar for a visit, so I dropped by on the way." Al-Wahabi cursed inwardly. "There are direct flights from Malaysia to Qatar. Why would you need to make a detour here? And even if you came, did you have to bring someone from the FIFA referees committee?" Under everyone's watchful eyes, the ulterior motive was far too obvious. Zhang Jilung only learned about Dogi's accident before boarding the plane, but he didn't dwell on it. Although he couldn't change the referee assigned for China's match, applying political pressure was still within his power. He was also aware of the Chinese team's situation. He was not surprised by Wei Changjing's voluntary request to take charge. Every historical moment needs someone to step up. Times create heroes after all. Watching Wei Changjing, who was directing the match on the sidelines in a short-sleeved shirt, Zhang Jilung thought to himself, "Your big bro Long can only help you this much." As expected, the Omani team adopted a cautious counterattacking strategy from the kickoff, while the Chinese team bared its fangs. Forwards Wang Yang won 9 meters and Dong Shuesheng won 88 meters started the match. On the 2 flanks were Hu Rintian and Wu Lei. In the midfield, Jin Jingdao and Zhang Shizha formed the CCTV is now broadcasting live the Olympic qualifier between the Oman U23 team and the China U23 team. We can see that due to head coach Blazevic's serious illness preventing him from directing the match, team manager Wei Changjing is acting as the coach. China has fielded a very young midfield combination composed entirely of players from the U20 national team. Wei Changjing led this U20 team to win the championship at last year's AFC U19 championship, probably because he is more familiar with these players. The commentator's analysis was correct. Coaches prefer to use players they know well. Why did Coach Bora select 5 players from Shenhua? Not because of their popularity in Shanghai, but because he was familiar with them. Given players of equal skill, one naturally uses those one is comfortable with, so that tactical intentions can be executed more quickly. Of course, another reason was that Wei Changjing did not need to contest the midfield in this match. Wasting energy in midfield battles with Oman in this scorching heat would be playing right into their hands. After 10 minutes, the Omani team realized what the Chinese U-23 team was up to. Quick transitions through the midfield and aerial bombardment. China's tactic was to launch high balls from 45 degrees to find their center forwards. The two forwards in their designated zones aimed headers at the Omani goal as if they were taking penalties. The Omani coach was a bit stunned. This was too brutal. Playing a cautious defense. Fine, then just hunker down in front of the box and wait for the bombing. Xiao Jin watched for the opportunity, take him on. Wei Changjing's wide playmaker tactic remained effective. China's defensive line today consisted of Wu Shizhong, Limping Zheng, and Song Buoxuan. Both Wu Shi and Song Buoxuan were Shenhua players. Under the veteran coach's mentorship, the 22-year-old Wu Shi had become a key player for the team, making a name for himself in the Chinese Super League. Song Buoxuan was in the same situation. A favor of such recognition must be repaid like a surging spring. Wu Shi has the ball. Wu Shi plays a 1-2 with Jin Jingdao on the right flank. He moves into the channel. The Omani defenders are marking China's center forwards tightly. Wu Shi goes to the byline. Cross. The ball finds Zhang Ziz's feet just outside the box. Long-range shot. Goal. The Chinese team scored. The Chinese forward drew the opponent's attention, and no one noticed Zhang Ziz's run forward. Zhang Ziz's shot skimmed the grass and rolled into the near corner past the goalkeeper. In a corner of the Muscat Stadium, dozens of Chinese fans waving the national flag cheered with abandon. On the podium, Washabi rubbed his forehead. Damn it, these useless wretches. To think they were outmaneuvered by an interim coach. Zhang Zhileng's heart was brimming with joy, but his expression remained perfectly composed. He merely sat up a little straighter, conversing with the FIFA officials beside him. The Omani team will definitely turtle up today, waiting for counterattack opportunities. So the defensive line must stay alert to their counterattacking players. Wu Shi, your task is to seize the chance to overlap and deliver crosses. Don't float high crosses. Have the center forward push their defensive line back, aim the cross for the near post, and Shizha, you make the run. Sure enough, just as team leader Wei, no coach Wei, had predicted. Wu Shi and Zhang Shizha embraced in celebration. Tactics, when spoken of, seem complex, yet are actually simple. There are no good or bad tactics, only differences in execution. Wei Changjing's tactics for this match had regressed Chinese football by 20 years. Wing play on both flanks, one tall and one fast striker. The classic 1990s Chinese team approach, brutally straightforward. When Li Bing heard Wei Changjing explain this tactic, he couldn't help but reminisce about the era when he dominated. The Chinese header team was truly fearsome. Back then, even Japan was overshadowed by the Chinese bombers, and West Asian teams were no exception. Wei Changjing's tactic was much like basketball's inside game. I have Shaquille O'Neal, and he'll tell you plainly I'm attacking the paint. Hack a Shaq, and he'll go to the free throw line. He'll let me pass, and he'll dunk right over you. Just when you think I'm playing inside, I start hitting three-pointers. Seeing they couldn't hold the lead, Oman began tentative counter. Wei Changjing had no sportsmanship qualms. During set pieces, everyone dropped back, the tall center forward morphing into a tall center back for man-to-man marking. Only Wu Lei and Hu Rentian stayed up front. China turned defensive too. Only magic can defeat magic, and only a rogue can beat a rogue. Admittedly, the Chinese team wasn't suited for overly complex tactics, nor did they have the mood to practice them. Sometimes asking a player to both attack and defend is too difficult. But tell him to just defend pure defense, and he can excel, like Claude Makelele. The first half ended. Both sides finished with a sense of unfinished business. China felt they should score another to consolidate their lead. Oman believed they should equalize and kill the game. Boys, good first half, Wei Changjing said in the locker room, high-fiving every player. In the second half, we'll split it into 3 segments. First segment, 15 minutes, focus on possession. During this time, conserve energy, maintain possession, and if we lose the ball, press immediately. When we have the ball, keep it under control. Don't give it away. No goals needed in this segment. Understood. Understood. What was there not to understand? Possession and pressing on loss. Second segment, 10 minutes, the opponent will adjust and step up their attack. Theme defense. Wang Yang, Shuesheng, Wu Lei, and Rin Tian will form the first defensive line at the center circle. At the edge of the penalty area, Jing Dao, Wu Shi, and Bo Xian control the channels to prevent them from gaining speed. Stifle their attack, and others drop into defensive positions. Remember, it must be layered. Better to let them get past than to recklessly slide tackle. Your teammates have your back. Indeed, the last match's mistakes stemmed from a lack of communication and trust between the two center backs. Third segment, final 10 minutes, surprise attack. Follow the tactics we designed earlier. But only one chance. If it fails, prepare for extra time. The players felt reassured hearing Wei Changjing's plan. How does a coach win a player's trust? Beyond daily work, tactical deployment on the field adds weight to that trust. When Zhuge Liang proposed the tripartite division of the realm, he won the trust of Liu Bei, Guan Yu, and Zhang Fei. When Wei Changjing used sound tactics to secure a goal, he earned the trust of the Olympic team players. The players felt that following the head coach's instructions would lead to victory. Both sides returned to the pitch and Oman's attack intensified. But their attack fell into China's possession trap. Commentator, Zhang Limping passes to Wu Shi back to Zhang Limping passes, to Jin Jingdao back, to Zhang kicks it left. In Oman's 40-degree heat, even the locals weren't camels. The Omani players chasing back and forth started panting, their pressing rhythm slowing. Wei Changjiang glanced at his watch, signaling the first segment was nearly over. The two center forwards began dropping back to the center circle. The Oman coach stared bewildered for a few seconds. Realizing the situation, he immediately made substitutions, adding more attackers up front to win back possession, for only with the ball could they score. Oman substituted a fullback for a forward. Chairman Zhang, your team is very tenacious, Washabi said, nearly drowsy, trying to chat with Zhang Jilong beside him. Not at all, not at all. The Oman team is highly skilled, we might need extra time. I hope not. I'd prefer to settle it in 90 minutes, so both teams' players don't have to work so hard. Wei Changjiang checked his watch. The match had reached the 75th minute. Assistant coach Li Bing approached him. Coach Wei, the players are warmed up. Compared with Su Maojian, Wei Changjiang and Li Bing had only a standard working relationship. On one hand, Li Bing was taciturn, on the other they hadn't interacted much in the team before. Not until Wei Changjiang became head coach did he seek Li Bing out to study a radical tactic. We see 3 Chinese players standing by the sideline. Interim head coach Wei Changjiang is about to make a triple substitution. Left back Song Buishuan off, replaced by Zhang Qingdong, who plays for Portuguese club Mafra. Zhang Qingdong can play as both a winger and a fullback. Forward Wang Yang off, replaced by forward Bali. Midfielder Hu Rentian off, replaced by Zhang Yuan. We see that although Zhang Yuan played as a winger in the last match, he's a winger at his club. With a 100-meter sprint time of 10.9 seconds, he's known as Little Flying Man. With this substitution, I wonder if Coach Wei is going all out. Could we see China with the ball at the back? Well, there are less than 10 minutes left. The commentator was startled, witnessing a scene had never seen on. Su Maojian and Li Xiaoping were each nursing a can of beer, munching on skewers. Su Maojian said, "That little Wei always goes Alan and never looks back. Either no changes or 3 at once." Li Xiaoping was worried. "Looks like he's prepping for extra time." Clatter. Their skewers fell to the ground. In a Muscat hospital ward, Blazevic, dragging his 4-drip, sneaked out of his room. He heard a TV from another room broadcasting a football match. After 50 years as a coach, he couldn't mistake that sound. Pushing open the door, he found a portly janitor lounging with his legs crossed watching TV. Old B immediately recognized the match as China versus Oman. He witnessed the most unforgettable scene of his life. Chinese players were sprinting forward. Apart from defender Wu Shi and midfielder Zhang Shizhe, 8 Chinese players were charging into Oman's half. Oman was bewildered. Their zonal defense had never trained to handle an attack with so many players. Chinese players swept past them. Oman's coach reacted first. "Press. Damn it. Close them down." Before his words faded, Zhang Shizhe had already released the ball, a high ball. Center forward Dong Xuesheng looked up at the ball's landing point, surrounded not only by the opposing center back, but also by the surging Wu Lei and newly substituted Zhang Qingdong. The Omani center back's eyes were already overwhelmed. He regretted not having 3 heads and 6 arms to mark everyone. Jump challenge. Dong Xuesheng and the Omani center back headed the ball simultaneously. A figure in white claimed the second ball. It was Zhang Limping, arriving late. He dribbled forward a step, didn't hold it long, and passed left to Zhang, swept across the middle. The ball slipped through the gap between the goalkeeper and defenders, landing at the far post. A sliding shot. A white figure crashed into the net, ball and all. Goal. 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 In the 85th minute, China leads 20. Forward Zhang Yuan, nicknamed Little Flying Man, slid the ball into the net. We've witnessed an unbelievable tactic. We've witnessed an unbelievable goal. China has 1 foot in the final qualifying round. All right, drop back, drop back, drop back. Wei Changjiang shouted from the sideline. He hadn't expected the ball to go in. This goal was likely an unrepeatable miracle. Luck played the biggest part while Oman had lost heaven's blessing. The Chinese players ran back to their half, but didn't rush to take positions. Goalscorer Zhang Yuan raised his right arm high, left hand behind his back, and spun a full 360 degrees. The other players imitated him, doing the same. Wei Changjiang turned to glance at Li Bing. Li Bing grinned and said, "It's a celebration they thought up. They said Coach B would recognize it for sure." Blazevic's eyes were filled with tears. He wanted to shout with joy, bounce like a child. When he saw Zhang Yuan's celebration, he instantly recognized it, the trademark move of Croatia's greatest striker, the man who could play the violin with his left foot, Davor Suker. That year, Coach B led Croatia to 3rd place in the World Cup. This goal is for you, Coach B. You rascals. With less than 5 minutes left in the match, the Omani players began to panic. Their energy had been drained by China's ball possession, and they were now met with a tenacious defense. Almost every Omani player thought the game would go into extra time, only to be completely bewildered by a running back tactic. Time is running out for the Omanis. The CCTV commentator uttered these words. He never imagined that in his career he would have the chance to say such a thing while commentating on a Chinese team's match. And it wasn't even directed at China. How could one describe this feeling? Exhilarating. Oman attacks a cross into the box, a header. The ball was headed out. The danger was not over. A shot. Wang Dalei made a save, but it slipped. A scramble in front of the goal. Wang Dalei pressed the ball firmly under his body. The referee signaled for the team doctor to enter. An Omani player had kicked Wang Dalei in the head during a sliding shot. The Chinese team's doctor rushed over. Dalei, are you okay? Damn, your head is bleeding. Wu Shi pressed his hand on the wound, blood seeping through his fingers. The doctor examined the injury. Wang Dalei struggled to sit up, but was pushed back down by the doctor. Coach Wei asked, do you want a simple bandage or a substitution? Wei Changjing had no substitution slots left. If Wang Dalei couldn't continue, Dong Shuesheng would have to play goalkeeper. Just a simple bandage. Alright, I'll use the stapler then. The doctor pulled out a rapid wound closure device, similar to a stapler. With Wu Shi winced at the sight. The bleeding from the bloody forehead stopped, and the gauze wrap was still stained red. Wang Dalei patted his gloves and shouted toward the Omani side, come on. Bring it on. Wei Changjing smiled from the sidelines. Old Bu had chosen the right man. The Chinese team needed such a captain. Guts. Resilience. Absolute refusal to back down. Fight if challenged. If they lost their spirit while being outmatched, the Chinese team would have nothing left. Finally, the final whistle blew. The Chinese team's substitutes ran onto the pitch. This victory felt as significant to them as winning a final. A home defeat. A goal down. The head coach gravely ill. Unfavorable weather. They had endured it all. They were the victors of this match. They were truly deserving. Zhang Jilong stood up, shook hands with Al-Wahibi, and offered a few words of consolation. In truth, Longo wanted to say, just as you said, no extra time, the players didn't have to suffer. The sarcasm was too thick. Al-Wahibi might have spat blood. Wei Changjing called Coach Bu. Wei, a genius tactical design, but far too risky. It nearly made my cancer cells explode. Wei Changjing laughed heartily. The old man had a real gift for language. Others felt their scalps tingle, but he talked about cells exploding. Everyone hopes you can come back soon. Being head coach is exhausting work. Once you're back, I can slack off. With the victory, the Chinese Olympic team advanced to the final 12-team round. The 12 teams would be divided into 3 groups for a double round robin. The group winners would qualify directly for the London Olympics. The runners-up would enter a playoff with the winner facing Africa's 4th-place team for a spot. The group stage would begin in September, and old Bu should be able to make it. Some players visited him in the hospital. He planned to undergo surgery in a few days. The cancerous cells would be removed before they spread, requiring a month of hospitalization. Old Bu patted Wei Changjing on the shoulder and said, Wei, you have a talent for coaching. Have you ever considered it? Wei Changjing shook his head. He preferred the thrill of provoking others over the excitement of being a head coach. Yu Hyukin's expression was complicated. He didn't want to smile, but the team's victory was a good thing. If he smiled, seeing Wei Changjing's smug, irritating grin made it impossible. You lucky bastard, how did you stumble into this? Zhang Jilong also visited the team's hotel to encourage the Before leaving, he assured Wei Changjing that he would handle the upcoming 12-team round. The AFC was in for another heated debate. Just then a phone call came. Son, you were amazing, son. You even used a running back tactic from American football. So cool. You are the greatest achievement of my life. Is it really appropriate to praise yourself like that? Wei Changjing interrupted his father's endless self-congratulation. Alright, let's be serious. Listen to me. I heard from Cross that you hired someone on the dark web. Wei Changjing wasn't surprised. It was normal for Cross to inform his father. Yes, once or twice is enough, son, but not a third time. Even though you didn't end up putting a bounty on his life, accidents happen. That scumbag dying would be one thing, but you'd have blood on your hands. I don't want blood on your hands. Wei Jingsheng paused. Doing this is simple and effective, but I'm afraid you'll come to like such methods. Always taking shortcuts, and one day you'll get caught. Especially in China, never do this. Understand? Understood. Wei Changjing nodded solemnly, even though Wei Jingsheng couldn't see him. Never think of using illegal means to eliminate a life. Because once you use that method, there's no turning back. Understood. Wei Changjing could feel that this cheap father truly cared for him, even though he had never shown him much. The hidden soul within him could still resonate, if only slightly. I understand. I promise you, unless absolutely necessary, I won't use such methods again. He hung up and found a secluded spot. In the darkness, the minaret of the grand mosque glimmered. The sound of waves crashing against the rocks drifted faintly. It felt as if he were the only person in the world able to hear his own heartbeat in the silence. After the initial roughness and lack of preparation, the youth league matches gradually found their rhythm. The spread of the internet and the introduction of entertainment elements infused the youth league with drama and appeal. The league's regions overlapped with those of Mango TV's Supergirl and were deeply integrated with the teams. The top 10 contestants from each region became nominal managers of the teams. The interaction between managers and players, along with the reality show filming style, enriched the program's content immensely. Teenagers chased their idols, adults looked forward to the children's growth, and sports and entertainment blended seamlessly, thriving together. Although the matches were streamed for free, the advertising revenue from the variety show was substantial. The sponsors' product placements during filming made both sides feel they had gained immensely. The staff of the Chinese Super League company were green with envy. Every time the youth league trended online, they faced a barrage of criticism from club owners. The junior high school age group matches would conclude by the end of August. The high school age group, after determining the top 8, would move to the 6th seat Jinan Olympic Sports Center on August 19th for the final championship. The English League Two season ended in mid-May. In the second half, Rotherham went on a winning streak, firmly securing second place and earning promotion. However, the team's performance wasn't flawless. Occasional youthful mistakes led to losses. Rotherham's summer transfer budget was €15 million. Although more money could be given, Cross didn't want the head coach to think he was a fool with money to burn. Wei Changing once again provided his list of remembered players. With a sufficient budget, Potter and his team were to prioritize scouting and signing these players. Potter, Campos, and Winstanley inwardly resisted the list provided by the chairman. If they bought players solely based on the boss demands, what was the point of having scouts? But the more they studied the list, the more astonished they became. Many of the players were unknown, some playing in obscure lower leagues, yet undeniably, they all possessed extraordinary potential. Potter and the scouting team suspected Chairman Cross of inventing friends out of thin air. The only truth was that the chairman was actually a hidden football expert. By the end of June, the first batch of players would likely have their transfer contracts finalized. The loaned players returned to their parent clubs. Whether they could be loaned again next season remained uncertain. After in-depth discussions with Sir Alex, Pogba would likely stay in the Premier League next season, awaiting playing time. Manchester United was satisfied with the game time Rotherham had given Pogba and welcomed further loan deals next season. Rotherham's youth academy had been completed before February last year. In May, they began recruiting their first batch of youth trainees. The original Rotherham youth setup merely met the minimum standards required for a professional club. Now, under Sia Hughes' advice, it had expanded to 3 teams covering the 12-18 age groups. As part of a collaboration with the Jimbao football-based 6 12-year-old players were sent to Rotherham for exchange and study. Naturally, the tuition was covered by the Youth Football Fund. They would study at Rotherham for 3 years. Whether they could stay in the UK would depend on their own efforts. It was unrealistic for Rotherham to rely on their own youth players to compete in League One unless they were truly desperate. Only by continuously poaching talent from all over England could they hope to cultivate a few decent players. Rotherham's scouting network, built by Winstanley and Campos, now included 8 part-time scouts. Winstanley covered England, Nordic, and some Eastern European countries, while Campos handled Romance language nations. Cross allowed him to scout in Brazil and Argentina. Wei Changing naturally knew many promising young players, but he couldn't reveal them. An orange from the south becomes bitter when grown in the north. He didn't want to ruin a prodigy's prime by plucking them too early. He would simply wait. His strategy was all about buying low. In Wuhan, under Feng Jianzhang's preparations, the football park was about to break ground. Feng Jianzhang had deliberately grown a beard and dressed more maturely. Despite this, he was still mistaken for a rich second generation dabbling in football. Feng Jianzhang didn't deny it. He was indeed a rich second generation. But there was nothing to be proud of. Such individuals were common in Guangzhou, with families owning land and renting out factory buildings and apartments. When Feng Jianzhang's father learned he was going to Wuhan to make his mark, he was very supportive. Don't be afraid of losing money. Dad's here. If you lose money, just tell me. Worst case, he'll sell a floor of the building to pay off your debts. Truly, a father's love was silent, only expressed through sending money. Feng Jianzhang felt he might never escape a predetermined fate. Back home, he built buildings to collect rent, and now in Wuhan, he was still building to collect rent. Only this time it had become a football park. When the first shovel of earth was turned for the football park, its name was finally decided. Wuhan Changjiang Football Club. Wuhan now had a second football club after Hubei Zhonghua. Although the club currently had only one person, the Hubei Football Association had full confidence in them. They were the first club to buy land before even starting operations. After returning to Beijing, Yu Huchen barely rested for 2 days before attending a press gathering organized by the Chinese Football Association. Wu Di also attended in person to show support. Unexpectedly, during the QA session in the latter half of the meeting, an unforeseen incident occurred. Director Yu Hello. I'm the head of Tencent Sports. In March of this year, we began discussing video rights with the Chinese Super League company. You said there would be an open tender. We, along with NetEase and Sina, offered an annual bid of 15 million. But I want to ask, why did the rights end up with Fengdu Media? What was their winning bid? Wu Di looked at Yu Huchen with a grim expression. Yu Huchen's face was dark enough to drip water. Fengdu Media's winning bid was 8 million. Yu Huchen had personally negotiated the deal. The atmosphere was extremely awkward, and the event host quickly tried to smooth things over. Dear media friend, please refrain from asking questions unrelated to the meeting. He then signaled the director to cut the microphone. But the venue was only half the size of a basketball court. Even without a microphone, the words were clearly audible. You have money to make, but you refuse it. Are you out of your minds? If you don't have the brains, don't try to pull off shady deals. Idiots. Learn from the Qinglian company. Their tenders are transparent and above board. They earn clean money, and even with free broadcasting rights, they're making a fortune. If you're incompetent, don't embarrass yourselves. Go home and take care of your kids. The voice gradually faded as the shouting individual was escorted out by security. Wu Di felt as though he had been kidnapped. Despite having nothing to do with it, he ended up being drenched in criticism. He shot Yu Huchen a furious glare. Several media representatives stood up and began to leave, staging a silent protest. A gathering meant to be harmonious and cordial ended abruptly. Lu Dong was a physical education teacher at Kunming No. 18 High School. The 3-day college entrance exam had finally ended. He recalled the sunny day of his own college entrance exam, which led him to a normal university and eventually to becoming a PE teacher at No. 18 High. Being a high school PE teacher was much easier than in middle school thanks to a passive skill called unexpected illness. Your PE teacher is sick, so this period is English. The PE teacher is sick, so this period is Chinese. At first, Lu Dong rarely refused, especially the requests of pretty female teachers. But gradually those female teachers became someone else's, and he became less accommodating. The children were swimming in a sea of books. They needed a break on the shore. So he started organizing school leagues. There were 10 classes in the first year, 12 in the second, and 14 in the third. Each grade played a double round-robin league. With limited time, matches could only be scheduled during the 1-hour lunch break, yet the children were still enthusiastic. Players would hide behind books to eat quickly, while classmates in the front rows covered for them. The class monitors used class funds to buy water, some brought medical kits from home, and the girls shyly organized cheerleading squads. And so the tournament ran year after year. One day he saw news about the upcoming youth league. Finally, it wasn't just a single school appointed by the local football association. All high schools could participate, and there were prizes just for joining. The more matches they played, the more prizes they earned. The only challenge was that the supervising teacher needed a coaching license. Lu Dong dug out a long-forgotten certificate from a box. He had obtained it after reading a time-travel football novel, and a level coaching certificate from the Chinese Football Association. A voice echoed in his mind, take them to play football to win matches. Lu Dong did just that. He submitted a report to the principal, and surprisingly the principal agreed. If you're going to do it well. Tell me if you have any difficulties. The principal's Mediterranean hairstyle suddenly didn't look so bad, it even vaguely resembled Zinedine Zidane's. Lu Dong went through hell and high water to finally find his 16 players. It wasn't that the students didn't want to join, it was their parents who objected. In the end, the Zidane principal convinced the parents. If any child performed poorly in exams due to football, they could repeat the year for free. All football players were transferred to the advanced classes. Lu Dong was moved to tears. The matches were truly tough. Their teams stumbled through the city-level league, then battled against teams from Chengdu, Chongqing, and other cities in the southwest region. 8 teams from the region advanced to a cross-regional, single-elimination bracket. An ordinary high school from Yunnan No. 18 High School had created a minor miracle. Lu Dong's team had made it to the national top 8, leaving behind some veteran high school teams and club youth squads. Before they set off, the principal patted him on the shoulder and said, "Don't put too much pressure on yourself. We can join again next year. He'll ask the Education Bureau for more funding and upgrade the training equipment for the kids. We can even borrow a couple of players from second-tier clubs." After rambling on, the old man turned to the team and said, "You are the best students I have ever taught. You are the pride of No. 18 High School." At that moment, a dozen big boys wept uncontrollably. The 18th Middle School's entry into the national top 8 was a blend of luck and a testament to their strength. In terms of luck, the Youth League, to enhance its appeal, had introduced professional echelon and sports school teams, but imposed strict requirements to prevent overwhelming skill disparities. Echelons were only permitted to field players under 16, with rigorous bone age testing, as several teams were disqualified for exceeding age limits or falsifying ages. This left many clubs with incomplete echelon systems, unable to assemble a full squad of 16 eligible players. On the other hand, the single elimination format increased the likelihood of upsets, such as when 18th Middle School stunned a renowned high school team to advance. Regarding strength, Lu Dong considered himself fortunate. While it was said that securing either of 2 legendary talents could ensure peace, he was blessed with an enviable trio. Forward Fan Jiolong, midfielder Ma Wenjia, and center-back Tong Lijia. These 3 players all had foundations in youth training, but had abandoned football due to academic pressures and parental expectations. Yet talent could not be suppressed, it merely lacked a stage. When the ball returned to their feet, their lives transformed. The Youth League offered substantial prize money based on a guaranteed participation award and player performance shares. The player point system was still in use. From the cross-regional knockout rounds, the league covered all travel expenses for participating teams, greatly easing the burden on grassroots clubs. The championship team would receive a prize of 2 million yuan, a windfall for those involved in youth football. It was anticipated that next year more echelon players would transfer their academic registrations to high schools to compete. Schools would undoubtedly welcome this. At the sidelines of the Youth League quarterfinals, Tian Sun and Feng Jinzhong sat together. The two had met since the inception of the Wuhan team. Tian Sun was relentless in tracking promising young players for signing, while Feng Jinzhong prepared the club for the amateur league next year. A newly established club could not immediately enter the Chinese League Two. Below it lay the Amateur League, now the Chinese Football Association Member Association Champions League, followed by the 5th-tier Regional League, the 6th-tier Association Champions League, and the 7th and 8th tiers comprising city and county leagues. If Feng Jinzhong acted swiftly, he could organize a team before August to participate in the county league, or possibly secure direct approval for the 6th-tier league through the Wuhan Football Association. Hubei Province's Amateur League was well organized, divided into 4 regions, East, West, South, and North, with over 30 teams participating. Advancement was no casual affair. Xiaofeng, the players I've signed so far are mostly from club echelons. Few would be willing to play in the 6th-tier league, so Brother Wei was right. We need to work on these players. I've already screened the top 8 teams. I've signed almost all I could. I was too late. I'd even thinking of holding out for the best. Tian's son muttered. Feng Jinzhong watched the game in silence. There were still a few players from the Kunming high school team worth signing. If not, he would have to poach from echelons or tap into college football resources. Feng Jinzhong realized then how troublesome running a football club was. He had assumed it was just a matter of funding. Now he encountered more con artists than players every day. The good news was that the club's basic framework had been established over months. Professional managers handled football, basketball, and esports, leaving him to review the results. But since the football club was Wei Changjing's top priority, he still came to the field to contribute. Watching the young players exchange moves on the pitch, he couldn't help but recall a match from a year ago, and a particular person came to mind. Feng Jinzhong pulled out his phone, scrolled through contacts, and dialed. Hello, is this Lu's father? It's Xiaofeng from the Provincial Football Association. Remember me? Is Lu Bei there? Good, let him take the call. After a long pause, a young voice answered. Assistant Feng. What have you been up to lately? Nothing much, just studying and tutoring. He'll be in my sophomore year of high school in September. Are you still playing football? Feng Jinzhong asked. The Qingyuan football school, despite its match-fixing scandal, had been acquired by Evergrande and became their echelon. Yet Lu Bei, once the team starting forward, was unexpectedly left out. He was the only one from the entire echelon not selected. Feng Jinzhong felt powerless, even guilty. Those involved in match-fixing were punished, but Lu Bei's penalty was crueler. No more? I don't want to play anymore. It's no fun, Lu Bei said. Feng Jinzhong fell silent. Just then Kunming 18th Middle School scored a goal. The stands with about 5,000 spectators erupted in cheers. Feng Jinzhong stood abruptly, holding the phone. Don't hang up. Wait for me. He ran down from the high stands far from both the pitch and the gathered fans. He sprinted with the phone in hand. Xiaobei listened to this sound. Every team now had fan groups ranging from 100 to 500 who came to the stadium to support. Go, go. Zhengzhou Experimental go. Kunming 18th Middle School go. Lu Bei heard the familiar chants, the rustle of football against grass, even the players' heavy breaths. Hear that? It's the stadium. Don't you want to return? Feng Jinzhong shouted into the phone. Lu Bei held the phone frozen for seconds, then couldn't hold back his tears. I do. I want to play football. On the history wall of Wuhan Changjiang Club at the very beginning hung a player's. The photo showed a very young face with a shy smile captioned, Lu Bei Wuhan Changjiang Club's No. 001 signed player. In conversations with Cruz and Feng Jinzhong, Wei Changjing repeatedly emphasized team youth. I can endure years without titles, but I cannot accept a team without style. Our club's hallmark is giving young players opportunities. Trust unconditionally in their infinite potential. Xiaofeng, remember, even if we choose experienced players, we must ensure their character. This is paramount. The match ended. Kunming 18th Middle School defeated the formidable Zhengzhou Experimental Middle School 21A, advancing to the semifinals. Despite it being break time, students gathered spontaneously on the school field to watch the broadcast. Principal Zidane stood sternly by the window, arms behind his back, as if transported back to his own youth. Su Mingfei, a contestant from Happy Girls, was the manager of Kunming 18th Middle School. Her sweet appearance and unique voice had won her many fans. But in the entertainment industry, beautiful singers were abundant. She was eliminated in the national round from 20 to. However, elimination from the show didn't stop her managed team, Kunming 18th Middle School, from advancing. Her exposure and buzz remained high. Because this dark horse was simply too dark. Mengfei, we need to record a semi-final video with the players later. Then shoot a product ad with Ma Wenjia. Okay, is it an outdoor shoot? The sun is so harsh. Su Mingfei, 2 years older than the players, initially found them off-putting, all dark as mudfish. The only one she found decent was the team captain, midfielder Ma Wenjia. At least if he were a bit paler, he'd be a handsome young man. The deep-pocketed brand scouts had even sharper eyes. Sponsorships were now shot and released on the fly, targeting whoever was hot. Ma Wenjia was a standout star in the youth league, attracting many brands. Su Mingfei was from Nanjing and didn't care for sports. Yet thanks to football, she had one foot in the entertainment. She reluctantly learned about football to avoid being roasted by haters during reality shows. Lu Dong led the team back to the hotel. He urged the players to relax and recover. Just then a knock came at the door. "He'll get it," said the chubby boy, tapping on his computer in the room. Opening the door, Tian Sen stood there, followed by a young man. Feng Jianzhang, now dressed even more like a football association official than Wei, changing white short-sleeve shirt, black trousers, black leather shoes. His travels had tanned him a bit. "Coach Lu, it's me, Tian's son. We've talked before." "Oh, mister. Tian, didn't I tell you before? 2 of my 3 students are freshmen, 1 is a senior. The senior has already applied to Southwest University of Science and Technology. The other 2 need to continue school. They can't sign with you. Even if they could, their parents would have to agree." Lu Dong ushered them into the room. The space was cramped, so they said. The chubby boy who opened the door returned to his computer. "Oh no. Today I'm here for you." Lu Dong was puzzled. Had Tian's son changed his approach? "Let me introduce you. This is Feng Jinzhang, General Manager of Wuhan Changjiang Club." "Oh, General Manager Feng." Lu Dong was still uncertain. Many agents had come recently asking if his students had signed. A club general manager was a first. This one looked young, maybe only 30. If Feng Jinzhang had heard Lu Dong's thoughts, he'd have wept. He was only 25. "Let me be direct. We're a club from Wuhan. Coach Lu, would you be interested in coaching in Wuhan?" Lu Dong was stunned by this. What qualifications did he have to coach a club? "Our club was recently established and is in the player selection phase. From match footage and 18th middle school's record, your substitutions and tactics have left a strong impression on me. As a new club with young players, we believe you are the right candidate for our coaching staff. I apologize for the intrusion and would like to hear your thoughts." "Wow, Coach Lu, impressive. A club invitation. Do they offer social insurance?" The chubby boy turned and interjected. "Yes. Annual salary. Around 1,200 yuan. So about 1,000 a month. After tax. Before tax. What's the club's goal this year?" "Promotion. Budget. 3 million. Including player and coach salaries." "No. Promotion bonus. 5,000 upon successful promotion." The chubby boy and Feng Jianzhang exchanged rapid-fire questions and answers like a crosstalk routine. Feng Jianzhang had these details at the tip of his tongue. After finishing, the chubby boy clapped and said to Lu Dong. Coach Lu, his tone was steady, and he didn't look away. He wasn't lying. "It seems his club isn't a makeshift operation. The invitation is sincere. Based on their investment, the backers' capital should be in the hundreds of millions. So no worries about unpaid wages or dissolution. The only concern is losing your iron rice bowl. Returning to teaching might be tough. And moving away, who knows if your wife will approve." The chubby boy spoke with an air of maturity, legs crossed. Lu Dong's face reddened. Why bring up his wife in front of strangers? Couldn't he make his own decisions? He had to introduce the chubby boy. "This is my assistant coach, AI Sila." Isila. Tian's son and Feng Jianzhang exchanged glances. AI as in the herb, C as in thought, La as in Latin America, the boy sighed. "AI Sila is a freshman in my class, same as Fangulong. He's good with computers, handles data analysis and opponent scouting for our team. He's my assistant coach." Both were surprised. Data analysts weren't easy to come by. AI Sila shrugged. "Good with computers? A computer was okay." Lu Dong steered back. "I really can't give you an answer right now. Thanks for the offer. Let's talk after the tournament." "All right." We wish Coach Lu the championship. Wei Changjing's first task upon returning to China was to advance the Overseas Training Center. As he expected, why not take on a project that required only a name to generate revenue? The Overseas Training Center proposal was quickly submitted to the General Administration for approval. However, such foreign-related matters involving foreign exchange flows had long approval cycles, needing not only the Football Association's involvement, but also the Ministry of Foreign Affairs mediation. At this juncture, Lung Yuan relayed an infuriating piece of news. In early March, students sent by Dalian Shirta for football training in Spain reported to the Youth Football Fund they couldn't even get enough to eat. Moreover, Shirta claimed to have spent 1 million yuan on training and basic living expenses, plus foreign, but it turned out Shirta had charged each of the 11 players' parents 2 yuan, netting 2 million yuan in profit from the club. To make matters worse, the Youth Football Fund was left footing the bill for the coaches' salaries. "I've checked. Of the 4 coaches officially signed, some never went to Spain, others returned after a brief visit. Only 1 coach remained in Spain. The players weren't trained by Spaniards either, all Chinese." Wei Changjing narrowed his eyes, a faint smile curling his lips. "Sue every coach who signed with the Youth Football Fund. Sue Shirta Club. If we don't drive them to bankruptcy, they'll think the fund is a charity." Just as Lung Yuan was about to leave, Wei Changjing added, "Wait. Contact an accounting firm. Schedule an internal financial audit for the Youth Football Company and Fund in August." Lung Yuan frowned. "It's only mid-year. Do we need a financial audit?" "I know it's mid-year. Treat it as an anti-corruption check. Keep it strictly confidential. Tell no one." Lung Yuan nodded. As she turned to leave, she thought that this man, when angered, was actually somewhat handsome. Wei Changjing felt that the minds of people in the football circle were truly bizarre. Had they damaged their brains from Lu Jun of Yuhu Lake openly solicited sponsorships and engaged in interest transfers, which could still be explained as exploiting one's position and legal loopholes, since even their excesses were protected by contract law. What was wrong with these club managers and coaches? Didn't they know that such things couldn't be hidden forever? Didn't they realize this was illegal? No, they knew, yet they still dared to do it because the entire football circle operated this way. Money was placed on the table openly, like recommending players with bank cards. They disdained even subtle methods, simply handing over cash. Because there were too many scoundrels in the circle, and some having been cheated before feared being denied later. Only a cash-for-goods transaction felt safe. If not for the fact that bribery meant jail time for both sides, a little fishing would have unearthed a whole nest of them. On July 7th, the Youth Football Fund held a press conference to announce the Shatters Spain youth training incident. Spokesperson Lung Ying declared to the visiting media, "We have contacted the police to take legal action against 4 coaches contracted with the Youth Football Fund, as well as the Shatters Club under contract with us." 3 days later, Shatters urgently denied the claims made by the Youth Football Fund, stating that it had damaged the club's reputation and reserved the right to pursue legal responsibility. A day later, the Dongqing police announced they had accepted the Youth Football Fund's report on the fraud of youth training funds, and evidence was being collected. Another day later, Feng Jinjiang, head of Wuhan Changjiang Club, expressed willingness to sponsor former Shatters players to continue studying abroad and could register their affiliations with the Wuhan Football Association. Wei Changjing's phone was nearly blown up. Many intermediaries came hoping the Youth Football Fund would drop the lawsuit. Even Wu Di called Wei Changjing to his office. "Xiao Wei, I didn't expect you to go this big," Wu Di said. "These past few days, leaders have been asking me if this will harm the big picture and disrupt unity." Wei Changjing smiled bitterly inwardly. Wu Di was considered a relatively professional leader. Having once taught at Xinyang Sport University, after entering the system, he mostly considered pressure from superiors and whether it aligned with unwritten rules rather than the rationality of actions or their future impact. This was understandable, but it required constant guidance and education. Pursuing Shatters is still necessary. Youth football has just started to take shape. I don't want this flame to be extinguished by unhealthy trends, so we must, whether it's making an example of 1 to warn 100 or shaking the mountain to frighten the tiger, Chinese football needs not just FA management, but legal management. For instance, if we set competition rules, they must be followed. If someone pleads for leniency today and gets a green light tomorrow, you'll face something you can't handle. Last year's stadium violence is an example. If you don't deal with it, it escalates. The chaos of overseas studies needs rectification to make our overseas training centers more meaningful. Finally, does Shid's influence still need consideration? Now Shatters was no longer the 7-star club, but a team with no investment wallowing in decline. Wu Di couldn't help but nod and sighed, "Go ahead and handle it." The higher-ups are vague for now, watching how this develops. If it goes well, they won't interfere. If not, be prepared to clean up. Hey, wait, don't push things too far. Aren't you afraid of walking alone at night? You'll ruin people and face retribution. Do you think you're clean? I already have evidence of your bribery. Wei Changjing's phone received various abusive and threatening messages. He replied uniformly with interest, "Stop bluffing, try me if you dare." Then he handed the SIM card to the police, adding another charge of intimidation. He changed his number, feeling greatly. Coach Bora's surgery was successful. No new cancer cells were found in the pathology slides. After recuperating at home, he would return to China to continue preparations. In July, Wei Changjing was swamped with arranging dinners. He had dinner with Han Yu, an older schoolmate he hadn't seen in a while, to maintain their connection and avoid seeming like a user, while also discussing Nike's future sponsorship plans. He dined with Lu Dongling to discuss WW Sports' domestic operations. As the commercial operator and shareholder of Qinglian Company, preparations were underway for an IPO in 3 years. He had a meal with Zhu Tianqing to consult on legal matters such as territorial jurisdiction for economic crimes and reporting procedures for corruption. He also introduced Feng Jinjiang to Zhu Tianqing, making her the legal advisor for Wuhan Changjiang. As for Lung Ying, she was impossible to meet. Wei Changjing had wanted to thank Lung Ying's friend from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs who helped with the National Olympic team's visa issues, but she firmly refused, saying no thanks needed. Wei Changjing wasn't too disappointed as they worked together daily. On August 19th, at the Jinan Olympic Sports Center, no one expected the 6,000-seat venue to be packed. This was despite ticket prices ranging from 50 to 100 yuan each. CCTV would broadcast live on Channel 5. All participating teams in the Youth League were invited to attend. Principal Chi this way please a hostess guided Principal Zinedine Zidane to the rostrum. He was not only a team representative, but also the principal of Kunming No. 18 middle school competing in today's final. Principal Chi truly bore the surname Chi, named Chi Ping. Sitting high on the rostrum with leaders from the Sports Bureau, FA, and Education Bureau in the front row, Wei Changjing wanted to hide in the back, but couldn't escape as the organizer. Xiao Wei, I never expected you to make the youth league so vibrant in just a year, said wise old acquaintance Director Yuan from the Education Ministry. It's your wise leadership that enables our development. Wang Weili, director of the Youth Sports Department under the General Administration of Sport, also came over and patted Wei Changjing's shoulder. The leader's words were similar, all encouraging the younger generation. To the tune of the athletes' march, hostesses carried the flags of all participating teams into the stadium, passing by the rostrum. Over 100 flags, like 100 sparks of Chinese youth training, fluttered and burned, eventually encircling the entire football field. Giant flags of the two championship contending teams were carried by 8 people into the venue and spread near the center circle. The two teams were the high school affiliated to Renmin University and Kunming No. 18 Middle School. Compared to the simple Chinese character emblem of the affiliated high school, Kunming No. 18's emblem was far more distinctive. Reportedly drawn by a freshman, it featured a fierce elephant raising its trunk and bearing tusks. After the leaders' speeches, the top 10 contestants of Supergirl and 2 girls from the championship teams sang Superstar, boosting the ratings. Then the Youth League spokesperson Gao Yuanyuan arrived to kick off the final alongside the leaders. Gao Yuanyuan, who had been runner-up in the Gopu Forum Goddess ranking for 4 consecutive years, was truly a goddess to many sports-loving boys. The stadium erupted with cheers, whistles, and excitement. In the locker room, Lu Dong gathered the players, each face tense with pre-game nerves and excitement. Students, we've worked a whole year for this day. Our parents are in the stands, our classmates are watching on TV. Play freely and show the level of Yunnan football. Before 2003, Yunnan had its own Jiae team, Yunnan Hongta. Though a transferred team, Kunming and all of Yunnan poured their passion into it. Unfortunately, after 2004, the team left Yunnan and top-tier football vanished from the province. Fan Jiulong stood at the center circle, having scored 9 goals in the knockout stage, ranking second on the scorers list. Third was his teammate Ma Wenjia. Fan Jiulong, a freshman standing 192 meters tall with a crew cut, had an intimidating demeanor. But those who knew him understood that beneath his fierce exterior lay a thoughtful person. From a poor family, he always cared for others in his own way. He took on the heaviest labor in class and was the first to step up when troublemakers came to school. Originally a defensive midfielder, Lu Dong converted him into a striker, turning him into an unstoppable force. Many club scouts had contacted him, but he hadn't decided where to go. Luaning had the best youth training, Evergrande offered the most money, and the affiliated high school wanted him to transfer to Beijing next year. Wenzi, what do you think? Fan Jiulong once asked his teammate Ma Wenjia. Big guy, don't overthink it. Just play well. After the game, the answer will come. Ma Wenjia had maturity beyond his years. Okay. I just want to keep playing with you. Fan Jiulong scratched his head. Ma Wenjia, 177 meters tall, had transferred from a key high school in Kunming. Rumors said it was because the girl he liked failed her exams and ended up at No. 18. The rumor wasn't entirely accurate. He transferred to take care of a girl, but she didn't like him. She even hated him. When he was young, he was nearly killed by a truck while playing by the roadside. The girl's father saved him, but lost his own. Life sometimes leaves irreparable mistakes that require a lifetime to mend. Ma Wenjia adjusted his shirt. He disliked tucking it into his shorts. Though it made him an easy target for grabbing, he stuck to his habit. If they wanted to pull his shirt, they'd have to fail. Center back Tong Lijia had just finished his college entrance exams with decent results, enough for his desired university. He scanned the vast oval stands of the Olympic Center, heard the thunderous cheers, and took a deep breath. From an ordinary family, his father sent him to a sports school for 4 years of long-distance running, but he didn't make it. Later, a football coach spotted him, and he trained for 3 years. In Kunming, a place with no football foundation, he eventually left the sport to focus on academics. His father said, it's useless. Yunnan has no decent club, and we can't send you to better youth training. Just study hard and do well in exams. Such a stadium, such a match. Probably a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. A single game meant different things to different people, but there was only one champion. After initial probing, both teams launched into an offensive battle, ending the first half at 11. In the second half, the affiliated high school gradually took control, forcing No. 18 into a defensive shell. In the 72nd minute, the affiliated high school scored again, making it 21. Su Mingfei stood on the sidelines, nervously watching the red and white Kunming team against the white and blue Beijing team. Though she barely understood football and still couldn't define offside, she knew her side was losing, and No. 18 had no tricks left. Over these days, she had witnessed the boys' hard work and struggle. They called her Sister Fei and gave her the best things from home, filling a corner of her room. Sincerity was the best weapon. Su Mingfei gradually grew fond of these dark-skinned younger brothers. They made her forget the entertainment industry's intrigues and rivalries. She no longer sat on the bench just for publicity. Suddenly, she felt a spark of love for football. She understood why people would sacrifice everything for that round, object, bleeding, and fighting. Today, she would cheer for them and fight alongside them. Su Mingfei took AI Silas' hand, surprising her. Then she grabbed the hand of a substitute player nearby. Their hands clasped tightly, waiting silently for a turning point. Students, the second half is all on you. The 11 on the field are the best. We off the field are your 12th man, Lu Dong had said at halftime. He had designed 10 attack tactics and 5 set-piece plays, earning the nickname Lu 15 from AI Sela. Now he wished he were Lu 40 or Lu 50. But they were just an ordinary high school team focused on academics. Reaching this point was already a miracle. Ma Wenjia observed the field from midfield, tightly marked by the opponent. Whenever he got the ball to defender, big guy dropped back to your old position. No. 18 played a 451 formation with Fan Jiulong at the front. The 4 midfielders focused mainly on defense with offense secondary. 80% of the attacking burden fell on Ma Wenjia. Fan Jiulong dropped back to midfield, so the center back couldn't mark him all the way to the center circle. No. 18 shifted to a 6 midfielder formation. Ma Wenjia bent down to adjust his socks, then rested his hands on his knees, appearing tired. He glanced back and lazily took a couple of steps. No. 18 had possession, and the affiliated high school didn't press urgently. As long as the ball didn't cross midfield, they let it pass freely. Fan Jiulong received the ball, looked up, and pointed to a teammate on the left, signaling him to run forward. The left midfielder broke free from his marker to receive. Fan Jiulong faked a pass, instead pulling the ball back with his right foot. A left-footed through ball. The pass wasn't long, but its target was clear, Ma Wenjia. The player who had seemed like a weary donkey suddenly transformed into a muscular cheetah upon receiving the ball. Ma Wenjia took the ball and burst forward. A pendulum dribble. The first defender was fooled. He cut inside, facing 2 tall center backs, closing the gap. Breakthrough. Ma Wenjia poked the ball through a defender's legs. He squeezed between the 2 defenders. He was through. A fullback came to cover. Ma Wenjia's mind was clear. He swung his leg to shoot. The affiliated high school's coach screamed foul. Even a foul would be worth it now. The fullback slid in, trying to maximize his defensive coverage. At the moment his foot touched the ball, Ma Wenjia stopped it and nudged it sideways. The fullback slid past him. He swung his leg. Shot. Though Lu Dong never emphasized Ma Wenjia's core role, hoping for equal treatment among players, Ma Wenjia was the team's captain and heart. He led the players in executing Lu Dong's training with precision. He rehearsed tactics with teammates again. If Lu Dong was the architect of the team's style and tactics, then without Ma Wenjia the team lost its strength. For no. 18 of Ma Wenjia was like Maradona for Napoli or Cruyff for the Netherlands. The ball tore through the air, grazed the goalkeeper's fingertips, and flew into the net. Swish. The ball struck the upper left corner of the goal, rolled around the netting, and slowly came to a stop. In the 89th minute of the match, Kunming No. 18 High School equalized the score. Ma Wenjia pointed both hands toward the sky, wondering if she would be watching the game. This goal is dedicated to your father. A roaring wave of cheers erupted from the stadium. His teammates rushed toward Ma Wenjia. At the viewing area of Kunming No. 18 High School, all the students rose to their feet, cheering with unrestrained passion. In an obscure corner, a girl watched Ma Wenjia's gesture of pointing to the sky, and 2 streams of crystal tears rolled down her cheeks. Considering that adolescents' physical capabilities differ from adults, to avoid unexpected incidents, there is no extra time in the finals of the Youth League when the score is tied. The weakness of Kunming No. 18 High School, which had been shielded throughout the season, was exposed in the final match. They lacked a capable goalkeeper. Fan Jiulong, Ma Wenjia, and Tong Lijia all converted their penalties, but someone still missed. The affiliated high school of Renmin University scored 5 out of 6 penalties, while Kunming No. 18 scored 4 out of 6. In the end, the championship went to the affiliated high school of Renmin University. The player from No. 18 who missed the penalty crouched on the grass, weeping behind his hands, pounding the turf in anguish. Tong Lijia helped him up, embracing his comrade in arms, whispering softly, "It's okay, it's okay. I'm sorry, brother Tong, I'm sorry." Everyone had hoped to gift a championship to the graduating seniors as a farewell present. Alas, youth never comes without regrets. Yet the runners-up did not leave empty-handed. Xi Ping and Lu Dong received a large cardboard check representing a prize of 4,000 yuan, and each was awarded a silver medal. Lu Dong removed the runner-up medal from his neck and slipped it into his pocket. He stood on the pitch, reluctant to leave, pondering how to organize next year's competition back at school, knowing it would likely be even more challenging. Many of the players' parents had traveled from Kunming to Jinan to cheer for their children. Lu Dong thought of disbanding the team on the spot, allowing everyone to spend time with their families. Just then he saw Tian Sun and Feng Jinzhong approaching. Before he could greet them, he noticed Xi Ping walking over to meet them. "President Feng, President Tian, you've come. I thought you might not want to come since the team only got second place." At this moment, Xi Ping was no longer the stern Zinedine Zidane, but more like a seasoned salesman. "How could that be? Our sincerity has never wavered," said Feng Jinzhong. "Xi Ping, Lu Dong, come over and say hello." Lu Dong thought, how did you turn into such a flatterer? "Hello to both of you," Lu Dong waved. Xi Ping instructed, "Call everyone together for a meal. I have something to tell you all." In a large private room of a restaurant, 4 tables were set. Everyone from Kunming No. 18 High School was present, including the parents who had traveled to Jinan. Xi Ping raised his glass, noticing his students' spirits were clearly low. "Classmates, lift your heads. We are not losers, we were just one step away from success. Lift your heads. What is our school's motto? Sometimes a teacher's words carry more weight than a parent's comfort. Lu Dong had blended in so well with the students that he had little authority left. Principal Chi, however, was a tough character who dared to fight with street youths. At that moment, the principal's words carried immense weight. The players straightened up and chanted in unison, study to understand, reason, conduct oneself to become talented. Good. Principal Chi waved his hand grandly. Today I have invited two guests. One of them is General Manager Feng Jianzhong of Wuhan Yangtze River Club. He has a few words for the parents and students present. Let's welcome him. A sparse round of applause and murmurs arose from the audience. Due to the Shirda incident, Feng Jianzhong had become a nationally known figure. Wei Changjing had even praised him for leveraging the situation, issuing a statement that saved hundreds of thousands in advertising fees. No one expected a club's general manager to be so young. Feng Jianzhong straightened his clothes and said, "I watched your matches and was deeply moved. From being underestimated to reaching the finals, you have already created a miracle. I am the head of a newly established club, and I wish for my club to embody this very spirit. Therefore, I would like to invite you all to Wuhan as guests to visit the club. And if possible, I hope you will join the club and become part of our family." Another wave of murmurs spread through the room. Parents here may worry about their children's education. Let me clarify, our club has a cooperative project with the Hubei Provincial Education Department. Players under 18 who play for our club can attend key high schools in Wuhan for free. As long as their Gaokao scores meet a certain threshold, several universities in Wuhan will offer early admission as special recruits. A buzz erupted as soon as Feng Jianzhong finished speaking. The parents were electrified. They were students from an ordinary high school who wouldn't want to study at a key school, and a key high school in Wuhan at that. Their exam predictions alone would be far more accurate. Besides, who wouldn't want to bypass the single plank bridge of competition and be directly admitted? Early admission at least guaranteed that playing football wouldn't hinder their studies. President Feng, which universities? Are there any conditions for signing with the club? Can our son, who is a freshman, also go? The parents fired off questions in a jumble. I can't disclose the universities yet, and early admission only offers a few specific majors. There are no conditions for signing. All 16 players here can sign. Fan Jiulong nudged Ma Wenjia. "Wenzi, are you going?" Ma Wenjia glanced at his eager father, nodded, then shook his head. Principal Chi stood up, silencing the parent. "All right, well, ask specific questions after we eat and drink. Let me propose a toast. Thank you all for bringing honor to the school. Bonuses will be distributed when we return." The players pounded the tables in excitement, and the parents beamed with joy. In China, it's undeniable that pursuing professional football can hinder one's education. Abroad, football is just a job. If you don't play, you can drive a truck or repair airplanes. Thanks to high welfare, everyone's income is roughly similar. In China, if you fail at football and neglect your studies in an era where college graduates are as common as dogs, no one will even give you an interview. Feng Jianzhong had clearly grasped the key point and was attempting to integrate sports with education. Lu Dong asked Principal Chi privately, "When did you two get connected?" "What do you mean connected?" "I'm the principal of No. 18. Who else would they come to talk to but me?" Principal Chi glared. "No, I mean, if all the students leave, what about me?" Lu Dong was reluctant to part with his students. "You don't have to stay at the school either," Principal Chi said sternly. "Our No. 18 doesn't keep idle hands." "Huh?" Lu Dong's mouth fell open. Seeing his panicked expression, Principal Chi dropped the stern facade and smiled. "You should go to Wuhan too. Manager Feng told me he couldn't persuade you to join, so he asked me to put in a good word. I also think coaching at a school is beneath your talents. They'll see how to arrange an unpaid leave for you. That's not easy to do these days." Lu Dong's assistant Isola chimed in eagerly. "Teacher Lu, President Feng, if everyone's going to Wuhan, can I go too?" "Teacher Lu would be useless without me. He can't do without me." "What do you mean by that? How am I useless? Can you read player data? Without my updated program, you'd be staring at the EW platform data until the cows come home. All of you come along." Feng Jianzhong smiled to himself. Indeed, Tian Sun had a sharp mind. This tactic of removing the foundation was brilliant. Tian Sun chuckled slyly beside him. Having worked as a real estate agent for so long, he had seen it all. Every person has their weakness. When you can't win over a client, don't force it. Send someone else, and it might just work. After the Youth League finals concluded, Wei Changjing returned to Beijing. Once again, he was in Chairman Wang's office at Wanda, this time able to enjoy tea at leisure without time constraints. In the tea room, only Wang Jianlin and Wei Changjing were present. How did the Shirda matter turn out? Wang Jianlin still had a keen interest in football. They think it's a contract breach. The foundation's lawyers say it could be fraud. I've sent lawyers to handle it. Litigation isn't the goal anyway. Wang Jianlin smiled and changed the subject. Lu Jun's probation period is almost up. What are your thoughts? Uncle Wang, I've been thinking about another question lately. I do like your advice. Oh, go on. After Xia Yalong, Nan Yong, and Yang Yamin were taken down, who benefited the most? Wang Jianlin paused with his teacup halfway to his lips, then set it back down on the table. It's Wu Di and Yu Huchen. Exactly. Then who has the power to arrange for Wu Di and Yu Huchen? Names flickered through Wang Jianlin's mind. Speaking of the CFA's complex personnel relationships, we have to mention the Beijing Sport University faction and the Shenyang Sport University faction. These two factions are essentially nepotistic networks formed by university alumni. Wu Di and Yu Huchen once worked together at Shenyang Sport University, though at that time Wu Di was doing well and was Yu Huchen's teacher. But fortunes change. After graduation, Yu Huchen entered the general administration of sport and rose through the ranks to his current position. Wu Di, after years of drifting, was parachuted into the CFA, by chance once again becoming yes superior. Logically, two people with a Shenyang Sport University background should cooperate harmoniously for mutual benefit. But now the former junior is no longer a student, he has become an opponent behind the scenes. The two have clearly established their own factions. From my observations, Director Wu is likely Director Liu's man, while Director Yu is Director Kai's man. Xiezalong graduated from Beijing Sport University, Yang Smin from Beijing Sport University, Nan X from Shenyang Sport University. Is this coincidence or long planned? I don't believe in random coincidences. Wang Jianlin fell into deep thought. There was indeed something suspicious. Never mind that. Let me continue. Wu Di and Yu Huchen arrived at the CFA almost simultaneously. Nominally, Wu Di is the lead and Yu Huchen is the assistant. But in reality, Director Wu only has a firm grip on the departments of General Affairs, Foreign Affairs, Youth and Technology. The remaining Competition Department, Supervision Department, and the Chinese Super League Company are more closely tied. As for the national team, its director, yes, private turf, at most it goes through the motions in meetings. He can easily secure 4 out of 7 votes, so he always gets his way. So while Director Wu appears to hold half the territory, he has very few places to make a move. Director Yu, on the other hand, controls the National Team Competition Department, Supervision Department, and the League Company, all areas where money flows except the Competition Department. He holds the CFA's financial lifeline. In short, whether CFA employees get a lavish year-end bonus or eat wine for the holidays depends on Director Yes' mood. That's why I established the Qinglian Company as a counterbalance. Wang Jianlin nodded in approval. He hadn't had time to delve into the CFA's personnel issues, but as Wei Changjing's words passed through his mind, he knew they were largely accurate. Wei Changjing's strategy leveraged the situation, essentially opening a new battlefield on the chessboard, leaving his opponent with no move to counter. Truly, comparisons can be odious. The emergence of the Qinglian Company exposed the Chinese Super League Company, which had seemed outwardly splendid for what it really was. With its commercial value declining year after year, if it wasn't being criticized, what was it good for? Thus the scene at the press conference where it was harshly condemned came about. This is what is meant by good currency driving. So if I had initially leveraged Director Wu's influence with Director Liu's favorable opinion of me plus your support and that of several other club owners, I might have barely managed to become the general manager of the Chinese Super League Company. But sometimes it's better to act late than early. Haste makes waste. Without a worthless character like Lu Jun, how could my importance be highlighted? Moreover, I need Director Yu and those behind him to see me as the most suitable choice and someone they can co-op. You plan to go along with them? Uncle Wang, you're being too polite. Why not just say join in the mud? Wang Jianlin laughed heartily. Given my temperament, I might show weakness, but I want compromise. I'll use my ability to create a different kind of situation, one where the tail wags the dog. Tail wags the dog. Wang Jianlin pondered the phrase, then asked, after you take over the Chinese Super League Company, have you considered that you'll have to give up the Qinglian Company? Indeed, working within the system means you gain some things and lose others. One person can't have all the good. Wei Changjing said, I've thought about it. That's why I wasn't in a hurry to run for election in March, and even teased Director Yu during the campaign, hoping not to be elected. Now, sigh. To be honest, I haven't fully figured out what to do with the Qinglian Company. I was even thinking about taking it public next. Just then the door to Wang Jianlin's tea room was rudely pushed open. A young man walked in, cursing under his breath. Dad's seriously staying in our own hotel, and there's no toilet paper. Damn. Oh, you have a guest. It was the young master Wang Xikong. Wang Jianlin's face darkened as he gestured to a seat. Sit down. Let me introduce you. Wei Changjing. The introduction was simple with no title, just a name. But the young master was sharp. Despite his boldness on Weibo, he was well behaved in front of his father. No title meant the position wasn't important. Even a mayor would have to put on a pleasant face before Wang Jianlin. There were few young people who could sit and chat over tea with his father. The young master gave a very British hi and sat down. Xiao Wei works at the CFA. You should get to know each other. Wang Jianlin instructed, and the young master casually asked, Brother Wei, what are your hobbies? Golf or sports cars? Hearing that Wei Changjing was a CFA official, he thought this topic would be easy to discuss. Whether out of politeness or casual conversation, the young master's demeanor was flawless, switching instantly from a spoiled playboy to a refined young gentleman in social mode. I usually follow esports. A while ago, a friend of mine set up an esports club in Wuhan. We both believe esports has a huge market potential. Oh, Wei Changjing's words struck a chord with the young master. Just 2 days ago, he had posted on Weibo about acquiring the CCM team and renaming it IG. Anyone who could see the potential in the esports market had good insight. The young master had met many wealthy second-generation heirs in China, but few he could truly connect with. None of them were as rich as him anyway. Everyone was discussing very traditional projects which didn't interest him. Esports was his first investment. He never expected to find a kindred spirit in his father's office. The two launched into a discussion about the industry's prospects and development path. Wang Jianlin listened bewildered. He could understand every Chinese word they said, but the content was utterly foreign to him. The old-school entrepreneur and the internet investor were clearly on different wavelengths. All right, I'm currently putting together a Chinese esports alliance. Have your friend join in. We'll create our own W. The two exchanged contact information. Wei Changjing also took his leave from Wang Jianlin. Uncle Wang will be going now. I'll let you know once I have a clearer idea. Hey, wait, the young master called out. What's the name of that club in Wuhan? Oh, I think it's the WCY. Time flew to the end of August. Wei Changjing suddenly received a text message on his new phone. At first glance, he thought it was sent to the wrong person. The message began with Director Yu. Director Yu. Wei Changjing opened the full text. Hello, Director Yu. I am a financial staff member of the Chinese Super League Company. I am reporting a serious issue within the Chinese Super League Company. For self-protection, I am using a different number to send this message. Please understand. I am reporting that the general manager of the Chinese Super League Company, Lu Jun, has misused public funds for public relations expenses. During Lu Jun's tenure, the company's business entertainment expenses have skyrocketed, reaching hundreds of thousands of yuan, exceeding the total spent by all previous general managers combined. All expenses are for Lu's personal meals, nightclub visits, escort services, and some expenses for personnel he arranged to work at the Chinese Super League Company. The receipts were submitted for reimbursement by Yao XXUXUX, etc. I hope you will look into this matter to avoid future audit problems. Please verify the issues I have reported. Just as though delayed had arrived. Wei Changjing had been waiting for this text. Minutes later, Feng Jianzhang's phone rang. Brother Wei, I received a text reporting the Chinese Super League Company's general manager. I got it too. The text was sent far and wide. Not just to CFA employees, but also to club owners and media reporters. It was like a firecracker thrown into a cesspool. Clearly, the whistleblower wasn't just seeking internal action, but was specifically targeting Lu Jun. Wu Di summoned Wei Changjing to his office. Uncle Wu, we have two paths forward. 1. Deny everything and quietly remove Lu Jun. 2. Make the audit results public and investigate thoroughly, just like we did with Shirta. Which one do you choose? Wu Di instinctively wanted to choose the first option, but seeing Wei Changjing's expectant gaze, he couldn't help but smile. You just want to stir up trouble, don't you? Uncle Wu, have you forgotten the humiliation at the press conference? This question was akin to asking King Gojin of you if he had forgotten the bitterness of sleeping on brushwood and tasting gall. Wei Changjing's words rekindled Wu Di's unpleasant memories. If Wei Changjing hadn't created the Qinglian Company, Wu Di's role at the CFA would have been merely to complement Yu Huchen. He needed to maintain political alignment with Yu Huchen, but that didn't mean he would forever tolerate Yes domineering ways. The handling of the Chinese Super League Company's general manager required a vote at the party committee meeting. At such a time, the authority of the top leader becomes evident. If he set the tone, representing the organization's authority, even Yu Huchen would have to think twice. Seeing Wu Di deep in thought, Wei Changjing added, if Director Yu doesn't want the situation to escalate, he should sacrifice a pawn to save the king. You can then propose your terms for a trade. The position of Chinese Super League Company general manager should be ours for the taking. At this thought, Wu Di burst into laughter. Ha, little Wei, you've calculated this perfectly. Then I ask you, what do you plan to do with the Qinglian Company? I have a plan that kills two birds with one stone. The power of the text message was gradually taking effect. Wu Di and Yu Huchen were both summoned to the director's office for questioning. Yu Huchen said plaintively, Chief, it's true that my work was inadequate. This Lu Jun had been diligent and hardworking before, but in just a few days he had changed. However, he was merely trying to secure sponsorship for the Chinese Super League, drinking a bit more with the sponsors. A bit more? Baijiu beer or red wine. And he called escorts. Although he's not a staff member of the Football Association, he still represents its image. If the general manager of the Chinese Super League Company is mired in such chaos, how will the media portray us? The image of the Football Association and the general administration of sport has been tarnished by these scoundrels. Lu Kunping was genuinely furious. Among all the sports under the general administration, football was the only one that produced no results and gave the leaders no peace of mind. Wei Changjing, on the other hand, was both adept at making money and sensible. Aside from being a bit rash in his actions, he was truly a talent. Wu Di asked cautiously, Chief, how should we handle Lu Jun's matter next? Lu Kunping, still simmering with anger, shot a glare and said, What do you think? Normally, he would have asked for your opinions, but this time, he deliberately skipped Yu Huchen. My opinion is to use this incident with Lu Jun as an opportunity to investigate whether there are other issues within the Chinese Super League Company. I'm concerned it might cause more trouble down the line. Wu Di was handing Lu Kuanping a blade. Lu Kuanping fell into deep thought, while Yu Huchen was gripped by. Yu Huchen made a final attempt to resist. Chief Lu Jun was only an external hire. He wasn't guilty of embezzlement or bribery. At worst, he was extravagant and lacked professional ethics. I believe dismissing him to appease the media should suffice. Indeed, weighing the pros and cons, the head of the Football Association naturally wouldn't want public scrutiny to linger here. You never know which higher-up might be in a bad mood, and a glance at football news could worsen their temper, prompting them to summon you for a fierce reprimand, just like he did with Yu Huchen. At his age, it was hard to recover his spirits after such a scolding. Let's handle it with a low profile for now, Lu Kuanping decided, and Yu Huchen finally breathed a sigh of relief. Wu Di then asked Director Lu for the position Lu Jun vacated, should we repeat the previous competitive selection process? Wu Di shot Yu Huchen a glance, its meaning clear. This selection process of yours brought in Lu Jun. I warn you not to speak. No more competitive selections. Choose someone from within the industry associations. Lu Kuanping suddenly sensed that Wu Di had something in mind, so he asked, do you have any suggestions? Wei Changjing from Qinglian Company. He lost in the last selection, but has always told me he wants to contribute to the Chinese Super League company. Wu Di's implication was such a promising young man wasn't chosen last time, and a useless one was picked instead. To kill one must wound the heart. Not bad. This is an excellent choice. I've read his summary of the Youth League, which is highly commendable. His management skills are too strong to waste. However, if he goes to the Chinese Super League company, what about Qinglian Company? Yu Huchen froze, unsure of what to say. Accustomed to being domineering in the Football Association, he acted bluntly and directly. This later led to the incident when Shandong Luaning complained, and he told them take it or leave it. He wanted to say that Wei Changjing was unfit for the Chinese Super League company, but he feared that uttering those words would invite another barrage of criticism from Director Lu. Wei Changjing's achievements at Qinglian Company made the Chinese Super League company look like a pile of dung. He had no reason to say such things except perhaps that Wei was too young or inexperienced. However, Lu Kuanping had hit the nail on the head. If Wei Changjing were to join the Chinese Super League company, he would have to leave Qinglian Company. Would Wei Changjing be willing to let go? That was a billion-yuan venture. In his place, he wouldn't give it up. But Wu Di, as if prepared, pulled a document from his briefcase and handed it to Lu Kuanping. Director Lu, this is Wei Changjing's proposal for restructuring Qinglian Company. Restructuring? Lu Kuanping was puzzled. How had the conversation shifted from the Chinese Super League company to restructuring? Flipping through the document's table of contents, Lu Kuanping gained some insight. Yu Huchen was desperate to see what was written, but he couldn't. He wanted to crane his neck, but feared raising his head too high would make him a target, his heart itching with curiosity. Young people these days have such quick minds, oh, we old fogies can't keep up. Wu Di explained it simply. It's like Xiao Wei says that Qinglian Company is currently jointly owned by the Sports Bureau, the Ministry of Education, the Football Association, and WW Sports. Since WW Sports is foreign capital, he suggests reducing their stake and bringing in more investors to strengthen the Youth League, thereby advancing the development of the youth training system. Moreover, we plan to set up training centers overseas, which will require capital to share the financial burden. So he modeled this proposal after the China Sports Industry Group. The China Sports Industry Group is a joint stock company initiated by the Sports General Administration Sports Fund Management Center, the All China Sports Foundation, the Sports Lottery Management Center, the Sports Equipment Center, and Shenyang Real Estate Industry Co. Ltd. Simply put, it's a joint stock company dominated by state-owned capital, including foreign and social capital, and is the only listed company controlled by the general administration. The best way to propose a plan is to follow established models, increasing the likelihood of approval from higher-ups and avoiding overreaching. Bold. Too bold, exclaimed Lu Kuanping. Yu Huchen chimed in, indeed. Who does he think he is to propose a joint stock company? A pipe dream. A pipe dream. No, it's innovative thinking, brilliant and visionary. Lu Kuanping said. Yu Huchen's flattery had once again landed on the wrong target. You said too bold. Was that praise? Continue. Xiao Wei has thought it through thoroughly. The main entity will still be controlled by the general administration. He plans to bring in several provincial state-owned investment firms. He's already secured agreements with Xinjiang State Investment and Hubei State Investment, and negotiations are underway with those in Guangzhou, Shanghai, and Beijing. Wanda Group, Evergrande Group, and investors behind several clubs are also interested in taking stakes. What? Yu Huchen was stunned. Clubs were involved, and he hadn't received a single piece of information. As for the listing, Xiao Wei has already engaged professional advisory firms. It should take about a year to complete a backdoor listing. At that point, the General Administration of Sport will have its second controlled listed company. Lu Kuanping's heart burned with fervent excitement. This was like a colossal achievement falling from the sky. From a utilitarian perspective, it was almost as significant as the success of the Olympic bid. Winning the Olympic bid brought a mountain of gold home, while incubating a second listed company was like acquiring a goose that lays golden eggs, smaller in scale, but enduring in value. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Lu Kunpeng repeated the words several times. Wu Di was secretly pleased. In the future, when he stepped down to a secondary role serving as a director of the listed company wouldn't be too much to ask, would it? The listing process for Qinglian Company can be handled by Wang Xiaoping from the supervision department, swapping roles with Wei Chengjing. At this point, the true intention was revealed, reaching the core of today's agenda. By assigning Yu Huqin's subordinate to advance Qinglian Company's matters, Wu Di had effectively loosened his grip. But with such a massive pie involving the interests of all parties, any attempt to meddle in Qinglian Company's affairs would have to consider the opinions of the various state-owned shareholders. Yu Huqin didn't fully understand, but he grasped the main points. Lu Kunpeng waved his hand. Both of you resolve Lu Jun's issue by the end of August. In September, select a new general manager for the Chinese Super League Company as soon as possible. Have Xiao Wei come to my office and present this report in detail to me and the other leaders. Understood, Director Lu. Yes, Chief. After leaving Lu Kunpeng's office, Yu Huqin made an excuse to depart. He needed a place to digest the information he had just received. Wei Chengjing finished working on the restructuring plan and realized it was already August 27th. The transfer window in England was about to close. Rotherham's recruitment was mostly complete. In goal, Wei Chengjing had initially wanted to sign Kasper Schmeichel. It wasn't that Schmeichel looked down on Rotherham in League One, but he trusted his former manager Sven-Göran Eriksson, who had taken over Leicester City in the Championship in 2010. So he chose to join Leicester. The team had to look for alternatives. Wei Chengjing then sent Cruz a new candidate, Edouard Mendy from AS Cherbourg in the French National League. Such a player wouldn't cost much, would he? To Rotherham's surprise, Mendy was a free agent, available on a free transfer. Mendy couldn't believe his eyes when he received Rotherham's offer. After leaving his previous club, he had gone on trials at several clubs, but none had kept him. How did Rotherham find him? Never mind. As long as he could play football and earn a living for his family, did it really matter where he went compared to going hungry? For right back, Wei Chengjing had his eye on Dani Carvajal from Real Madrid's B team. But Carvajal had no desire to go to England, let alone League One, so that fell through. Ultimately, Rotherham signed 17-year-old right-back Serge Aurier from League One's Lens. After all, the existing right-back was still serviceable in League One. The Ivorian was considered a promising talent at Lens. Rotherham's initial bid of $1 million was rejected. At $2 million, there was some movement. A $2.5 million offer with an additional $5,000 based on appearances was accepted by Lens. The negotiation was handled by Winstanley, who successfully brought the young man back from France. For left-back, the situation was similar. The incumbent wasn't unusable. They signed 18-year-old Connor Townsend from Hull City in the Championship for $1.5 million. There was no helping it. English players with homegrown status came at a premium. In defensive midfield, Rotherham signed N'Golo Kanté from Boulogne in League Two. The unassuming Frenchman had just moved to the club on a free transfer a season ago, played one season in the reserve league, and was then sold. There was no helping it. Rotherham offered too much. €2 for a free agent signing was a steal, and Boulogne's manager felt he had made a killing. Little did he know how he would feel 2 years later. Winstanley felt a bit like a trafficker when he signed Kanté. The lad was naive, flashing a mouthful of small white teeth, asking about his salary and whether he'd be a starter, then just kept nodding. In the end, Kanté's agency contract fell into Tion Sen's hands. Wei Chengjing had no good suggestions for midfield transfers. Ultimately, Potter secured James Wallace from Everton's reserve team, loaned Corey Evans from Manchester United, and loaned Jonjo Shelvey from Liverpool. For left and right wingers, Campos dug up a winger named Riyad Mahrez from Le Havre in League Two, costing the club $1 million. The final signing was considered a risky move by all. Even though the forward line already boasted Bentique Lafondra, and Woulé Cruz insisted on signing this player. Jamie Vardy, a striker playing for Halifax in England's 6th tier. Upon receiving Rotherham's offer, Vardy said nothing, packed his bags, and set off. His goal was unwavering: to keep playing and keep scoring. If he could find a club that would take him in and not let him wander, he would stay there for life. Tion Sen's agency, even though it cost the club only $2,000, Potter and the others felt it was money wasted. But since the owner didn't mind, what could they say? Apart from some necessary loans, Rotherham's squad for the 2011-12 season was basically confirmed. Yu Huqin arrived at a community developed by Zhongli Real Estate on the western side of Beijing. He only dared to go upstairs and knock on the door after dinner. The maid opened the door, let him inside, and then tidied up and left. Only 2 people remained in the house. The living room's main light was off, with only a warm yellow lamp glowing. A man in his 50s wearing an ordinary sports t-shirt sat on the sofa. Director Kai. Yu Huqin was somewhat intimidated. His fear of Lu Kunpeng was the fear of a subordinate towards a superior, like an ancient warrior's dread of a civil official. But towards this man, he felt genuine reverence, for both were military men. How many times have I told you? Don't bring anything when you come in. Take it back with you later. Okay, I've already read the restructuring plan. It's very good. No wonder they've made Qinglian Company so successful. Your league company really lacks people with brains and a willingness to work. Look at what it's become now. Yu Huqin sighed as well. In this world, one often has to go with the flow. In such an environment, if you don't blend in, your subordinates will find you an oddball, making it hard to get along with both superiors and inferiors. But once you integrate, you discover the water contains not only silt, but also seaweed that tangles your feet. To accomplish anything, you either have to force it through harshly or be hamstrung by various parties and achieve nothing. Forcing things through returns to the earlier problem. The Football Association truly lacks talented individuals because there are no think tanks to evaluate outcomes or devise subsequent remedial plans. They typically come up with brainless bad ideas, get blasted by the media and clubs in reality, then change policies overnight and remain stagnant. The problem is that talented people won't come to the Football Association. At most, they might offer advice, but whether you listen is up to you. Those who offer advice often don't understand the current situation and don't need to take responsibility. In the end, the Football Association bears the consequences when things go wrong. What matters most in the 21st century? Talent. Tell Lu Jun to write his resignation. Resigning voluntarily is far better than being fired. Just deny everything to the media. Stall and the matter will blow over. MMOK. Yu Huchin had come today just to hear the conclusion. Sometimes when leaders overthink their subordinates' minds atrophy. He was the most obvious example. Give up the position of general manager of the Chinese Super League company. You should also step back. Since there's no loss, let that Wei Changing give it a try. However, I think Wan Xiaoping isn't suitable to go to Qinglian company. I'll let Zhu Yongqiao go instead. They'll probably offer a chairman's position. The general manager position still needs further discussion and can't be decided yet. With state-owned enterprises coming in, this won't be easy to finalize. The veteran leader meticulously analyzed the situation for Yu Huchin, finally explaining the issues surrounding Qinglian company's restructuring clearly. Only then did Yu Huchin grasp Wei Changing's strategy. Qinglian company would spin off the Qingzhou Fund as an independent operational unit, investing it into the new joint stock company. The foundation would remain under Wei Changing's control. In the future, Qinglian company would center around football, expanding to operate and invest in numerous youth sports programs. By then, it would no longer be called the Youth Football League Company, but the Youth League Company, capable of managing youth basketball leagues, volleyball leagues, and more. Yu Huchin suddenly realized the Youth Football League Company, which they had always called Qinglian Company, had they already been preparing for such a grand scheme. Frightening. Such deep scheming was truly frightening. Wei Changing had built the company's framework and plan for the future. Even if later people created a kaleidoscope of changes, they would only flounder within his structure. It was like a table that originally had 3 legs, making everyone feel that no one leg could be spared. Now this table had dozens of legs. Even if 1 or 2 broke, it would still stand steadily. As long as no one messed things up badly, the outcome couldn't be ruined. On August 29th, despite repeatedly denying the content of the tip-off text messages to the media, Lu Jun still submitted his resignation, claiming that the high-intensity work at the Football Association had caused ailments like buttock pain and nail pain, requiring him to resign as general manager of the Chinese Super League Company and recuperate at home. The Chinese Super League Company's board approved it at lightning speed. When asked by the media about the subsequent candidate, they announced that a new general manager would be selected as soon as possible, and this time, it would not be done through an open competition. Let's guess who the new general manager will be. The journalists huddled together to discuss. I know, a reporter said confidently. All eyes focused on him. Nanmin instant boiled mutton. Coming or not, go to hell. Though they grumbled verbally, the journalists' bodies were honest. The boiled mutton reporter finally got his meal at Nanmin, picking up a slice of lamb and hissing. I've received intelligence that Wei Changing from Qinglian Company is going to the Chinese Super League Company. Really? If I'm wrong, the next meal is on me. There's a Qinglian Company press conference tomorrow. Let's go together. On August 31st, 2011, a Qinglian Company held its 40th press conference. Since the very first conference, reporters had gathered here every Wednesday at 1 p.m., gradually forming a habit. Except for the Spring Festival, the press conference was held rain or shine. Apart from the first one, which gave a hefty transportation fee, red envelope, Qinglian Company never gave out any more red envelopes afterward. Although reporters complained about Qinglian Company's stinginess, they still flocked to every session. Today's press conference was somewhat different. Besides the ever-present press officer Lung Yuan, Wei Changing also appeared on site. This was a rare sight. The planner of the Youth League and the company's general manager hadn't been seen on site for. Lung Yuan started the press conference with her usual expressionless face, but the reporters in the front row noticed that today the press officer seemed to have a faint, almost imperceptible smile on her lips. Was it an illusion? Not smiling, she was beautiful. Smiling, she was even more stunning. Today we will announce the results of Qinglian Company's financial audit. Since the end of June, Qinglian Company has conducted detailed investigations into sponsoring enterprises upstream and downstream suppliers and partners, and has audited the company's internal financial situation. The audit uncovered 24 cases of internal commercial corruption, including 3 involving particularly large sums. All corruption cases have been handed over to the police. Details will be announced later. As soon as the words were spoken, the reporters erupted in an uproar. Was this something that could be said? No company would expose its own shortcomings like this. Another reporter remembered another matter and couldn't help blurting out, is Qinglian Company's move a response to the Lu Jun incident? This was precisely the question every reporter wanted to ask. Lung Yuan shot a glare and said coldly, pay attention to meeting discipline. There will be a QA session later. Alright, she's good looking, so she gets to speak first. In light of recent related incidents, Qinglian Company hereby announces its reporting hotline XXXXXXXX and the Qingzhou Fund reporting hotline XXXXXXXX. The hotline is staffed 24 hours a day. We welcome knowledgeable and righteous individuals in Chinese football to contribute their strength. Qinglian Company will publish its financial reports from November 2010 to June 2011 on its official website as preparation for the company's future listing. We welcome media friends to supervise. Harsh. In the reporter's eyes, Lung Yuan's two statements were like two resounding slaps across the face of the Chinese Super League company. You have commercial corruption. I deal with commercial corruption. You hide and cover up. I make my finances public. The press release segment is over. Next is the QA session. It was as brief as ever, but it didn't matter. There were still press releases. Lung Yuan glanced sideways at Wei Changjing. Wei Changjing sat upright looking serious. The reporter's hands shot up like leaks waiting for Lung Yuan to call on them. President Wei, are your published financial reports and internal audit results targeting anyone? Wei Changjing replied, our internal financial audit is a scheduled procedure, not a spuro-femet decision, and certainly not targeting any other company. Because Qinglian Company has just started and has many imperfections, our financial audits have been a bit more frequent. In the future, it will be once a year. According to the fiscal year. The reporters felt a sense of déjà vu, as if they had heard this somewhere before. Soon a reporter remembered. The Ministry of National Defense often said this. Our military exercises are annual routine exercises and are not targeted at any country. Indeed, it doesn't target others. But if corruption is encountered, people get sent in anyway. Wonder what the Chinese Super League company people think. Some reporters had already started booking tables at Nanmen instant boiled mutton. President Wei, what is your attitude towards corruption? I believe incomplete systems and insufficient supervision breed corruption. Qinglian Company's framework and systems were established through multi-party collaboration, and we have reason to uphold them. Our country governs by law, so we must govern our company and industry by law. Qinglian Company aims to be an incorruptible company. Reporters in the audience burst into enthusiastic applause. President Wei, will there be any changes in your work in the near future? I'm not entirely sure yet. They'll follow organizational arrangements. Then what is your current work focus? My current focus is leading the national Olympic team through the group stage and striving for advancement. If we don't qualify, I hope you all go easy on the criticism. Everyone burst into laughter, as if whether they criticized or not was up to him. Qinglian Company aims to be incorruptible, governing the industry by law to eradicate corruption. Yu Huchen clutched the reports, feeling frustrated. This Wei Changjing was really pushing his luck. He was already prepared to open the door for him, and yet Wei had to kick it a couple of times. Probably telling everyone I'm coming, so you'd all better behave. What worried him now was the so-called financial audit. Not targeting any other company. That was blatantly targeting him, wasn't it? Wuhan. Before the school year started, the players from Kunming No. 18 High School also made their final decisions on whether to stay in Wuhan. Indeed, some clubs' youth teams had offered lucrative contracts and signing bonuses, but they were only for 3 core players. Tong Lijia ultimately decided to continue his studies and go to university. However, Feng Jianzhang told him he could help with the transfer procedures as long as his scores weren't lower than the admission scores for the major at the transferring school. Tong Lijia naturally agreed. Making money quickly to support his family was what he wanted most. If he could both study and play football, why wouldn't he? Fan Zhulong's family was also very pleased. Although Fan Zhulong wanted to play football with Ma Wenjia, he couldn't defy his parents' wishes. His father was a taxi driver who worked from dawn till dusk, and his mother could only do odd jobs due to poor health. Even more than Tong Lijia, he needed the player's job. A monthly salary of 3,000, though not much, could still help his family considerably. Only Ma Wenjia came to find Feng Jianzhang. President Feng, can I ask you something? Could my school quota be given to someone else? I'd be fine with an or I don't need to take the college entrance exam, I can play full-time. When Ma Wenjia said this, his parents were by his side, clearly convinced by him to come. However, Ma Wenjia's parents didn't truly support their child's decision from the bottom of their hearts. Feng Jianzhang asked, can you tell me why? Ma Wenjia recounted what had been weighing on his mind. He wanted to give his school quota in Wuhan to that girl. Wenjia, this is very difficult. Our club can let players attend school because of a pilot project co-established with the Ministry of Education. This project cannot be made public, and all signatories must sign confidentiality clauses. The college entrance exam is a fair pathway upward, and you all are on a special track. If someone with ill intentions finds out and reports it, this project risks being shut down. So letting someone not part of this project use your quota is even more impossible. Ma Wenjia nodded, then turned to his parents and said, then let's go back to Kunming. Ma Wen's parents stood up and nodded regretfully. Wait, I haven't finished speaking. Feng Jianzhang said urgently. Ma Wenjia looked up, a glimmer of hope flickering in his eyes. He truly wanted to continue playing football, preferably professionally. But, ask that girl if she's willing to come to Wuhan as a visiting student. A key high school, but she would have to return to Kunming for the college entrance exam. If she's willing, the club can cover her visiting student fees. But it will be deducted from your club salary. Ma Wenjia nodded excitedly. Okay, Brother Feng, thank you. It's a deal. In September, the Wuhan Changjiang Club held an external press conference announcing the signing of former Qingyuan team striker Liu Bei and the signing of 12 players from the Youth League runner-up team. They also announced the signing of a physical education teacher from Kunming No. 18 High School as the club's head coach and the signing of Eastler as assistant coach. A full row of people stood at the press conference site, almost as many as the reporters. Feng Jianzhang prepared red envelopes and invited reporters from all major media outlets with a live broadcast on Weibo. The Wuhan Changjiang Club's press conference caused a significant stir in Chinese football circles, but most voices were mocking. A no-name club without playing a single match signed 13 high school students to form a team. What a joke. High school students were bad enough, but the head coach was a high school PE teacher. Another joke. The PE teacher was bad enough, but the assistant coach was a chubby kid in the first year of high school. The joke of all jokes. A reporter said privately, "This is pure boredom, a rich second-generation's whim." The signing press conference for an amateur team was put together like it was Real Madrid's new season transfer presentation. High school Galacticos. Wasting money for nothing. You'll win nothing relying on youngsters. No, you'll win nothing relying on high schoolers. Tian's son established a new agency in England named Titan Football Agency. During the transfer process at Rotherham, he had been trailing behind, picking up the leftovers. Yet Tian's son was not content with this. While leveraging Rotherham's momentum was one thing, developing his own business was far more crucial. He couldn't always wait for opportunities to be handed to him. In Europe, any player who could even be remotely labeled a prodigy already had an agent. Thus Tian's son set his sights on younger children. Wei Changjing had originally prepared a list of players aged 12 to 15 for him to follow like a map. However, as he wrote it, he realized it was rather useless for Tian's son. Why? Most of these players might not have even entered an academy, yet so where would one find them? In the end, Wei Changjing only provided a few names for Tian's son to try his luck with. Just say you saw them on Borussia Dortmund's scouting list. Gianluigi Donnarumma, goalkeeper, near Milan, Italy; Achraf Hakimi, right back, near Madrid; Trent Alexander-Arnold, right back, near Liverpool; Marcus Rashford, forward, near Manchester. Finding them was arduous enough, and with some surnames Wei Changjing had forgotten, it would likely take Tian's son quite a while to track them down. In Manchester during September, the weather was fine. Tian's son arrived at Manchester United's youth training base. This was not the famous Carrington base, but the cliff training ground established in the era of Sir Matt Busby. Carrington was reserved for the under-18 youth team and the senior squad, while this ancient history-laden base was left for the new generation of Manchester United youngsters. Tian's son looked at the time-worn brick walls, the mottled pavement, the discarded broken office chairs, and the glass with cracks like spiderwebs. He silently complained that even a Hope school in China was probably 100 times cleaner than this. Thanks to the good loan relationship with Manchester United, Tian's son had the opportunity to closely watch the Manchester United youth team's matches and learn from them. He was warmly welcomed by a coach named Paul McGuinness, a man in his 40s sporting the receding hairline characteristic of the English. "Hello, Tian, nice to meet you. It's rare to see a Chinese person here. Perhaps because so few people came to this place." McGuinness was quite talkative. He gave Tian's son a quick tour of the office area. "This is where we train." Pointing to one of two patches of grass, two teams of young players were warming up. There was a U12 league match about to start, and the opposing team in blue was Everton. "What do you think?" Tian's son replied politely, "It's very nice. Manchester United is indeed a club with a long..." McGuinness shrugged and spread his hands. "I'm afraid the only thing presentable here is the history. Since the Americans arrived, this place has been forgotten. They've hardly spent any money here. The Yanks simply don't care about Manchester United's past. They just see this place as a huge burden." Tian's son was speechless. It seemed McGuinness was quite frustrated here. The influx of capital was driving Manchester United to relentlessly pursue commercial maximization and rapid appreciation. Player transfers naturally yielded faster profits than youth development. It appeared that the continuous influx of star players and the booming market were squeezing the space for local English players. To some extent, Tian's son agreed with the FA's labor policy. It was a necessary measure for nurturing homegrown talent, as was evident from the current state of the cliff training ground. If the FA didn't do this, the Premier League would become another Serie A, and England would become Europe's equivalent of the Chinese national team, unable to beat anyone. Chatting casually, the match began quickly. Watching the youngsters joyfully running on the pitch, Tian's son asked the question he most wanted answered: where do these kids come from? Various amateur leagues are youth cooperation clubs and school competitions. From ages 6 to 15, you could say every child knows the difference between becoming David Beckham and a car mechanic. McGinnis tilted his head with a smile. If they are very talented, can they sign? We sign them to academy contracts. They continue playing here until they are capable of moving up to the first team or they are released. Is it paid? No, we even pay them wages. Youth football is about building interest. Charging money would change. How can a player bear the cost of playing football from such a young age? Tianson couldn't help but nod. So how do you judge a player's potential, specifically a player's talent at this age? McGinnis laughed heartily. I've been a youth coach for 15 years. Nothing escapes my eyes. Do you believe that? Tianson played along. I'm not so sure about that. There's a secret. I don't usually tell people this. At that moment, McGinnis was like a master imparting wisdom, mysteriously saying for young players, look at their technique. Tianson waited for a while only to realize McGinnis had finished. Technique. Yes, technique. Technique is what allows a kid to dribble past opponents. A good player is like a ballet dancer with excellent body coordination and flexibility. Look at that kid. McGinnis pointed to a Manchester United player on the field, number 9, who dribbled past 2 pressing defenders, drove all the way forward, and narrowly missed scoring. What's that kid's name? Greenwood. He's the best at this age group. In a couple of years, he'll be able to skip straight to the Tianson practically drooled. Do you know what else football requires besides technique? The answer is parents willing to drive 5 kilometers to bring their kids to training every week. Go look at the Carrington parking lot. It's full of cars. Carrington is out in the sticks. You have to drive there. Training 3 or 4 times a week. Only middle-class families can afford that. This system excludes poor kids. Youth development is a money-burning endeavor for families too. So we put the academy here to allow more children to play. McGinnis stroked his thinning hair wistfully, seeming to let go of his complaints and rediscover the original purpose of being a youth coach. Of course, having money is also a foundation for playing well. Take Walcott, who cost Arsenal $5 million. His father worked for the Royal Air Force, his mother was a housewife, and his grandfather was a Royal Air Force warrant officer and one of Britain's first black conservative counselors. He was unknown at first, surviving solely on his family's support. He did make it in the end. Some poor kids probably switch careers if they can't make it. Do you know how many of these kids will turn professional? McGinnis held up one finger. 1 in 10. The best. Tianson understood. This was the harsh reality of professional football. How many players were ruthlessly eliminated for failing to progress? As he was leaving, Tianson casually noticed a line inscribed on a dilapidated brick wall, "No pain and no gain." On an ordinary September afternoon, media reporters received notices that the Chinese Football Association and the Chinese Super League Company would hold a press conference to appoint a new general manager. Before this, internal sources had confirmed that the general manager was none other than Wei Changjing. In Lu Dongling's office at WW Sports, Wei Changjing stood up ready to head downstairs. Lu Dongling helped straighten the back of Wei Changjing's suit jacket and gave a thumbs up. "Brother Wei, looking sharp." She then asked, "After you go to the CSL company, you won't be able to come by often, right?" Wei Changjing frowned. "What are you talking about? The CSL company is on the 9th floor. It's just a floor up or down. Why wouldn't I come?" "Because you need to avoid conflicts of interest. The CSL company and WW Sports don't have any business dealings." Wei Changjing tapped Lu Dongling's head with his bent finger. "Then you need to get that little brain of yours working. Think about what kind of cooperation WW Sports can have with the CSL company." At the press conference venue, Wu Diuhuchen and the directors of the CSL company were all present. Wei Changjing sat between the 2 senior officials. Dressed in a dark gray suit with a black striped tie, he was devastatingly handsome. Yu Huchen, eager to finish quickly with his speech, announced, "Following the directives of the General Administration of Sport and the internal research of the FA regarding the CSL company, we officially appoint Comrade Wei Changjing as the general manager of the Chinese Super League Company, with a term of 3 years and a probation period of 6 months. Next came Wu Dis' words of encouragement and expectations for the CSL company. The scale of Chinese football was large enough. Youth football leagues might need the support of other projects to go public, but the professional league, if managed well, could go public on its own. It all depended on whether Wei Changjing could pull it off. Wu Di expectantly asked Wei Changjing to say a few words. Wei Changjing spoke briefly, just about working hard, identifying shortcomings, and continuing to strive. He wanted to say, "Rest assured, my entertainment expenses definitely won't be used for soliciting prostitutes," but he feared Yu Huchen's old face couldn't take it. The press conference concluded in a harmonious atmosphere. Subsequently, a series of personnel adjustments followed. Naturally, Wei Changjing would bring a few people he worked well with to the CSL company, and Zhu Yongchao would fill the vacated positions with his own people. 3 days later, reporters received another invitation. When they received the familiar, generous red envelopes at the door, they felt as if they had traveled through time. It seemed that the CSL company's press conferences would once again be under the control of the goddess Lung Yuan. On the podium sat 2 familiar faces along with one familiar and arrogant countenance. Wang Xikong. What was he doing here? Lung Yuan announced. The press conference officially begins. Announcing the first piece of news, the original China Youth Football Development Foundation is officially renamed the China Football Development Foundation. The reporters below were very quiet, refraining from asking questions in tacit understanding. A mere name change was nothing to be surprised about. There would be a press release. Everyone was familiar with the conference procedure. Second piece of news: the foundation announces a strategic cooperation with the Wanda Group. Wanda Group will invest 500 million renminbi over the next 3 years to support the development of Chinese football. Silence, still silence. But this time the reporters weren't calm. They were too shocked to speak. What a big move. Right off the bat, it was 5 small goals, the same amount invested by the young Master Wang on stage. The reporters suddenly had an unbelievable but plausible guess. Was Wei Changjing Chairman Wang's illegitimate son? Such silent paternal love expressed only by transferring money. All right, now the two sides shake hands for the photo. Wang Xikong stood up and shook hands with Wei Changjing. Cameras flashed wildly. The reporters were thoroughly familiar with this procedure, only pondering whether to place this story in the entertainment or sports section. That was the question. All right, now for the QA session. Reporters' hands shot up like spring bamboo shoots after rain. The scene was tense, exciting, yet orderly. This was also Wang Xikong's first time attending such a brisk press conference. He hadn't wanted to come, but his father, he had been wondering how to endure the lengthy conference. Glancing at the Vacheron Constantine on his wrist, he found that less than 3 minutes had passed, and they were already at the QA session. Mr. Wang, may I ask why Wanda Group is investing 500 million to support Chinese football? The young Wang replied, because my family is rich. The reporter was stunned. Ha ha, just kidding. Wang Xikong glanced at Wei Changjing with a smile, and seeing he wasn't offended, said seriously, Wanda Group has always been committed to the development of Chinese football, but we hope to invest our resources where they can truly make a difference. The China Football Development Foundation is such a place. Mr. Wang, how will this 500 million be allocated? Title sponsorship of the Chinese Super League, title sponsorship of the Women's Super League, sponsoring the men's and women's national teams, sponsoring youth leagues, sponsoring the national team's search for world-class coaches, selecting young players for overseas study, and improving referee compensation. Title sponsorship of the CSL. The entire room was stunned. They couldn't care less about the other flashy just the first item alone would give the CSL, which had been naked for half a year, a title sponsor. Who knew how many times the former Lu Jun would be dragged from his sickbed and flogged in spirit? May I ask the amount of the sponsorship? Wang Xikong glanced at Wei Changjing and asked casually, what did you say? Wei Changjing said calmly, 75 million. Okay, no problem. The reporters were collectively petrified, stiff, and breathless. One dared to ask, and the other dared to give. Even 75 million happy beans would take a long time to lose. May I ask? A reporter stammered. Why didn't Wanda sponsor the CSL before? As I said, there was no football foundation before. Wang Xikong looked at the reporter as if questioning their intelligence. Final, just read the press release later. The reporter was resigned. Mr. Wei, what changes can we expect for the CSL in the future? I've only just arrived at the CSL company. Please stay tuned. The press conference concluded. This is the first time I found a press conference interesting, Wang Xikong remarked. I'm going to organize an esports league soon. I hope your friend's team joins too. I forgot to ask last time. WCY team, it's not an abbreviation of your name, is it? No, nothing to do with me. It stands for Wuhan Changjiang Youth. A coincidence, just a coincidence, Wei Changjing explained. Lu Dongling was really mischievous, insisting on using that abbreviation. People might actually think it was his club. Oh, I see. Wang Xizong, still suspicious, reluctantly accepted the explanation. Since Wei Changjing didn't want to elaborate, he didn't press further. The news of Wanda Group's title sponsorship exploded in football circles in an understated way. Truly, Wanda was the tycoon. Evergrande was still the little brother. The competitions among the big players were so unpretentiously straightforward. You invest 10 million, I invest 90 million, you invest 500 million. Then Evergrande had to make a gesture too. Soon Evergrande Group donated a plot of land worth 300 million to the China Football Development Foundation for developing a national-level training base. Although the amount wasn't as large as Wanda's, the land's appreciation potential and the commercial value it could create were certainly not lower. The most awkward person was still Yu Huchen. Just like in Oman, he didn't know whether to be sad or happy. If he was happy, the chairman of this China Football Development Foundation was Wei Changjing. He had essentially come to the CSL company, bringing his own capital. Whether it was title sponsorship or other sponsorships, the money went into the foundation's account, and it was up to him how to spend it. It wasn't appropriate to be sad either. Colleagues of the same rank who were unaware of the inside story would always say half-heartedly, "Old you, you're so lucky to have such a capable subordinate." Little did they know that this subordinate spent his days doing things that constantly slapped him in the face. Because the football park wasn't fully built yet, the Changjiang team had to temporarily use the facilities of another Wuhan team, Wuhan Zhonghua. On the training ground, new faces kept joining. Several young players under Tian Sen's agency joined the team, forming an 18-man roster for the upcoming matches. Officials from the Wuhan Football Association found it strange. Initially, they thought the Changjiang club was a wealthy one. After all, few clubs in China could afford to buy a plot of land. They seemed committed to football long-term. But why wasn't the team spending money to sign experienced proven players instead, insisting on signing high school students? The difference between professional and non-professional was still vast. Later, when the roster was complete, they didn't apply to the Wuhan FA to participate in higher-level competitions, but chose to play at the regional level. Time was money after all. While football was a money-burning sport, this was an unusual way to burn it. Wouldn't getting promoted to the CSL sooner mean recovering the investment sooner? The Wuhan FA officials were utterly baffled. Lu Dong looked at the players training on the field and felt immense pressure. Academic classes in the morning, training in the afternoon. Compared to ordinary high school students, they had to put in much more effort. Although there was a guaranteed university to take them, they still needed to achieve a certain score. These kids' talent could only be described as average, so they had to train even harder. How to get the team to advance from regional competitions was Lu Dong's top priority. However, one thing was reassuring: the players were very hardworking. The club's medical care was well-equipped, with 2 team doctors accompanying the team throughout training to help with their recovery. Another source of immense pressure for Lu Dong was Feng Jianzhang. The general manager of Wuhan Changjiang Club was right there in a team uniform, mingling among the training players. Mingling wasn't quite accurate. Feng Jianzhang executed his training regimen with meticulous precision, even more seriously than the players. With him in the squad, the quality of the players' training was undoubtedly high. Unbelievably, General Manager Feng had even registered himself for the upcoming matches. He was probably one of only 2 club bosses in the country to do so, the other being Xinhua's owner Zhu Jun. If you thought he was just playing around, he was much more serious than Zhu Jun. He trained with them, saying he could serve as a substitute if they were short-handed. If you thought he was neglecting his duties, that was also true. Didn't the club have other matters? Was a club owner supposed to be this free? Lu Dong didn't dare to voice this complaint, so he just bottled it up inside. Feng Jianzhang was drenched in sweat within the team. He probably hadn't trained this hard since graduating, but he gritted his teeth and persevered. At 25, it was a golden age for a professional footballer, but for him, it was an age of being drained by work. Yet while his physical energy was being consumed, his mind became exceptionally clear. Why was he doing this? Jianzhang, don't rush things when running the club. Don't think about reaching the CSL in a few years. That's not our goal either. Just explore and learn from the lower leagues. WW Sports doesn't lack funds, but I want you to operate the club with a normal business mindset. Only then can you discover the various problems within the league system. That is the significance of us running this club. When Wei Changjing became the general manager of the CSL company, Feng Jianzhang vaguely understood what needed to be done. He personally went out to seek club sponsorships and was rejected countless times. Couldn't the team function without sponsors? Yes, it could. WW Sports had money and Wuhan Changjiang team had money. But what if this were an ordinary club? It would need to find funds for its operations. Seeking sponsorships was what a normal club would do. Before the press conference announced Wanda's title sponsorship, Wei Changjing had already reported the matter to Wu Di and Yu Huchen. The meeting room was filled with a cheerful atmosphere except for Director Yu, who remained sullen. After Zhu Yongchao's transfer, Huang Kesong, the deputy director of the competition department, was promoted 1 level, and the long vacant position in the national management department was filled by a man named Dong Yu. Dong Yu had once been a translator for the national team's foreign coach and later transferred from the foreign affairs department to the national management department, making him a former colleague of Leng Yuan. Director Yu still firmly held the reins over the national team and the Chinese Super League. As long as Wei Changjing didn't stir up any trouble, Director Yu naturally wouldn't bother with him. But this time he had no choice but to pay attention. The 50 million yuan allocated for selecting an internationally renowned head coach invigorated the entire national management department. After all, Li Zhangzhu of Evergrande only cost 5 million a year. How much could an international famous coach cost? Wei Changjing said, I communicated with Chairman Wang of the Wanda Group. He hopes to complete the national team's coach selection within a month. A reference list for the coach selection was also provided: Lippi, Hiddink, Ridgecard, Van Basten, Aragonés, Donadoni, Votes, and others. The National Management Department is expected to complete the preliminary communication for the coach selection as soon as possible and provide a list of candidates who can proceed. As long as the Foundation's legal review of the contract finds no issues, I can arrange the payment. Dong Yu nodded. President Wei, no problem. He'll go back and arrange the work immediately. Well determined the candidates, Wu Di, who was present at the meeting, was overjoyed. He glanced at Yu Huchen and said, Xiao Wei has strong work capabilities. They say a new broom sweeps clean, and his first move has already ignited both the league and the national team. Keep up the good work. The National Management Department should also learn from Qingli and Company's efficiency and advance work proactively. Everyone nodded. Madrid, Spain. In a small villa, Camacho was enjoying his idle days. But saying enjoying might not be entirely accurate. In February, Camacho was fired by La Liga Osasuna due to his coaching style and results. Half a year had passed, and no team he deemed worthy had come to invite him to coach. The offers were either from the Spanish second division or other countries' secondary leagues, none of which met the expectations of a former Real Madrid legend. Camacho was disheartened. If things continued like this, he would soon run out of money. Just then an agent came to him, saying he could introduce him to a job in the East. The East? Japan or Korea? No, it's China, mister. Camacho. Camacho wasn't really interested. He casually asked, can the salary reach 400 euros per month? That was his bottom line. The Chinese agent said disdainfully, Mr. Camacho, please use your imagination. With your credentials, it's only normal to earn more than 5 times that in China. 5 times. 200 per month. Really? Camacho was stunned. You should know that in a Chinese club a Korean head coach earns 500 euros a year. Camacho was skeptical, but since he had nothing better to do, he said then go ahead and negotiate. If it really reaches the price you mentioned, going to China is not out of the question. The Chinese agent smiled confidently. My agency fee is quite high. It'll take 20 of your annual salary. This includes the cost of my preliminary lobbying on your behalf. Camacho hesitated for a moment, but then agreed. Who said foreigners were all rigid? They understood the ways of the lobbying costs included in the agency fee, reasonable. Similar scenarios were playing out all over. Among Europe's famous coaches, rumors were spreading about a land of gold in the East. The last time such news circulated was when the Travels of Marco Polo was written. It had been nearly a year since he arrived in England. Siahui looked back on his development over the past year feeling as if he were in a dream. He had become an assistant coach for a League One club, head coach of the youth team, and the nominal club youth academy director. Many friends in the domestic football circle often called to check on him, even those he hadn't contacted in a long time were drawn out. This greatly satisfied Siahui's vanity. Siahui felt that a new chapter in his life had opened. He also kept an eye on domestic news, seeing the youth national team's championship, the Asian Games' disastrous defeat, and the vigorous development of the youth league. The League One schedule had started in August. After 5 rounds, Rotherham had both wins and losses. Porter showed no dissatisfaction over 1 or 2 defeats. The matches accelerated the team's integration and gave him a more concrete understanding of the new players. Siahui had gained a lot from following Porter for half a season. He didn't even return to China for the new year, choosing to spend it in England instead. Being an assistant coach and a youth team head coach offered different experiences and feelings. The assistant coach needed to handle many trivial matters for the head coach, such as player training and researching the next opponent. Of course, the head coach also did research. They would approach tactical plans and targeted strategies from different angles, clashing ideas to reach a final conclusion. At this moment, Siahui could appreciate Su Maozen's joy. With all the groundwork prepared, he could then meticulously scheme against opponents, giving him a secret thrill. When he switched to the role of youth team head coach, besides tactics, he also had to address psychological and state issues. For example, which player was unhappy about not playing recently, why a player who had been performing well was suddenly in a goal drought, why some players' form fluctuated. Bentik was a prime example. When he first arrived, he played poorly, leading the coaching staff and fans to believe he was. In reality, both the team and he initially had high expectations. Such a strong, tall player should score goals, break through, and win headers. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a waste? But too many responsibilities made him unable to do anything well. Porter then set a simpler role for him: hold up the ball, shield defenders, control it, and pass to supporting teammates. This role didn't require him to score, greatly relieving Bentik's inner pressure. After half a season of refinement, he finally grasped his own strengths, and with the pressure lifted, his goal count unexpectedly increased. Some people are like that. They perform better without pressure. Sometimes against weaker defenders, Bentik confidently overpowered them to score. That's the art of the head coach. Why does the same player start under Coach A but can't get playing time under Coach B? It's not the player's problem, it's whether the head coach is willing to manage him. Many experienced coaches have established systems and then select suitable players, leaving the unsuitable ones to rot on the bench at the club's expense. A new coach like Porter couldn't afford such luxury and wasn't rigidly bound to any single tactic. He was constantly refining his football philosophy, and one day he would have his own deeply understood system, but until then he would tailor tactics to the team rather than buying players to fit a system. That was the difference between a top club's head coach and a commoner coach. Rotherham's midfield lost Pogba in the new season, a significant blow. The entire midfield lacked a certain rhythm and flair. The newcomer Shelvey was a notch lower in attacking creativity, though he compensated with diligent defensive work. There was still a gap between ordinary young players and prodigies. The other 2 newcomers, Wallace and Evans, were average, by Winstanley's harsh assessment barely qualified for League One. The surprises for Rotherham were Mahrez and Kanté, who quickly became rotation players, performing impressively. In Wei Changjing's view, these players' techniques were already refined and at a stage of transformation. As long as they were given enough matches and a good training environment, their breakout was only a matter of time. Fortunately, they broke out at Rotherham. In goal, Rotherham initially wanted to buy Martinez outright, but Arsenal rejected the €2.5 million transfer proposal. After deliberation, Martinez decided to continue his loan at another club rather than help Rotherham pressure Arsenal. The newly transferred Mendy was entrusted with a key role by Porter. Rotherham's style was to give young players opportunities. The new 17-year-old prospect Oriol and 18-year-old Townsend also got chances to rotate in. As Rotherham's most expensive signings that summer, the 2 cost the club $5 million in total, but Porter and the team had confidence the youngsters would live up to their price tags. Watching Rotherham's chariot roll forward, we felt that Chinese football still had a long way to go and much. Beijing Nim and Hot Pot. Wei Changjing booked a private room. Soon a tall, thin-faced, middle-aged man arrived. It was the current national team head coach Gao Hongba. Coach Gao, hello. President Wei, hello. Gao Hongba was invited by Wei Changjing through Fan Ziyi. Although it was a roundabout way, it was better than the awkwardness and presumption of a direct invitation. Wei Changjing felt this was better. Gao Hongba was dressed in a formal suit and shirt. May I ask President Wei what brings me here? Oh, Wei Changjing sighed. This meal is mainly to apologize to you, Coach Gao, or else I won't be able to. Can't live with yourself. Gao Hongba was a Beijing native. Having operated in the football circle for so many years, there were no secrets from him regarding the Football Association's moves if he wanted to know. He already knew that the National Management Department was in contact with foreign famous coaches and that he would soon be dismissed. He hadn't expected the Chinese Super League company to approach him before the National Management Department. President Wei, you flatter me. If the national team can hire a world-famous coach, that's a good thing. Wei Changjing laughed heartily and gave a thumbs up. Coach Gao, you are magnanimous. But as professionals, I don't think replacing you with a famous coach is a good thing. If you weren't the national team head coach, would you think this change is appropriate? Gao Hongba was puzzled. The coach change started with you, so why are you now disapproving? I hope Coach Gao can understand my predicament. From my perspective, you won the East Asian Cup, defeating Japan and South Korea. Although the Asian Cup in June was a failure, we approached it as a training exercise. It wasn't your fault. But the FA leadership needs you to consider the bigger picture and take the blame. Wei Changjing's words struck a chord with Gao Hongba, bringing tears to his eyes. How unjust. He had given his all for the national team over the years, always cautious and treading on thin ice. Now that Wanda had arrived, a single word to replace him with an international famous coach erased all his previous work. The team's playing style was just beginning to show results. Changing the coach would be like demolishing a house that had already been built and starting from scratch. How could that not be frustrating? But that frustration was stuck in his throat, impossible to express. Wei Changjing poured 2 glasses of Nilinshan Erguo too, and said, Coach Gao, as an apology, you'll drink first. With that, he downed the baijiu in one gulp. Gao Hongba was startled, then smiled. This President Wei was also a man of passion. He'll join you. After the drinks, they began to chat from youth team development to national team matches. Wei Changjing had at least been a team leader for the Olympic and youth national teams, so they found common ground. Coach Gao, can you tell me what problems our national team has now? Gao Hongba instinctively glanced at the door, realizing he was being overly cautious, and smiled sheepishly. What problems? The problem is a lack of continuity. Youth training isn't continuous, and neither is the national team. We change head coaches every 2 years on average. President Wei, do you think I'm afraid of criticism? The national team has wins and losses. That's normal. We're professional coaches. If fans curse us, so what? If we play badly, we deserve the criticism. Breaking windows with bricks is even acceptable. But our fans lack patience, and our leaders have even less. At this, Gao Hongba paused. The leaders want results. In the end, it's us coaches who suffer, and it's our successive national teams that suffer. First, we said learn from Germany, the spirit of the leopard. 2 years later, Brazil won the World Cup, so we sent kids to Brazil. Then 2 years later, Spain won, and we want to send kids to Spain. I bet this time the coach we hire will be Spanish. Wei Changjing was amazed. Damn, are you also a time traveler? Indeed, Barcelona's tiki-taka ruled the world. The Spanish national team won the World Cup, and they were ranked first in FIFA. Many favored a Spanish head coach, but they forgot that it was Spanish players, products of their youth system like Xavi and Iniesta, who won while the Spanish coach was just the tactical commander. They didn't look at what ingredients they had in their own basket. The national team's biggest problem is having no style. Well said. Wei Changjing applauded. Gao Hongba's spirits soared, emboldened by alcohol, as if he wanted to vent his pent-up frustrations. Let me tell you a story. I led the team to a match, and before the game, a leader gave a speech to the players. It went on until the stadium announcer called for the national anthem and flag raising. The national team players had no time to warm up, so everyone's muscles were stiff. They spent the first half just following the opponent's rhythm. Funny, isn't it? Haha, that's hilarious. Wei Changjing was laughing so hard he was in tears. Not because the story itself was funny, but because he felt sorrow for the national team players and coaches. And the coach selection process is even more ridiculous. An expert group evaluates and concludes that someone is suitable, listing reasons 1 through 4, and appoints him. After a while, results are poor, and they let him go, making him take the blame and leave. Why? On what grounds? It's all just talk from both sides. How can they argue that a new coach is more suitable? In my opinion, it should be like this: the expert group shares responsibility with the head coach. If the coach does poorly, those who selected him and the national management department staff who assisted should all be dismissed. Then see if the national team's results improve. Great idea, great idea. Wei Changjing applauded. The national team should be managed like a business with risk management. Wei Changjing completely agreed. In a company, if an employee messes up, the responsible manager and the deputy general manager are accountable. The entire chain bears responsibility. Everyone is responsible, and everyone supervises each other. Not like now where officials are officials, and blame is blame with no difference whether the selection is good or bad. The hot pot steamed with heat flames dancing in the stove. But after pouring a kettle of water, it would take a long time to boil again. On September 14th, the Olympic national team regrouped to prepare for the match on September 21st. Originally after Wei Changjing's new appointment, he could have handed over the role of Olympic national team leader. But after Wu Di asked for his opinion, Wei Changjing felt it wouldn't affect the Super League company's operations and could accompany the team through the group stage before discussing further. Wu Di found it feasible, and Yu Huchen had no objections. Wei Changjing even specifically suggested to Yu Huchen to temporarily transfer Gao Hongbo as an assistant coach for the Olympic team. This was to facilitate a smooth handover in case he couldn't continue as team leader due to work reasons. Yu Huchen naturally couldn't oppose this suggestion. Gao Hongbo's dismissal was a foregone conclusion, and some compensation was due. If you only make someone take the blame without offering benefits, who would take the fall for you in the future? Since Wei Changjing took charge of the Chinese Super League company, the happiest ones were naturally the clubs. The resolution of the naming rights directly boosted their income, with 75 million yuan distributed among over 30 clubs, bringing in at least over $1 million in revenue. Wei Changjing then announced that the next year, the 2012 season, would introduce a three-tier sponsorship system for the youth league. Existing sponsors could renew under favorable terms if willing, otherwise contracts would be terminated with compensation and new sponsors would be sought. No sponsor was foolish. They had capitalized on the league's low point with minimal fees, making termination costs equally low. Once terminated, re-entering would be difficult with bids going to the highest payer. Given the 2011 season's buzz, the market was already showing signs of revival. Previously difficult sponsors unanimously agreed to resign and fulfill their contracts. Beyond this, Wei Changjing remained quiet. His daily work involved streamlining club operations, chatting with managers and staff across different departments and positions. On weekends, he would pick a Super League match to attend in person and hold discussions with the clubs. There was no internal financial audit as previously threatened. The Super League company was eerily calm. Even Yu Huchen barely noticed Wei Changjing's presence. Wei Changjing arrived at Shanghai base to see Coach Bora, who had been recuperating in the hospital for a month. The old man still looked weak, delegating as much work as possible to his assistant coaches. Gao Hongbo's addition also helped share the load. Gao Hongbo observed the atmosphere of the national U23 team, sensing a subtle difference. He was a coach with strong ideas, always emphasizing ground coordination and team balance during his tenure. He was also among the first in China to use data for tactical planning. However, Gao Hongbo was aware of his own shortcomings. He struggled with interpersonal communication, often encountering issues when dealing with club management. As a result, despite decent results, he frequently faced opposition from players and club officials later on. The saying, character determines destiny, held true. Gao Hongbo noticed that Wei Changjing acted as a glue. Coach Bora was strict and meticulous. Even troublemakers like Wang Dalei respected the old man. But strictness sometimes meant bluntness, and players had varying levels of understanding, requiring someone to translate and mediate. Wei Changjing was that person. Today, Coach Bora yelled at you about poor positioning. Don't take it to heart. He means to maintain the overall formation, keeping distances within 5 meters. Look at this video, you just took your position here. If an opponent appears here, there's a risk of being breached. Understand, relying solely on translation wasn't enough. Having only Li Bing as an assistant coach was also insufficient. The U23 team was grouped with the UAE, Uzbekistan, and Iraq. Saudi Arabia and South Korea were in one group, while Japan and Syria were in another. Relatively speaking, Japan's prospects for advancing were favorable, followed by China. The group of death with Saudi Arabia and South Korea would inevitably see some teams heading to playoffs. Such a favorable draw was also thanks to Brother Long's maneuvers at the AFC. Wei Changjing couldn't help but silently praise Brother Long as mighty. China's goal was to top the group and advance without playoffs. After the away victory over Oman, Coach Bora gained a new perspective on Wei Changjing. Previously, he had seen the young man merely as a life assistant, handling logistics and player management. He hadn't expected him to have insights into team tactics. Coach Bora reviewed Wei Changjing's resume. He had studied at the German Sport University Cologne, the best sports university in Germany and Europe. He had interned at Borussia Dortmund's youth academy and reportedly coached U16 matches. What performance could have convinced the Germans to entrust a team to a Chinese man? According to Wei Changjing, he had only coached 3 matches, 2 wins, and 1 draw, undefeated. The old man chuckled, "Kid, you're quite the braggart." Coach Bora began inviting Wei Changjing to tactical meetings. Initially, Wei mostly listened without speaking, but afterward Bora would specifically call on him to share his views. When selecting the squad, Bora adopted Wei Changjing's advice, opting for combinations with higher chemistry. For instance, as in the previous match, the U20 midfield's cohesion controlled the game's flow. Thus China's starting lineup became goalkeeper Wang Daliu, defenders Wushizhang Limping Lei Tenglong and Song Buishuan, midfielders Jin Jingdao and Piao Chong, right winger Zhang Yuan, left winger Wu Lei Ao, attacking midfielder Zhang Shizhe, and forward Wang Yang. During the match against Oman, the old man also discovered the effectiveness of headers, a good tactic against West Asian teams worth continuing. On September 21st, at Beijing Workers' Stadium, the Chinese U23 team defeated the visiting U10, securing their first victory. Back at the Football Association, the National Team Management Department reported progress in the national team's coach selection. Typically, selecting a foreign coach involved forming a selection group for a European tour first. After 10 days or half a month, they would return to submit a report. However, Wei Changjing had emphasized the urgency of the selection and informed Wanda that there were no plans to reimburse travel expenses. This selection process was remarkably swift. Within just a week, the list of new candidates was on the desks of several directors, Camacho, Hiddink, Lippi, and Scolari. After communicating with over a dozen head coaches, these showed the strongest interest. We negotiated with their agents with salaries around 3 to 5 million euros. Hiring a full coaching team would cost more. Dong Yu, adept at foreign affairs, handled the selection flawlessly. Everyone's eyes turned to Wei Changjing for his. After all, he now represented not only the Football Association, but also Wanda. Everyone was curious how Wei Changjing had convinced Chairman Wang to invest $500 million. This time, Wanda didn't send any representatives, authorizing the China Football Fund to decide the selection entirely. Thus, Wei Changjing held the same veto power as Wu Di and Yu Huchen. I have no objections. The group stage starts in October. Please finalize the contract details as soon as possible. Can it be done this week? No problem, Dong Yu assured the leaders. 3 days later, he projected the final candidate onto the big screen. Mr. Camacho, former Real Madrid legend. From a world football powerhouse with advanced philosophies aligned with Spain's technical style and play. He has experience in World Cups, European Championships, and Champions League, as well as coaching national teams and European clubs, emphasizing strict management. He will bring a team including a fitness coach, scouting coach, and youth coach to China, including a Spanish FA coach. I believe this aligns with China's current football development stage and national conditions. Mr. Camacho's agent has provided preliminary contract documents reviewed by our legal department with no issues. The Chinese versions are in your folders. Dong Yu returned to his seat satisfied after his presentation. He had prepared the materials tirelessly for days, polished to perfection, confident it would convince the leaders. Seeing the silent conference room, Yu Huchen spoke. Xiaodong's work is thorough. Any other opinions from colleagues? The others shook their heads. Camacho's resume spoke for itself. It seemed, Director, you considered Camacho a good. Eyes returned to Wei Changjing. Camacho is indeed a renowned head coach. However, the investor fully authorized the China Football Fund, and we also arranged for HR to provide a report. Please take a moment to review it. Lung Ying connected her laptop to the projector, glancing at Dong Yu across the table. His eyes nervously darted away. Her gaze was like a cold sword, her words devoid of emotion. She addressed the minute taker. Please record every word I say from now on verbatim. The China Football Fund commissioned the globally renowned HR consulting firm Adecco Group to conduct external research and interviews on the 4 candidates. This is a necessary practice for modern enterprises to avoid hiring risks and sunk costs. Since today's sole candidate is Mr. Camacho, let's start with his assessment results. In 1996, Mr. Camacho took over mid-table La Liga club Sevilla, leading them to relegation by season's end. He was dismissed. In 1997, Camacho became Espanyol's head coach for the second time, employing an ugly long ball style that fans couldn't tolerate. After finishing 10th, he resigned. In 1998, Camacho became Real Madrid's head coach, but was ousted after just 22 days due to conflicts with his assistant, setting a record for the fastest sacking in Real Madrid history. That same year, he took the Spanish national team job, but in 11 matches against European and American teams, he then abandoned Spain's traditional style for long ball tactics, exiting the 2002 World Cup in the quarterfinals before leaving the post. His most recent departure was in February this year, with Osasuna deep in relegation trouble under him, facing a full team boycott. As Lung Ying spoke, the room's temperature dropped. Each sentence felt like a slap to Dong Yu. The Camacho he had praised to the skies was now a despised coach, with no notable achievements. Dong Yu's face paled as he interrupted. How can a few lines from a consulting firm negate Mr. Camacho's accomplishments? He coached Raul and Xavi. Lung Ying ignored him and continued. We interviewed Osasuna's sporting director and several players he coached. Please watch the video. On screen, Osasuna's sporting director vented, damn it, can I swear? No. Then what can I say? He and his assistant never led training or tactics. The third coach handled it all. Osasuna's state is because we believed his lies. Barcelona midfielder Xavi appeared. The coach told us, you're professionals, you should know what to do on the pitch. He never gave tactical instructions, just shouted at us. Real Madrid captain Raul said his coaching in 2005 was disastrous. Sorry, I don't want to recall those days. There were also other club officials and former players Camacho had worked with. Dong Yu fell silent. Not everyone spoke against Camacho, but out of 200 respondents surveyed, only 5 or 6 said positive things. If you wish to see that part of the video, I can provide it anytime. After finishing Camacho's assessment, Lung Ying continued, we contacted the other 3 candidates. They all received inquiry calls about the China job, but no one followed up with them afterward. May I ask why? The room's AC was set to an energy-saving 26 degrees Celsius, but Dong Yu was sweating. Maybe they didn't receive our fax, he explained. Lung Ying snorted softly, flipping to the next slide. This is the contract text for Mr. Camacho submitted by Dong Yu yesterday. The FA's legal department reviewed it, but we also had a renowned domestic law firm check it for caution. 2 clauses raised concerns. First, the goal is for China's style and play to show clear and positive changes. This is too vague. With no specific performance targets, it doesn't match modern national team coach contracts. Terminating him for poor results could easily lead to losing FIFA arbitration. Second, the salary is 4 million euros, but is it pre-tax or post-tax? The contract doesn't specify. If post-tax, would need to pay an additional 45 tax 8 million euros. That's 52 million yuan, exceeding Wanda Group's sponsorship amount. Wei Changjing inwardly gave a thumbs up. Lung Ying was his ultimate spokesperson. Yu Huqin's expression was beyond displeasure. It was utterly grim. Camacho's record could be excused by saying opinions vary, but the 2 players' criticisms were devastating. They were first-hand accounts branding Camacho incompetent. His best achievement was a World Cup quarterfinal, and that was now laid bare. The lack of follow-up with other coaches with only Camacho's contract and quote submitted was suspicious to any. This was clear dereliction of duty. Contract loopholes could be blamed on the legal department, but their impact raised further doubts. What would Wanda's chairman Wang think? That they were trying to swindle his money. Wu Di was tempted to enjoy Yu Huqin's embarrassment, but the national team coach selection was a one-way street. Group stage matches would start in October. Missing this window meant Gao Hongba would lead the team through group play. If he failed to advance, no world-class coach would be needed. China would have no major matches for 2 years. So this had to be settled before October. Xiao Wei, any suggestions? Wu Di asked. Our China Football Fund also sent coach selection invitations to European agents. After 4 months of screening, we finally convinced a candidate we deem extremely suitable. I forgot to report this to you 2 directors, thinking it wouldn't be needed. If the National Team Management Department's selection team could also contact him, he'd naturally be a candidate. If they couldn't, he would be our backup. Yu Huqin, Dong Yu, and the department staff caught Wei Changjing's subtext. For months of screening, had Wei Changjing started preparing before joining the Super League company and Wanda's sponsor? When had he and Wanda finalized the investment? Yu Huqin felt set up. Forgot to report. Thought it wouldn't. Of course, Wei Changjing hadn't forgotten to report to Wu Di. Just not to Yu Huqin. This was procedurally fine. Back then it was still called the Youth Football Fund. The fund contacting agents for separate coach selection as a backup could be justified as preparation for the U23 or U20 teams. Yu Huqin naturally didn't need to know. And the selection team's failure to include such a suitable candidate was another display of incompetence and negligence. The loose ends in their work were also due to Wei Changjing's tight deadlines. The young man had outmaneuvered him. Yu Huqin knew why Dong Yu had pushed Camacho so hard. If the department had done its job properly, Wei Changjing wouldn't have found a foothold. Wei Changjing deliberately leaked information for Yu Huqin to hear. I've laid a trap, and you've fallen into it. Don't bother resisting. Recalling Lung Ying's demand for verbatim minutes before her report, Yu Huqin had no way to recover. The decision power for the national team coach selection had shifted to Wu Di. At that moment, Wei Changjing said, we contacted German head coach Otto Rehagel. For months earlier, Wei Changjing suddenly proposed to Wu Di that world-renowned coaches be hired for the national youth and junior teams. Xiao Wei, your vision is quite forward-thinking. But isn't it perhaps unnecessary for now? Wu Di's heart ached at the thought of spending money on hiring coaches. Director Wu Im just making initial contacts. The back and forth will take 10 days to half a month. It's good to have the human resources reserved in advance. With Wei Changjing's assurance, Wu Di felt relieved and nodded in agreement. For months later, Wei Changjing had actually brought in such a heavyweight, leaving Wu Di inwardly astonished. 3 months earlier in Wang Jianlin's tea room, Wei Changjing and Wang Jianlin were discussing plans for the development of Chinese football. What you're talking about is a bit far off. Why don't I first spend a few $100 million to hire a foreign head coach for the national team? That way performance improvement could be faster. Uncle Wang agreed with Wei Changjing's plans, but being older, he preferred solving problems in his own way. This was the simple mindset of the older generation of football enthusiasts. Since Chinese coaches weren't up to par, foreign coaches would solve the problem. There was no coach in the world that $100 million couldn't hire. If there was, just add another $100 million. Uncle Wang, aren't you afraid the Football Association will embezzle the money? How embezzle my money? They wouldn't dare. But you do have a point. I need to guard against them. Put this money into your development foundation. All right. Wei Changjing frowned and thought. What are you thinking about? Wang Jianlin knew Wei Changjing was someone who thought 3 steps ahead. I'm thinking whether to use your money to hook a big fish and dig a big pit. How likely do you think they are to be corrupted by this money? Wang Jianlin was speechless. Was this kid already? My only dilemma is if we want them to take the bait, we have to first accept the coach they choose. But the harm that coach could bring might affect Chinese football for 3 to 5 years. Can we afford that cost? Wang Jianlin also fell into deep thought. Using a few $100 million to eliminate a big tiger seemed like a profitable deal, but what benefit would it bring him, and could Chinese football withstand the turmoil? Back at the meeting, Wei Changjing ultimately chose not to take the Camacho path. He knew that in 3 years the Chinese team would lose to Thailand under Camacho's leadership, dashing World Cup hopes. He would rather choose an unknown person. Success wasn't guaranteed, but the outcome couldn't be any worse. He looked at Yu Huchen, thinking he'll give you another chance to choose you. I hope you don't make the wrong choice this time. The national team coaching selection meeting finally came to a close. Under Wu Dis leadership, the German Otto Rehagel accepted the Chinese team's invitation. The Spaniard Camacho was out. Camacho's idle life would continue for a while longer. In this timeline, he likely wouldn't have the chance to enjoy a comfortable retirement with the millions of euros in severance pay from the Chinese Football Association. After a long silence, Wei Changjing sent a signal to some in the Chinese Football Association. The days of profiting from information asymmetry and player trafficking were gone forever. Due to its backwardness, the Chinese football circle had enjoyed many benefits from buying low and selling high, but also suffered many hidden losses. In the early days of the Jia A League, the cheap Russian goalkeeper Shanghai hired the Czech international Dalian brought in, and even Sichuan's Brazilian foreign player Mamai Luo were incredibly valuable. But later the waters became murkier and deeper, with more and more players coming to China to seek fortune. Chinese clubs began to fall into traps, frequently each scam different from the last. Wei Changjing's case of using international human resources to research foreign coaches would spread throughout Chinese football with Rehagel's arrival. A quick drum doesn't need heavy beating. Club managers and investors, if not foolish, should see the underlying mystery. Yu Huchen finally realized the terror of capital. In their greed, they could devour everything, but in their righteousness, they could crush everything. On September 29th, the Chinese Football Association held a press conference announcing Rehagel as the head coach of the Chinese team with an annual salary of €2 million before tax. He would lead his team to prepare for the away match against Singapore on October 11th. Wei Changjing was promoted to national team leader, and Gao Hongba became the head of the Chinese coaching staff. Rehagel's salary was high €2 million, 4 times that of Evergrande's head coach Li Zhangzhu. But without this price, a renowned European head coach couldn't be hired. Compared to Camacho's €4 million, this price included fees for 4 team members, yet the cost was halved, making it an exceptional value. Moreover, Rehagel's track record far surpassed Camacho's. In 1988, he was the founder of the Werder Bremen dynasty. In 1998, the creator of the Kaiserslautern miracle. In 2004, the architect of the Greek miracle at the European Championship. The 73-year-old German, the Chinese team, might be the final stop of his coaching career. Wei Changjing hoped he hadn't misjudged. Newspapers carried headlines about Rehagel's arrival in China titled "China Needs a Miracle." As the general manager of one of Wuhan's professional football clubs, Feng Jianzhong was now a man of standing in the Hubei Football Association. He was always called to FA meetings. Today was one such meeting. When Feng Jianzhong entered the conference room, several familiar bosses were already seated. "Hello, President Yan." "Hello, President Li." "Hello, President Zhang." As a junior, Feng Jianzhong quickly greeted the local big shots. Everyone noticed Feng Jianzhong's odd gait, limping and stiff. "What's wrong, Xiao Feng?" "Not feeling. I've played a couple of matches with the team recently. Oh, I'm a bit fatigued," Feng Jianzhong replied. The district-level league wasn't easy to play in. Participants were teams from various factories and government agencies. Some units had specially recruited a few players from sports schools to improve their results. "Xiao Feng, what is your club doing? How did you, a club owner, end up on the field?" The speaker was Yin Ji, chairman of Zhuer Holdings and vice chairman of the Wuhan Football Association. Feng Jianzhong smiled faintly. "I just want to experience the players' hardships and feel the match atmosphere." Speaking of the atmosphere, Feng Jianzhong could only smile bitterly. The pitches were sometimes artificial turf, rarely natural grass. The audience was sparse with hardly any loyal. The Yangtze River team's chess sponsorship was finally sold only after Feng Jianzhong's persistent persuasion of a chain supermarket owner. The only condition was that Feng Jianzhong register him as a player, letting him play when appropriate. So now the Wuhan Yangtze River team's chest read Qian Duo Supermarket, and the team had gained another boss. Lu Dong's pressure was about to mount again. "I was just chatting with the other bosses. Your Wuhan Yangtze River has already bought such a large plot of land to build a football park. Why not spend money on buying players? I heard Chairman Du has already agreed to recommend you directly to the 3rd Division. The 3rd Division, Yanji mentioned, was the regional league 2 levels higher than what Yangtze River was playing now. President Yin, it's all due to the leader's high regard. We're not good enough yet. We wouldn't dare embarrass ourselves in the 3rd Division. Everyone laughed knowing Feng Jianzhong had some undisclosed secrets. Yanji quite liked this younger brother and continued enthusiastically, "Then today's your chance. I hear Chairman Du is going to discuss the Zhongguo transfer. You could directly own a first division club." Everyone agreed knowing that among those invited today, Yanji and Feng Jianzhong were the main courses while the rest were side dishes. Just then Wuhan FA Chairman Du Wenkai entered with Zhongguo's boss Jia Tao. After exchanging pleasantries, Chairman Du got to the point. "I've invited you all today to discuss something. Earlier this year Zhongguo took over Hubei Levian and their results have been decent. Hubei Zhongguo was currently ranked 8th in the China League 1 far from the promotion zone. However, President Jia is undergoing a business transformation and wants to transfer the club's equity. Everyone here is a colleague with feelings for Wuhan football. We can't let Wuhan football become rootless driftwood. Please consider it." All were seasoned business veterans. Business transformation actually meant the burden was too heavy and they wanted to cash out. They saw through it without saying a word. Chairman Du's gaze fell on Yanji and Feng Jianzhong. "Old Yan, say a few words." "Chairman Du, you're putting me in a tough spot. Actually, I think Xiao Feng is the most suitable to take over. His football park should be completed by year-end. Take over the club, prepare next year to play in the China League 1, and maybe the year after that in the Super League." Chairman Du found it very reasonable. This was meat placed right at the mouth. Anyone with normal intelligence would take. Feng Jianzhong, however, said, "Chairman Du, I'm sorry, but according to our club's development plan, our goal this year is to play in the Municipal League. Next year, we'll move up to the Provincial League. As for this China League 1 spot, please see what the other bosses think." "What? Not considering it? Playing in the Municipal League this year?" Chairman Du was baffled. Since Wuhan Yangtze River had no interest, he looked elsewhere. Finally, with some reluctance, Yanji's Juter Group took over the deal. Yanji had planned ahead. He was in a take-it-or-leave-it position. Without Wuhan Yangtze River's bidding, Zhongguo's price could be negotiated down, taking over for 20 million and investing tens of millions more for upgrades. Once they became a Super League team, the advertising effect would recoup the costs. A year's advertisement on CCTV also cost over 100 million. He was still puzzled about what Feng Jianzhong and the WW Sports behind him were planning. Just as everyone was about to finalize, Feng Jianzhong suddenly spoke. "Chairman Du would like to sponsor community football matches within Wuhan. What do you think?" Feng Jianzhang's earlier rejection of Chairman Du's goodwill had somewhat displeased the chairman. The entrepreneurs secretly speculated that building a football park was just a pretext for commercial development on the land. Hearing that Yangtze River wanted to sponsor community football, they were taken aback. What was this act all about? Chairman Du, hey, race our idea. Wuhan has a population of about 10 million with over 1400 communities and more than 1900 villages. We want to integrate all of these into a larger-scale community league. I've already planned the competition. Please take a look, seniors. Additionally, we plan to sponsor 15 million renminbi over 3 years to organize this event. The commercial operation rights for the entire event will be handled by our sports company. Regardless of profitability, 20 will be given to the FA as seed funding for the next edition. Everyone was stunned. Damn. When it came to 20 million to take over Zhongguo, you made every excuse. Now sponsoring a community league, you casually throw out 15 million. What kind of business sense is this? Chairman Du, however, was thinking of something else. As Wuhan FA chairman, he was also a sports bureau official and director of the Football Management Center. To advance further in his political career, he needed outstanding achievements. Where did sports achievements come from? National games results, professional league results, and these grassroots sports. Feng Jianzhang's proposal was like a political achievement cake placed before him. Any normally intelligent person would find it hard not to take a bite. Feng Jianzhong continued. If our community league goes smoothly in the first year, we can replicate it in other key cities next year, like Huangshi, Jingzhou, Xianyang, and Huangga. The club is willing to continue investing funds to promote mass sports. Seeing everyone's expressions as if he were an idiot, Feng Jianzhong added. Of course, we have selfish motives too. We hope to gather some popularity for the club and attract people to our youth academy. At the same time, we hope to recruit some players and management personnel from these matches. Everyone inwardly scoffed. The part about gathering popularity made some sense, but recruiting players was basically nonsense. However, they truly lacked the audacity of Wuhan Yangtze River. This was no longer about using good steel on the back of a knife, it was using it on the handle. Xiao Feng is doing such practical work for Wuhan football, it's wonderful. Chairman Du beamed. Any other bosses want to join in? All were silent. Only a fool would participate. It was no different from throwing money away. They politely joked. Our company can organize a team to join in just to add to the fun. Yanji didn't mock him. He took over Zhongguo out of a deep affection for Wuhan. Hearing Feng Jianzhang's words, he once again felt Wuhan Yangtze River's determination to take root in Wuhan. How firm and formidable was this resolve? Would the future see Yangtze River and Zhu'er competing for the fan? Just as Director Du was about to adjourn, Yanji also spoke. The community league sounds great to me. Zhu'er will also join in the fun. Well, invest 1 million first and add more later. Chairman Du couldn't contain his smile anymore. Expression management didn't matter now. Oh, it was all about joy and happiness. Thank you, President Yin, and thank you, Xiaofeng. He'll push this forward as soon as I return. We'll aim to start the matches in October. The schedule might cross into the next year. No problem. What's wrong with crossing years? European leagues all do it. Chairman Du showed a determination to overcome all difficulties. The first Wuhan Yangtze River Cup Community Football League was officially launched. Under Gao Hongbao's coaching, the Chinese national team's FIFA ranking had climbed to 69th place, which was excellent news for Chinese players seeking to play abroad. However, the advent of big money football had sapped the players' interest in going overseas. After all, earning plenty and steadily at home seemed far more appealing. Wei Changjing felt fortunate to have sent Wu Lei abroad early, allowing him to focus solely on playing football in Europe for at least a year or two. Becoming the national team's team leader was the result of Yu Huqin's compromise. Had he refused, Wu Di would surely have taken it out on Dong Yu, and the newly promoted official would have been cast aside, leaving Yu Huqin stripped of all authority. Thus, weighing the pros and cons, both sides quickly reached a compromise. Wei Changjing was practically the king of team leaders, while Gao Hongbao, due to his familiarity with the national team, was reassigned as the head of the Chinese coaching staff. A new team leader had to be chosen for the Olympic team, and Yu Huqin took the opportunity to install his own man. Neither side had any objections. Old B, I'm heading to the national team soon. Don't miss me too much. Ha ha, you lucky dog, your official career is truly soaring. The old man, of course, had no idea about the turbulent power struggles within the Football Association, assuming Wei Changjing had simply been promoted by his superiors. Yeah, soaring indeed. Take good care of yourself while I'm gone. I won't be around to command on your behalf anymore. Alright, it's not so easy for the Grim Reaper to take me away. If he wanted to have done it when I was 19. The task of keeping the Olympic team cohesive would now fall to Li Bing. Brother Sean, I leave it all to you. Say no more, team leader Wei. He'll take good care of Coach B. The old man is getting on in years. Sometimes his reactions aren't as sharp. If you notice something, tell him directly. Foreigners are more straightforward. Trust your own judgment of the game on the field. If you spot anything, let the old man know right away. He needs different opinions to base his decisions on. Foreigners and Chinese see things from different perspectives. Li Bing nodded. Over this period, he and Wei Changjing had become friends close enough to speak frankly. Li Bing greatly admired this younger brother at Chinese football, was sorely lacking in people like him. Gao Hongbao was also taken aback. He had expected to serve as the Olympic team's leader. Yet in just a few days the situation had changed dramatically. He had become the head of the Chinese coaching staff. Clearly it all came down to Wei Changjing's recommendation. In the coaching staff, Wei Changjing had envisioned Otto Rehagel and several assistants would focus on tactical refinement, while the Chinese coaches shouldered the task of player selection. Moreover, with the match approaching, although Rehagel would nominally command the first game, Gao Hongbao's tactics would still. After 4 months of effort, Wei Changjing had finally managed to avert the historical trajectory of Camacho taking over the national team, preserving the foundation Gao Hongbao had painstakingly built over several years. On October 3rd, Wei Changjing met Rehagel and his 4 assistant coaches at the airport. He greeted them in fluent German. Mr. Rehagel, hello. Wei, hello. Lung Ying also greeted him in German. Is this the Miss Lung who has been communicating with me? After leading Greece to victory, Rehagel had contemplated retirement. Of course, many European clubs had invited him to coach, but the old man wasn't interested. The 73-year-old had experienced every conceivable hardship. He wondered what challenge could still spark his desire to coach. It was a single sentence from Lung Ying that moved the old man. If you can lead the Chinese national team to the World Cup, your name will be etched into Chinese history. Etched into history. The old man stroked his broad chin. It seemed like a worthy challenge. Wei Changjing felt he should thank Lung Ying on behalf of all Chinese football fans. Born on August 3rd, Rehagel was a typical Leo. The old man was warm and outgoing, reveling in being the center of attention, surrounded by admirers. At the same time, he was strict, serious, possessed a strong desire for control, and had a commanding presence, earning him the nickname Otto the Great. Shall we head to the hotel to rest? No need. I've already reviewed the materials on the plane. Gao's work is quite good, but I have my own ideas. Let's go to the pitch and meet the players first. All right. Truly the energetic Leo. The group headed straight for the Shanghai training base. After a few days of training there, they would fly to Singapore for their first match. At the Shanghai base, Gao Hongbao had already assembled the squad. In July, Gao Hongbao had submitted a national team preliminary roster of as many as 78 players to the AFC. Since there was no limit on numbers, the list included veterans like Li Weifeng and Xiao Jiai, as well as Olympic and youth team players such as Mai Tijiang and Xiao Yunding. This allowed for greater flexibility when selecting the final national team squad. Hello, young men of China, Rehagel said, with Wei Changjing translating each sentence. Having hired a German, they even saved on the cost of a national team translator. After the 2 incidents, the uproar at the national team management department, and the confrontation with Dong Yu, the national team staff all knew the new team leader was not to be trifled with. They must not let this porcupine catch any mistakes, or director, you wouldn't dare to intervene for even a minor figure. Someone told me that coaching the Chinese team was a challenge that could tarnish my legacy. I don't believe that. From today on, I only believe in myself and in every one of you. I don't believe in miracles, but I always manage to create them. Did I create them? No. I'm just a miracle worker. The ones who create the miracles are the 11 men. In Portugal, I told my players we're not here on vacation. We have nothing to lose, and we can gain so much more. And you all saw the result. We were champions. Do you want to win the championship? Wei Changjing asked. The Chinese players were visibly stunned, not expecting Rehagel to interact with them. Do you want to win the championship? Wei Changjing raised his voice and asked again. Yes. This time the players shouted in unison. Even though it was translated, everyone could feel the infectious power of a world-class coach. Do as I say, and you can win everything. All right, let's start training. Otto the Great pointed to the training ground. The Chinese coaching staff and Rehagel's assistants hurried off to get things started. Wei Changjing had already discussed with Rehagel that the first match would be for familiarizing the coach with the team and players with tactical arrangements handled by the original Chinese coaches. The second match would be personally commanded by the veteran coach. Rehagel agreed. In the World Cup qualifiers, every match was crucial, no mistakes could be afforded. This was understandable. Mr. Rehagel, any thoughts on future tactical directions you'd like to share? By the training ground, only Rehagel, Gao Hongba, and Wei Changjing remained. I think we should start with fitness training. I hear you have data to support that. I want to see who the best runners in China are. Though unsure what the old man intended, Wei Changjing immediately pulled up the data. Opening his laptop, the top runners in the professional league were listed: Qi Zhongwei, Jin Jingdao Ji, Xiang Zhenglong, and Yang Hao, each averaging over 110 meters per match. Are they all here? The veteran coach asked. Ji Xiang Zhenglong and Yang Hao are on the team. The other two, one is with the Olympic team and the other wasn't selected. All right, gentlemen, the change begins now. I want us to first have 11 players capable of running 1100 meters per match. That's the first step. If they can't do it, they'll train until they can. Everyone, being professionals, understood the deeper implication in the veteran coach's words. Under Rehagel's stewardship, the Chinese national team would first and foremost need abundant physical fitness to support their play. Without stamina, no tactics could be executed. Everything else was just empty talk. Gao Hongba and Wei Changjing exchanged a glance and smiled wryly. After this training camp, half the squad might be cut. The afternoon training session passed smoothly, and the veteran coach went to bed exhausted. October in Beijing had turned slightly chilly. Unable to sleep, Wei Changjing put on a jacket and decided to take a stroll. Just then he spotted two furtive figures dashing low from the dormitory building. Thieves. Wei Changjing pulled out his phone to dial, but something felt off. A bad premonition flashed through his mind. He turned and headed back to the dormitory. He sent a text to gather the assistant coaches, and Gao Hongba also arrived. These assistant coaches were not appointed by the Football Association. Ever since Wei Changjing had become team leader, Yu Huchen had essentially washed his hands of everything except routine logistics. These assistant coaches were young, newly trained coaches with decent foreign language skills selected by Wei Changjing from coaching courses. Do you know we've lost people at the base? Lost people? The rookie assistants looked at each other in confusion. Gao Hongba caught on and asked, did someone sneak out? Wei Changjing nodded. Count the heads, and you'll know. Sure enough, after a head count, two were missing. One was midfielder Qin Ming, and the other was right back Jiao Zhe. They shared a room, and were both products of the Luning Youth Academy. Gao Hongba's face darkened with anger. On the very first day of the new head coach's arrival, someone had sneaked out. If this was investigated, he as the former head coach would be hard-pressed to escape blame. The question now was how to handle it. Sweep it under the rug. Or make an example of them to deter others. Everyone's eyes turned to Wei Changjing. Would a news story about national team players sneaking out really surprise anyone? Wei Changjing asked with a contemptuous smile that sent chills down everyone's spine. Gao Hongba sensed trouble and tried to mediate. Should we ask the head coach's opinion in the morning? No need. But you've reminded me. I should ask Director Chun of the Supervision Department. With that, he dialed the number. It was already 1130 p.m. Director Chun, this is Wei Changjing. Chun Liangquan jolted awake, knowing that anything involving Wei Changjing was serious. What's up, Comrade Xiao Wei? I'm reporting something to you. Two players sneaked out during the national team training camp. I plan to deal with it tomorrow. I want to ask, is it okay to suspend them? They left without permission. Yes. Is a suspension really necessary? Is a suspension too harsh? A suspension is reasonable. Is a 6-month suspension okay? Both the person on the other end of the line and those nearby were stunned. Team leader Wei was being ruthless. Being expelled from the national team was one thing, but a 6-month club suspension. Would the club agree to that? Team leader Wei, isn't that too severe? The club might object. He'll handle the club. Just get Minister Wan to sign off on it. It's late, you should rest. He'll send the disciplinary decision to Directors Wu and you first thing tomorrow. With that, Wei Changjing hung up. Gao Hongba sighed inwardly. Serves you two right for running into such a ruthless